Chapter 101 Steel Skeleton, Empty Assault. Gentlemen, if you wish to inspect this slave, it is all right. The auctioneer thought that this gentleman wanted to take a closer look, so he didn't care at all. But the next move. Click. Charlotte's hands were covered with a layer of armed domineering, and she effortlessly tore off the explosive collar around the little girl's neck. Bang. Charlotte threw the explosive collar at the auctioneer in an instant. The instant explosion drowned the auctioneer, who was still in astonishment. Whoa! Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. They stood up and looked at Charlotte in surprise. And Charlotte turned around slightly. With a stare in his eyes, a red-green aura attacked everyone. Shrouded by Charlotte's domineering look, it was like being strangled by the neck, foaming at the mouth and falling unconscious. And Elena, who was sitting on the auction block, was indeed fine. Surprised, he looked at the densely packed people around him who fell to the ground. He also looked at Charlotte in shock. Once again, I saw Charlotte's unpredictable ability. Charlotte's overbearing arrogance avoided Irina and spread around. Charlotte looked around, except for Irina and the captured slaves, everyone fainted. The slave girl who saw this scene also looked around with her pupils widened. Charlotte stood in the middle of the auction table, looking at Elena with a smile. How? If you want to save them, you can start now. I don't guarantee how long they will faint. Ileana stared blankly at the densely packed fallen people around her, and then she blushed. Charlotte regained her domineering look. Elena stepped off the stage and walked over to the little girl. He knelt down and touched the girl's head. Little sister, you are free, go home. Elena said softly. The little girl timidly looked at the big sister in front of her, and looked at her with complicated eyes. Big sister. I have no home. Elena's heart seemed to be broken instantly after hearing this. Touching the little girl's head, she looked at the little girl with a complicated expression, and then Elena looked at Charlotte. Charlotte has been watching the two of them. But seeing Elena looking at him, the corners of Charlotte's mouth twitched. Forget it. Let her follow us. I don't have an extra mouth to eat. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said. Then Charlotte walked towards the backstage, where there were still many slaves imprisoned in the backstage amidst the arrogance of knowledge and domineering. Elena took the little girl's hand and followed Charlotte to the backstage. Walking into the backstage, the sight was blocked in the dark space, and Ileana couldn't see the scene clearly. Charlotte walked aside, there was a switch, and Charlotte clicked. In the next instant, the desk lamps above his head lit up one after another. Well. Seeing the scene inside, Elena subconsciously covered her mouth. What did she see? She saw the purgatory on earth, everyone was wounded, and their eyes were full of numbness and emptiness. Desperate. Even Charlotte, who has always been calm, couldn't help but twitched fiercely. His kindness came out again. Charlotte shook her head with a wry smile, and opened the cages where they were held one by one under Elena's gaze. Click. The cages were opened one by one, and all the slaves locked in the cages raised their heads and looked at the empty gate in front of them. Let's go. Don't stay here, it's not in a good mood for you. Charlotte pulled Elena out of the backstage and out of the auction house again. And Elena didn't resist Charlotte this time, but held Charlotte's thugs tightly and walked out. And still holding that nervous little girl with one hand. After walking out of the auction house, Charlotte clearly felt the countless malice around her. Needless to say, Charlotte knew who it was. After all, every surveillance aura is a tyrannical aura, so many surveillance forces can be cultivated in the sea, but there are very few. Considering that this is under the nose of the Navy and the world government, then you don't need to think about it. Bell bell. Office of the Admiral. Cyborg Sara frowned when he saw the phone buzzing beside him. This phone bug was specially contacted by Wu Laoxing. At this moment, he suddenly thought about it, and he didn't know what happened. But Cyborg Sara didn't think long before picking up the phone. Moses. This is the Navy headquarters, Steel Bone Kong. Cyborg Kong straightened his back and said. Steel Bone, go to the Chambord Islands to arrest the pirate Charlotte, immediately. A 5-old star wearing a white robe and holding the first-generation ghost said to the phone bug in an unquestionable voice. Cyborg Kong was taken aback. What does it mean? Cyborg Sara was about to ask what happened, when the voice of the phone bug was immediately hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone bug, Cyborg Kong jumped into a rage and smashed the table with his fist. Come on. Prepare a boat, I'm going to the Chambord Islands, and check what Charlotte did in the Chambord Islands. Cyborg Kong yelled at the guard outside the door. Yes. The guard outside the door yelled when he heard it, and then the two guards outside the door moved separately. One gathers intelligence and one prepares the ship. The entire Navy headquarters became busy in an instant, and the sirens rang through the entire Marin Van Duo. Soon. Cyborg Kong stood at the bow of the ship with his arms folded, and the Chambord Islands were in front of him. After Charlotte came out, she fired a signal flare. This is the signal flare that Charlotte assembled. Those crew members came back immediately after receiving it. You take her back to the ship, danger will happen here immediately, it's too dangerous for you to stay here. Charlotte looked at Elena, who was quite nervous, and said. How about you? Elena asked anxiously. Hearing Elena's concern, Charlotte was slightly taken aback, looking at Elena's beautiful face. Then smiled. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. After I finish this game, I'll take you home, of course it's my home. Charlotte looked at Elena with a smile, feeling a little joy in her heart. It seems that after getting along for 2 months, I finally left a place in her heart, which made Charlotte very pleased. Quick. Go to the boat. Paul and Isaac will protect you, don't worry about me, and if I die, don't you just do what you want? Charlotte patted Elena on the shoulder and said jokingly. Then he walked towards the port of the No-Island with a calm face. Elena looked at Charlotte's back, her lips trembling. You must come back safely. Elena looked at Charlotte's back and yelled. Charlotte, who was walking in front, paused slightly, then waved her hand behind Elena's back and walked away quickly. This made Elena very worried, and the corners of her eyes couldn't help but get wet. The little girl beside her held Elena's little hand even more tightly. Chapter 102 Demon Sword? Badian. Charlotte stood quietly at the port of Island No-facing the sea alone. He could already feel the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. Charlotte didn't have to wait long, and warships of the Navy headquarters suddenly appeared on the sea. Seeing the appearance of naval warships, Charlotte couldn't help but smiled wryly. It turned out to be Admiral Steelbone Sora leading the team. Looking at the tawny skin standing on the bow, the black and white hair and beard in the shape of a mountain character, a body of strong muscles, a broad chest, a sutured scar under the left eye, wearing a sleeveless black shirt with a badge. The shirt reveals the strong muscles on the arms, dark green armbands, a light yellow scarf around the neck, a white and dark gray coat, and a justice cloak behind him. Standing on the bow of the boat gives people a great pressure. Bombardment. Kong stood at the bow and yelled at Charlotte. The 10 naval warships roared together, roaring and pouring out their anger on Charlotte. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. There was a long sword silently on the right hand, which was the 7-star sword. The aura on his body suddenly exploded. Overlord looked soaring into the sky. Charlotte slowly raised the 7-star sword in her hand. Demon sword? Badian. The tyrannical overlord-like arrogance wrapped around the 7-star sword, instantly increasing the power of the 7-star sword. Following Charlotte's sword swing, the tyrannical slash entangled with the domineering arrogance, forming a shockwave that covered the sky and the sun, and rushed towards the 10 warships headed by Kong. Charlotte didn't expect that the fleet brought by Kong this time was almost the configuration of the demon-slaying order. Charlotte had to destroy these warships in an instant. Standing at the bow of the ship, his pupils narrowed sharply. He didn't expect that Charlotte would be a big move as soon as she came up. Damn. Kong's aura rose all over his body, and his domineering aura rose to the sky, his fists were clenched tightly, and a thick jet black color wrapped around the lightning. Shave. Kong jumped up, his body was like lightning, and he punched the shockwave sent by Charlotte fiercely. But still a step behind. Except for his own ships, most of the other 9 ships were directly destroyed. Cut. Charlotte pouted. Only 5 were destroyed, a bit unsatisfactory. Charlotte. Kong looked at Charlotte with blood-red eyes, steam rose from his head, and he was instantly furious. With that blow from Charlotte just now, at least more than 200 naval soldiers he brought died. How could this not make him furious? These are the elite of the Navy headquarters. Charlotte, you should die. Kong tipped his toes, stepped on the air, and jumped across the sea. Humph. The corner of Charlotte's mouth twitched, holding the 7-star sword tightly with both hands, a green and bewitching aura exudes from his body. Then let's see who dies first. Charlotte also disappeared without hesitation on the tip of her toes. But when he revealed his true form, he was already in front of Sora. Clang. The two clashed with each other with punches and swords. Bang. The power caused by the fight between the two was directly scattered around 1 or 2 people. The sea became rough. With the two of them at the center, layers of waves surged towards the surroundings. Clang. After a blow, the two flew upside down. Charlotte rolled several heels in midair before stopping her flying body. Steel Bone Kong was much more relaxed. After flying 100 meters away, he stabilized his body, stepped on the air, and rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte must not let you go anymore, or there will be another pirate like rocks in the sea. In the blink of an eye, Kong rushed in front of Charlotte. His pitch-black fists were covered with crimson overlord-colored domineering and jet-black armed-colored domineering. Haha. Thank you for your compliment. But if you want to catch me, you think too much. Charlotte also raised the 7-star sword in her hand, and the sword exuded a red and green enchanting aura. Demon sword? Only then did Sarah realize that the weapon in Charlotte's hand seemed unusual. Ha ha ha. That's right. Demon sword 7-star sword, it will be your life-threatening weapon. The domineering looks of the two collided. One side is crimson and the other is red-green. Neither of the two momentums will give in to the other. Gudong. Is this the confrontation of the top powerhouses in the sea? On a roof of Island No, a young man with a camera widened his eyes when he saw this scene. But immediately raised the camera in hand. Ha 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 ha. Big news. Big news. No, I must inform the president. The young man kept taking pictures and laughing loudly. Huh? Damn, forgot to turn on the camera. Seeing the darkness in the camera, the young man couldn't help cursing. Moses. President, big news. Big news, Admiral Steelbone Sarah fought with Captain Charlotte of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates. It was in the Chambord Islands. That's right. It's Steelbone. Kong and Charlotte, I'll send the photos. The young man said excitedly to the phone bug. Gahahaha. Big news, hurry up. Spread this news to me across the sea. The Admiral Steelbone Kong and the great swordsman of blood collided fiercely in the Chambord Islands. Is it Admiral Doko? 1 foot is still 10 feet taller than a pirate. Ha 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 ha. Morgans held up the photo of Cyborg Sarah and Charlotte fighting fiercely and smiled excitedly. Yes. President. The newspaper staff around them shouted. All of a sudden, countless gulls selling newspapers flew out of the newspaper office. The two stood on Island No. The surrounding ground was destroyed by the two people beyond recognition, the houses were damaged, and it is unknown how many people died inside. This is the tragedy of the week. Even the aftermath can't stop it. Ha 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 ha. Sora. You are old. Your fists make me feel weak. Charlotte looked at Cyborg Kong with blood all over her face and mocked. Humph. I will imprison you, Charlotte. I will let you never see the light of day. The clothes on Steel Bone Kong's body are also broken, and there are many sword marks on his arms. Demon Fire Slash. Charlotte swung a sword aura towards the airstrike. Bang. Kong's punch was covered with armed color domineering punch. But Charlotte's slash still left a bloodstain on Kong's fist. Ha 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 ha. Come again. Charlotte was already excited, and this excitement made his blood boil. Charlotte swung his sword one sword at a time. The strength of the 7-star sword made Charlotte use it very smoothly, and he would no longer worry that the sword would break because it couldn't bear his own strength. Unscrupulously venting his power. All of a sudden, sword chi crisscrossed, and countless sword chi flew away from the body. Surround Sora's whole body. Locked down all the places he could escape. Since you can't run, then make a head-on breakthrough. The jet black domineering armed color envelopes the whole body, and the rich armed color makes Charlotte amazed. This is the first time he has seen such a strong armed domineering color. This guy is simply an armed monster. I heard that Carp learned from him. This made Charlotte even more anxious. Chapter 103. Among the 3 color domineering, only the armed color is his weakness, and he must overcome this. Thinking of this, Charlotte's heart is ruthless. The color of knowledge and knowledge is opened in a large area, covering the entire Chambord Islands. Immediately found his own group of men. Quick. As long as the coding is done today, each person will receive 100 million Baileys. Paul couldn't help urging behind a group of people. They have long been ordered by Charlotte to supervise these coders and let them code the film today. After all, Charlotte can't last long. The later the evacuation, the more dangerous Charlotte will be, which makes Paul anxious. Paul didn't believe that his boss could stand against the admiral. In the eyes of these people, the Admiral of the Navy was invincible during this period. This is why the Navy has such great prestige in the four seas and the great sea routes. It is also the most powerful violent institution in the hands of the world government. Looking at the split sky in the distance, the sound of explosions, the sound of swords slashing through the air, and the sound of waves in the sea, Paul could clearly see them all here. At the same time, he was also worried about the boss. Elena even stood at the bow of the boat where Charlotte often stood, clasped her hands together and prayed tightly. This is the first time she has prayed for a person like this. Or the man who had forced her to pray. A person who annoyed her and worried her was praying. He touched the 2-month-old life in his stomach. She didn't want her baby to be born without seeing his father. In the past 2 months, Ileana also wanted to understand that suicide would only kill her. She didn't want this baby who had never even seen the world to die with her incompetent mother. Baby. Let's pray for your daddy together. Ileana said silently, and then looked at the battle in the distance with complicated eyes. Your father is a capable man. Elena said silently. Charlotte. Get caught without a fight. Kong looked at Charlotte covered in blood, and couldn't help shaking. And Xia Luo half kneeled on the ground, with the 7-star sword stuck in the ground, looking at the sky. His eyes were barely open and he was still staring at Sara. Get caught with nothing? This is not my style. Charlotte propped up her body, and stood up again unsteadily. The two have been fighting for a long time, and half of Island No, has been shattered. The tree trunk above had already been shattered, leaving nothing behind. The entire No, Island became bare, without a single intact building. Seeing the strange green aura exuding from Charlotte. This made Kong look slightly wrong. This greenness is weird and seems to affect people's hearts. Kong couldn't help but think in his heart. Then he shook his head quickly, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and looked at Charlotte intently. Looking at Charlotte's tall and straight figure, a sense of arrogance filled the world. This made Kong feel a little pity for this young man. He knows exactly how Charlotte became a pirate. I also know the reason why Wool Oxing asked himself to come to the Chambord Islands this time. Just because the auction house of the Tianlongren was destroyed, General will be dispatched to arrest Charlotte. This reason may be very absurd in the eyes of outsiders. In the sky, he knew that one of his responsibilities as a general was to protect the safety of the Tianlong people. Even the safety of property is also safety. Pity. Empty eyes looked at Charlotte complicatedly. Then the fist was covered with a layer of extremely rich armed domineering. Steel bones Nanta. Kong rushed to Charlotte in one stride. Under Charlotte's passive defense, more than a dozen fist shadows hit Charlotte's chest in an instant. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Final punch. Kong's eyes burst open, and the overlord-like arrogance was released again. The fist was wrapped with extremely rich armed color and overlord-like arrogance, and the crimson lightning wrapped around the fist and beat towards Charlotte's heart fiercely. Charlotte responded passively. Suddenly a picture appeared in my mind. I was pierced by a fist through my chest. The threat of death made Charlotte pupil. What? Charlotte clenched her teeth, and the veins on her neck bulged. I have to block it, to block it. The domineering look burst out from Charlotte again. The 7-star sword is entwined with armed color domineering, domineering color domineering, and red-green lightning is entwined around the sword. Charlotte didn't have time to attack, so she could only hold the sword across her chest. Clang. The fist and the 7-star sword collided into each other through the air. The fist and the 7-star sword did not touch each other. A powerful energy formed between the fist and the 7-star sword. With the continuous blessing of the two, the huge energy accumulated more and more. At last. Bang. The two flew upside down together. Huge energy, which caught Sara off guard. After stabilizing his figure, he hurriedly looked towards Charlotte. But I saw Charlotte flying upside down, but with a smile on his face. Even though he was bruised and bruised, he could still tell he was laughing at himself. This made Sara slightly taken aback, not knowing why he was still smiling at this moment. But the next moment. Charlotte. A voice full of roars rang out. I saw a ship parked at the place where Charlotte flew upside down. So Kong knew it was Charlotte's boat without knowing it. Seeing that the film has been coated on the ship, and they also caught Charlotte's flying figure. Then quickly sank into the sea. This made Kong furious. Seeing that Charlotte was about to be arrested, it turned out that because of his momentary mistake, Charlotte had the opportunity to escape. This left Sara with nowhere to vent his anger. Watching Charlotte slowly sink into the sea after being brought into the boat, Kong was helpless. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't even think about it, he would definitely plunge into the sea, but now. He looked at the sword wound on his body. He gave up, and it was too late to pursue him at this time. Call. Kong took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and walked towards the dilapidated fleet. I brought 10 naval warships with me, one of them was face-to-face, 5 were gone, and the other 5 also had different damages, and they couldn't sail at all. Looking at the rescued wounded, the veins on Kong's forehead popped. Bang. Kong, who had nowhere to vent his anger, punched the air with a fist. Let the air make a loud pop. Close the team. Let the Navy headquarters send a medical ship to treat the wounded. Kong said angrily. Anyone could feel the general's anger, and everyone carried out the general's orders in silence. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Morgan sat in the president's office and said while looking at the pictures and videos sent by the newspaper seller. After discovering that the admiral was fighting Charlotte, Morgans immediately dispatched the most elite good bird in his hands to set off. At a high altitude, several newspaper sellers were taking photos with one hand and videotaping with the other, perfectly recording the battle between Admiral Steelbone Kong and blood swordsman Rockefeller Charlotte. Chapter 1045 Old Star and hashtag 039 S Wrath. As for the reporter who was discovered early in the morning, he had already died in the aftermath of the battle between Charlotte and Kong. Although Charlotte lost, she lost very thoroughly, and almost lost her life. But it also made Charlotte run away, but it ran away at the hands of the Admiral. It will definitely become the breaking news of tomorrow. After going back with Admiral Cyborg Kong. Under the setting sun, the prosperity of Island No, was no longer there, and many people crawled out of the ruins. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. I can't believe it, this is the No, Island, the bustling No, Island. Many people cried silently after seeing their houses and relatives collapsed and died. War, it is the civilians who suffer forever. After returning to the Admiral's office, Kong came to Wuloxing's phone bug and hesitated for a while. Picked up the phone. Bell bell. Bell bell. Moses. Empty. What's going on with you? Wu Laoxing's voice came from the phone bug, asking about the result. Sara was silent for a while. Failed. Let Charlotte escape by accident. Sara suppressed the anger in his heart and replied. What? How do you do things, the captain of the 8th Division of the Lox Pirates, you are an admiral who hasn't solved it yet, how did you become an admiral? On the other end of the phone bug, Wu Laoxing who was holding a knife couldn't help but cursed. Listening to the reprimand from the phone bug, Kong clenched his fists tightly, and the bones were pinched and cracked. Okay. Sara, explain why you failed. Charlotte doesn't seem to be very strong, right? Among the Wuloxing, the bearded Wuloxing stopped the Wuloxing who was holding a knife, shouting and asking. Kong also heaved a sigh of relief after hearing another 5 old stars speak for him. I fought with Charlotte for a day. Charlotte is very strong and has perfect skills. It's just that he is too young and has not yet accumulated strength. But given time, I am afraid that he will become a character like Rox again. Sara said seriously to the phone bug. The 5 old stars frowned after hearing this. The 5 old stars with the knife said again. Empty. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. How old is Charlotte, and she is only 21 when she is full of life. You don't want to cover up your incompetence by saying that? Listen to Wu Laoxing's merciless words. Kong can only hold back. Stop. What we are discussing now is how to deal with Charlotte. According to previous intelligence, Charlotte is a bit different from other pirates. She has her own principles and seems to like to rescue slaves. Beginning in 1479 of the Hyuan calendar, after Charlotte met the first pirate group that escorted slaves, she met his 5 maids. They said they were maids, but it was not a simple relationship with maids. Since then, Charlotte has almost every day. Encountering a slave ship will free those slaves. We can start from this aspect, and he often rescues slaves. The slave trade in the New World is almost cut off. We must find a way to restrain Charlotte, otherwise those Tianlong people may also make trouble. Sara was listening to the other end of the phone bug talking about slaves openly, which made Sara not know what to think. This does not seem to be justice in his heart. That's right. And according to the information from Hive Island, Charlotte is very lustful. The slaves she rescued were all good-looking and kept by her side as her slaves. It can be seen that this person is lustful. We only need to grasp his weakness. Xiaoluo Luo is insufficient. Another Wuloxing with a birthmark on his head said. After hearing this sentence, all the 5 old stars nodded involuntarily. How about sending a CP0 to create an opportunity for her to sneak in? The blonde Wu Laoxing suggested. Seconded. 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 The 5 old stars all agreed, and they all felt that there was no problem. Empty. You don't have to stare at Charlotte's matter. Get the Navy in order as soon as possible. The Navy's strength is still too small to suppress the pirates in the sea. Wu Laoxing in a hat said to the phone bug. Yes. Now all the branches of the 4 seas are recruiting naval soldiers to supplement the lack of strength of the Navy headquarters, but it will take time. Sarah said to the phone bug. But my heart is very speechless. In the past, in order to prevent the Navy from becoming bigger, it desperately suppressed the development of the Navy. If it wasn't for the sudden rise of rocks, swallowing the second half of the Great Route in one fell swoop, and driving the Navy to the edge of the Red Earth continent before stopping the expansion, it can be said that the Navy can expand thanks to Locke's assist. However, this kind of assist made Kong feel like eating a fly. After Wuloxing heard this, Wuloxing took the initiative to hang up the phone with a knife. This also let Kong breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Laoxing didn't punish him. But he is different. Wu Laoxing wanted to punish him very much, but suffered from the lack of extra manpower in the Navy headquarters. The high-end combat power of the new generation of the Navy is still growing, and it is not enough to take over the position of general, so it can only be occupied first. This is also the helplessness of insufficient strength. Mary Joa. Wu Laoxing office. Damn Morgans. Holding a knife, Wu Laoxing looked at the latest newspaper brought up, and was furious. The others were also silent after seeing it. Newspaper headlines read. The Admiral besieged Rockefeller Charlotte, captain of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates, in the Chambord Islands. In the end, under the heavy siege of the Navy, Charlotte rushed out of the Admiral's encirclement, which was a major mistake by the Admiral Steel Bone Kong. If you can't even catch a small cadre, how can you catch Rox Jibek, who is the captain of the Rocks Pirates? The incompetence of the Navy is once again fully exposed. Holding the knife, Wu Laoxing looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the veins on his forehead popped. At the same time, Cyborg Kong also received the latest newspaper from Morgans, which was rushed overnight by Morgans. The veins on Sora's forehead bulged, and he smashed the table in front of him with his fist. Bang! Bastard Morgans. Wu Laoxing with the knife and steel Gu Kong cursed at the same time. Immediately send CP0 to Morgans to catch Morgans. The 5 old star wearing a hat immediately said that he was in charge of the intelligence organization, and this newspaper made him very angry. Morgans must be taught a lesson. Don't waste your time. It is estimated that Morgans has already anticipated this after sending out this newspaper, and he has long since disappeared. The blonde Wuloxing looked at the Wuloxing in the hat and said, "Find it out for me too." The 5 old stars in the hat roared angrily. As his order came out, Marie Joya's CP0 moved. They all searched for the whereabouts of Morgans. Captain. This is Morgan's lair. But I guess he's already gone. Listening to the team members' reports, the captain looked at the scattered pieces of paper, one of which was very obvious. The captain walked in and took a look. Chapter 105 Preparations for War. I'll give you a gift. A line of large characters appeared on the paper. Then the CP0 captain's hairs stood on end, and an ominous premonition appeared in his heart. Not good. Hurry up. Following the CP0 captain's shout, a huge wave of energy spread out from under everyone's feet. Everyone didn't even have time to react. Bang! A huge explosion soared into the sky, and the flames of the explosion formed a small mushroom in the center of the island. The whole island trembled. Morgans, who was hiding in the sky, sneered disdainfully. You still want to catch me? It's hundreds of years too early. As he said that, he flapped his wings and flew towards the distance without stopping for a moment. He still needs to look for a new base, so he can't delay here. And the direction Morgans flew was the new world. With Morgans flying away, the smoke and dust and flames from the explosion on the island slowly disappeared. All the CP0 teams that landed on the island fell in the flames of the explosion. None can escape. Oh. What happened on the nameless island was quickly reported back. The 5 old stars in the hat were furious. All the intelligence personnel under him were killed on the island, and Morgans has not been caught yet, how could this not make him angry? Seeing his angry expression, the other 5 masters also became gloomy. Finally, the 5-old star with a birthmark on his head said slowly. Let him pass this matter. As long as we don't catch Morgans, we can't tear ourselves apart, you know? Now our main thing is the arrangement of the Valley of Gods, don't let the adults down. After hearing his words, all the 5 old stars returned to their indifferent looks as if a basin of cold water had been poured on their heads. That's right. The Valley of the Gods, once every 40 years, is about to open, we can't lose the big because of small things. The 5 old stars with short blonde hair said in a deep voice. The others nodded silently. And as everyone returned to their usual expressions, everyone in the hall began to discuss other matters in an orderly manner. Wow, ha 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 ha. Really capable. He escaped from Sora's hands, I still underestimated him. As the overlord of the new world, Rox had already received news from the Chambord Islands before the news reached here. Looking at the news in hand, Lox couldn't help but praise. Jia ha 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 ha. This brat Charlotte has grown to such a level, you really can't underestimate him. The Golden Lion sat down and looked at the information in his hand and said. The cigar in his mouth did not stop for a moment. Kula la 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 la. Don't underestimate him, he is the most talented person I have ever seen. Edward Newgate with a white beard took a sip of his wine and said while looking at the Golden Lion beside him. Well, well, well. I really want to have a baby with him. Charlotte Lingling couldn't help but speak out. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the hall looked over. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth twitched involuntarily, Golden Lion turned his head in disgust, and Locks covered his forehead. Doesn't this woman know how to restrain herself? The last battle was still fresh in Locke's memory, and he almost destroyed his hive island. The others could not help but curse secretly in their hearts. Seeing everyone in the hall looking at her strangely, Charlotte Lingling showed no signs of shyness. Why do you want to have children with me? Let's build a world together. Charlotte Lingling looked at everyone generously and said. At this time, there were nearly 100 people in the hall, all of them were captains of various teams. Many people looked at Charlotte Lingling with fiery eyes. At this time, Charlotte Lingling was not as fat as she would be in the future. She was now slender, with a bumpy figure, which caused many lustful pirates to have nosebleeds. It made many team captains suddenly want to rush up to kiss Fongza. Behind Charlotte Lingling, a sweaty man with 2 huge horns on his head couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This person is Kaido, an intern of the Rocks Pirates. Now he follows Charlotte Lingling and helps Charlotte Lingling deal with some things. He is affectionately called the younger brother by Charlotte Lingling. Kaido also acquiesced to this sister. That's enough. We didn't come here to recruit you a son-in-law. What is Captain Locks calling us here today? Could it be because of Charlotte's information? And why didn't the 2 siblings, Heighten and Muchan, come? The Golden Lion couldn't help it at first, his temper was just like his nickname, he was as arrogant as a lion. After hearing the words of Golden Lion Shurji, many people were refreshed. But in the past, Captain Rocks would only call the captains of their squadrons over for a meeting, but this time he even called all the small captains of the squadrons, which made everyone curious. Even Rodney Carter, the captain of Charlotte, joined the meeting. Because Charlotte was not there, Charlotte's seat was vacant, and no one dared to sit in it, and Carter sat behind Charlotte's seat, replacing Charlotte to attend the meeting. This is the status that power brings. Charlotte's powerful strength is enough to deter any coveted Xiao Xiao. Then everyone looked at the seat of Heighten Muchan, the captain of the 7th team, and there was no one there. As for the title of Heighten Muchan's 7th team captain, everyone accepted it. Weakness is not enough, everyone has long coveted the position of the captain of the 7th team, after all, the Rocks Pirates respect strength. But every time Locks would stop everyone, so that Heighten Muchan and others sat in the 7th seat safely. Wow, ha 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 ha. I called everyone today just to tell you that I am going to launch a big war, a war that can change the world. This time calling everyone here is to get you all ready. These few months have been staying on the Hive Island, waiting for my order to launch a war that will change the world pattern. And the captain of the 7th team is gone, I plan to see whoever performs the best in this war will be the captain of the 7th team. Locks glanced at the crowd, and the aura on his body rose involuntarily. But the news and the words shocked many people, but then became fanatic. This momentum caused many pirates in the hall to shout excitedly. Long live Captain Rocks! Long live Captain Rocks! Listening to the cheers of the people under his hands made Locks enjoy it. But those cadres didn't have the same carnival as the small captains under them, but frowned one by one. I don't understand what Rocks is thinking. Today's Rocks pirates are about to fall apart. They can still gather together, all because no one has stood up yet. After all, everyone is not a fool when the gun hits the head. Chapter 106 The Golden Lion and #039's Plan. Lox glanced at the crowd, and Lox was very satisfied with the performance of the sub-captains under the team captains. But after seeing the captains of the 6 divisions, Rox frowned. Each of these people frowned thoughtfully. Even Wang Ji and John Silver Axe, the 3 old men who have been following him to fight the world, have started to have their own ghosts. This made Rox involuntarily angry. But he was still suppressed by his strong man. Wait, when I control the Heavenly King and become the overlord of the world, none of you will feel better about it. Rox couldn't help thinking to himself. These 6 people have their own thoughts, among which Edward Nugeti with white beard and Shueisha the Golden Lion are the most important. The gloom on his face was almost darkened. Whitebeard Edward Newgate frowned worriedly. In the past few months, Whitebeard has found his pursuit and adopted several children. Seeing those children calling him father and father every day, he felt his pursuit in life. He didn't want to come this time when Rox called him, he wanted to take care of the children he adopted. But after considering the consequences of not coming, he came again, looking at the crazy voices around him. He would never allow his children to be on this pirate ship in the future. Well, help Rox one last time. After this time, I will leave the Rocks pirates to fulfill my dream. Whitebeard couldn't help sighing secretly in his heart. The pressure of morality on his heart made him tangled up. Different from Whitebeard's entanglement, Golden Lion Shueisha looked at all this with a completely gloomy expression. He wanted to stand on his own, it was almost written on his face, but he never had a fit, just waiting for the first person to jump out, and this person was Edward Newgate with white beard. But Whitebeard has never shown it, but the Golden Lion knows that Whitebeard will show it one day, and this day is not far away. At that time, as soon as Whitebeard showed his face, he, the Golden Lion, would immediately stand up and unite with Whitebeard. Plus Charlotte who owes her favor. 3 people beat 1 Lox, and they won. This is why Golden Lion dared to keep provoking Rox. As for the others, Golden Lion looked at them with disdain. A woman who only knows how to give birth, and 3 old waists. The Golden Lion never took them seriously. Okay. You all go back. This meeting is over. After seeing everyone's reaction, Rox waved his hand and said. Started driving people away. After everyone heard it, they waited for the cadres in front to stand up before they dared to move. But this action was a naked provocation in Locke's eyes. When will the orders of the captain be less useful than these cadres? Just about to get angry, but was held down by reason. Little did they know that it was his patience again and again that made them even more unscrupulous. After the 6 cadres walked out the door, the team leaders of each team followed behind them. Charlotte, the captain of the 8th team, did not come, so Carter was alone. Carter didn't have the guts to walk with those cadres, and he also followed behind them. After walking out of the hall, Carter swallowed a little while looking at the 3-meter-tall figure in front of him. Is there something wrong, Mr. Golden Lion? Carter looked at the Golden Lion's contemptuous eyes and asked cautiously. Call. Golden Lion Shueisha exhaled smoke. When will your captain Charlotte come back, do you know the news? Ski looked at Carter and asked. He remembered that this person was a small captain beside Charlotte. If he hadn't been someone close to Charlotte, Shueisha, the Golden Lion, wouldn't have remembered a little boy. Carter breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Shueisha's words. It turned out that he was asking the captain for news, and almost scared him to death. Master Shueisha, our captain probably will be back in this month. You also saw that the captain just withdrew from the admiral yesterday and should have arrived at the Fishman Island. It will be only this month. Carter said cautiously. After hearing Carter's words, Shueisha frowned slightly. This Charlotte doesn't know what to do in the first half of the Great Route, it has been 4 or 5 months, what if he can't catch up? That's the only thing Shiki worries about right now. I'm afraid that the plan will not keep up with the changes. Go back and tell your captain, don't forget the favor you owe me. After Shueisha finished speaking, he turned and left, without any intention of staying. Seeing Shueisha walking away, Carter took a deep breath. Standing in front of him, I looked at myself as if there was a giant in front of me, which put too much pressure on him. Seeing that everyone around him had left, Carter hurried back to his camp. He needs to inform the boss of what just happened. It's a pity that he didn't know that his boss was unconscious now. Only from the moment Charlotte retreated with the help of the energy wave generated by the Overlord's domineering aura, and then returned to the boat, did she give the order to dive. After making sure it was safe, he couldn't hold on to his body any longer and fainted on the deck. This frightened many people. Among them was Elena. Charlotte. Elena trotted over in a hurry, hugged Charlotte and shouted. The ship's doctor also quickly stepped forward to check on Charlotte's injuries. Although there are only more than 20 people on the Charlotte ship, the more than 20 people include navigators, chefs, boatmen, and boat doctors. Although the Sparrow was small and well-equipped, immediately after Charlotte passed out, 2 ship doctors ran forward. Check it out after taking Charlotte from Elena's arms. He rolled Charlotte's eyes again, and listened to Charlotte's heartbeat with a stethoscope. The 2 ship doctors looked at each other. They all shook their heads. The actions of the 2 of them directly startled Irina, who was sitting by the side, and Paul and Isaac, who were standing by. What does it mean? Elena even shed tears silently. He resented himself for making his own claims and harming Charlotte. What do you mean? What's wrong with the boss? Paul was also excited and directly grabbed the collars of the 2 ship doctors and shouted loudly. The 2 ship doctors were blindsided when Paul lifted them up. I haven't said anything yet. How did it become like this? Team. Captain. Boss. Boss is fine. It's just that he's exhausted and has some skin injuries. It's nothing serious, just need to rest for a few days. The ship's doctor was lifted up in the air, his legs fluttered and he shouted. What? You mean the boss is all right? Paul was also taken aback when he heard the ship doctor. Yes. Yes. Cough cough. The ship's doctor was almost out of breath. Paul hurriedly released the ship's doctor. Then what do you mean by shaking your head? Paul sees 2 ship doctors. We mean didn't check out what happened to the boss. The ship doctor looked at Paul's fierce eyes and cried. Chapter 107 Comatose. Then you didn't tell me sooner. Paul threw the doctor on the deck. Then immediately came to Elena. Sister-in-law. Boss is fine. It's just that I'm out of strength, just rest for a few days. Paul whispered to Elena. After hearing Paul's words, Irina felt much better about the sadness in her heart. Let Charlotte wake up as soon as possible. Ileana's eyes were red and she didn't know what to do, and she became confused for a while. After all, she is only 19 years old, and what she has experienced has no experience in this regard. After hearing Elena's words, Paul walked away silently. Hurry up and carry the boss into the captain's cabin. Seeing that Charlotte was still lying on the cold deck, Paul couldn't help being furious. These people have no eyesight at all. Yes, yes, yes. A group of people hurriedly carried Charlotte inside. Bastard, lighten your movements. Seeing how clumsy they were, Paul couldn't help being furious. At this time, Paul realized why the boss had so many maids. These men are all clumsy, how can the boss's enjoyment-loving temperament bear it? Elena also led the little girl and followed quickly. He lifted Charlotte directly onto the bed. Sister-in-law. Help the boss clean up the wound. We'll go out first. Just tell me what you want. Paul respectfully said to Elena. Then he walked out with everyone. Elena and the little girl were left alone to take care of Charlotte. Elena kept wiping the blood on Charlotte's face with a wet towel. After wiping it clean again, Ileana covered her small mouth and looked at Charlotte's face full of scars. She couldn't see her former style anymore. Resisting the urge to cry, he took off the tattered clothes on Charlotte little by little. Carefully wiped Charlotte's body. The little girl at the side also silently clapped her hands, and kept changing with basins of clean water. For Elena to clean the wound. After a while, Charlotte became much cleaner. But still comatose. Looking at the wounded Charlotte, Elena could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart. Whoa. Elena held Charlotte's arm and wept. The cries could be heard throughout the ship. Paul and Isaac, who had been standing outside the door, also lowered their heads with heavy faces. Generally, the 2 would choose to smoke when they were upset, but after knowing that Irina was pregnant, Charlotte issued an order for all crew members not to smoke. This order also caused many people to complain behind their backs, but they really didn't dare to smoke on the boat, especially when Elena was by her side. At this moment, Paul and Isaac really wanted to take a puff of cigarettes to relieve their irritability. At this moment the navigator came over. Captain Paul, Captain Isaac, shall we go to Fishman Island or directly enter the New World? The navigator looked at the 2 and asked. Charlotte was in a coma, Irina had no idea, and only Paul and Isaac were in charge of the ship. Between Paul and Isaac, Paul's opinion has always been listened to. Then Paul took a deep breath. After all, the Fishman Island is too close to the Chambord Islands. I said that the last time I entered the Fishman Island was not so friendly. Now the boss is in a coma. Going to the Fishman Island at this time may be retaliated by them. Let's just go back to the New World. Paul looked at Isaac and said. Isaac also nodded and agreed with Paul. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, the navigator immediately went to take the helm. Travel across Murloc Island above Murloc Island into a new world. And Charlotte was still in a coma, but his injuries were recovering rapidly. Those simple wounds have healed. The deeper wounds have also healed. Most of the bruised nose and swollen face have disappeared. You can already see people. Elena has been sitting by the bed and taking care of Charlotte for 3 days. For the past 3 days, Irina sat by the bed and looked at Charlotte every day. Feed him and wipe his body. He also noticed Charlotte's recovery speed. Although surprised, she didn't think much about it. It's better to recover sooner. And head overboard. Get ready to go up. You've basically left the Navy's sphere of influence. Paul said to the navigator. In the past 3 days, in order not to run into the Navy, he sailed in the sea for 3 days. This is extremely dangerous. You must know that there are a lot of Neptunes in the sea. If you don't pay attention, the ship will crash and people will die, and their boss is still in a coma, but they will be lost. Yes. The navigator immediately directed the crew to ascend. After 3 days, I saw the sun again. After the ship floated at sea, the coating on the ship was also broken. Looking at the endless sea. Paul's heart also slowly let go. How long will it take to get to the next island? We are running out of supplies. Paul looked at the navigator and asked. After hearing Paul's words, the navigator immediately took out a chart from the side. Start looking for your own position, plus record the positioning of the pointer. He had probably found his place. The captain is only 1 island away from the next island that can be replenished, and it is called Jaltsburg, the Kingdom of Endless Wars. The navigator looked at the islands connected one after another on the chart and said. Paul looked in the direction of the navigator's finger. He knows this place where wars are endless, and this island is famous even in the New World. But he's never heard of it. But after seeing the islands on the sea chart, the corners of Paul's mouth couldn't help twitching. There are 5 or 6 kingdoms in such a big place, no wonder it is called the Kingdom of Endless Wars. After looking around, Paul began to give orders after seeing that this was indeed the only place where supplies could be replenished. Go. Jaltsburg. Following Paul's order, all crew members moved. They all changed course and headed towards Jaltsburg. Looking at the calm sea. Paul couldn't help frowning, hoping that nothing would happen. Besides, boss, when will you wake up? It's been 3 days. Helplessly sighed. Isaac next to him couldn't help but patted Paul on the shoulder when he saw it. Don't put too much pressure on you. Boss probably wakes up in 2 days. You will be relieved. Isaac comforts Paul. He has seen Paul's performance in the past 3 days, and he directed everything on the ship in an orderly manner. It won't make the crew in a hurry and have no direction. Listening to Isaac's comfort, Paul also felt better. I can only hope that the boss will wake up soon. Chapter 108 Paris. Captain indoors. Elena wiped Charlotte's body as usual. Today's Charlotte can't see any injuries. The original wound on the body has now grown new flesh, just like the skin of a baby. This surprised Elena too. She felt that Charlotte was not an ordinary person. After suffering such injuries, could ordinary people recover so quickly? And Charlotte just lay on the bed for 3 days, the injuries on her body have recovered, and there is no scar on her body at all, not even a trace. Charlotte. When will you wake up? Elena held Charlotte's hand and said worriedly. Sister. Don't worry. The ship's doctor has already said that the captain's injuries have healed and he may wake up at any time. Don't worry, be careful if you move your fetus. The little girl beside Elena looked at Elena's sad expression and comforted her. Pan ice. I will be careful, you don't have to worry. Ileana looked at the little girl who was rescued by herself and said softly. In the past 3 days, Elena has been taking care of Charlotte, while Panis has been taking care of Elena. After 3 days of getting along, Irina also knew the name of this little girl. At first the little girl didn't speak, and Elena thought the little girl was born dumb, but one night, Elena was still taking care of Charlotte. Panis reminded Elena that it was time to go to bed. It was only then that Elena discovered that Panis was not dumb. Because she was worried about Charlotte, Elena couldn't sleep, so she kept chatting with Panis. Chatting about her name, where she was born, whether there is anyone in the family, and how she was caught. After understanding, Elena found that the little girl's life was very bitter. She didn't know who her father was when she was born, and she was brought up by her mother, but when she was 4 years old, her mother was taken by a nobleman, and after taking her away, she never saw her again. Her mother died. Begging with the people in the town, maybe seeing her pitiful, many townspeople who knew her helped her one after another. Let her barely eat enough to prevent her from starving to death. But this situation continued until she was 10 years old. A group of pirates went ashore and almost robbed the villagers of the entire town in order to rob the treasure. But seeing the robbery doesn't make much sense. These pirates have the idea of selling slaves. Almost all the children in the town were taken onto the boat by the pirates, and after changing hands several times, she was sent to the auction house in Chambord, where she was treated as goods. If she hadn't been rescued by Charlotte, one can imagine her miserable life in the future. After hearing what happened to Panis, Irina held her and cried for a long time. He also recognized Panis as his younger sister in front of Panis. This warmed Panis's cold heart a little. The attitude towards Elena has also become better. I started to care about this. I just met my sister. Sister, please eat something. Panis said while holding a plate of freshly prepared barbecue. In order to take care of Charlotte, Ileana fed Charlotte rice porridge every day, and she only ate a bite or two to cope with it. Panis saw this and felt pain in her heart. After seeing Panis' kindness, Elena also nodded. Then she stood up, probably because she had been sitting for too long. She was still a little unsteady when she stood up abruptly. After seeing this, Panis hurriedly helped Elena to stand firm. Helped Elena to the dining table. Panis opened the dinner plate, and the grilled meat on the plate exuded a tempting aroma. This made Ileana spread her index finger and her stomach protested. Gollum. Suddenly a grunt sounded. Ileana raised her head suddenly. The voice was definitely not made by herself, nor was it made by Panis beside her. Then there is only one person. Elena quickly turned around and looked at Charlotte lying on the bed. Gollum. There was another voice, and now Elena was sure it was Charlotte's voice. Charlotte. Charlotte. Elena yelled at Charlotte on the bed, regardless of the tempting food on the table. After Charlotte smelled the aroma, her stomach immediately protested. Meat. 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 Charlotte whispered unconsciously. The mouth kept shouting meat. This made Ileana stunned, and Panis, who was next to her, was also slightly stunned. Then Elena hurriedly brought over the plate on the table. When she came to Charlotte's bed, Elena didn't move yet. Charlotte stood up suddenly, snatched the dinner plate from Elena's hand in an instant, and ate the barbecue meat on it. Meat. Meat. I want more meat. Charlotte closed her eyes and murmured. And Elena was taken aback for a moment, and then her cheeks blushed. Because Charlotte had no clothes on at all. Panis even lowered her head, not daring to look at Charlotte. But Elena reacted quickly. Quick! Let the kitchen bring up all the barbecue. Elena shouted to Panis, who lowered her head. Panis also quickly trotted out and hurried to the kitchen. Said what just happened. This caused the two people in the kitchen to look at each other, but they followed the instructions and started to cook the barbecue. After a while, the small body of Panis picked up the 2 barbecue wine glasses and ran to the captain's cabin. Sister. Sister. The meat is here. Panis said while running. And Ileana wanted to continue after hearing the voice, but Charlotte was faster than her, and came to Panis in a dodge, picked up 2 dinner plates and poured them into her mouth. 2 pieces of flesh the size of a palm were instantly swallowed by Charlotte. It propped up a big bag, but it returned to normal after a while, and white steam was rising from Charlotte's body. Then Charlotte opened her eyes. Look at Paris. Meat. Is there any more meat? Charlotte's reaction startled Panis. Panis stood in front of Charlotte with her head down, not daring to look at her, and there were tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Elena hurried to Charlotte. Charlotte. Why are you crazy? Talk well when you wake up. Elena came to Charlotte and said. After hearing what Elena said, Charlotte slowly recovered. Looking at Elena in front of her. Elena. Looking at Elena in front of her, Charlotte immediately picked her up when she was excited. What are you doing? Let me down quickly, where else is there? Why are you so crazy when you wake up? Ileana was stunned by Charlotte's hug, but then she felt ashamed and beat Charlotte with her hands, asking him to let her down. Simply Charlotte did not lose her mind. He just hugged her and didn't make too many movements. I'm hungry. Charlotte looked at Elena eagerly and said. Hungry? Then let the kitchen do it. Elena was taken aback seeing Charlotte's silly look, but then pulled Charlotte towards the kitchen. Boss. I met many crew members along the way, and after seeing Charlotte, they all cried out in surprise. Chapter 109 Jartsburg. Charlotte just nodded hurriedly and walked towards the kitchen. Didn't care about them. But after seeing their boss recovering as before, these crew members ran to the deck one after another. Captain. Captain. Boss is awake. Boss is awake. For a while, the whole ship became lively. Paul and Isaac, who were still patrolling on the deck, immediately ran to the cabin to see their boss. Where is the boss? When I ran to the captain's cabin, it turned out to be empty. Boss has gone to the kitchen. A man said to Paul after passing by. Damn it. Why didn't you say it earlier? Paul and Isaac couldn't help cursing, and then ran towards the kitchen. How do I know? You are looking for the boss. I don't know why. After muttering something, he continued to clean the deck. Boss. Are you okay? Paul was one step faster than Isaac, rushed to the kitchen and cried to Charlotte. Charlotte held the freshly made barbecue in one hand and ate the bread in the other, taking a look at Paul in time. Get out. I'm not dead. Why are you crying? Don't disturb my meal. After swearing at Paul, Charlotte continued to eat what she was holding. After hearing what Charlotte said, Paul also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Charlotte's scolding at all, and he was used to it. Hey. Boss, you've been in a coma for 3 days. You scared me to death. You don't know that you didn't even have a human figure when you saw it. My sister-in-law cried for a long time after seeing it. Paul walked to Charlotte with a smile and said. After hearing the mention of Elena, Charlotte glanced at Elena. Elena, on the other hand, glared at Paul, telling him not to talk nonsense. And Paul just scratched his head hey and shut up. Charlotte looked at Elena, and the movement of her hand stopped. You cried for me? Charlotte looked at Elena and asked. No. Elena shook her head curtly. Really? Charlotte continued to look into Elena's eyes and asked. He could see traces of fatigue and redness in Elena's eyes, obviously she had cried, but she was too embarrassed to say it. No. Who will cry for you, fool? Elena said, holding back tears. After hearing this, Charlotte didn't ask any more questions. Elena might become angry if she asked again. At that time, the unlucky one is still himself. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Charlotte had been eating for 2 hours straight, and the chef's spatula was about to smoke. Finally, after Charlotte ate 8% full, it ended. Then he got up and stretched lazily. Clap, clap, clap. Charlotte's body exploded with a crackling sound of bones. This is obviously the result of his long inactivity. After stretching, Charlotte led everyone out of the cabin. It's actually near the Kingdom of Endless Wars. Charlotte said in disbelief. While Charlotte was eating, Paul and Isaac had been by his side reporting on the situation for the past 3 days. What happened along the way, and Carter's phone call before, and finally said that he will soon land in the Kingdom of Endless War. Charlotte listened carefully. After hearing Carter's words, Charlotte's eyes shrank. Has the countdown to the Battle of the Valley of the Gods started? This made Charlotte feel excited, apprehensive, and even a little bit of anticipation. Words are not enough to explain. Charlotte didn't pay attention to what the Golden Lion said. Walking to the deck, the sun shone on her body, making Charlotte feel good. He has no emotions about his own defeat. It's still too early for me to fight Admiral Cyborg Kong, and my strength and arrogance have not yet reached their peak. In this battle, Charlotte has already understood her own shortcomings, which are speed and strength. Especially in close combat, he couldn't keep up with the combat rhythm of the sky. It was suppressed by the sky from the beginning, and there was no way to counterattack. Even though his knowledge and arrogance had already warned him, it was difficult to keep up with the speed. This left Charlotte with nothing to do. I didn't have any temper after being beaten. In particular, the opponent is the most top-notch regardless of whether he is armed or domineering. It can be said that all aspects are pressing themselves to fight. I can persist for a day, thanks to my powerful recovery and swordsmanship. It is completely incomparable with the previous Zifa. Before fighting Zifa, I can still rely on my knowledge and arrogance to fight Zifa with speed, although the moisture is a bit too much. But it was still a draw. Oh. I still need to practice more. Looking at the endless sea, Charlotte murmured. Thinking of Locks who forced the Navy out of the New World, how strong he would be. Charlotte didn't think about it anymore. Sooner or later, she would be able to stand on the top of the world like them. Charlotte has never lost the spirit of not admitting defeat. Losing is not terrible, the terrible thing is that you can't stand up after losing once, that's terrible. In the world of One Piece, how many strong people are defeated because they can't stand up and lose confidence? Such people are sad, they are destined to be eliminated by the world. Charlotte shook her head, why think so much, what does this have to do with me, I don't want to. How long will it take to reach the destination? Charlotte stood by the rudder and asked the navigator. Boss. It's probably only 1 or 2 hours away. The navigator carefully studied the chart and said. Charlotte also looked at the island pointed out by the navigator on the chart with great interest. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. There are actually 5 or 6 kingdoms on the palm-sized island. No wonder there is the name of Endless War. Where are we going to log in? Charlotte looked at the chart and asked. It's a place called Jartsburg, and it's the only deep-water port that can berth for every passing merchant ship. As a navigator, he obviously collected all the information. Jartsburg? Charlotte didn't understand why there was a sense of familiarity after hearing this name, but he quickly thought that there is a very famous person here in the Kingdom of Endless Wars in later generations. Devil's Descendant by Douglas Barrett. This one was arrested by the Navy's demon-killing order plus Vice Admiral Garp and the future General Sengoku. This is also a very explosive existence in the world of One Piece. Those who can be dealt with by these two people together seem to be the treatment that the Golden Lion only encountered in the Navy headquarters. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help becoming a little interested in Douglas Barrett, and wanted to take him under his command. And counting the time, Barrett seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old at this time, so it was very difficult to tame him. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but get excited. Barrett. If he grows up, he will definitely become a great help to him, with absolute imperial strength. Chapter 110 Douglas Barrett. Charlotte recalls the introduction to Barrett in One Piece. Douglas Barrett, known as the heir of the devil and the hero known as the successor of the ghost. In Barrett's childhood army, all the juvenile soldiers were called bullets and were numbered, and he was number 9. The commander's name is Douglas, so he is called the 9th bullet of Douglas's army, which is the origin of Douglas Barrett's name. Barrett was a soldier in the past, and went to the battlefield at a young age. He was extremely powerful and was hailed as a hero by everyone. Later, because of the kingdom's betrayal, Barrett went into exile overseas. After meeting Roger and boarding his ship, he was active in that era as a precious combat power. At that time, he was comparable to the deputy captain, Rayleigh, but Barrett was not proud, but strengthened his training. Its super strength even approached One Piece infinitely. It is so powerful that even the companions of the Roger pirates call it a monster. But after Roger fell ill, he was hit hard. After the execution of Gold Roger, Barrett went astray and became paranoid. He frantically destroyed islands in the New World and turned the sea upside down until he was arrested by Vice Admiral Garp Sengoku, who led the Navy to kill demons. In the end, he was taken into custody to Advanced City Level 6. Later, he escaped from prison in the commotion caused by Blackbeard, and after escaping from prison, he was called the worst prison escaper in history. After coming out, he combined with Festa and attacked the Pirate Expo. Barrett only believed in his own strength, and from childhood to later, he only pursued strength. Write all your emotions on your face. It is believed that weak people cannot survive in the sea. He has been betrayed one after another, making him unable to trust anyone anymore, so as long as he becomes the strongest, he doesn't need to rely on anyone. I only believe in my own strength, thinking that I can surpass everything and get everything by myself. Moreover, Barrett grew up in the army since he was a child, and his combat ability is very strong, and the big prison, I don't forget the daily high-intensity basic training. No matter the strength, speed, skill, or physical strength are impeccable. Possess a Superman combined fruit. The ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit can fuse the inorganic matter it touches with its own body, and not only can it fuse with the body, it can also combine inorganic substances and rearrange them to create new weapons. For example, you can create submarines or weapons from scrap metal and rubble. Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, used this ability to create inexhaustible weapons. Moreover, he is one of the few people with the Fruit Awakening ability. The ability to combine fruit can be used in a fairly large range, involving all surrounding areas. Therefore, he can collect a large amount of weapons and rubble, and even in an environment where materials are scarce, he can use the ability of the combined fruit to create unlimited weapons. Create weapons of unimaginable size or armor that can wrap itself. It can be said that Barrett has been very sad all his life, which makes him want Charlotte to change his miserable life even more. Alright, Charlotte is longing for the power that Barrett possesses. Such a powerful force can definitely help him a lot in the future. 7 or 8-year-old Barrett, Charlotte is still very confident that he can fool him into the boat. For his future, Charlotte also believes that he can change. As long as he hasn't experienced those pains and betrayals, Barrett will definitely be his biggest help. Even Charlotte already has a plan in mind. After all, Barrett is an orphan, and he might be able to bind him with family affection. This is what inspired Charlotte when Irina told him that she had accepted Paris as her younger sister. He can also accept Barrett as his younger brother, or let him be his deputy captain. Thinking of this, Charlotte is more eager for Barrett. Sit on the bow and look ahead. Seeing his boss sitting on the bow of the boat giggling, although he didn't know what he was laughing at, it was definitely not a good thing. Paul and Isaac looked at each other, shook their heads, and then stopped thinking about these messy things. More than an hour later, Charlotte sat on the bow and looked at the black spot ahead, and stood up instantly. Arrived. Known as a place where wars never end. The ship has not landed yet. Charlotte couldn't bear the excitement in her heart anymore, and jumped over directly. Who? Charlotte's actions instantly startled the kingdom soldiers guarding the pier, and immediately surrounded Charlotte with weapons. Charlotte frowned slightly as she looked at the people holding various weapons around her. When I just wanted to do something. Not good. It's a pirate. One of the captains at the head seemed to recognize Charlotte, and shouted. This made Charlotte frown and recognized herself. But before Charlotte could do anything, the captain threw his weapon and ran away immediately. The other soldiers were also in a daze, but seeing that the captain had run away, why not run away? After a while, more than a dozen soldiers who surrounded him fled one after another. After seeing it, Charlotte shook her head, and stopped thinking about these trivial matters. I still have confidence in my reputation. As one of the few big pirates in the sea, especially in the New World, it is normal to know yourself. Boss. More than 20 people on board stepped off the boat one after another, and among them, Irina also pulled Panis off the boat. Leave some people to guard the ship, and the rest to prepare some supplies. Elena and I will walk around the island. Signal if something happens. Charlotte ordered everyone in an orderly manner. Yes. Boss. Everyone said in unison. Charlotte nodded and then led Elena towards the center of the island. Elena just wanted to resist, but was stopped by Charlotte's eyes. Then they held Elena's hand, and the two walked towards the island together. Parrish followed behind the two of them in small steps. And Paul and Isaac took a look. I'll stay and guard the boat. Isaac said proactively. Paul nodded, and took a dozen crew members to the market town on the island. It's not good. It's not good. The great swordsman with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, the bloody swordsman, the pirate Charlotte, has invaded. The team leader who ran away before ran all the way to a large military camp and shouted. Douglas. What did you just say? The pirate Charlotte who escaped from the admiral in the Chambord Islands, how did he come here? A general was patrolling the barracks when he heard a small captain running in panic. He wanted to yell at him but immediately became nervous after hearing his words. Chapter 111 General Twain. Thanks to the hundreds of years of propaganda by the world government, the admiral's horror has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and Charlotte can escape from the admiral's hands, so his strength must not be underestimated. Yes, General. I have seen it with my own eyes, and I have landed on the island now. The team leader named Douglas reported. The general pondered after hearing Douglas' affirmation. This kind of powerhouse is definitely not something their kingdom and army can afford to provoke, so there must be no conflict. Thinking of the general making up his mind. Go. Accompany me to meet this world-renowned great pirate. The general made up his mind. As a general he never lacked courage. What? Douglas was stunned for a moment after hearing what his general said, but then he spoke hastily. General. That's a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. What if? What if he has something bad to say about our island? After hearing Douglas' cautious tone, the general gave him a blank look. Even if he has bad news, what can you do? The general looked down at Douglas and said. This. Douglas was speechless. That's right, if the big pirate who offered a bounty of 1 billion has feelings for them, what can he do? Just wait to die. Thinking of this, Douglas also looked at the general with firm eyes. The general nodded in satisfaction after seeing Douglas' performance. Go. Take me to meet the strong man who knows this sea. The general took the lead, without guards, and only Douglas was beside him. He was afraid that bringing the guards would arouse Charlotte's resentment. And after Charlotte took Elena into the town. The first feeling that this small town gave Charlotte was silence. Even though there were many people doing business there, it was still very quiet. Walking on this quiet street, Charlotte only felt a little creepy, and felt that the people around her were not popular at all. Charlotte. Looking at the scene around her, Elena couldn't help leaning closer to Charlotte. Elena. Have you noticed? The sellers here are basically old people, women, and men, and even children rarely appear. Charlotte whispered in Elena's ear as she walked. After hearing Charlotte's observation, Elena also hurriedly looked around. It was indeed found that there were basically old and weak women and children around, not even an adult man. There were no children on the street either. How is this going? Elena looked at Charlotte puzzled. There are 5 or 6 kingdoms existing in this place at the same time. Wars break out in these kingdoms almost every day, so there is a kingdom called Endless War. Adult men are recruited by the kingdom as soldiers. Even children will trained by them to be soldiers. You must know that a bullet fired by a child is as lethal as a bullet fired by an adult man. Charlotte said and looked around, checking to see if the person she was looking for was here. Well. After hearing what Charlotte said, Elena couldn't help covering her mouth. Don't let yourself be surprised. You mean the men and the kids here are being drafted? Elena asked in a low voice. Charlotte nodded. This is too cruel. Elena, who has never been out of the island or felt despair in her life, has seen too many things that shattered her 3 views in the past few months following Charlotte. But at this time he was still shocked. Why? Is it because of the land? Or something else? Why are you unwilling to live in peace? Elena looked at Charlotte puzzled. But Charlotte just shrugged. I don't know why. It may be because of interests, or someone is provoking it behind the scenes, or other reasons. In short, there are many reasons. Charlotte spread her hands and said. Then he felt the sudden silence of the people around him, which made Charlotte look in one direction instantly. At the end of the street, a middle-aged man in a black military uniform was wearing a military cap and a young man was walking towards him. That young man was the captain who had stopped him at the port before, and he recognized him. After the general walked onto the street, the sound of knocking on the street disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at the general in fear. But what Charlotte can really see in the eyes of these people is not only fear, but also hatred. Charlotte calmly pulled Irina and Panis, who were following, to her side, and looked at the visitor with raised eyebrows. The general came before and behind Charlotte, and immediately gave Charlotte a noble salute. Dear Mr. Charlotte welcomes you to our Jartsburg with your wife. Jartsburg welcomes you. I am the garrison general of this island, Don Sitney. You can call me General Twain. Listening to the self-introduction of the general in front of him, Charlotte nodded. It is estimated that the reason why he came was because he was afraid that he would destroy the island. Seeing that Charlotte didn't seem to be impatient, the general named Tang An also heaved a sigh of relief. He is most afraid of encountering those pirates who are self-righteous and don't talk to anyone. This kind of pirates often do things according to their own preferences, and they can't figure out the other party's mind. I don't know how Mr. Charlotte came to our Joldsburg. Tang An did not continue to be polite, but went straight to the point. As a general, the polite words just now are the most words he can say. Charlotte frowned. What? Why should I report to you? Charlotte looked at Tang An and said. Tang An's brows kept twitching, making him feel like he would die at any moment. Suppressing the panic in his heart, there was a hint of a smile on his face. Don't dare. Please forgive me for being curious. I was the one who was abrupt. Tang An bent down again to apologize, and Douglas beside him also hurriedly followed behind him. That's all. I came here just to replenish supplies and rest for a few days. You don't need to worry about us. If no one here messes with us, nothing will happen here. Charlotte waved her hand and looked at Tang An and said. After Tang An heard these words, he cursed secretly in his heart. If you don't mess with you, nothing will happen. Is this threatening them? All right, even if it is a threat, he can only suffer. Who made him unable to resist? Don't worry. Everything here will make you feel satisfied, and there won't be any Xiao Xiao who will make trouble here. Although in my heart I sell it, but the surface is still smiling. Charlotte just nodded. Then he seemed to think of something. Looking at Tang En. I have one thing I need you to cooperate with, can you? Of course, no problem. I would like to serve you. Tang En Xiang said with a smile on his face, thinking about it. Chapter 112 Finding Barrett. Tang En didn't even think about it, that is, he agreed without even listening to what Charlotte said. Charlotte was taken aback by being so straightforward, but then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Good. I just like your crisp and neat handling of things. Charlotte just praised Tang En. Tang En also forced himself to smile with his usually serious face. Although it is a bit ugly, Charlotte doesn't care about it. Tang En couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. Even if the old man disagrees, can you let the old man go? Do you have a captain named Douglas? Charlotte got straight to the point, looked at Tang En and asked. As for Charlotte's words, before Tang En could react, the captain named Douglas next to him was in a cold sweat. Why did he ask this, called the captain of Douglas, isn't the whole barracks himself? Could it be that he offended him? For a moment, cold sweat covered Lin Lin's forehead and back. Douglas? Tang En muttered something in his mouth, and then he opened his eyes wide, looking at the young man beside him. And Tang En's abnormal movement was caught by Charlotte in an instant. He absolutely knows. Tang En looked at the team leader beside him, and couldn't help but think in his heart. Did he offend Charlotte? Otherwise, why would he ask himself about Douglas? Isn't he the captain named Douglas next to him? If he offended Charlotte, he would not be merciful. Mr. Charlotte. Isn't this a coincidence? The Captain Douglas you are looking for is the one next to me. Tang En couldn't help but pull Douglas in front of him and put him in front of Charlotte. Charlotte looked at this trembling man with an extremely nervous expression, and was slightly taken aback. What a fate, I didn't expect that he was Douglas, and it really didn't take much effort. If you want to find Barrett, you just search without a goal, even if you search for a year, you may not have a clue. But if you find the captain of Douglas, then everything will be simple. You must know that when he was a child, Barrett was dragged into the Boy Scouts by a captain named Douglas as a death squad. As long as he was found, everything would be easy. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but smile and looked at Captain Douglas. Captain Douglas heard you had a Boy Scout under you, didn't you? Charlotte looked at Douglas and asked. Douglas, who was originally nervous, froze slightly after hearing Charlotte's inexplicable words. But then he nodded subconsciously, because the Boy Scouts in the army are not particularly shameful things, and many captains and generals secretly train these Boy Scouts for their own use. After all, although these Boy Scouts are young, as long as they are given a gun, they can still kill a grown man. Moreover, these Boy Scouts can also produce unexpected results on the battlefield, and they can also serve as death squads to break through a gap for the large army. I want to find someone. It might be in your Boy Scouts, let me go and see. Charlotte stared at Douglas and said. There was a tone of no rejection in his eyes. This made Douglas, who was just about to prevaricate, choke. It was General Twain who reacted quickly enough and immediately agreed for Douglas. Of course, no problem. We can go and see anytime. Tang En said and winked at Douglas. It also made Douglas react, but then he was in a cold sweat. I actually want to refuse, I have lost my mind and gone crazy. My lord. Please follow me. Douglas said to Charlotte. Then, under the eyes of the four of them, they led the way ahead. Charlotte's heart is quite disturbed. Barrett, your future help, you can't escape my palm. The more I thought about Charlotte, the more I became excited, and even Irina, who had been holding Charlotte's arm, felt it. I can't help but feel a little strange. What happened to Charlotte is a bit abnormal. Although it was a bit strange, Elena didn't ask any more questions, and followed Charlotte quietly. The five walked out of the street and into the depths of Jaltsburg. There are no townhouses here, only a series of military camps. All the soldiers are doing basic training in an orderly manner. Charlotte looked around as she walked. Tang En next to him was quite proud to introduce it to Charlotte. These are soldiers under my command, and they are also the elite of the kingdom. Almost every soldier here is an elite who survived fighting on the battlefield. After listening to Tang En's words, Charlotte could also feel that there was indeed a faint murderous aura on these people, and each of these murderous auras was different from each other. But what is certain is that these people have killed people. Not bad. As expected of a country with endless wars. Charlotte nodded lightly. These soldiers are really good, and they basically look like elite sailors from the Navy headquarters. After hearing Charlotte's praise, Tang En also came up with a smile. He can be proud of the praise that can make a world famous, even if this person is a fearsome pirate. However, Tang En also got in touch during this time, and found that Charlotte was not as vicious and cruel as the Navy described. It is estimated that this is another deliberate discrediting of Charlotte by those Navy. Along the way, Elena finally saw where the men and children in this place had gone. Almost all of them are in this giant military camp. This made Elena a little disgusted when she looked at General Tang En. Looking at these soldiers, everyone either looked numb or looked at everyone with a cruel face, and the destruction in their eyes was terrifying. The same is true for those children. The expressions of these children are divided into two extremes. One is numb and the other is crazy. This is disdain for death. Charlotte was also frowning. He felt his arms being held tightly and looked at Elena's expression. Can't help but sigh. Elena is still too kind, but kindness is good. Passing through the barracks, because General Tang En was there, he didn't meet anyone who stepped forward to check him along the way. Tang En's face is the passport of the entire barracks. Soon, the three of Charlotte were taken to their camp by Douglas. My lord, wait a moment. I'm going to gather the Boy Scouts under my command. Douglas led Charlotte to an open spot and said on the stage. Charlotte nodded, standing on this high platform and looking at everything around her. Except for some adult male soldiers, there are almost all children here, and at a glance, there are more children than soldiers. Moreover, these children seem to be about 90 years old, accounting for more than half of the entire barracks. But Charlotte didn't see Barrett's figure. Chapter 113. Your name is Barrett. Phew. A hurried whistle sounded in Charlotte's ear. Douglas blew the assembly whistle in his mouth. The whistle sounded quickly throughout the battalion. After hearing the whistle, all soldiers gathered in the playground within 5 minutes no matter what they were doing. Charlotte looked at the rows of soldiers in front of her standing in front of her holding weapons with their heads held high. Line up in front of yourself in a square formation. This can't help but make Charlotte full of admiration for Douglas, the captain. Regardless of his future reputation, but in this way of training soldiers, no one can do it. Look at these piles of phalanxes. The difference is clear. One column is juvenile soldiers and the other column is adult soldiers. This is very well scored and recognizable at a glance. Charlotte put her eyes on the pair of teenagers. At a glance, he saw the figure standing out from the crowd standing among the teenagers. In the youth camp, it is generally less than 1.5 meters in the queue. There is an immature boy with a height of nearly 2 meters standing in the queue, which can be seen at a glance. Charlotte looked at him unabashedly. And the boy also seemed to feel something and looked up at Charlotte. Looking at each other, Charlotte was sure that this was the Douglas Barrett he was looking for. And Barrett may not be called Barrett now, but a code name, and the bullet soldier is also looking at Charlotte with piercing eyes. The momentum on his body also looked at Charlotte without showing any weakness. This made Charlotte smile. He beckoned to Captain Douglas, who was underground, and motioned him to come up. He's the one I'm looking for. Bring him here, Charlotte said in an undeniable voice. Douglas followed Charlotte's finger and saw at once who he was referring to. After seeing that figure, Douglas frowned instantly. What? Can't you? Charlotte noticed his displeasure and asked. No. Bring him here. Tang En at the side immediately patted Douglas, who was in a daze, and gestured with his eyes. Douglas looked at Charlotte and stepped off the stage. Come to Barrett. No, bullets out. Douglas snapped. Yes, sir. An obviously immature voice sounded, but that immature voice did not match his height of nearly 2 meters at all. The others disband. Douglas ordered to the other soldiers again. Yes. Everyone dispersed in an orderly manner. No one has any comments. Follow me. Douglas looked at Bullet and said. Then strode forward. The 2-meter-tall bullet soldier followed behind him. He was taller than Douglas. After taking the stage, Douglas came to Charlotte. My lord. The person you want has been brought. Douglas was quite helpless when he said this. For the bullet soldier, he trained him as a confidant. He knew very well that this child had terrifying power, and as long as he grew up, he would definitely become his greatest arm. Unfortunately, all of this disappeared after Charlotte arrived. Charlotte ignored Douglas, he didn't even look at him, and kept looking at the burly boy in front of him. How old are you? Charlotte looked at the person in front of her and asked. The bullet soldier looked at the person taller than him asking himself, and couldn't help but look at his Captain Douglas. And this move made Charlotte frown. General Tang En, who had been observing Charlotte's expression, immediately yelled at the young soldier. Soldiers answer questions. And the bullet soldier returned subconsciously in an instant. Report, sir. 8 years old this year. After saying this number, everyone except Charlotte and Douglas who adopted the boy couldn't believe it. An 8-year-old, the height is nearly 2 meters tall, how is this possible? When Tang En was about to say something, he was interrupted by Charlotte waving his hand. Charlotte looked at the 8-year-old child with a smile. Would you like to follow me? Charlotte has an olive branch for the 8-year-old. And these words instantly lifted the spirits of Tang En and Douglas beside him. Even Elena looked at Charlotte in surprise. And the 8-year-old was also slightly taken aback. I didn't expect the person in front of me who was a head taller than me to ask such a question, and I was stunned for a moment. But General Tang En reacted very quickly. Soldiers obey orders. Tang En said to the bullet soldier. Yes. The 8-year-old boy subconsciously stood at attention and said. Charlotte glanced at Tang En, but didn't say anything, but felt that this was the best way. Otherwise, it would take a lot of talking to make this 8-year-old boy follow him willingly, so simple and clear is the best. What's your name? Charlotte asked the child who was called the bullet soldier. The 8-year-old hesitated. Report, sir. I don't have a name, only a code name. My code name is Bullet 9. When he said this, there was no expression on his face, as if he was used to it. Well. How about I give you a name? Charlotte lifted her chin and looked at him and said. Charlotte's words made his unwavering eyes move suddenly, but he didn't speak. Well. Bullet soldier Then it's Barrett. As for the last name? Charlotte pretended to glance at the captain named Douglas. Yes. Just Douglas Barrett. How about it? Charlotte looked down at Barrett and asked. Charlotte actually gave him his future name in advance. As for why, there is no reason, I just think this name sounds better. The name Charlotte gave suddenly made the young man feel a wave of turmoil in his heart. But nothing showed on his face. Thank you, sir, for the name. Number 9 No, it should be Barrett who continued to use the words of the army. Okay. You can follow me from now on. I am a pirate. Following me means that you will also become a pirate in the future, how should I say it? Charlotte looked into Barrett's eyes and said, wanting to see what expression he would have. Sure enough, after Charlotte said these words, Barrett, who had been expressionless all along, changed his expression. The education he received in the army made him have a natural rejection of pirates. But with a stern shout from General Tang En at the side, the smoke disappeared. Why don't you agree? It's your good fortune to follow Lord Charlotte. Tang En's words shocked Barrett's heart. He felt a little confused. However, he agreed immediately on a conditioned reflex. Yes. Swear to follow the adults. Barrett said loudly. Charlotte was very satisfied, and she was also very satisfied with Tang En's performance just now. His perfect assist allowed him to accept this future strongman. Chapter 114 Tang En and #039's Banquet. Night. Charlotte brought the crew, Elena, and the newly recruited Barrett to a huge castle for a banquet. And the host of this banquet was General Tang En. After taking Barrett under his command, Charlotte had nothing to do, and then Tang En proposed to go to his house to entertain Charlotte. For free food and drink, Charlotte of course readily agreed, and brought everyone over without any hesitation. Not even a boatman. Charlotte didn't believe that someone would dare to sneak onto his boat if they knew his identity. The banquet begins. The atmosphere instantly became lively. All of a sudden, they pushed the cups and changed the cups, and everyone became lively. Charlotte also drank with this group of people. Elena sat on the side with Panis and Barrett, drinking fruit juice and watching everyone laughing and laughing. The pregnant Elena Charlotte didn't dare to let her drink. Even Barrett and Paris were given juice or milk by him because they were young. At the banquet, Barrett, who had been living in the barracks, was amazed by the fragrant food, and so did Panis. After seeking Elena's consent, the two started eating with food. Especially Barrett, he didn't stop after eating, and soon he ate up the whole table of food. This involuntarily made Paris on the side say something in a low voice. What a monster! And Barrett's hearing is so keen that he can still hear what Panis said no matter how softly she speaks. Barrett's eating hand stopped involuntarily. After Elena saw this scene, she couldn't help but smile. Panis. Don't be so rude. Barrett, don't worry about her, just keep eating. If it's not enough, let them eat it. Elena said softly. Because of pregnancy, she still has the brilliance of motherhood. This made Barrett, who had been alone for the first 8 years, immediately moved. Then he picked up the food silently and ate silently. There is no longer the wolf-hungry look just now. Elena couldn't help but smile after seeing it. Continue to observe the banquet, rather than observing the banquet, it is better to say that he has been watching Charlotte. The eyes are full of love. This made Barrett, who had been secretly watching Elena, couldn't help but follow her gaze. And that figure is exactly the pirate who named himself today. Elena also felt bored after watching it for a while. Then continued to look at the two little guys. 10-year-old Panis was looking at the magnificent hall around her with curious eyes. And Barrett was still silently eating the food in his hands without stopping, which made Elena a little surprised. Barrett. No matter how much you eat, you'll be fine. Elena looked at Barrett and said softly, with some worry in her tone. But when Barrett heard this beautiful big sister calling him, he immediately put down the food in his hand. No. No. Am I hungry? Barrett lowered his head and said. Huh? Didn't you have enough to eat before? Elena couldn't help asking. Okay. Barrett nodded, hummed softly. Because of his natural talent, Barrett not only has a very tall body, but also eats a lot, almost never eating enough since he was a child. What a poor child. Here. Eat it all. Not enough to tell my sister. Follow us in the future and you will never have to worry about being hungry. Elena looked at Barrett with pity, and then put the food on her table in front of Barrett. Panis also pushed her own food to Barrett's table. Barrett looked at the 2 pairs of food on the table, his eyes suddenly became moist for some reason. This has never happened before, and it makes him feel amazing. Not knowing how to express it, he could only silently eat the food on the table. Ha ha ha. Captain Charlotte is really good at drinking. Tangen couldn't help praising Charlotte as he watched Charlotte finish blowing a whole bottle in one go. Ha 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 ha. What is this? I'm a person who can drink for a whole day and night. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte looked at everyone looking over without any hesitation. Captain Charlotte is worthy of being a world-renowned big shot, I admire him. A group of people were flattering Charlotte. And Charlotte took it unceremoniously, looking at everyone happily. Come on. Drinking. If you don't get drunk, you won't return. Charlotte held up the bottle and said. Drink. Long live the boss. Captain Charlotte is proud. The hall was full of flattery. This made Charlotte very useful. After drinking for a while, Charlotte was still awake and shook her head, looked in the direction of the 3 of Elena. Excuse me. I'll go there first. Charlotte said to the people around her, and then walked towards Elena. Coming to Elena's side, the smell of alcohol filled her whole body. This made Irina, who asked, frowned. Why are you here? You smell of alcohol. Elena said rather disgustedly. After Charlotte heard Elena's words, she smelled the smell of alcohol on her body. I'm here to see you. Is everything ready to eat? Charlotte looked at Elena, Panis and Barrett. As a result, there was a meal at Barrett's table, while Elena and Paris had a few bottles of juice and milk at their table. This made Charlotte frowned. Instead of blaming Barrett, he was blaming these maids. Why didn't you serve my wife? Charlotte couldn't help but look at the maid who was serving them. Charlotte's words made these maids tremble with fear. Elena rolled her eyes. I didn't let them eat it. I'm full. Why do I eat so much? Is it a waste? Seeing Ileana's strange look, Charlotte smiled and said nothing. Barrett. How's it going? Did you enjoy your meal? Charlotte patted Barrett on the shoulder and asked. This action made Barrett pause, and then nodded stiffly. Ha 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 ha. Just eat happily. Charlotte patted Barrett's burly shoulder again. Look at you. Don't scare people. What a drunken madness. Elena quickly pulled Charlotte over so that she wouldn't disturb Barrett. Am I scary? Charlotte turned to Elena and asked. You don't know if you scare people or not. A big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Elena looked at Charlotte speechlessly and said. And Elena's words made Barrett, who was eating at the side, pause. At the age of 8, he already understood what a bounty is and the concept of a reward of 1 billion, so he couldn't help but look up at his future captain. Ha ha ha. What a billion, that's not imposed on me by the Navy. My strength is more than a billion. Thinking that the bounty of that guy, Patrick Redfield, the Red Earl, had climbed to his own head, Charlotte couldn't help feeling angry. Chapter 115 Charlotte and hashtag 039's condition. But it was followed by confidence in one's own strength. Elena rolled her eyes. Yes, yes, yes. You are amazing. Aren't you still being chased all over the world by the Admiral? After hearing Elena's words, Charlotte was instantly unhappy. I'm a pirate. Isn't it natural for me to be chased by the Navy? Ha 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 ha. Charlotte couldn't help laughing at this. That's right, I'm a pirate, so it's only natural for me to be chased by the Navy. Barrett looked at being chased by the Navy, but showed a look of indifference, which instantly shocked Barrett's young heart. He stared blankly at Charlotte with that heroic aura. Okay? Charlotte seemed to have noticed Barrett's eyes and looked over immediately. Then he found Barrett staring blankly at him. Then he couldn't help but smile. Ha 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 ha. Barrett. I will become a pirate in the future, but I will be hunted down by the Navy. Are you ready? Charlotte looked at Barrett with a smile. After hearing what Charlotte said, Barrett's blank gaze changed instantly, becoming extremely sharp. No. I won't run. I will fight them upright. Barrett looked at Charlotte firmly and said. Okay? Charlotte was taken aback by Barrett's words, but then smiled. Ha 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 ha. Barrett, you are right. But you need a lot of strength to fight. Ha ha ha. Charlotte didn't want to refute anything, he will figure it out later on. Yes. I will definitely become a strong man. After hearing what Charlotte said, Barrett clenched his fists secretly and said. He grew up in the military camp, and he knows that strength is everything. He has a morbid pursuit of strength. Charlotte pats Barrett. Okay. You will follow me from now on. I will teach you how to become a strong man. Charlotte also raised her fist, a strong-armed domineering air covered her hands. In an instant, Charlotte's arm became pitch black, and it exuded a green breath, making people feel dizzy and confused for a while. What is this? Barrett asked when he saw the black layer on Charlotte's fist. He doesn't know why, had a very strong feeling that he wanted to learn this. This is the armed color domineering. It is one of the 3 color domineering. It is domineering that can improve its own defense and attack power, and can capture the flowing body of nature. The armed color domineering is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country, but there is a little difference between the Ryu Sakura and the armed color in Wano country. The Ryu Sakura is an advanced armed color, and it is a mobile armed color, which can be used outside the armed color. And this is a very important part of being strong. Charlotte explained to Barrett. In the original book, Barrett's armed arrogance is simply terrifying. A large amount of armed arrogance can cover an island in an instant, making it the most armed arrogance. It's a pity that I still lost to Luffy. Thinking of that amazing armed color, even Charlotte couldn't help but chuckle secretly. At least he can't do this step. Listening to Charlotte's explanation, Barrett couldn't help but get excited. I want to learn this. Barrett said with firm eyes. Okay. After getting on my boat, I will teach you. Charlotte patted Barrett on the shoulder and said. He is still attending the banquet now, how could he teach Barrett here? Yes. Captain. Barrett said excitedly. He also took the initiative to call Charlotte as the captain. This made Charlotte smile slightly. Then he walked away and continued to walk towards the banquet center. Tangen was just watching Charlotte, and when he saw Charlotte coming back, he immediately went up to meet her. Captain Charlotte, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Tangen took Charlotte's arm and walked towards the corner. After hearing Tangen's words, Charlotte frowned subconsciously. And Tangen also noticed the change in Charlotte in an instant, and said quickly. I'll pay. How about a devil fruit? Tangen immediately stated his offer. After hearing Tangen's offer, Charlotte relaxed her brows, wanting to hear what he would ask her to do. Tell me first. What do you want me to do? Seeing Charlotte's flustered expression, Tangen couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. I want Mr. Charlotte to unify the entire island for me. Tangen stared into Charlotte's eyes and stated his conditions. Okay? Charlotte frowned when he heard this and helped him unify the island, which was not difficult for him, but one devil fruit was a bit missing. Then look at Tangen. Yes. But one devil fruit is not enough. To destroy a country, you have to give me a devil fruit. This is my offer. Charlotte raised 5 fingers at Tangen. Because he knows that there are 6 countries on this island, and if he wants to unify the whole island, he needs to destroy the other 5 countries. After hearing Charlotte's conditions, Tangen was stunned. He knew that Charlotte would open his mouth like a lion, but he didn't expect him to be so greedy. Even if he sold him 5 devil fruits, there would be nothing. He couldn't help cursing Charlotte's greed secretly. But what he didn't know was that Charlotte had heard Tangen's heart clearly. After all, Tangen was still putting his hand on Charlotte's arm at this time. Doesn't this give Charlotte an opportunity? But he didn't care about Tangen's curse on Charlotte. When it comes to business, there is always a bargain. Mr. Charlotte. 5 is too much. I can't decide. May I ask the king for instructions? After all, Tangen is still a general, so he needs to report to the king, and talking to Charlotte now is just to test out what Charlotte has to say. No problem. I'll stay here for 2 days, you can decide on these 2 days. Charlotte shrugged and said. Then he walked towards the center of the banquet with the wine glass in hand. Continue to mingle with your subordinates. Tangen was left alone standing in the corner silently. A banquet lasted until midnight, but Charlotte was helped back by Elena. The next morning, Charlotte stood up while supporting her swollen head. Last night was a hangover. In fact, Charlotte can't drink very much, but drinking is also a skill in this pirate world, and he doesn't want to lose face in front of them in the future. If you can't drink, you still have to drink so much. Elena came over with a bowl of hangover soup. Do you need to practice because you can't drink? Charlotte smiled and took it from Elena's hand. That's right. That General Tangen was waiting outside the door early in the morning, asking when you will wake up. He wants to see you. Elena looked at Charlotte and said. Oh. Has he figured it out yet? Charlotte couldn't help but think of the conditions he proposed yesterday, and it was decided overnight, which was fast enough. I'm going to meet him. After thinking about it, Charlotte got up and said, and then walked out wearing a dress. Chapter 116 Destruction of a Country in 1 Day. Ha 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 ha. Has General Dunn made up his mind? Charlotte has not arrived, but the voice has already passed. Tangen, who had been standing outside the door waiting, immediately stood up in surprise when he heard Charlotte's loud laughter. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Mr. Charlotte. The king has agreed. As long as you destroy a country, you will be rewarded with a devil fruit, and if you find property during the attack, you can also take it. This was negotiated by Tangen and the king after a night of discussion yesterday. And in order to prevent Charlotte from changing her mind, the king even increased the size with a big wave of his hand. Charlotte's eyes lit up after hearing Tangen's words. And this good thing. No problem when. I can't wait. Can now? Charlotte looked at Tangen with anxious eyes. Ah. Don't Mr. Charlotte need to prepare? You must know that the standing troops of each of these 5 countries are around 25, which adds up to, dash. Complete preparation is required. Tangen was afraid that Charlotte would be a stunned young man, so he hurriedly explained it to him. But Charlotte shook her hand and said nonchalantly. I regard the 25 troops as a chicken and a dog. You only need to call up the army, and I can solve everyone by myself. Charlotte said confidently. Not Charlotte bragging, quantity is worthless in front of domineering color. If it wasn't for the strong man, that kind of ordinary soldier couldn't resist his domineering arrogance at all. At that time, he only needs to release the domineering aura, and he doesn't even need to do anything. Seeing Charlotte's determination, Tangen also understood. Okay. Give me an hour. I'll assemble the army right away. Twain also gritted his teeth and decided to go crazy with Charlotte. Okay. I'll wait for your news. Watching Tangen walk out in a hurry, Charlotte came and sat down at the table in the yard. At this time Elena appeared quietly. Are you going to fight again? Elena put her hand on Charlotte's shoulder and said softly. The other party's offer is very high. I'm so excited. Charlotte nodded. Elena sighed and made no attempt to persuade. You have to be careful. Don't worry. I didn't regard this war as a battle at all. Charlotte patted Elena's hand and said. Then after eating in Charlotte, he took more than 20 crew members around him and walked towards the barracks. As a result, I walked halfway and was notified to go to the border. Charlotte took more than 20 crew members and followed the messenger to the border. And when these more than 20 crew members heard that their boss was going to fight for 25 yuan, they all excitedly followed Charlotte with their weapons in their hands. Come to the border. Charlotte saw that the two parties were clearly facing each other. The commanders of the two sides scolded each other in front of each other. When Charlotte reached the border, Tang En, who was still yelling, stopped immediately. "Mr. Charlotte, you are here." But Charlotte interrupted Tang En's nonsense. "Just follow these people?" Charlotte looked at the 40 to 50,000 people in front of her and said, "Yep." Tang En nodded quickly. Then Charlotte didn't care about anything else. He stepped forward to the front of the two armies, and the 7-star sword appeared in his hand. Quite a feeling of one person facing thousands of troops alone. The commander-in-chief of the other side was slightly taken aback when he saw a young man suddenly approaching in front of the formation of the two armies. But then he saw a side of him that he hadn't seen in his entire life. Boom! A roar sounded. Charlotte's eyes froze. The endless domineering arrogance rushed towards the army in front of Charlotte with itself as the center. The domineering red and green overlord color unscrupulously charged the army formation ahead. Okay. The people in front rolled their eyes instantly, their faces turned pale, foaming from their mouths, and they all fainted on the ground. Even the commander-in-chief fell under his horse without exception. After Tang En saw this scene, he was stunned. Is this the top powerhouse in the sea? 5-2 people fell in an instant. What kind of terrifying force is this? Whether it was Tang En or the troops brought by Tang En, they all stared at this scene in astonishment. Subsequently, long live! Long live! Long live! A terrifying roar broke out in the army formation. Countless people watched this scene excitedly. And Tang En also reacted instantly, and then drew out the long sword at his waist. Kill! Take the enemy's head straight. Following Tang En's order, all the troops moved into action. He rushed into the fainted crowd and launched a reckless killing. The massacre lasted all morning. From 5-2 people less than survived in the end. This also made Charlotte feel the cruelty of the people around her. Following the disastrous defeat of the army, Tang En led the army into the royal city. Looking at the Wangcheng that was brought down by him, the gloom in Tang En's heart couldn't help but stagnate. After fighting for half his life, the royal city that he hadn't captured was finally captured. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Charlotte, feeling both respectful and afraid of him in his heart. As this royal city was captured, Charlotte didn't stop, and led the army to attack another royal city without stopping. It was still Charlotte's domineering look that cleared the field, and the army slaughtered in the past. The remaining 4 countries were occupied by Charlotte within 4 days. Achieved the achievement of destroying a country in 1 day. This is still because Tang En's army was holding back, otherwise it could have been completed within 2 days at Charlotte's speed. After all, these countries are said to be one country, but they are actually one city. Not big at all. And Charlotte was not without encountering resistance when helping Tang En break through these royal cities. Several people with powerful auras rushed out and attacked Charlotte. But these chicken tile dogs are no match for Charlotte, they are basically slashed with one sword. No one was left alive. And afterward, Charlotte found out that these powerful people were not from these kingdoms at all. There are not only agents of the world government, but also people from the dark forces. After all, wherever there is war, there will be these dark forces. For these dark forces, Charlotte is completely indifferent. Even if someone has revealed his identity, Charlotte will kill him with a single blow. I don't care if you are under the king of loan sharks or under the king of killers, you didn't survive under Charlotte. And as Charlotte captured these palaces, Charlotte was also well paid. These kings and nobles are very rich, those golden Baileys, Charlotte brought more than 20 subordinates, can't move them all. If Tang En didn't bring his subordinates to help, he could only give up. During the period, 3 devil fruits were found in the treasury of the kingdom. But Charlotte didn't know what the devil fruit was, and she was watching it when she got back to Hive Island. Ha 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 ha. Boss got rich. Got rich. Paul said excitedly. Tang En followed beside him, and Tang En also looked at Charlotte with a smile on his face. Now he doesn't dare to use some small tricks on Charlotte, and no one can touch those who should be Charlotte. Chapter 117 8 Devil Fruits. No matter how jealous Charlotte is, he can only hide it in his heart and dare not think about it. Mr. Charlotte. Thank you for your contribution to the kingdom. Tang En walked up to Charlotte and gave a noble salute to Charlotte, a pirate. No. No. You are paid. Now these kingdoms are also destroyed, and those kings and nobles have also been captured. When will my reward be given to me? Charlotte looked at Tang En with a smile and asked. He is also in a very good mood at this time, and he has gained a lot from this trip. The Golden Bailey alone is equivalent to more than 30 billion. Adding the 3 devil fruits I captured and the 5 devil fruits they promised, there are a total of 8 devil fruits. I have made a lot of money this trip. Thinking of this, the corners of Charlotte's mouth couldn't help grinning. No problem. Come with me to the palace. The king's devil fruit is ready. Tang En said with a slight bow to Charlotte. Okay. It's not too late, let's go. Charlotte dragged Tang En out of the palace towards Yazi Kingdom. Tang En was unable to resist being pulled by Charlotte, so he could only follow Charlotte and lead Charlotte towards the kingdom of Yaz. And in front of the main hall of Yazi Palace. Your Majesty the King. You can't give it. This is the last whole card of our Yazi Kingdom. How can you give it to a pirate? A minister said to the king sitting on the throne with an excited face. The king on the throne looked at the ministers below with no expression on his face, and remained silent. Listen to their endless exhortations. Just when everyone is talking. Your Majesty. General Twain is here with the great swordsman Charlotte. A guard went to the main hall to report. As for the guard's words, the princes and ministers in the entire palace were instantly speechless, and no one dared to speak anymore. Noise. The young king sitting on the throne slightly raised his hand to the guards and said. The guards walked down the palace respectfully. Then 2 figures stepped into the hall. See His Majesty the King. Before and after Tang En walked up, he immediately bowed his head and stepped forward to salute. But Charlotte, who was beside her, didn't move at all. For him, don't let him bend down in this life. Besides, a king doesn't have the ability to bend him down. Little did they know that there were not a few kings who committed suicide. And Charlotte's actions and disdain were not concealed, and almost everyone saw it. Pirate. Why don't you kneel when you see the king? A white-haired minister pointed at Charlotte and said excitedly. Charlotte glanced over. In an instant, the gray-haired minister's face turned pale. Obviously frightened by Charlotte's momentum. There is no one in this world worthy of my Charlotte's kneeling, not even rocks. Do you think I will kneel down to a little king? Charlotte looked at the ministers unceremoniously and said. Charlotte's words made the faces of these ministers tremble with anger, and they pointed at Charlotte. But the next moment. Brush. A sword light appeared. Those who had pointed at Charlotte fell to the ground one after another. Hi. Then let everyone present take a breath of air conditioning. I'd rather have someone pointing at me. The 7-star sword appeared in Charlotte's hand. The sword pointed to the ground and said calmly as he looked at the corpses. This made everyone dare not raise their heads. Only the young king looked at Charlotte with interest, and was not frightened by Charlotte's strength and murder. This made Charlotte take a high look at the king. King. Take out my reward. I don't want to kill here. Charlotte half threatened and half reminded. The king didn't speak after hearing this, but just waved lightly to the side. The 5 maids who had been prepared tremblingly walked up to Charlotte with the boxes in their hands. Open. The king on the throne spoke lightly. The maids also immediately opened the box. In an instant, 5 devil fruits with different shapes appeared in front of Charlotte. Charlotte's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 devil fruits. Looked over one by one. In an instant, there were 2 devil fruits that he knew. One turned out to be the fusion fruit of the future Barrett's devil fruit, and the other devil fruit turned out to be the natural devil fruit swamp fruit. This made Charlotte glance at the king on the throne. He didn't believe that the king didn't know that it was a natural devil fruit. Mr. Charlotte. Are you satisfied? The king looked at Charlotte with a smile and asked. Charlotte chuckled and closed the box in front of her. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Charlotte looked at the past and said happily. Although I only know 2 devil fruits, it is enough. Even if the other 3 are rubbish, Charlotte is extremely satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. The king nodded. Charlotte took over the 5 boxes and held them in her hands. At this moment, Charlotte's heart was at ease. I really made a lot of money this time. But this can't let Rox know. But Lox probably doesn't have time to worry about these things with himself. You know, today's Rox pirates are all dead in name only. In the past, all cadres had to hand over the 7 layers of treasure they plundered to Lox. But until now, very few people would give Lox 7 floors. 3 floors are too much. Since the reward has been received, I will not stay any longer. I wish you a strong country. Charlotte, who is in a good mood, does not recommend saying good things. That's a good word for Mr. Chang. See off the guests. The king also smiled and waved his hand. On the other hand, Tang En, who didn't dare to vent his anger, also heaved a sigh of relief. When Charlotte chopped down many ministers with a single sword, he was frightened and stupid, staring blankly at the floor, not knowing what to do. I'm afraid that Charlotte's temper tantrum will kill the king too. However, the next thing was indeed extremely smooth, and Tang En couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it went smoothly. Mr. Charlotte, please. Tang En said to Charlotte. Charlotte walked out with 5 boxes containing devil fruits. When Charlotte walked out, it was obvious that everyone in the main hall let out a deep breath. Everyone was frightened by Charlotte. The young king on the throne couldn't help but smile. Then the new decree was announced under the eyes of many ministers. After all, there is still one thing to do after conquering the Wuzhou kingdom just now. After leaving the kingdom. Boss. Boss. Are these all devil fruits? Paul and Isaac walked forward and shouted, and then they were surprised after seeing the box in Charlotte's hand. Devil fruit is the secret treasure of the sea. Many people never see one in their lifetime. But now there are 5 devil fruits in front of them. Not to mention what was just collected. If added up, 8 devil fruits. When did they see piles of devil fruits, which opened their eyes? Chapter 118 The King of Usury. The ships are all ready. Charlotte ignored everyone's envious eyes, but asked everyone if they had replenished the boat. It's ready. You can go to sea at any time. Isaac said to Charlotte. That's good. Let's go back. I guess Lox has been waiting for a long time. Charlotte walked towards the port with the devil fruit in her arms. Everyone followed suit. Tang En, on the other hand, looked at the backs of everyone leaving, and then sighed. Charlotte returned to the ship with many treasures. With a financial report of more than 30 billion, plus 8 devil fruits, Charlotte made a lot of money this time. So much money. Elena covered her mouth in surprise as she watched the treasures carried onto the boat one by one. Charlotte came to Elena's side and hugged Elena's waist. What is this? I have seen more treasures than this. This can only be said to be a piece of cake. Charlotte looked at Elena and said proudly. But Elena's body stiffened instantly after being hugged by Charlotte. Although he has accepted the fact that Charlotte is his husband, he is not very used to such intimate actions. But Charlotte didn't care at all, just hugged. Loosen. Loosen. Everyone. Everyone is watching. Elena looked at Charlotte with a flushed face and said in a low voice. But Charlotte also looked at each other and smiled. Who? Who dares to watch? Who sees whose eyeball I poached? Charlotte looked around loudly. People who were watched by Charlotte turned around one after another, with their backs to everyone. Even Panis and Barrett turned around, not looking at Charlotte and Elena. Clap. Charlotte kissed Elena's delicate and charming little face. Elena didn't react, but after she did, she hurriedly broke free from Charlotte's arms and trod into the cabin. Charlotte looked at Elena's back and smiled. Little ones. Let's go. The target is the Hive Island. Charlotte said to everyone. Then he carried 5 boxes containing devil fruits and turned into the cabin, and everyone under Doliu looked at each other on the deck. Boss is too shameless. If I have the face of boss, I guess my children will be soy sauced. Paul looked enviously at the back of Charlotte turning into the cabin. Brush. A shock wave rushed out of the cabin and hit Paul instantly. Don't dare to talk nonsense. I cut your tongue. After speaking, he whistled and disappeared. And Paul was blown into the sea by the shock wave. Isaac hurried onto the side of the boat and looked at the drowned Paul. Haha. Paul made you talk nonsense. Isaac couldn't hold back his laughter when he looked at Paul. Bastard. Pull me up. Paul cursed angrily in the sea. Isaac threw down the side rope. Paul climbed up the rope. And Charlotte didn't see Elena after returning to the captain's room, but he was not surprised either. Carefully put the 5 boxes in a dark compartment, and there are 3 devil fruits inside. Charlotte can roughly see that at least 5 of the 8 devil fruits are of animal origin. After all, those 5 devil fruits are all in the shape of bananas. It is estimated that the animal department did not run away. Lying in bed, look at the ceiling. Slightly closing his eyes, he thought about what happened during this time. Charlotte still likes to think when alone. Lying on the bed, he could clearly feel the movement of the ship. It just disappeared in the port of this island. It is estimated that the title of country with endless wars will no longer exist. However, this incident did spread and had a great impact. A few days after Charlotte left the country of endless wars. What happened in the country of endless wars was gradually spread out. Navy headquarters. Bump. What did you say? Charlotte destroyed 5 kingdoms after entering the New World. How dare he? Admiral Cyborg Sara had a bandage on his arm, slapped the table and shouted. Steel Bone Kong also doesn't have Charlotte's perverted physique, and needs to recover after receiving some sword wounds. I don't want Charlotte to recover just by eating. General. This is news from the G6 branch of the New World, and the CP0 of the world government has also confirmed this news. This messenger is a newcomer, and he said calmly after seeing the general so furious. After Steel Bone Kong shattered the table, he also sat down helplessly. Reward. The reward must be increased. Set at 11 billion Baileys. We must give the public an explanation. Cyborg Kong said to the orderly. As for the confession that it is impossible to go to the New World to capture Charlotte, I can only make an attitude in the form of a bounty. Yes. The messenger left the office immediately after receiving it. And Steel Bone Kong looked at the messy office. Come back. Someone change the table and clean it. Cyborg Kong said to the orderly. Yes. There was another reply, and the orderly walked down. Cyborg Kong looked at this assistant, a little unaccustomed. His former assistant was actually transferred from his post, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The newcomer is obviously a novice, he doesn't understand anything, and he needs to explain it himself. Thinking of this, I wanted to ask you to change his assistant. And the incident caused by Charlotte obviously won't end so soon. New World. Somewhere on a remote island. What did you say? Our people were killed by Charlotte in the country of endless wars. How is this possible? Why did Charlotte kill them? Dufeld, the king of loan sharks in the Dark World, was furious when he heard the news. You must know that he lent billions of Pele to those countries. These billions of Baileys were all wasted by Charlotte's fuss. How does this make him angry? But after getting angry, Dufeld sat down depressed again. Because he knows it's useless to be angry. There's no way he could beat Charlotte. With Charlotte's strength, she is top-notch in the entire New World, not to mention that there is the existence of Rox, the overlord of the New World, behind Charlotte. You must know that he is in the New World, and in the New World, who would dare to anger the overlord of the New World, Lox. And for Charlotte to anger the king of the New World, Feld would not do such a loss-making business. As a businessman, he will not do things that are not beneficial. Thinking of this, Feld picked up the phone bug. Bell bell. The phone rang twice and was answered immediately. He ha ha ha. Long time no see, Xiachi. Do you still remember me? Feld said very politely after dialing. Ha 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 ha. How could I forget the famous king of loan sharks? Tell me what you can do with me. Xiachi's voice sounded from the other end of the phone bug. He ha 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 ha. I want to get the contact information of Charlotte, the captain of the 8th team of Rocks, from you. Is it possible? Feld said very politely. Chapter 119 The King of Killers. Huh? You want Charlotte's contact information? What are you looking for? Xiachi couldn't help asking when she heard that Feld actually asked her for Charlotte's contact information. He ha ha. I seem to have accidentally offended him, and I want to ask him to apologize. Feld said indifferently. Offended? How did you offend him? In Xiachi's impression, Feld seems to have nothing to do with Charlotte. It's nothing. The people under him made their own decisions and offended Charlotte. I will apologize to him. I just called to ask you for Charlotte's phone number. Feld obviously didn't want to explain too much. Although he didn't care, it was better to have one thing more than one thing less. Yes. Buy it now. 5,000 million Baileys. Xiachi said, revealing her nature of cheating. Make a deal. For the king of loan sharks. 5,000 million Pele is just a drizzle, no intention of haggling. He has time to bargain and doesn't know how many 5,000 million he can earn, and he also knows the chief intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates and the Navigator. Happy. I'll give you Charlotte's phone number right now. Xiachi couldn't help cursing in her heart for saying the price was less, but she still said it happily. And when Feld was looking for Xiachi to ask for Charlotte's number. Not everyone is as sensible as Dufelder. Some people always think that they are invincible. What are you talking about? Charlotte, the captain of the 8th team of the Rocks Pirates, wiped out one of our most important material-producing countries. Dorag Peak raged at the phone bug. Yes. To the boss. The stronghold in the country of endless wars was destroyed by Charlotte, and our raw materials are gone. Everyone is dead. The voice of his subordinates rang through the phone bug. This made Peak's fists clenched tightly. When did Peak, one of the 6 emperors of the Dark World, encounter such a big grievance? Are you sure it's Charlotte? Peak confirmed again. Yes. Yes. Who else has the strength of the great swordsman besides those few? After hearing the confirmation from his subordinates, Peak hung up the phone. Thinking gloomily. Bump. No. But I want revenge, otherwise my title of King of Killers will make people laugh out loud. Peak slammed the table hard. The things on the table were shaken and jumped up. Then he picked up the phone and called. Notice. Issue an order. Rockefeller Charlotte, the captain of the 8th team of the Rocks Pirates, offers a reward of 20 billion in the Dark World. Live or die. As the King of Killers, he has countless underlings, all of whom are extremely powerful in combat. That's why he dared to challenge Charlotte. After Peak's order was issued, the Dark World instantly exploded into a pot. The other kings of the Dark World were also shocked. What the hell is this Peak doing? Doesn't he know that this will arouse the wrath of the overlord of the New World? Dufeld jumped up in surprise after seeing the news in his hand. He didn't expect Drago Peak to be so bold, bounty on Charlotte. It's just crazy. Not just Dufeld. Stussy, who had just become the queen of Happy Street, was also slightly taken aback. Then a charming smile appeared. Interesting? Look at what Charlotte did to make Peak so crazy. Stussy gave instructions to the subordinates on the side. Yes. After watching his subordinates retreat slowly, Stussy thought about it. He took out a phone bug and dialed. Morgans, Kibson, and Umit, who had just ascended the throne, were slightly dazed looking at the information in their hands. Then there was a sigh of Peak's boldness. Charlotte didn't know all this. Now Charlotte is guiding Barrett's practice. After boarding the ship, Barrett yearned for Charlotte's strength. Every time I have nothing to do, I will go to the Charlotte training room and face the training equipment inside, which is crazy training. Dumbbells, barbells. All of the training equipment was expertly used by Barrett. If it wasn't because he was too young and his strength hadn't developed yet, he would basically stop training after 4 or 5 hours. Charlotte was taken aback when he saw this. This is a monster. Charlotte sometimes couldn't help feeling beside Paul. This makes Paul a black line. Monsters say others are monsters. But Charlotte also frowned seeing Barrett's mindless training. Pass on your own training skills to Barrett, so that Barrett can train systematically. The 6th form of the Navy was also passed on to him for him to ponder over. Charlotte actually has no idea about Barrett's future. Let's just follow the track of the original book. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to give him the combined fruit. Charlotte scratched her chin and thought. Of the 8 devil fruits, only 2 of them are known to him now, and the rest will have to wait until they return to the Hive Island. But Charlotte is thinking whether to give Barrett the devil fruit of the animal department. I remember Barrett's astonishing physique in the original book, and adding the animal-type devil fruit would be even more powerful. But this animal must be a phantom beast. Thinking of the devil fruit of the animal-type phantom beast that no one has eaten in the original book. Kaido's Yu fruit phantom beast green dragon form is still in the hands of Charlotte Lingling, and it is not easy to get it. Yamata no Orochi is also very good. I don't know if it has been eaten by the black charcoal no Orochi. If not, I can make a plan. The phoenix fruit is also good, but unfortunately I don't know where it is. Also, the future Yamato's Oguchi true god fruit seems to be in Wano country, so I have time to check it out. There is also the human fruit phantom beast species entering the Tau form, which seems to be also in Wano country. There is also the vampire fruit of the phantom beast that is still sleeping in the ancient town. These will have to be found after leaving Rocks. This devil fruit Charlotte actually wants to keep it for a rainy day. After all, when the protagonist Luffy goes to sea, he is probably already 60 or years old. He is no longer young and can only rely on this devil fruit to achieve glory. Most of these phantom beast devil fruits are in Wano country. It seems that I have to go to Wano country when I have time. Charlotte thought secretly in her heart. Barrett watched the captain lower his head in thought and did not disturb him, but waved his fist hard. After thinking for a while, Charlotte sighed. It's up to Barrett to see what devil fruit Barrett wants to eat then. In fact, the combined fruit is also very good. As long as you play well, you can still fly up to 6. Isn't that the case in the original book? But thinking of so many devil fruits waiting for him, Charlotte's heart couldn't help but want to fly. I want to break away from the Rocks pirates even more. After all, now the Rocks pirates are restricting him more and more. Valley of the Gods. Come quickly. Charlotte murmured excitedly. Chapter 120 The 6 Great Emperors of the Dark World. Time passed while Charlotte was teaching Barrett. It is getting closer and closer to the Beehive Island. The closer to the Hive Island, the more and more pirates Charlotte encountered. Because Charlotte didn't show her own banner, many pirates launched a desperate attack on their own ship like sharks smelling blood. Let's go over there. After a loud bang, the ship was smashed into pieces by Charlotte's sword in an instant. Then Charlotte said to Paul, "Put out our banner. These annoying flies." Charlotte retracted the sword into her body, turned and returned to the cabin. Sure enough, after Charlotte played his own banner, all the pirates who saw the banner of the Rocks pirates and the captain of the E-Th division fled away. Just kidding, who would dare to attack the Rocks pirates? This is tantamount to challenging the overlord of the New World. And are the Rocks pirates also easy to mess with? After Height and Muchon's brother and sister left, each captain of the Rocks pirates had the power to destroy the island. So Heighton and Muchon's siblings have brought down the Rocks pirates. Bell, bell. After entering the cabin, the phone bug rang just in time. Who would be calling at this time? Look at this strange number. Charlotte frowned. J. Charlotte picks it up first. Who? Charlotte's indifferent voice sounded. In an instant, Dufeld, who called, was shocked. As expected of a world-famous big pirate. That. Lord Charlotte. I am Dufeld, the usurer king of the Dark World. Greetings to you. As a businessman, Feld is well aware of the principle that kindness makes money, so no matter who he treats, he always looks kind and friendly, making no one feel the slightest malice. The king of loan sharks? Charlotte frowned, not understanding why he called himself. It seems that Charlotte has forgotten that not long ago, he pulled out the stronghold of the king of loan sharks in the Kingdom of Endless Wars, and killed his clients. But these are not important. Yes. I apologize to you for my subordinate's rudeness not long ago. Dufeld was very polite. It can be said that he kept his attitude to the minimum. Charlotte heard that she was here to apologize, and instantly thought of the few scumbags that jumped out that she met in the country of endless wars not long ago. If you apologize. I don't even care. I don't even remember those people. Charlotte listened to Feld's attitude very humble, and said indifferently. He likes to deal with this kind of people. Thank you so much. I think we can be friends. In order to make up for your rudeness this time, I can provide you with the lowest interest when you come to my loan. Dufeld said with a smile. Well. Wait for a chance. Charlotte is not against borrowing money at all. Thinking of being deceived into being a mercenary by a friend in the previous life, it was because of too much debt that he had the idea of going abroad. For borrowing money, he always has the ability to borrow it, so why should he pay it back? That's great. Let me tell you a news for free. You destroyed the country of endless wars and restored peace to that country. This made Peak, the king of killers, very angry. He has placed a reward of 20 billion in the Dark World. Jean, come to put a reward on your head. Dufeld said to Charlotte. Okay? After hearing the news, Charlotte frowned. It's because I destroyed the country of endless wars that he hates me so much? A reward of 20 billion is offered to himself. Is that not hatred or something? Hee hee ha ha ha. That king of killers still has a name, a big name funeral agency, that is, the business of dead people's organs, and where can the four of them have more wars? Feld said meaningfully. At this moment, Charlotte understood. No wonder he hated himself so much. You people from the Dark World are really disgusting. Charlotte couldn't help but cursed. I'll take it as you are praising me. Feld was not angry at all after hearing this, but was still joking. Charlotte hung up the phone instantly. On the other end, Feld shrugged when he heard the busy tone on the phone bug. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is over. Just watch the show next. Charlotte lay on the bed, thinking about the 6 emperors of the Dark World in the world of One Piece. In One Piece, there is a system connecting smuggling and shady transactions, collectively known as the Dark World or the Underground World. Here are all illegal trades and activities, such as underground arms, prohibited weapons, man-made devil fruits and so on. In the Dark World, according to different trading fields, each has an emperor in charge, so who are they? Monarch in the currency field, Feld. Feld is known as the king of usury, and his main business is to lend usury and collect interest. The king of the entertainment field, Stussy. Stussy is known as the queen of Happy Street. In Charlotte's impression, her identity is not simple, and she is also an intelligence officer of CP0, a secret intelligence agency directly under the Tianlong people. The real identity is the clone of Barkingham Stussy, a member of the Rocks Pirates, and a spy of Vegapunk with the strongest brain. She is mainly responsible for monitoring and collecting intelligence. King of Killer Fields, Dorag Piccolo. Dorag Piccolo is known as the Big Name Funeral Club. He has a big appearance, hair like a lion's mane, wears a clown-like mask, and holds a death scythe. He likes to quarrel with other emperors, and his fighting strength is not vulgar. At the same time, the assassination of the operator and the business of buying and selling organs can be described as extremely cruel. The emperor in the field of intelligence, Morgans. Morgans is known as Big News, he is the president of the World Economic News Agency, and he is also the bird fruit albatross formability. Morgans is responsible for breaking news. It can be said that he is the captain of the paparazzi in the One Piece anime. He can be seen wherever there is excitement. The emperor in the field of storage, Gibson. Gibson is known as the hidden master and is an old store in the warehousing industry. The main business is warehousing of goods, there must be a lot of contraband among them, so it needs to be more secretive in terms of storage and storage. It looks a bit old on the outside and likes to drink. King of Transport, Umit. Umit is known as the Deep Ocean Current, and his main business is in charge of ocean transportation. He controls the ocean transportation and can be said to be the monopoly of the commodity trading channels on the ocean. He looks like an old man with a big beard, and the overall image of a standard pirate. However, the Sea King was also the first dark force that Charlotte came into contact with. He used Kame Island as a transit point during his transportation before he was on Kame Island. Today's Kame Island can be described as extremely prosperous, because the transfer of merchants and goods is in Kame Island. In addition, Charlotte often visits Kame Island. With Charlotte's protection, few pirates will invade Kame Island. Chapter 121 Rockefeller Caesar. Today's Kame Island has nearly 1,000 resident islanders from the beginning of more than islanders. Coupled with those who circulated, it is estimated that Kame Island has become an island with no less than 5 people. Among them, Charlotte has contributed a lot, coupled with its geographical location. Charlotte thought of Kame Island, and it seemed that she hadn't gone back for more than a year. It seems that after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, it's time to go home. Knowing from the usury King Feld that Peak was going to deal with him, Charlotte called Carter, who was stationed on Beehive Island. Let him be wary of people who are close to their 8th Division's garrison recently. Charlotte is not afraid of him coming to find her, but afraid of harassing his family. After all, his whole family is there. Captain. The Hive Island is ahead. We're here. Going to sea for half a year, it also made Paul miss the days on the Hive Island. Charlotte stood at the bow, with Elena beside her. Fast sailing, soon to be near the port. Quick. Quick. Lord Charlotte is back. Give up a space quickly. After seeing a ship under the flag of Charlotte coming from the port, he immediately understood who it was, and hurriedly reminded. For a while, the port became chaotic. But it didn't hinder Charlotte. After Charlotte's ship docked, she lowered the ladder. Charlotte supported Elena and walked down, followed by Panis and Barrett, followed by Paul and Isaac, and finally the rest of the crew. Captain Charlotte. Captain Charlotte. All the pirates bowed their heads respectfully when Charlotte passed by. No one dared to meet Charlotte's eyes, especially on Hive Island. Strength is everything in Hive Island. Charlotte ignored these people and walked straight to her station. Captain Charlotte. Captain Locke asked you to go to him when you come back. After seeing that Charlotte was about to leave, a minion hurried out and shouted from 5 or 6 meters away. After hearing this, Charlotte stopped and looked at the person who spoke. Yeah. I will. I'll go after I arrange everything. After Charlotte finished speaking, she led everyone away. But these people were carrying a large box of things in their hands. You don't need to look to know that it is a treasure. Everyone looked at these treasures with envy. These pirates are actually not from the Rocks Pirates, they are all wandering pirates who want to join the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte walked to the camp, which was the meter-long boat. After seeing the big ship, Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. This is the big ship in my mind. Ha 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 ha. I'm back. Charlotte let go of Elena's hand and walked onto the boat with a big laugh. Boss? Little Lord? Master? Everyone was shocked by Charlotte's voice, and then cheered up a large group of maid crew members, as well as Charlotte's 5 wives with their own merits. Ha 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 ha. Miss me? Charlotte hugged her 5 wives one by one. Among them, Martha is almost 10 months old because of pregnancy. During the call, I already knew that Martha's due date was these few days. After hugging these wives one by one, he looked at his eldest daughter, who was almost 3 years old, and his 1-year-old son. Does Estes miss Dad? Charlotte hurriedly hugged Estes from Jenny's hand. Father. Estes turned his smart eyes and looked at Charlotte and shouted. Oh. Can you speak? When will you speak? Charlotte's heart melted when she heard Estherside's cry, and looked at Jenny and asked. Master, it's been half a year. We've been teaching Estes to speak for the past 6 months. Jenny looked at her young master with a smile and said. Oh. Really? She's so smart, she deserves to be my Charlotte's daughter. Touching Estes' cold face, Charlotte felt a little distressed. I blame myself for putting the devil fruit on the bed and being accidentally bitten by Esther's. Charlotte put her hand on Estes' cheek and scratched it. Let Estes laugh endlessly. Master. You don't patronize Estes. Why did your eldest son forget? Jillian said while holding her 1-year-old son, who has yet to be named. Ahaha. Forget it. You brat. The character of Charlotte's favored daughter is fully exposed. This made the boy in Jillian's hands cry. Charlotte had no choice but to hug her eldest son. Okay. Don't cry, sweet boy. How about Papa giving you a name? Let's call you Caesar. How about Rockefeller Caesar? Charlotte teased her son and said. Sure enough, after hearing what Charlotte said, little Caesar stopped crying, but looked at Charlotte with piercing eyes. Ha ha ha. This kid. Charlotte looked at little Caesar's dumbfounded look and laughed. By the way, this is Elena. She is also my woman, just like you. I met on Kame Island and she is pregnant with my child. You should get along well in the future. Seeing that her daughter and son almost forgot about the little ancestor behind them, Charlotte hurriedly introduced. Hi, sisters. Elena had already figured it out on the boat and even understood it. Knowing that these people were older than her, there was nothing wrong with calling her sister. Sister. Hello. I also heard from the young master about your affairs. The young master is really not a thing. Martha held Elena's little hand with her big belly and looked at Charlotte and said. This made Elena's face blush, but she didn't say anything. On the contrary, Charlotte smiled indifferently. Go. Don't stay here, go to the boat, it's so windy here. Charlotte hurriedly dragged everyone into the cabin, leaving a group of subordinates behind. Zizu. Boss's life is awesome. Paul looked at Charlotte, who had a happy family, with admiration on his face. The others also looked at Charlotte in amazement. It can't be compared. It can't be compared. Happy Street is suitable for us. Carter also shook his head. The other captains, like Ralph, the boat Dr. Hume, and the boatman Rudolph looked at Charlotte's back enviously. Let's go. It seems that there is no chance to see the boss again today. Hee hee. Carter laughed. Everyone also looked at each other and smiled, and walked away. Hive Island Center. Oh. You said that Charlotte returned to her own camp first, right? Locke sat on a throne in the hall, surrounded by disheveled beauties. Yes. Yes. After Captain Charlotte landed, I informed Captain Charlotte of your will, and Captain Charlotte said that he will come to see you after he has made arrangements. The messenger at the bottom said tremblingly. Bump. Rock slammed the wine bottle in his hand. I was so frightened that I knelt down and couldn't get up. After a long time, nothing happened. Miner cautiously raised his head and glanced at Locke's. But I found that the expression on Locke's face could not tell whether it was happiness or anger. Finally Rox waved. You go out. Locke looked at the empty hall, speechless for a long time. Chapter 122 Devil Fruits Illustration. Charlotte lingered fiercely with the girls all night, and walked out the next day with some kidney deficiency. After meeting Rox yesterday, I just chatted briefly. Charlotte came out, but before he came out, Rox suddenly said that there should be no big movements in the past few months, and he was always waiting for his order. This made Charlotte frown, but nodded in response. After leaving Rocks, a grand banquet was held. All his subordinates were called by him to hold a banquet in the magnificent hall in the cabin. While listening to some small captains under his command chatting about what happened in the past 6 months, he gave some orders. After drinking drowsily, Charlotte took Jenny, Jillian, Alice, and Nell into a big bed. Woo! It's too messy. Charlotte supported her waist and said with emotion. Owner. The maids who passed by Charlotte bowed down and said respectfully. Charlotte walked all the way to the restaurant, only to find that Martha and Elena were already sitting there eating. Morning. Charlotte said hello and sat beside them. Early? It's already noon? Elena couldn't help but rolled her eyes seeing Charlotte's absurdity last night. Huh? Is it noon? I didn't even notice. I slept until noon. Charlotte didn't pay attention to Irina's expression, but was surprised that it was already noon. Yeah. Master. I worked hard last night. Eat something to make up for it. Martha was as gentle as ever, holding food for Charlotte. Hey. It's better to be Martha. Charlotte smiled at Martha. Humph. Sister Martha, just spoil him. Spoil him sooner or later. Elena looked at Charlotte angrily and said, then glared at Charlotte again. Charlotte responded with a smile, and smiled. By the way, Martha. You probably will give birth in a few days. Don't be too busy. Meals can be delivered to your room like a servant. This boat is too big, and I'm afraid you will be tired. Charlotte looked at Martha and said with concern. It's okay, young master. The doctor said, I can walk around more, it's good for the child. Martha said softly. Hearing this, Charlotte couldn't help it. The doctors on his own ship have said so, what else can he do? Have a meal, the body is weak. After eating, Charlotte walked around the deck. The 24-meter-long ship is 19 meters high and has 4 floors. Meters wide. There are hundreds of rooms, all kinds of rooms, and it took 4 years for Charlotte to spend more than 1 billion Baileys to complete. Originally, I just wanted to build a sailable boat, but in the end I found something was missing, so I brainstormed. It has to be said that women have great talents in this respect. The pleasing layout on the boat greatly satisfied Charlotte's vanity. After walking around, Charlotte still found a problem, that is, the speed of the ship was a bit slow, and it was still powered by Vela, which made Charlotte in the 21st century a little uncomfortable. After negotiating with the boatman Rudolph, he asked if he had a boat that could run without wind. Rudolph looked at Charlotte like a fool. How can there be a ship that does not rely on the wind? This made Charlotte frown slightly. It seems that the trip to the empty island is inevitable. After looking around, Charlotte returned to the captain's cabin. This is his own private space, and Charlotte usually likes to think here alone. And all of Charlotte's collections are also here. From the drawer, he took out a devil fruit illustration handbook rubbed from locks, and took out the 8 devil fruits he got from the sea trip this time. Except for the swamp fruit and the combined fruit, I know nothing about the others. Take out the 6 devil fruits, 4 of which are in the shape of bananas and 2 of which are in the shape of cantaloupe. After remembering the patterns of these 6 devil fruits, Charlotte opened the devil fruit illustrated book to find out one by one. Open the first side is thunder fruit, followed by magma fruit, frozen fruit, and shining fruit. These are the top natural fruits. Then continue to search. This devil fruit illustrated book is very numerous and varied. At that time, when I shared the loot with the golden lion, I asked Lox to see the devil fruit illustration, and Lox gave it to them without thinking too much. Afterwards, each of the 4 secretly made a rubbing copy, but no one knew about it. Charlotte soon found a devil fruit that looked the same. Take a closer look, slow fruit. It turned out to be a slow fruit. Isn't this the time for the evil result of Foxy the Silver Fox in the future? I remember when I was watching anime, this devil fruit was extremely perverted. It may not have strong damage, but it is different if it can slow down anything. If it is placed in the hands of the strong, it will be extremely powerful. Hold back the excited heart and let go of the fruit of slowness. I continued to rummage, and within a few minutes, I found the same devil fruit. Animals, birds, and birds goshawk form. Not bad, it's a flying devil fruit, very good. It can be rewarded to subordinates or future generations in the future. There are not many flying devil fruits, and in a place full of seas, being able to fly has a great advantage. I continued to search, quickly flipped through a few pages, but there was nothing I wanted to know. After turning another page, Charlotte looked at the green devil fruit on the devil fruit illustration book. Superman sickle fruit. This is also the devil fruit that appeared in the anime. The highly compressed air passing by the hand produces a slash like a sharp-edged sickle. The blowing wind is so powerful that it can easily cut through rocks as long as the speed of waving the hand is faster. The number of wind blades released at the same time will be more. It can also gather the wind blades to form a highly lethal tornado to tear the opponent apart. Since the ability is to turn the air into a wind blade, the opponent cannot see the color of the wind blade, but can barely see the deformation of the air, and then deduce the direction of the wind blade's attack. Therefore, if the ability is used properly, the opponent can be knocked down without the opponent noticing. The disadvantage is that only the place where the hand is swiped will produce wind blades, and if the opponent runs behind him, he cannot immediately counterattack. Basically, as long as this devil fruit is eaten, it can cause huge damage. Thinking of how miserable Luffy was abused by this devil fruit in the early stage, you can see it, a very good ability. Charlotte put it together with the slow fruit, and kept it for her son or daughter to eat later. Continue to rummage. Now that the 2 cantaloupe-shaped devil fruits have been found out, they have very good abilities, and the remaining 3 banana-shaped devil fruits, even if they are worse, Charlotte will not have any regrets. Sure enough, whatever you want. After turning a few pages, after seeing these 3 devil fruits, Charlotte felt like a black thread. Chapter 123 Dividing Devil Fruits. Animals cat fruit raccoon cat form. Animals elephant fruit white elephant form. Animals squirrel fruit hamster form. Sure enough, they are all common types, and there is no ancient species. But thinking of other devil fruits, Charlotte's mood also improved. The fusion fruit, swamp fruit, slow fruit, and sickle fruit are top devil fruits. If it is used well, it can completely cultivate several general-level combat power. As for the 4 animal-type devil fruits, goshawk and white elephant can give them to their cadres. Tabby cats and hamsters can be given to their own battle maids. These are the bottom forces in the future, so they can't be too weak. In the future, I will use my family as a bond to establish the Rockefeller family, and my children will be the backbone and main force of my future. Think of this. Charlotte hid the slow fruit, the sickle fruit, and the swamp fruit. Take out the goshawk fruit, the white elephant fruit and the raccoon cat fruit and the hamster fruit. And the combined fruit. Charlotte has already made up her mind, let Barrett eat the combined fruit. Charlotte took 5 devil fruits in her hands and walked out. Before leaving, press a button in the captain's cabin. The next moment the alarm sounded. Spread throughout the ship. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened to the sirens. Then he ran to the deck without hesitation. In just 10 minutes, more than 100 people gathered on the deck. Among the more than 100 people, there are 7 small captains. Rodney Carter, the captain of the Zebra, has a bounty of 6,000 Baileys. There are more than 20 combat crew members behind. The second captain, Madman Bunny or Ralph, offered a bounty of 9,000 million Baileys. Command more than 20 battle crews. The 3 captains battle made Monica Harrington, in the form of animal, bug fruit, and dragonfly. Behind are more than 60 maids. Ship's Dr. Nick Hume. Behind him are 5 ship doctor maids who studied medicine under Kochiki. Boatman Adolf Rudolph. Behind are 10 boatmen. As well as the 4th captain swordsman Paul Bunyan, the bounty is 800 million Baileys. There are 12 swordsmen behind. 5 captain swordsman Isaac Marlowe offered a bounty of 76 million Baileys. 10 swordsmen behind him. And his own 5 personal maids. There are more than 20 maids behind. Elena, Panis, and Barrett, who is 8 years old but has a height of 2 meters. These are all of Charlotte's family assets, accumulated over the past 4 years. Charlotte has always maintained the principle that you should not abuse what you lack, and did not wantonly expand enrollment. One is low-key development, but no good seedlings have been encountered. Don't underestimate the crew of Charlotte. Not to mention 1 against 100, but it is still very easy for 1 to fight 10. Those captains had the strength of a naval colonel, and Carter even had the strength of a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. It can be regarded as a force that is not weak. I called everyone to gather today. It's because there are rewards for everyone. Recently, I got some devil fruits, and I will give everyone points, so that everyone's strength can be improved by 1 level. Charlotte said to everyone. After hearing what Charlotte said, everyone's nervousness eased. After all, Charlotte's sudden emergency assembly startled them, thinking it was someone invading. Ralph. This devil fruit is in the shape of animal elephant white elephant. It is very suitable for you. After all, the recovery ability and power of the animal type is quite a blessing for the strong in physical arts. Do you want to eat it? You can figure it out yourself. Charlotte threw the white elephant fruit in Ralph's hand. Ralph is the pirate captain who was rescued by Charlotte in the slave ship. Because of Charlotte Rennie's impression, he knelt on the deck for 3 days and 3 nights, begging to join Charlotte. Charlotte was also moved by Ralph's persistence and agreed to join him. Of course, Charlotte also read her mind with the color of knowledge and knowledge, checked it, and agreed after finding that there was no disagreement. Since joining his team, he has either studied hard or practiced hard every day, or he often finds others to learn from each other. And every time Charlotte went to sea to plunder, Ralph also rushed to the forefront. Known as a madman, he was offered a reward of 9,000 million Baileys by the Navy headquarters. The strength of the strong gymnasts is also to be seen. Ralph was catching the devil fruit that Charlotte handed over, and his eyes turned red all of a sudden. Those who are moved must know that the minimum value of a devil fruit is million, and the boss of the family gave it to him without blinking an eye. How will he repay the boss? Thinking of this, Ralph closed his eyes and bit the white elephant fruit in front of him. Wow! Ralph hastily covered his mouth with his hands. Not letting myself spit it out, swallowed it forcibly, and then looked at the rest and generally ate it in big mouthfuls. Charlotte didn't stop, watching him finish the whole banana. Seeing Ralph's constipated expression, the eyelids of everyone who had eaten the devil fruit twitched. They all remembered the feeling when they ate the devil fruit. After Ralph finished eating, in an instant, Ralph's nose suddenly became longer. The body also became huge, turning into a white elephant with a height of meters in an instant. Seeing the change in Ralph, Estes, who was sitting in Jenny's arms, clapped his hands and shouted at this scene. Elephant! Elephant! Seeing Estes wanting to touch, Charlotte also smiled at each other. Ralph had just eaten the devil fruit and hadn't controlled it well, so he made a fool of himself in front of everyone. But after a while, Ralph slowly took control of his power and retreated to the sidewalk. Ralph clenched his fist, only feeling that his strength had grown a lot. Not bad. Charlotte praised, then looked at the others. Ship Dr. Hume and Boatman Rudolph shook their heads to express that they would not eat devil fruits. In the end, Charlotte looked at Paul and Isaac, who had followed her to sea for half a year. In the end, the two also shook their heads. Boss. Our dream is to become a sword master. Don't eat devil fruits. After hearing Paul's words, Charlotte had no choice but to look away. Look at your battle-maid Monica. Monica. Pick 3 maids with good performance and good strength, and you will share these 3 devil fruits. Charlotte gave Monica 3 animal devil fruits. After all, Monica has more than 60 combat maids under her command, but she is still a bit busy in charge of it alone. Monica received the 3 devil fruits that Charlotte gave her. These are the goshawk form, the raccoon cat form, and the hamster form. You will ask who wants to eat them later, and pick the strongest 3 and fly them. Charlotte said to Monica. Yes. Master. Monica said respectfully. She has already eaten the devil fruit and no longer needs it, so it is better to share it with others. After Monica got the 3 devil fruits, she immediately turned around and distributed them to the 3 maids standing behind her. These 3 maids are the ones who often help her, and the strength of each of them is also top-notch among many maids. Chapter 124 Fusion Fruit. Charlotte didn't say anything after seeing Monica's actions. Don't be discouraged either. As long as you do meritorious deeds. Everything I have here can be shared with you. I haven't been on the island for the past 6 months, and you are the ones guarding the ship, so the crew will share 200 million Baileys, and the maids will share 50 Baileys. Charlotte waved the reward with a big hand. After hearing what Charlotte said, many crew members waved their weapons and shouted. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Hearing the cheers of many subordinates, Charlotte also smiled. This is just the cheering of more than 100 people, so what is the cheering of 1,001 people like? Charlotte couldn't help looking forward to it. He would also be the Emperor of the Sea. Disband. Barrett, come with me. Charlotte waved at everyone. As for the money, it was managed by her 5 personal maids, so Charlotte didn't have time to take care of these trivial matters. Charlotte walked to the captain's cabin, followed by Barrett. After entering the captain's cabin, Charlotte sat down on the captain's chair and looked at Barrett, who was already 2 meters tall. It may be that his nutrition has kept up. Barrett's height has skyrocketed in the past few days, and he is almost as tall as Charlotte. Charlotte estimates that her height is about meters. This kind of height, in the world of One Piece, is estimated to be disabled at the 3rd level, but what can he do? Sit. Charlotte motioned for him to sit down. After hearing this, Barrett sat in front of Charlotte like a soldier. Barrett, you have been with me for a few days, since I fished you out of that hell, you should know that I have taken a fancy to your talent. I want to train you, you followed me these days, and I didn't let you suffer, did I? Charlotte looked at Barrett and said. Captain. You are right. Ever since I followed you, Captain, I have not been hungry for a day, and I always remember the kindness that the Captain has shown me. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do whatever. Barrett sat up straight and said. At this time, Barrett hadn't been betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Although he was 2 meters tall, he was only 8 years old mentally, and he didn't have so many twists and turns. Charlotte fed him, gave him to drink, and taught him to become stronger, all of which Barrett could feel. No one has treated him so well since he was a child. Okay. This is the superhuman fit fruit, the ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit. It can fuse the inorganic matter it touches with its own body, and not only can it fuse with the body, but also make the inorganic matter combine and rearrange to create new weapons. For example, it can use scrap iron and rubble to build submarines or weapons, can create inexhaustible weapons. This is an extremely powerful devil fruit. I think it can help you become stronger, only in this way can you assist me in the future. Charlotte took out the superhuman fusion fruit she had obtained before, placed it in front of Barrett, and explained to him. Barrett looked at the combined fruit in front of the table without any fluctuations in his eyes. This is the habit he developed in the barracks. Barrett looked at the fruit without any hesitation, directly picked up the fruit on the table and bit it down, then swallowed the fruit with a distorted expression. Thinking of Ralph eating this, Barrett closed his eyes and swallowed the whole combined fruit. After eating, Barrett put his hand on the chair subconsciously. As a result, a layer of purple crystals appeared on the hand, covering the chair layer by layer, causing the chair to change instantly. And Barrett just felt as if he could manipulate it into any shape. Charlotte just watched Barrett's actions quietly without disturbing. After watching Barrett combine the chairs into a gun, Charlotte was slightly taken aback. But then he was relieved. After all, Barrett grew up in a military camp, so he should be very familiar with firearms and the like. Okay. If you want to experiment, go out and experiment, don't tear down my captain's cabin. Charlotte hurriedly interrupted Barrett's spellcasting. Yes. Captain. When Barrett was enjoying himself, he subconsciously said after hearing what Charlotte said. Charlotte nodded speechlessly. When will Barrett's military style change? But when he thought that he had spent 8 years in the barracks, Charlotte stopped thinking about it. Wait for time to erase everything. After seeing Barrett go, Charlotte leaned back on the chair and closed her eyes. Now he has nothing to do, just waiting for the arrival of the Valley of Gods. However, during this period of time, his own training could not be left behind. The domineering armed color is about to be practiced. The thought of being domineering and armed was being beaten by Admiral Steelbone Air. He felt aggrieved for a while. I have to find a few big mountains to hone my fists, or go to the bottom of the sea, but the bottom of the sea is too troublesome, and I can't breathe in the bottom of the sea, so why not wear an oxygen cylinder when practicing swords? Charlotte spread out the map and looked at the nearby deserted islands. Can't go far. Otherwise Lox will be angry. Charlotte picked a desert island, and he planned to set off tomorrow. It was nearby, and he would arrive in a few hours. Lox would not say anything. When he went to see Lox yesterday, he could feel a little bit of rage from Lox with his knowledgeable arrogance. It's as if Rox is on the verge of rage right now. I don't know what's going on, who messed with him? Golden Lion or Whitebeard? Charlotte is probably the Golden Lion. Because of not being able to go to sea in the past few months, the Golden Lion has quarreled with Lox several times, but they always came by point. After all, Jean Sheetsy is such a smart person, of course he knows the truth of shooting the top bird. As long as no one gets angry first, Golden Lion will not be the first to turn his face. He's not the kind of person who doesn't know what to do. It can be seen from the original. Every time you have to be prepared, you will come out and make waves. Time is fast. After Charlotte arranged things last time, she went to a nearby desert island alone to start practicing armed domineering. It doesn't matter whether it's covered on a sword or a fist, as long as it can use the armed color domineering. This training lasts for 2 or 3 months. In the past 2 or 3 months, Rox has looked for him twice, and Golden Lion has looked for him 5 times. And Charlotte Lingling invited him to her tea party too. But the tea party at this time is just a simple 3 people, Charlotte, Charlotte Lingling, and Kaido. Just these 3 people. During the tea party, the two had been testing his position, and Charlotte also vaguely told them her dissatisfaction with Lox. It made the two very happy, and everyone had a great time. In the end, Charlotte Lingling also wanted to invite Charlotte to stay in the evening. What a joke, Charlotte left without looking back, ignoring Charlotte Lingling's invitation. This woman is really jealous of herself. How can her own body be coveted by her? Looking at Charlotte, who didn't turn her head, Charlotte Lingling was so angry that she almost went crazy again. Chapter 125, The Cloud of War. If Kaido hadn't stopped him from the sidelines, there would probably be another disturbance. Bump. Boom. Bang. Charlotte output crazily towards the big rock in front of her. Every punch contains armed domineering, and the green and black armed domineering has become somewhat dimmed. This is obviously expendable. After all, Charlotte's armed arrogance has never disappeared from her fist. The consumption of armed domineering has been maintained. Charlotte wanted to cultivate her domineering aura in this process of constant consumption. Charlotte actually has an idea, to see if the armed domineering can be integrated into the bones, so that even without the armed domineering, it can capture natural entities. However, in the past 3 months, no matter how Charlotte tried, she hadn't succeeded. Obviously, Charlotte's idea is a bit whimsical. But Charlotte did not give up. It doesn't work now. It may be that my armed color is not strong enough, and I will try again when my armed color is stronger. A knife can be practiced into a black knife, so why can't that person? With this idea in mind, Charlotte has never stopped covering her with armed domineering colors. Anyway, as long as I can keep up with food, I won't get tired. If you look down from the top of the island where Charlotte is practicing now, you will find that the island has sunken, and the ground is full of potholes. Become bald. This is the result of Charlotte's 3 months. Boss. Boss. Charlotte, who was training, suddenly heard someone calling him, so he stopped and looked over. He saw his subordinates shouting from a distance of meters away. When they were training by themselves, no one dared to approach them, otherwise they would not be able to bear the turmoil that would be generated. No one dared to get close to him except those few cadres of his own. Charlotte withdrew her fist, and a boulder in front of her eyes had begun to split. What happened? Charlotte walked over, sweat streaming down her strong muscles. Boss. Captain Locks called you over. The subordinate looked at Charlotte and said. Rocks? Charlotte frowned after hearing this. Go. After thinking about it, Charlotte decided to go and have a look. Stepping onto the boat, Charlotte saw Paul. Has anything happened on Beehive Island in the past half-month? Charlotte took the towel and wiped off her sweat and asked. Yes. It should be said that in the past month, Rocks has been calling all the crew members under him to gather on the Hive Island. Now there are nearly 100 pirates on the Hive Island. They were all gathered by Rocks. Paul looked at Charlotte and said. Hearing this, Charlotte frowned. It looks like war is coming. Charlotte put down the towel and looked in the direction of the Hive Island and murmured. He has already seen the densely packed ships at the port of Hive Island. Ha 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 ha. Little ones. Drink. After a group of pirates were gathered to Hive Island by Rocks, they had nothing to do and held parties every day. Boss. Drink. Almost every boat is a group of people sitting on the boat drinking wine. It's open. It's open. Where there is drinking, there is gambling. Under Charlotte's knowledgeable domineering, almost everyone's actions could not escape his perception. A cursory scan. Good guy, about -2 pirates were gathered by Rocks. This is only the periphery, and the pirates directly under Locks are probably on the island. The cloud of war hangs over the entire Hive Island. Charlotte's boat found a place to dock and went ashore. As soon as Charlotte appeared, she was recognized by many pirates. After all, this is one of the 7 cadres of the Rocks pirates. With a bounty of 11 billion Baileys, it ranks among the top 5 in the entire Rocks pirates. With the strength of a great swordsman in one hand, he escaped safely from the hands of the Admiral Gang Gukong, and destroyed the ruthless people of 5 countries with his own strength. A ruthless man known as the Great Swordsman of Blood. Even if these pirates dared to be lawless, they would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Charlotte. Almost everyone shut up, for fear of making Charlotte unhappy. After all, Charlotte has a criminal record. Kill people if they disagree, and slaughter all pirates in front of many cadres, captains and crew. These things are still fresh in their memory. After all, there are quite a few people here who were watching helplessly. Captain Charlotte. The other cadres have already arrived. You are the only one missing. Once docked, I saw Locke's dog leg coming to Charlotte and saying. Okay. Charlotte nodded and walked towards the center of the Hive Island. Walking on the road to the main hall, Charlotte has already seen many people preparing weapons and ammunition being loaded onto their respective ships. Many pirates also began to sharpen their knives, and it is estimated that they have all received wind. They are all actively preparing. Charlotte soon came to the hall where Locks convened a meeting. Wow, ha 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 ha. Charlotte, you are finally here. You are the only one missing. Rox is sitting on the throne, and below are the 6 cadres. Locks laughed when he saw Charlotte. Training nearby, it's late. Charlotte explained something and then sat in her seat. Jia ha 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 ha. Training? Training cannot enhance strength, only fighting is the best way to enhance strength. The Golden Lion said while biting his cigar and looking at Charlotte who had just finished training. Okay. Charlotte nodded, not intending to argue with the Golden Lion. Ku la 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 la. Captain, why did you call us here? Edward Newgate, the white beard, sat on the head seat and looked at Locks and asked. Hey ha ha ha. Yes. Captain. You gathered us all together. What's the matter? John asked, taking a sip of his drink. The others were also staring at Locks on the throne, wanting to see what Locks would say. Wow ha 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 ha. Look at this news. Locks passed on a stack of documents in his hand for everyone to see. Whitebeard took a look after taking over, and his expression froze at just this one look. He had already guessed what Locks was going to do. After reading it, it was passed on to the Golden Lion. After seeing the information on the paper, Shirka shrank his eyes and passed it on, then looked at Locks. Captain Rox. What do you mean by showing us this news? Is this why you gathered us? Golden Lion Shurji looked at Locks and frowned and asked. But Locks did not speak, but continued to wait for everyone to finish watching. It quickly reached Charlotte, and the reactions of those who saw the news varied. And Charlotte is seeing the message on the paper. 4th of May, the Celestial Dragons will hold a 40-year ceremony in the Valley of the Gods in the New World. After Charlotte saw the news, her expression changed, but she didn't say anything and looked up at Locks, asking him to give an explanation. Locks looked at the expressions of everyone one by one, and he saw everyone's expressions. Chapter 126 God and #039, S Valley? You have all seen the news on the paper. I plan to take you to do a big business. Rox looked at the crowd and said with a smile. But Locke's words didn't make everyone smile. Captain Rox. What a big deal. Whitebeard looked into Locke's eyes and asked. Rox smiled after hearing this. Maybe everyone doesn't know what the Valley of the Gods is. The news I got. The Valley of the Gods is located in the mysterious sea area of the New World, and it will only open once every 40 years. And every time it is opened, it is a celebration for the celestial dragons like Marie Joa, and for this celebration, the celestial dragons will bring their treasures and slaves to celebrate there. That is to say, at that time, the Valley of the Gods will be full of treasures. I don't think you should miss it. You must know that it is the treasure of the Tianlong people. How many treasures Tianlong people have? I believe everyone who knows the gold in the sky knows that this will be an unimaginable treasure. Isn't it very exciting? Locks looked at the crowd and said seductively. And Rox really aroused everyone's greed. Even the white beard has reddish eyes. You must know that he is very poor. Since he knew his dream, his funds are very small. Without money, how can he raise his son? And the Golden Lion's idea is even simpler. How can he fight for world hegemony with his subordinates who have no money? Others also have different thoughts. But they all looked at Locks greedily. There was also a flash of greed in Charlotte's eyes. Who doesn't love money? Even Charlotte, who just got more than 30 billion, is short of money. After leaving Rox, a lot of things are waiting for money to solve. Just can take this opportunity to make a fortune. You must know that in the future, the flying pirates formed by the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard pirates organized by Edward will be established in a short period of time. If there is no money among them, they can be so fast. Captain Rox. When are we going to the Valley of the Gods? The Golden Lion Shurji was the first to ask impatiently. Wow ha 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 ha. It's April 25th now. There are only 9 days until May-th, and we plan to leave one day after this meeting. But no one should reveal the whereabouts, and we can't tell anyone. This time we are going to call the world government was caught off guard. Rox looked at the crowd and said. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Wow ha 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 ha. Go down and get ready. Rox waved his hand. After hearing Locke's words, everyone stood up and walked towards the door. Wait until people are gone. Wow, ha 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 ha. Wait until I get the king of heaven. I am the king of the world. Rox said madly in this empty hall. After laughing for a while. Has Xiachi not been in touch yet? Rox suddenly asked towards the shadow. Captain Rox. Boss Xiachi has disappeared since reporting the whereabouts of the Tianlong people. Our people searched all over the New World and couldn't find it. A golden figure in the shadow said. Trash. Keep looking. If you want to live, you want to see people. If you want to die, you want to see corpses. Xiachi knows too many secrets. She must not be caught by anyone, and she can be killed if necessary. Rox said lightly. Yes. The golden figure trembled after hearing Locke's words. After watching people disappear, Rox frowned. His mood is a little restless. He always felt that Xiachi would destroy his plan. Roger, pirates. Roger. There's a message from Xiachi that I think will be useful to you. Rayleigh went to the bow, said to Roger sitting on the bow. Xiachi? Isn't she an intelligence officer of the Rox pirates? Why did she send us a message? Roger, wearing a straw hat, raised his eyebrows and looked at Rayleigh. Riley smiled awkwardly. Xiachi has left the Rox pirates. Now she is no longer an intelligence officer in the Rox pirates. After hearing what Rayleigh said, Roger stood up and looked at Rayleigh seriously. I seem to remember that the Lox pirates never seemed to launch a story. She shouldn't have betrayed Lox, right? Ha 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 ha. Really want to be? Rayleigh laughed like he was hiding something from Roger. What news? Let's hear it. Roger looked at Raleigh curiously and asked. Xiachi learned in Rox that the Rox pirates seem to be going to make a big move recently, and they are going to start a war in a place called the Valley of the Gods. I really think that Tianlongren is also there, and she is the chief intelligence officer of the Rox pirates. What the officials heard from Lox about the 3 ancient weapon kings, Lox seems to be looking for this thing. Raleigh looked at Roger and said. And Roger's face changed when he heard the Valley of the Gods and the King of Heaven, which made Rayleigh confused. Roger. What's up with this message? Raleigh asked with concern. We must not let Lox's plot succeed. Roger suddenly looked at Rayleigh and said. Huh? What does that mean? Rayleigh was confused by Roger's nonsensical words and didn't know what to say. I mean. Rox went to the Valley of the Gods for the King of Heaven. Roger looked at Rayleigh seriously and said. Valley of Gods? Heavenly King? Raleigh looked at Roger with some incomprehension. But Roger didn't explain anything, but looked at Rayleigh. Can you contact Xiachi? Ask him if he knows the location of the Valley of the Gods. We want to stop Lox's conspiracy. Roger looked at Rayleigh seriously. Raleigh had never seen such a serious Roger, and nodded subconsciously. Okay. I'll go ask Xiachi right now. But Xiachi seems to be on the run now. After Lox found out that Xiachi was missing, he frantically looked for her. Riley said. Please, Rayleigh. It is very important to know the location of the Valley of Gods. Roger looked at Rayleigh with a pleading expression, and grabbed Rayleigh's shoulders with both hands. No problem. I'll ask right away. Although I don't know why Roger is crazy, but Roger didn't look like he was joking either. He hurried back to his cabin and called Xiachi. But Hao also dialed differently. At this time, Xiachi was imprisoned in a cabin disguised as a captured slave. No one knows that this prisoner is Xiachi, an intelligence agent whom Lox relies on most. Xiachi was wrapped in a grey robe alone, stay quietly in the corner. She made this ship because this slave ship was bound for the Chambord Islands. She plans to avoid Lox's pursuit in the Chambord Islands. After all, it is close to the headquarters of the Navy, and Lox's tentacles are not so long. As long as Lox doesn't dispatch a cadre-level captain to catch her, she won't be afraid of anyone. As an intelligence officer on the Rox ship, she is not bad at all. I stroked a record pointer on my left wrist. This is the road sign of the Valley of the Gods that Captain Lox had been collecting before. Xiachi secretly copied a copy and kept it close to her body. Chapter 127 Xiachi and #039's defection. It wasn't that Xiachi wanted to betray Lox, but that Lox wanted to kill Xiachi. As Lox's intelligence agent, she knows too many secrets, and Lox will never keep her. She knew it all too well. When she helped Lox inquire about the actions of the world government, she made up her mind to escape from Lox during this period of time when Lox had no time to take care of herself. Now it seems that the plan is perfect. As long as you get to the Chambord Islands. There are mixed fish and dragons there, great for hiding yourself. In the past few years in the Rocks Pirates, Xiaoqi has felt tired and does not want to continue to be a pirate. I wanted to open a tavern, and that was the end of my life. She had already thought of the name of the tavern. It's called Xiaoqi's Ripping Off. Touching the record pointer on the wrist, this is the only way to defeat Rocks. After all, she can rest assured only when Locks is dead. I'm sorry, Captain. Who made you want to kill first? Xiaoqi hid in the corner of the cabin and murmured softly. Brother. Have you heard? The Rocks Pirates seem to have made a big move recently. Now the nest of the Rocks Pirates, Beehive Island, is full of pirates. I don't know what the conspiracy is. In the cabin, a slave trader sat on a clean table and said to the people beside him. Why didn't I hear that? Didn't you notice that the Rocks Pirates have been quiet a lot these past few months? Even that Charlotte didn't come out. Think about it before, would we still have the opportunity to trade slaves in the New World? She was chopped off by Charlotte's sword a long time ago. Speaking of this, the slave trader shrank his neck. You must know that in recent years, the slave trade in the New World has been almost completely destroyed by Charlotte. All slave traders were killed and thrown into the sea to feed the fish after being targeted by Charlotte. This made many slave traders startled and angry at Charlotte. It's not that no one has thought of resisting, but those people are no match for Charlotte. Indeed. In the past few months, it should not be said that this year, that monster has not appeared. The companion next to him nodded. You don't know. Charlotte appeared in the first half of the Great Rout a few months ago, first destroyed the capital of the Seven Waters, slaughtered all the princes, nobles, and officials, and made a big fuss at that time news. Then under the eyes of the Navy, the Chambord Islands destroyed the Tianlongren's auction house, so why do you think this person is so disgusted with slaves? The slave trader who was drinking was puzzled. He. You don't know yet, after Charlotte destroyed the auction house, the admiral was dispatched, and guess what happened? Charlotte escaped, under the nose of the admiral. This is the Navy general. Listening to the group's discussion, Xiaoqi curled her lips and said nothing. After all, she knew all these things, and she even provided the information several times. She is the party. Brother Charlotte seems to have a good reputation? Xiaoqi glanced at the imprisoned slaves and said to herself. She could clearly feel the look of hope in the eyes of these slaves when these people talked about Charlotte. Finally, Xiaoqi leaned against the corner and closed her eyes. She is a little tired, after all, I have been fleeing for so many days. Turn your sight. After Charlotte and the others finished the meeting, 7 cadres came out of the gate one after another. But Sui was not the first to leave. In the end, Golden Lion Shurji couldn't hold back, looked at the crowd and said. Do you have any thoughts on what the captain said just now? Shurji looked at the crowd, trying to see what they were thinking in their eyes. Whitebeard still looked like he had nothing to do with himself. The same goes for Charlotte Lingling. Wang Ji and John Silver Axe lowered their eyes and did not speak. Charlotte looked at the sky expressionlessly. No one responded to Shurji's words, which made Shurji feel that he had lost face. Speak up, don't pretend to be silent, don't I know what you are like? Shurji said with some frustration. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and took a deep look at Shurji. What are you talking about? What's there to say? Don't we know what your plan is? Don't you want to be the first bird? Whitebeard looked at Shurji disdainfully, then walked out. The others also went out individually. The veins on Shurji's forehead popped up, and he wanted to explode, but considering that this was Rock's territory, he held back his unhappiness. Then he glanced at Charlotte's direction. Boy Charlotte. What do you think? Shurku floated to Charlotte and asked. Now Shurji is the only one who can speak in the entire Rocks Pirates, only Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at Ski. What else can we do? If Whitebeard doesn't jump out, it's up to us? Wait. Charlotte said lightly. But Shurji obviously didn't want to hear these words. Is there any way to make Whitebeard jump out? Shurku looked at Charlotte and asked. Charlotte looked at Shurke with idiotic eyes, which made Shurke beat his heart. But now it is quite difficult for him to kill Charlotte. I heard that Whitebeard seems to like adopting sons recently? Charlotte said a long and meaningful remark, which instantly made Siki think on the spot. And Charlotte walked towards his camp. For Rock's say get ready, Charlotte doesn't care. I don't have many subordinates, so I can go by myself when the time comes. If you want to come to Rock's, you won't say anything. After all, Rock still needs them to fight. Boss. Boss. After seeing Charlotte, they bowed their heads respectfully. Go and call all the captains. Charlotte looked at the crew members whom she couldn't name and said, yes. After hearing what Charlotte said, these crew members took action one after another. Charlotte needs to arrange something. Not long after, Charlotte waited for everyone in the meeting room in the cabin. Boss. Boss. Seeing that Charlotte had already sat at the main seat, everyone saluted one after another. Charlotte waved, interrupted their greeting. Gather everyone together today. I think everyone has guessed it vaguely. That's right. The Locks pirates are about to make a big move. What exactly is it? You don't need to know. Just know that this time it has nothing to do with you. When the time comes, just I can do it alone. And the reason why I summoned you is to let you evacuate from Hive Island and return to Kame Island. Carter is responsible for this. After all, you are also an old man who has followed me from Kame Island. You know all this. Be sure to leave Hive Island on the second day after I leave, and all personnel must evacuate and must not resist. Charlotte looked at everyone seriously and ordered. Yes. Seeing Charlotte's serious expression, no one dared to be sloppy. Although they are puzzled, they only need to do it. Chapter 128 Arrangement of 5 Old Stars. Okay. I'm done talking, this matter can't be leaked, disband. Charlotte glanced at everyone and said. Whoa. After Charlotte's order, everyone walked out. Charlotte has great trust in the 5 captains under her command. After all, in the face of knowledge, color and mind reading, if you want to betray, you must have strength. After the meeting, Charlotte found the 6 girls. I also told them not to worry. Looking at the 4-month-old baby in Martha's arms, Charlotte's eyes were full of affection. How is Tesla? Is it making trouble? That's right, this is Charlotte's 3rd son, Rockefeller Tesla. These names were all named by Charlotte with more famous names in her previous life. Who made Charlotte a bad name? Charlotte was named after Tesla when he was born. No. Tesla is very good. He has never made a fuss. Every day he just eats and sleeps, and eats and sleeps. Martha also looked at her son lovingly. That's good. If he dares to make trouble and watch him grow up, I will not deal with him. Charlotte looked at Tesla with big round eyes and said. Look at you. Don't scare the child. Martha rolled her eyes. Charlotte smiled. Then he looked at the others. Estes was running around the boat every day, and sometimes he couldn't see her. At the age of 3, she has very good physical fitness, as if she will not be tired. Jumping up and down every day, freezing this and that with cold fruits from time to time, this gave the girls a very headache. But there is no way. Now Estes found a wooden western sword from nowhere, and waved it on the boat every day. Charlotte probably gave it to you from Paul. After all, Paul was the only one on board who used a western sword. The 1.5-year-old Caesar didn't make much fuss, and was still babbling with Alice. In the 3.5 months since Charlotte returned, Nell and Jillian were also successfully pregnant. This is also thanks to Charlotte's hard work in the past few months. After all, Charlotte rarely came back after she decided to train, but just a few times I got pregnant. It couldn't help but make Charlotte happy. Just when Charlotte and her family were tender. The outside world is in chaos. After all, Rox would give them a day to prepare. Regardless of whether these cadres have 2 hearts or not, they still have to do things well right now. Quick! Quick! Put all the cannons on board, be careful, these are all expensive. If one is broken, be careful of your lives. Be careful. Be careful. These are Lord Charlotte's desserts. If you lose them, you will pay for them with your lives. Under the order of these cadres, all the pirates started to move. This made the Hive Island go crazy. This made many spies from major forces frown. Mary Joa. Look. This is news from Hive Island. The 5 old stars with hats handed over the information in their hands to everyone. What does Rox want to do? Start a war? The blonde Wu Laoxing frowned and said after reading it. What is he going to do? Could it be that he knows about the Valley of the Gods? The 5 old stars holding the knife said in a deep voice after seeing it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible? No one but us knows where the Valley of Gods is? Wu Laoxing, who had a birthmark on his head, said. Then what is he going to do? Shouldn't he be attacking the remaining bases in the New World? A head of white long straight hair was puzzled. I don't know. But the possibility is very high. The blonde 5 old star said. Then I'll tell Cyborg Sara to get him ready," said the 5 old stars holding the knife. Everyone nodded. "Bail, bail. Moses, Moses." Sara's voice came from the phone bug. "Empty. Please pay attention to the possibility that the Rock's pirates will make big moves recently. Frequent mobilization of pirates may attack your Navy's New World base. Be careful." The 5 old stars holding the knife exhorted. "Yes." Kong frowned after hearing the news. "I immediately let Zifa and Sengoku enter the New World to station at the New World base." Empty arrangement. "Well. After this matter is completed, I will promote you to Admiral of the Navy, plus 3 admirals. These 3 admirals will be served by Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa, and will handle the sea for you that day. See more pirates." The 5 old stars with the knife suddenly said this shocking arrangement. And this news instantly shocked Sora so much that he almost fainted. "Yes. Thank you, world government, for your support." Sora suppressed the excitement in his heart and said hastily. "Okay. Hang up." The 5 old stars with the knife took the initiative to hang up the phone. And Sora laughed excitedly in the office. Our Navy is finally about to rise. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Kong's loud laughter spread throughout the entire Marin Van Duo. Let all the Navy soldiers be stunned. But then stopped laughing and arranged things. Sara is in a good mood. I just feel that today is the happiest moment during this period. As for Mary Chiaya's office, the other 5 old stars did not react when they heard the news. Because this is what they have discussed a long time ago. After all, the strength of the Navy is indeed going to be strengthened, and the strength of the sea is too inflated now. Whether it's Rox D. Gibek of the Rox Pirates, or his subordinates Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, or that Charlotte, want to deal with the Rox Pirates, the strength of the Navy is still too weak. What's more, there is Goldo Roger in the Roger Pirates. The world government deliberately hides the traces of D, or Silbaz Raleigh. Or maybe the latest Red Earl, Patrick Redfield. As well as Qing Jiao and Bondi Waldo, who are still making trouble in the world. They all need the Navy's manpower to solve them. But today's Navy is too weak, as can be seen from the new world that has been handed over. After Wu Laoxing finished discussing this matter. Be sure to prepare for the Valley of Gods. The blonde Wu Laoxing looked at the Wu Laoxing wearing a black hat and said. Don't worry. I will personally lead the team this time. There is also the Lieutenant General Carp of the Navy. CP0 is here, so there will be no accidents. After all, the Valley of the Gods only opens once in 40 years. There is no record pointer to find it. It's just a fantasy. The 5 old stars wearing hats said confidently. That's good. It must be properly arranged, and Lord M values? This matter very much. Those Tianlong people have also arranged it? The 5 old stars with long straight hair asked. Everything is arranged. The blonde 5 old star said. Humph. These Tianlong people are really going too far recently. Wu Laoxing, who had a birthmark on his head, said angrily. No one responded to his words, but each of them bowed their heads in thought without speaking. Wu Laoxing, who had a birthmark on his head, also complained, and then shut up. Okay. Now let's discuss. This kingdom of Yaz looks like a member of the world government. Chapter 129 Kaido. The time has come to April 27th. The entire Hive Island is busy. Charlotte came to the pirate ship of Locke's Sword of Jaibeck alone. The Sword of Jaibeck is the main ship of Rox, and the whole body is made of Adam's treasure tree. Locke still spent a lot of money to build this ship, collecting materials from the Adam treasure tree in the Dark World. For this reason, I went to the Dark World to plunder before grabbing it. When Charlotte walked on board, many cadres had already arrived. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji and John Silver Axe were also standing on the bow. Locks, on the other hand, was playing with a record pointer in his hand and stood in front of the rudder, looking at Charlotte. Charlotte. Don't tell me you're the only one in your 8th team? Rox stood at the rudder and looked at Charlotte and asked. That's right. I'm here alone, and I'm enough. Could it be possible that the group of women on my boat will also go to the battlefield? Charlotte looked at Lox without fear and said. After hearing what Charlotte said, Lox fell silent, he didn't speak again. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion hurried out to smooth things over. What's the matter? There are not many people in the Charlotte Brothers team, most of them are women, and letting a group of women go to the battlefield doesn't mean that my Rox pirates are all a group of women, isn't it a joke? One more brother Charlotte is enough. Do you mean Captain Locks? The Golden Lion took the initiative to stand up, which also eased the atmosphere a lot. That's right. Charlotte's team has the least number of people. Isn't it a joke to have a group of women on the battlefield? Whitebeard Edward Newgate also stood up and said something. After the two cadres stood up, the others also opened their mouths to ease the atmosphere. Locks actually didn't want to say anything, he just warned Charlotte, but he didn't expect Charlotte to be so hot-tempered, and he didn't give him the captain face at all. He snorted softly, and stopped paying attention to Charlotte. On the contrary, Charlotte felt at ease, sitting alone on the empty barrel and drinking wine in small cups. Seeing this, Shirku also came over, then looked at Locks above, then looked at Charlotte in a low voice and said, "Boy. Are you okay, and why are you rushing to Locks like this? Do you want to die?" Seeing the warm and angry look of the Golden Lion, Charlotte felt a little disdainful. She didn't speak, but took a drink by herself. Seeing Charlotte's proud look, Shirji was also very helpless. All the strong men on this ship have different personalities, but Charlotte is full of arrogance, treating everyone with a proud look. If Shirji hadn't asked him for this, he would have drawn his sword and had a fight with Charlotte long ago. It was boring to dig out, and Shirku simply sat down and smoked a cigar. For those pirate minions, someone will help him manage them. The two just sat together, which made other cadres shrink their eyes. Shouldn't these two be allied? The three Wang Ji and John Silveraxe looked at each other with inexplicable expressions in their eyes. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido also looked at each other. Kaido carried his mace on his shoulders and looked at Charlotte without speaking. And Charlotte also noticed that Kaido behind Charlotte Lingling was watching him silently. In fact, Charlotte and Kaido are about the same age, but their situations are completely opposite. One is an intern of the Rocks Pirates, and the other is a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. There is a big difference in status. And the current Kaido is not like the governor of the Beast Pirates in the later generations, his strength is still very weak, it's just a simple mastery of the three-color domineering, with good physical skills. There are no animals, fish, phantom beasts, and blue dragons yet. Charlotte also coveted this fruit, but couldn't get her hands on it. You can't go around to inquire about that green dragon fruit. And Charlotte estimated that the green dragon fruit should be in the hands of Charlotte Lingling. After all, it was Charlotte Lingling who gave it to Kaido in the original book. It also makes Kaido owe Charlotte Lingling a favor. This is also in the original book. Today's Charlotte Lingling Charlotte is not afraid, but there is no need to establish a deadly enemy. It's impossible to rob, after all, I have a big family, so I can't do things regardless of the consequences. So? That Kaido boy, are you interested in him? Seeing Charlotte looking at Kaido, Shirji couldn't help asking. Charlotte glanced at Shirku upon hearing this, and then shook her head. I'm just curious what race Kaido is. Charlotte lied and gave a random reason. Don't you know ghosts? Shirji glanced at Charlotte in surprise, he didn't expect that Charlotte didn't know the Ghost Clan. Oh. Ghost Clan? And Ghost Clan? Charlotte looked at Kaido pretending to be surprised. Look at Kaido blatantly. Kaido frowned slightly. Why not? There are many races in this world, and we humans have the most, such as giants, demons, snakeheads. Wait a lot. This Kaido is one of the ghosts, and he also joined the Rocks Pirates halfway. I heard that he was a general of the kingdom before, and he became a pirate for some reason. Shirku glanced at Charlotte and said. Charlotte nodded when she heard the words, how could he not know why Kaido became a pirate? Kaido was born in the kingdom of Fulka and became the strongest warrior in the country at the age of 10. The king of the Fulka kingdom sold Kaido to the navy for the right to participate in the World Conference, but then Kaido escaped and was offered a reward of 7,000 million Baileys. After that, he would throw himself into the net when he was hungry and eat again get away. Later, when the 15-year-old Kaido killed the quartet on the pirate island Hachinos, Hive Island, Whitebeard conveyed the invitation of Locks D. Quebec to Kaido. Kaido then joined the Rocks Pirates as an intern pirate and met Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte is very clear about this, and probably knows Kaido better than Charlotte Lingling. To see Charlotte silent, Shirku was also not interested in continuing to talk, and started to drink with Charlotte. Charlotte was also not stingy and drank with Shirku. Strange to say, Charlotte has had the most dealings with Skeleton since joining Rocks. On the contrary, he didn't have friendship with Whitebeard Edward Newgate like most of the novels in his previous life. The friendship between himself and Whitebeard Edward Newgate was just a nod, and there was not much reaction. Neither of them took the initiative to date each other. This is also related to the character of Whitebeard and Charlotte. But the Golden Lion Shueisha is different, every time he talks to Charlotte carelessly. Although Charlotte sometimes fell silent while talking, Shueisha didn't care at all. Watching Shueisha and Charlotte sitting on the barrel and drinking wine. Everyone had different thoughts, and no one bothered. Set off. A loud shout suddenly woke up everyone, looking at Locke standing in front of the rudder. Chapter 130 Go, Valley of the Gods. Watching the ship slowly leave the port, the Sword of Gibek walked ahead, followed by nearly 100 pirates. Most of this is Golden Lion Shueisha and John's Grand Fleet. The others are all pirates who joined the Rocks Pirates. Such a huge power is incomparable even to the Whitebeard pirates of later generations. Looking at the many pirate ships, all the cadres burst out with pride in their hearts. There is a kind of flame called ambition in his eyes. I will also form a large pirate fleet in the future. I have already thought of the name, Flying Pirates, and I will use my fluttering fruit to create a unique fleet. The Golden Lion Skeet said beside Charlotte, looking at the fleet covering the sky behind the ship. His eyes were full of flames. Charlotte glanced at Shueisha beside him, and remained silent. He knew that Shueisha's idea would be successful in a few years, forming a group of flying pirates, who called themselves the Admiral of the Pirates. If it weren't for a storm of jokes, the future is still unknown. Charlotte withdrew her envious look. It's too far to think about it now, and she needs time. He glanced at Rox again. This is your last glory, Captain Rox. Charlotte looked at Lox and thought to himself. And Lox also looked at the fleet that covered the sky and the sun, with great pride in his chest. This is the first step for him to conquer the world. After he gets the legendary Heavenly King, the whole world will surrender under his feet. Wahahahaha. Wahahahaha. Rox D. Gibek's laughter was very loud, and it was quickly uploaded throughout the entire pirate ship. Everyone had different expressions after hearing the laughter. White-bearded Edward Newgate frowned, knowing what was on his brow without thinking about it. Captain Rox, this is the last time I will help you. Whitebeard couldn't help thinking to himself. Ever since he adopted those orphans and watched them call him daddy, he made up his mind to break away from the Rocks Pirates. Even if he did not hesitate to fight Lox for this, he would not regret it. The Golden Lion Shueisha lowered his head with a gloomy face, and he didn't care that the cigar in his mouth was almost burned to the corner of his mouth. And Charlotte Lingling is expressionless, he stared coldly at Lox who didn't even eat the dessert in his hand. The chef, Longbread, and Kaido stood behind Charlotte Lingling without saying a word. But Wang Ji and Dean Fu couldn't see the expressions on their faces hidden in the armor. And John took a bottle of wine and poured it into his stomach, looking at Lox with a smile on his face. I don't know what's on my mind. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked at Lox with disdain. And when Rox set off, the Red Earth continent Marie Joya also took action on the same day. A large number of Tianlong people were invited to the boat by CP0 with great reluctance. And accompanied by a large number of slaves, as well as gold and silver treasures. Looking at the ships parked at the port, there are about hundreds of ships. And on one of the ships, one of the 5 old stars, wearing a hat, stood at the bow and watched the scene quietly. He frowned involuntarily. And there are still a few people standing behind Wu Laoxing. Among them was Cap, who was wearing a navy justice coat. And Carp looked at these Tianlong people who boarded the boat one by one with a bad face. Most of these Tianlong people looked arrogant and domineering, making Garp clenched his fists subconsciously. Because each of these Tianlong people took a large number of slaves onto the ship. From time to time, he took a whip to these slaves. Many people even lay motionless on the ground under the whip. And all of these people were thrown into the sea by the CP0 next to the Tianlongren and fed to the fish. This made Garp even more angry. His fists were clenched and cracked. This made the 2 masked CP0s next to Cap nervous. These 2 are the chief and deputy chief of CP0, and they are ordered to protect the safety of the Tianlong people. The 2 looked at Garp warily. Prevent him from suddenly bursting out. But obviously they were thinking too much. Garp turned his head away from looking at these disgusting draconians. This relieved the 2 CP0s next to it. Let them hurry up. Don't dawdle. Set off in an hour. Warn them that although they are slow, the next year's gold in the sky will be reduced by %. The 5 old stars in the hat ordered. The order was quickly spread. On hearing that the heavenly gold may be reduced, this group of Tianlong people also knew the seriousness of the matter, and even some of them who had lost their minds ran to their boats under the explanation of the servants around them. For a while, the speed was more than doubled. Seeing this scene, Wu Laoxing wearing a hat nodded in satisfaction. Although their 5 old stars have great power, it is not easy for the Tianlong people to punish them. We can only rely on the reduction of some things like gold in the sky as a threat to force them to submit. Although old-fashioned, it is just right for Tianlong people. After an hour. Set off. The 5 old stars in the hat waved and said. Then all the ships that received the order moved one after another. Also like the Rock's pirates, the world government fleet that covered the sky and the sun moved. Among them, 20 ships are ships with Tianlong people, and some other ships are loaded with goods, as well as various gold and silver treasures and escorting navy. Not a lot. However, compared to the entire army of the Lock's pirates, with nearly pirates, the number of pirates here is still too small. Even the number of strong people is much less. Chambord Islands. Number 13 illegal area of the island. A flag flying with the Roger Pirates. All members of the Roger Pirates appear at the port. Xiachi is really grateful. Thank you for giving us such important pointers. We are going to the New World to stop Lock's conspiracy. We will thank you when we come back. Roger looked at Xiachi gratefully and thanked her. Huh. Go back quickly. This pointer is given to you to deal with Locks. As long as you kill Locks, it is the best thanks to me. Xiachi waved her hand between the cigarettes and said indifferently. Roger watched Xiachi bent over and then returned to the pirate group. After seeing Roger leave, Laylee winked at Xiachi first and then followed Roger back to the Oro Jackson. Xiachi smiled after seeing it and then walked back to the island. She just opened a tavern on this Inno. Little ones. Set off to a new world. Roger drew out his knife and shouted loudly. This time, he didn't look happy, but looked at the sea with a serious face. The crew immediately sank the ship to the bottom of the sea and headed for the new world. It was a very restless day. Almost all the top forces on the sea are in action. And they have only one goal. Valley of the Gods. Chapter 131 Heavenly Dragon Ceremony. 4th of May. The world government ships have brought the Tianlongren fleet to the Valley of the Gods only once in 40 years. After everyone docked, everyone was attracted by the scenery in front of them. Birds and flowers above the island, the scenery is pleasant, and the whole valley is full of greenery and exudes vitality. The 5 old stars wearing hats, that is, Satansheng, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. I haven't been here for 40 years. I didn't expect that the scenery on the island is still so charming. Satansheng's words shocked the 3 people behind him. Especially Garp, who stopped holding the donuts and stared blankly at Woloxing. Let's go. This event will last for 10 days. After 10 days, this Valley of the Gods will be closed again. We must arrange everything. Otherwise, we will have to wait until the next 40 years. Satan ordered. Then he took the lead off the boat. The other ships also put down their pedals and walked down. Garp and the 2 CP0s walked behind and looked around silently. You came. Suddenly, an old voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention back. Well. I remember you belong to Don Quixote's family, right? Is it your turn to guard the island this year? Satansheng glanced at the old man in front of him and asked. Yes. The Tianlong people on this island are about to die of old age, and only us old men are left. If you don't come again, the name of the Valley of Gods will probably be changed. The old man was obviously in a good mood and even cracked a joke, even though the joke wasn't very funny. Satan nodded. Don't worry. I brought a new batch of Tianlong people to take over from you and continue to guard our sacred objects. Satansheng turned his head and looked at the Tianlong people who came off the boat one by one. Most of the Draconians here don't know that their future destiny is about to be connected with this island. Everyone was talking and laughing, looking around and pointing, and some people even started to direct their slaves to start fighting here. Apparently these people were bored out of the sailing these days. Urgently need to vent my emotions. Poor these people don't know their own destiny. Alas. Why didn't we do it back then? The old Tianlongman looked at these young Tianlongren and sighed. Don't worry. Master Im will never forget your contributions. Your descendants will also get their due rewards. Satansheng looked at the person in front of him and comforted him. Well. That's good. Make arrangements quickly. I won't bother you. Having said that, the white-haired Tianlong man walked back with the help of a servant who was also gray-haired. The conversation between the two shocked everyone behind them, especially Garp. What guards the sacred objects? Why do the Tianlong people guard the island? Cap was puzzled by all this. He felt like he was about to know some big secret. But his instinct told him it was best not to know. Quick! Move all the slaves and treasures to that hall, and all the Tianlong people also go to that hall. Satan Shengyao pointed to the faint hall in the distance and said. Yes. All government personnel, CP personnel, naval soldiers, and slaves are carrying the cargo of nearly 100 ships. This is definitely a huge amount of work. After finishing the order, Saint Satan led everyone to the center of the island. Soon, the originally hazy main hall stood in front of everyone's eyes. The main hall is full of sacred and solemn colors. Even those lawless Tianlong people couldn't help but quiet down. Go. Let's go in. Satancheng walked in with many Tianlongren and the advanced combat power of the Navy and CP0. After entering the hall, everyone saw 19 old people sitting on 19 thrones in front of 20 thrones. And Garp suddenly saw that one of the old men was the one who had just greeted them at the port. And these 20 thrones are split on both sides, and there is a supreme throne on it, and behind the throne is a flag of the world government. Saint Satan bent slightly towards the vacant throne. Everyone. The ceremony can begin. Satancheng said to the 19 old people. And those people just nodded slightly in agreement. Then a dark passage suddenly appeared in the corridor between the thrones on both sides. Satancheng nodded to the head of CP0 beside him. The CP0 wearing the mask instantly understood the meaning, and immediately nodded to the CP0 behind those Tianlong people. Then these CP0s moved one after another. Bring out the Tianlong people one by one. There are a total of 40 Tianlong people. There are men and women among these Tianlong people, but none of them are the kind of IQ people who have defects, and they can be seen at a glance as fools. Let's all go in. Satancheng closed his eyes and said to the Tianlongren of the crowd. There are about 40 of these Tianlong people. Everyone looks stupid, but after seeing what the adult said, they looked at each other in blank dismay. Go in. Satancheng once again scolded. After hearing this thunderous sound, the more than 40 Tianlong people still walked in hesitantly. Satancheng watched the Tianlong people who walked in one after another without speaking but closed his eyes and waited quietly. During the period, it was not that there were no Tianlong people who wanted to resist and didn't want to enter this dark passage. But they were all pushed in by the masked CP behind him. This made Karp and some people who didn't know the truth look at each other. But no one spoke until the last Tianlong man walked in. Boom. The passage that appeared in the corridor was instantly closed, and it was completely impossible to see that there was a passage underneath. This made everyone confused, not knowing what to do. However, there are still more than a dozen Tianlong people who are looking at the ground with serious expressions, and their expressions are extremely nervous. The hall is very quiet, even the sound of breathing can be clearly heard. This also made everyone dare not take a breath, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Soon. Everyone was startled suddenly. A strange sound came from the ground, which made everyone frown, and those Tianlong people were terrified. All of them looked very nervous, as if there were some prehistoric beasts inside. Even Satancheng frowned and closed his eyes slightly. This made Garp stand aside and wonder. He seemed to feel the fear from these people. What were they afraid of? Garp didn't know it, and wanted to check the bottom with his knowledge and domineering arrogance, but it seemed that there was some restriction, so he couldn't check what happened underground. Satancheng opened his eyes and glanced at Garp, which made Garp instantly retract his knowledgeable color and smiled awkwardly. Chapter 132. Everyone just stood there motionless in the hall. The bored Garp took out the donuts he carried with him and ate them in big mouthfuls. This made the chief and deputy chief of CP0 standing beside Garp frown slightly. But when they saw Master Wu Laoxing closed his eyes and didn't say anything, they also swallowed what they were about to say. Just when these people were standing in the hall. The Valley of the Gods. His grandma's, what the hell is this place? Why is it so hard to find? The Golden Lion Shurji looked at the surrounding ships with an unlucky face and cursed angrily. Because after they approached the sea area, all the record pointers and those things that could identify the direction were all invalid. The only thing that can determine the direction is the record pointer on Rock's hand. But there are still many ships that did not keep up. Before departure, there were nearly 100 pirate fleets, but now more than 20 pirates have disappeared. Among them were many pirates under the command of the Golden Lion, who couldn't help but let him curse angrily. Charlotte sat next to him drinking wine with her head down. Anyway, he didn't have any subordinates to follow him, so he was not in a hurry. But this sea area is indeed extremely weird. He has never encountered such a weird place. The phone bug doesn't work either, almost isolated from the outside world. If it weren't for the record pointer in Locke's hands, they would have lost their way long ago. Gudong. Kula la 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 la. Shiki. My heart hurts. White-bearded Edward Newgate sat on the sidelines and said with a smile while looking at the furious ski. Bastard. If it's your sons, you're probably more distressed than me. Shirku was very dissatisfied with Whitebeard's sneer. Bang. Whitebeard heard Shurji talking and joking with his son, and punched Shurji unceremoniously. Shurji also quickly drew his sword to block it, and then bit his cigar. What? I still want to bump into Lao Tzu on the boat. Listening to Shirku's arrogant words, Whitebeard is not an easy person to get along with. Okay. It's still on the same boat. Locks is there. If you have the ability, go to Locks and fight, don't destroy the boat. Charlotte sat aside and said quickly. In the past few days, Charlotte and Whitebeard also chatted a few words, no longer just nodding acquaintances like before. After hearing what Charlotte said, the two snorted. Locks also saw the movement here, standing in front of the rudder, but didn't say anything. Because he has already seen the confused island ahead. The corners of Locke's mouth couldn't help rising after seeing it, and then it turned into a wild laugh. Wahahahaha. Wahahahaha. I found it. I found it. I found the Valley of the Gods. Rock's voice echoed throughout the ship. Everyone was attracted by Locke's words. Then they all picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction Locke was looking at. Sure enough, I saw an island towering over the sea. Captain Locke, is this the Valley of the Gods? The Valley of the Gods full of treasures, the rumored place where the Tianlong people hide their treasures? Countless people looked at the Valley of the Gods in the distance and asked Locke. Wahahahaha. Of course. That's right. This is the Valley of the Gods. The place where the Tianlong people hide their treasures. Rock said without hesitation. After hearing Locke's affirmation, all the pirates were red-eyed. The eyes are full of greedy color. What are they going to see for, not for treasure? Little ones. Loot this Valley of the Gods. Take all their treasures. Rock stood at the bow and yelled at everyone. For a moment, Locke's words aroused everyone's greed. More than 50 pirate ships are greedily looking at the Valley of the Gods that is getting closer and closer like beasts that are about to be released. Approaching. Locke saw nearly 100 world government ships parked at the port of the Valley of the Gods, most of which are special ships of the world government, and there are also many naval warships. One of the warships made Charlotte frown. A warship with a dog's head on the prow. How come the more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes? Isn't this Garp's warship? Sure enough, it was still like the original book, and Garp was there. Charlotte couldn't help but glanced at Locke. And Rox looked frantically at the Valley of Gods in front of him. The madness in those eyes couldn't be concealed. Shoot me. Rox stretched out his hand and ordered to the shore of the Valley of Gods. Yes. Almost all the pirate ships adjusted their ships after receiving Locke's orders, and cannons protruded from the cabins one after another. Facing the Valley of the Gods is pouring fierce firepower. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of cannons were fiercely shelling the port and the ships beside the port. The shell instantly landed on the Valley of the Gods. The naval soldiers on the shore had already seen ships approaching in the distance. After seeing the flags on the ship clearly, everyone took a breath. Not good. The Locke's pirates are attacking. Quickly inform Wu Laoxing. Not good. The Locke's pirates are attacking. Go and inform Lieutenant General Garp. Officials of the world government and navy soldiers exclaimed after seeing these ships. But just as they exclaimed, the shells fell among them. In an instant, the shores of the port were transformed into a hellish scene, and the fire burst into flames. Countless people died in the shells, and the most dead of these people were the slaves. And in the center of the Valley of the Gods, Garp and Wu Laoxing were stunned at the same time. Garp stopped the donut in his hand, and Satanching also opened his eyes suddenly. Not good. Something happened at the port. The two said almost at the same time. This made everyone in the hall stunned. But then came the hasty knock on the door outside the hall. Garp rushed out in one stride and opened the door. Only then did everyone clearly hear the movement outside. Why is there the sound of cannons? The most familiar with the sound of cannons is undoubtedly the Navy officers and soldiers. A vice admiral murmured suspiciously. And the words of this lieutenant general awakened countless people in an instant. Not good. Someone invaded. At this time, even the slow-witted people reacted. And Garp had already rushed out of the hall and ran towards the port. What are you still doing in a daze? Don't go to the port to check. Satancheng yelled at the two CP-01s standing aside who were still in a daze. Saint Satan was obviously angry. Someone dared to act presumptuously in the Valley of the Gods, and he was simply ignored. These bloody slaves. Apparently, Satancheng thought that the slaves had rioted, so it was done, and he didn't think about the invasion. This is also normal, after all, this location is known only among the 5 old stars, and it will only be opened once in 40 years. Who can find it without a record pointer? Obviously, Satancheng's inertial thinking trapped him. Chapter 133 God and hashtag 039, S Valley, battle begins. Wahahahahahahahahahahahahaha. Little ones. Kill me. The treasure here belongs to you. Rox stood at the bow and said to the group of pirates who had come ashore. At this time, many pirates were looking at the boxes of treasures on the shore with red eyes. Don't forget, this time, the Tianlong people and the world government have brought a lot of treasures for the Tianlong people who guard the island to play with. Now the invasion of the pirates made this group flee from the sudden shells, and the treasures and boxes were scattered all over the place. It has attracted countless pirates to scramble frantically. They even started to fight among themselves. This made Charlotte and Whitebeard standing behind Rox frown subconsciously. But no one said anything. After all, the big guys are all in a hurry now, and it's useless even if you try to stop it. They even treat you as an enemy. Go. Let's go down. The most exciting thing is yet to come. Rox didn't care about the boxes of treasures on the shore, then got off the boat. Followed by the 7 cadres, and some people close to the cadres. Go. Go to the center of the island. Rox walked towards the center of the island without delay. Although everyone couldn't help wondering what Lox was trying to trick, they still followed behind. And just as Lox was walking towards the center of the island with his cadres, Carp, who had been rushing on the moon, finally arrived. Rox D. Jibek. Garp looked at Lox solemnly when he saw the person coming, and called out his name. Wahahahaha. Monkey D. Garp. You are also a member of the D family, follow me. As long as I control that thing, we will be the overlord of the world. Rox extended his hand to invite after seeing that it was the Lieutenant General Garp of the Navy headquarters. Bastard. How could I join forces with pirates? When Garp heard that Lox was going to recruit him, he immediately rushed over with a fist. Newgate. He gave it to you. Rox said to the white beard behind him indifferently after hearing Carp rejecting him. After taking a sip of his wine, Whitebeard glanced at Lox and nodded. Then he raised Song Yunxia and charged forward. The two fought together in an instant. Let's go. Rox didn't watch the fight between them, but moved on. This surprised everyone behind Lox. What is it that attracts Lox so much? Everyone followed Lox and continued to move forward. After walking almost a few hundred meters, a figure wearing a mask and a black suit appeared in front of Lox. What? Rox? Why are you here? When the chief CP0 saw Rox and the others again, he looked at these people with a shocked face, and then he looked solemnly and vigilantly at everyone. Lox immediately knew who was coming after seeing this outfit. The lackey of the Tianlong people? Shurji gave it to you. Rox ignored the chief CP0, but gave orders to Shurji behind him. Although Ski was a little upset when he heard Rox's order, he still agreed. Got the captain. CP0? Interesting. Shurji pulled out the Sakura 10 deadwood swords and killed the CP0 chief in an instant. And Rox continued to walk over with everyone. As they got closer, everyone could clearly see a huge castle in the middle of the island. Not good. It's the Rox pirates. Many naval soldiers guarding the gate, some lieutenant generals and some CPs wearing masks to protect the Tianlongren exclaimed. And these exclamations were also heard by Saint Satan and those Tianlong people in the hall. The Rox pirates? The 19 old celestial dragons sitting on the throne frowned? And Satancheng's expression changed immediately after hearing it. Damn. How did Lox find this place? Could it be that there are spies among us? The first thing Satancheng thought of was that someone must have provided news to Lox among them. But it's too late to think about it. Satancheng rushed out immediately. The speed is so fast that a gray-haired old man can burst out at all. Come to the gate of the main hall. Sa Tancheng frowned when he saw the group of people confronting him. Locus. How did you get here? Sa Tancheng immediately shouted loudly. Wahahahaha. Isn't this the famous Wuloxing? Why? Surprised? Wahahahaha. How did you come here? Of course it was by boat. Wahahahaha. See Wu Laoxing deflated, Lox is quite happy. Asshole. Lox, you retreat now. I can pretend that nothing happened. Saint Satan looked at Lox and said. Retire? How? Retreat is impossible. I have been waiting for this day for several years. How is it possible for you to let me withdraw like this? Obediently hand over the control of the King of Heaven, or don't blame me for being rude. Rox looked at Wu Laoxing and said arrogantly, completely ignoring Wu Laoxing. Damn it. How do you know the King of Heaven? Sa Tancheng forced himself to resist the urge to kill and asked angrily. Who? Of course Joey Boy told me. Rox said playfully. Of course he got the news from Heitan Muchon, and Heitan Muchon got it from the historical text. The historical text was left by Joy Boy. Rox is right. Damn. The veins on Sa Tancheng's forehead burst out after hearing this. Give it to me. Destroy the Rox pirates. Sa Tancheng ordered to the surroundings. The deputy chief of CP0 and 3 lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, as well as a large group of major generals and a group of CPs protecting the Tianlong people rushed up one after another. Wow ha 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 ha. Cadres. Let me kill you. Rox was also not to be outdone, and ordered with a wave of both hands. Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and Charlotte stood up one after another. Charlotte Lingling was holding Napoleon, Zeus and Prometheus were guarding Charlotte Lingling on the left and right sides respectively. Charlotte Lingling raised the Napoleon in her hand in a big stride, and rushed towards the vice president of CP0. Wang Ji raised the big sword in his hand, the armor on his body looked extraordinarily bright in the sun, and rushed towards a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. With a hair-split gun in one hand and a western sword in the other, John walked towards a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. Silver Axe was also standing in front of the last vice admiral holding a giant axe. And after Charlotte made a shot, he suddenly found that there seemed to be no enemies. He can't be singled out with Wu Laoxing, can he? Looking around, the 7-star sword appeared in his hand. Since there is no opponent, let's kill some miscellaneous soldiers. Thinking of this, Charlotte raised her sword and killed those CPs, rear admirals or soldiers without hesitation. Chapter 134 The Valley of the Gods, Acting. Charlotte rushed into the crowd. These people are not Charlotte's all-in-one enemy at all. They were all killed by Charlotte's sword energy. He couldn't even get close to Charlotte by 3 meters, so he was cut down by Charlotte. This made Charlotte lose interest. The result of the Valley of the Gods battle that I had prepared for so long was for me to deal with miscellaneous soldiers. What about Sengoku Zifa, and what about Admiral Steelbone Kong? He wants to hit 10. Charlotte casually dealt with another person. While pretending to slash, he focused on those cadres and rocks. And Charlotte Lingling, John Wangji and Axe pressed their opponents one after another, and they seemed to be very relaxed. But for some reason, Charlotte always felt like they were acting. Are they starting to act now? Sure enough, all of them are possessed by dramatists. Unlucky for Rox. And Lox was also looking at the people he brought over, and nodded in satisfaction. His own cadres perfectly suppressed the people of the world government and the Navy headquarters, and he has a great advantage in this war. Then look at the 5-old star Satan who is wearing a hat. Wow ha 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 ha. Old guy. How is it? The guys you brought are not my opponents at all, surrender as soon as possible or be careful of your life. Rox laughed wildly. Saint Satan also saw this scene, he looked at Lox with a heavy face, and then pulled his suit. I want to go in. Unless you beat me first. Domineering chi emerged from Sa Tancheng's body, and the armed domineering air covered his whole body, and he immediately turned into a little black man. The domineering look on his body also shot up into the sky, and he rushed towards Lox. Wow ha 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 ha. If you want to make a move, then come. I hope your old bones are not rusted. Rox also burst out with domineering arrogance, and rushed to the past. In an instant, 2 different domineering auras collided together. Charlotte has been watching Lox and Satan. Seeing the domineering confrontation between the two, Charlotte felt dazed for a while. How much boldness does this domineering look have to have? Charlotte was shocked by the courage of the two of them. But what shocked Charlotte the most was that Rock's courage still faintly overwhelmed Sa Tancheng. Is this the courage to want to become the hegemon of the world? It's not just Charlotte who is watching Locks and the others. Even the cadres under Locke's command were watching Locks one by one. They haven't seen Locks for a long time, and they want to see how far they are from Locks now. Wah ha 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 ha. It seems that after kneeling for a long time, I don't even have the courage to stand up. Rocks looked at Wu Laoxing's wild and triumphant laughter. Locks' words had a pun, which made Sa Tancheng's domineering arrogance weakened by half a point again. This time, he was completely suppressed by Locke's domineering look. Damn it. You have grown to this point. You really are the enemy of the world government, and today I will kill you even if I do my best. Sa Tancheng's muscles bulged, and the veins on his forehead also bulged out in hatred. Come on then. Locks rushed forward with a stride, and punched Wu Laoxing without any nonsense. The astonishingly armed and domineering Charlotte on the fist is full of eyes. Isn't this armed domineeringness the only thing he pursues? The domineering armed color that covers it is actually as black as ink, like an entity. Clang. Bang. The two fight against each other. There was a shocking noise. Rock's fist touched the fist of Jagalushia Satan. Sa Tancheng was immediately shocked by Locks' huge strength and retreated a few steps before stabilizing his figure. Wow, ha 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 ha. Is it just this strength? Not even the cadres under my command? Still want to block me? Rocks looked at the 5 old stars playfully. Damn. I'm old after all. But if you want to pass, you must step on my dead body. Sa Tancheng clenched his fist and said angrily. Okay. Then I will fulfill you. Rocks rushed out again, and when he came to Sa Tancheng, he punched him again inadvertently. Charlotte shook her head after seeing it from a distance. He thought how awesome this 5 old star was? As a result, Charlotte felt that she could defeat the 5 old stars even if she got on. Even if it is not as easy as Rocks, it is still easy to defeat. Xia Luo, a sword lord, was the first agent of the world government who wanted to sneak attack and sneaked close to the hall while fighting. He also wants to see what the King of Heaven is? After all, after chasing the pirate group for so long, Pluto and Neptune already knew about it, but Tian Wang still had no clue. Is it a space-based weapon that can change the sky, or a biological weapon, a huge flying dragon? All this made Charlotte very curious. Taking advantage of those high-level combat powers being restrained one after another, Charlotte plans to find out. One sword dealt with another navy who didn't know whether it was a colonel or a lieutenant colonel. At this time, Charlotte had already quietly arrived at the gate of the main hall. Quick! Don't let Charlotte enter the hall. An anxious roar came out. Sure enough, Charlotte knew that what she wanted to touch quietly was impossible. After all, as one of the 7 cadres, how could the big pirate with a bounty of over 11 billion be ignored by no one? Bastard! Who told you to talk too much? In a moment of panic, Charlotte will slash towards the rear admiral who made the sound. The great swordsman's record is beyond the reach of this little admiral of the Navy headquarters. In an instant, he was submerged in Charlotte's sword energy. Instantly killed. Bah! Deserving it. Charlotte just spit at the corpse. Afterwards, without hiding his figure, he swaggered to the front of the main hall. Just when you are about to open the door. A picture flashed in Charlotte's mind. The knowledgeable warning came out passively in an instant. Charlotte quickly withdrew her hand. Sweating profusely, he looked at the main hall separated by a door. Damn it. There are still experts inside. Empress Charlotte hurriedly backed out in fear. Little thief. How dare you? Charlotte's actions successfully attracted Sa Tancheng's attention. While resisting Rocks, he yelled at Charlotte. Charlotte curled her lips and didn't speak, but raised the 7-star sword in her hand, her gaze fixed. The 7-star sword is entwined with lightning, and the overlord color entanglement is completed in an instant. Demon. Sword. Tyrant. God. Charlotte mustered all her strength, raised the sword in her hand and roared towards the gate. Clang. There was a huge metal collision sound. Bang. There was a violent explosion at the entrance of the main hall. Pft. A strange noise appeared, then the person who made the abnormal noise flew out. Everyone was stunned by Charlotte's move. Then there was an instant frown. Not good. Let Charlotte lead the way, never let Charlotte enjoy it alone. Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, John Silver Axe, and Kaido who played Soy Sauce all realized this. Chapter 135 Valley of the Gods, Battle. Afterwards, under the shocked eyes of their opponents, these people broke out with great strength one after another. Blow up or kill their respective opponents in one fell swoop. The opponents of Wang Ji and John Silver Axe, 3 vice admirals, were killed one after another. The deputy chief of CP0 was sent flying tens of meters away. The CP0 deputy chief's strength is not bad, and he hastily received Charlotte Lingling's one-hit tyrant, but he was stunned and did not die. Quick! Rush in! Don't let that kid Charlotte get ahead. John, who valued treasure more than anything else, rushed forward immediately. Wang Ji and Yin Fu followed behind. Well. Zeus. Let's go too. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly, and stepped on Thundercloud Zeus and flew over. Charlotte. The treasure is not yours alone. Charlotte Linglingfi said with a smile in midair. Waigwa. A huge red and black slash came out from Charlotte Lingling's Napoleon. This made Charlotte, who was standing at the door, tense for an instant and hurried away. And Charlotte Lingling's slash passed through the gate opened by Charlotte and bombarded the hall. Ah! There were screams all of a sudden, and countless Tianlong people inside screamed. They had been hiding in the palace, first startled by Charlotte's bombardment of the gate, and then hit by Charlotte Lingling's slash. There were countless casualties in an instant. Even those who were not hit by the slash were hit by the buildings damaged by the slash. Charlotte glanced inside. Zizi. It's really fierce. Charlotte murmured subconsciously. A figure that was bombarded by Charlotte before also appeared. It's just blood on the corner of his mouth and dust all over his body. After seeing this person, Charlotte frowned. A group of knights in armor, overreaching. Pirate. This is not a place where you can run wild. Armed with domineering arrogance in his hands, the knight posed angrily at Charlotte. After hearing this, Charlotte didn't talk nonsense, she raised the 7-star sword and was about to attack this group of desperate knights. He. The treasure is mine. John didn't know when he appeared next to Charlotte, raised the hair-split gun in his hand and fired at the leading knight. Bang! There was a gunshot, and the domineering bullet wrapped in a tyrannical weapon pierced through the knight's head with lightning speed. And the leading knight looked at John in astonishment until his death, as if saying, sneak attack. After John saw that he was killed by one blow, he blew on the smoking muzzle and rushed into the hall. She didn't care about Charlotte on the side. Team leader. The death of the knight also shocked the guards behind him. It also shocked those Tianlong people who were still watching the show. This is the God's Guard, it's too childish to be killed so easily. After no one stopped, Charlotte also walked into the hall. He did not go to see the places where the treasures were piled up. He knows that even if he took it for himself first, he will spit it out when the time comes, otherwise he will just wait for the siege. Damn. Damn Rock's pirates. Damn John. Seeing the death of the last barrier, Satancheng was furious instantly. But then he was smashed into the ground by rocks. The forehead is full of blood. The body is also full of injuries. It can be seen that being crushed by rocks is miserable, there is no backhand power at all. But it will take time to kill him. After all, at their level, it is very rare to want to kill them. Stop, pirates! It's not that there are no strong people in the hall, some Tianlong people still have a certain amount of force. Quick! Protect Lord Tianlongren. A group of world government agents, I don't know if it was the CPs who embraced everyone in front of everyone, resisting the forward steps of Charlotte Lingling and his group. Only Charlotte and John entered the hall now. Damn it. Don't get in the way of my old lady. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were red, and she killed a large group of soldiers blocking the way with a single knife. Wang Ji and Yin Axe also waved their weapons one after another. Every wave will take away a large number of soldiers rushing up with weapons. And Charlotte in the hall was stopped by several people again. Looking at the few people who stopped him, they were wearing long robes, and only one helmet was obviously Tianlong people who stopped him. Interesting. I thought Tianlong people were trash. It seems that the world government should not be underestimated. Charlotte looked at these people and smiled softly. Don't pay attention to these people at all. But Charlotte has this strength. The 7-star sword in his hand quickly wrapped around the armed domineering. The entire long sword instantly glowed green. Demon blade. One of the 3 silent celestial dragons said in a deep voice after seeing Charlotte's sword. That's right. Charlotte smiled. Hearing Charlotte's confession, the three celestial dragons immediately raised their hands and attacked Charlotte in three directions. Charlotte was not surprised by the indifference of the three of them. For these Tianlong people whose eyes are higher than the top, even breathing the same air as them is a humiliation to them. Seeing that it was the man's attack, Charlotte smiled slightly. He is going to slay the dragon today. Also see what it feels like to kill a celestial dragon. Charlotte moved. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, he rushed to a Tianlongren directly in front of him. Demon fire slash. Charlotte shouted loudly, and quickly flew out with a slash. Such a fast speed made the eyes of the leader Tianlong shrink. Armed iron block. The Tianlong people reacted quickly. Clang. The celestial dragon was knocked out. There was a huge wound on his chest. Charlotte pouted. Iron block? Dogs don't even learn. After the leader Tianlongren was knocked into the air, a wound was drawn on his chest. Hateful. Tianlongren stood up slowly, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Moment, the body of this celestial dragon swelled rapidly. The clothes are torn. The next moment, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in front of Charlotte. Huh? Devil fruit ability user. Animal type ancient species dragon fruit Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Interesting. Charlotte casually slashed to both sides, repelling two celestial dragons who wanted to sneak attack, and then looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him with interest. Roar. Go to hell. The Tianlongren waved his huge tail and attacked Charlotte. Charlotte didn't even bother to dodge and swung her sword. Clang. The domineering tail wrapped in the armed color touched Charlotte's 7-star sword wrapped around the domineering armed color, and a loud noise erupted. Huh? The power has become so great? Charlotte was slightly surprised, it actually boosts power so much. It was actually equal to his strength. It seems that the animal-type devil fruit really strengthens the body, not just a little bit. But Charlotte is still fearless. The left fist blasted out suddenly. Chapter 136 God and hashtag 039, S Valley, Roger and hashtag 039, S Arrival. On rough seas. A pirate ship is sailing fast. Rayleigh. Are you sure that the record pointer Xiachi gave us is correct? It's been a long time and it hasn't arrived. Could it be that Xiachi lied to us? Roger asked, frowning, looking at the record pointer on his wrist. Xiachi shouldn't lie to me. Besides, what's the benefit of her lying to us? It should be soon. Raleigh looked at Roger helplessly. He had asked him this sentence several times, and Rayleigh himself was getting annoyed. Oh. Well then. Fast sail. Roger could only suppress the restlessness in his heart and said. But suddenly. Roger frowned and looked in one direction for a moment. His heart beat instantly. Quick. Sail in that direction. Quick. Roger suddenly called out to Jabba the helmsman. Jabba, on the other hand, looked at Roger with a bewildered expression, but still kept turning the rudder and sailing in the direction of Roger's finger. Roger. You are crazy. Didn't you say to sail according to the record pointer? Why did you suddenly change direction? Rayleigh grabbed Roger and asked. Rayleigh. You have to trust me. Go there. They told me. Roger looked at Rayleigh with a serious face and said. After hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Roger blankly, and finally didn't say anything, and obeyed Roger's words. While Roger was still on his way to the Valley of the Gods. Inside the Valley of the Gods. Port. Countless pirates burned, killed, and looted everywhere. The Navy soldiers quickly gathered together and moved towards the pirates to suppress them. Kill it. For justice. Both sides shouted slogans at the same time. The battle officially started. The former Navy soldiers were stunned by the sudden shelling. But after reacting, the gathered fighting ability is still very strong. The pirates who were scattered and snatched the treasure were killed by the Navy one after another because they didn't have a leader. For a while, the small number of Navy suppressed the pirates. And the area on the edge of the island. White-bearded Edward Newgate condensed a group of shocking light on his fist and swung it at Garp. And Garp also punched back without showing any weakness. And there is obviously lightning beating on the fist. Ku-la-la-la-la-la-la. Have fun. After the punch fell, both sides took a few steps back. Obviously, both of them were evenly matched in that blow just now. Garp looked solemnly at Edward Newgate with the white beard. Why don't Whitebeard be your pirate and come here? Cap tries to finally get the words out of Whitebeard. Ku la 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 la. Of course they want to rob treasure. How can pirates not go ashore to rob? The corner of Whitebeard's mouth curled, and he said to Garp. This left Garp speechless. He could only raise his fist in a muffled voice and attack Whitebeard. The domineering looks of both sides clashed crazily. Song Yunxia in Whitebeard's hand was entwined with a domineering look and slashed towards Garp. When Garp saw such a strong domineering slash, he didn't show any weakness, and punched the fist that was also entwined with domineering aura. The attacks of both sides did not hit each other, but they were bombarded in the air. The surrounding soil and rocks were broken, with one side as the center, and the surrounding land cracked everywhere. The sky overhead is also where the clouds split on both sides, creating a rift. And the other side. The golden lion was floating in the air, smoking a cigar comfortably. And everything around seemed to be plowed aside. The soil was dug out one after another. And the chief CP0, the enemy of Golden Lion Shurji, was nowhere to be seen. I saw a broken arm on the soil. Obviously Shiki's enemies have been dealt with by him. But Ski didn't go looking for rocks. Island Center. Rocks crazily beat Satan, one of the 5 old stars. When was Satan, one of the 5 elder stars, treated like this? A very long scar appeared on the face, with injuries all over his body. He resisted Locke's fist with difficulty. Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe rushed into the hall one after another and slaughtered all the resisting forces frantically. Those Tianlong people also participated in the battle one after another in order to defend the hall. For a while, the two sides were at a stalemate. And the port. A pirate flag with a big beard appeared in the port. The appearance of this pirate ship did not attract the attention of the pirates and navy on the shore. Roger watched all this with a sullen face. Locust conspiracy must be stopped. Roger said solemnly. All the crew members of the Roger pirates stood behind Roger, obeying Roger's arrangement. Let's go. Target Rock's pirates. Roger gave an order and jumped to the shore first. Then he rushed towards the fierce battlefield in the distance. Oh. Still so impulsive. Layli helped his forehead, and hurriedly followed. Jabba smiled slightly, drew out his 2 axes and charged into the crowd of pirates on the shore, and began to kill. The pirates who had just formed to face the threat of the navy soldiers were killed and fled in all directions. The other crew members also rushed to the crew of the Rock's pirates. Roger and Rayleigh rushed towards the place where Whitebeard and Garp fought. From a long distance, I saw Whitebeard and Garp standing together. God avoid. When Roger saw Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and Monkey D. Cap fighting together, he immediately drew his knife and threw a slash to separate the two. Roger? 2 surprised voices sounded. What a Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and Monkey D. Cap. Roger. Why are you here? After seeing Roger, Garp, who has been in love with Roger, exclaimed. Aha. I came here to deal with rocks. Regarding this old friend's question, Roger touched the back of his head and smiled. As soon as this sentence came out, Edward Newgate with the white beard instantly became nervous, and looked at Roger warily. And Roger also waved his hands quickly when he saw Whitebeard's vigilant look. Whitebeard. Don't worry. I'm here to deal with Locks alone. I won't take action with the others, provided they don't help Locks. Roger explained like Whitebeard. After hearing this, Whitebeard also looked at Roger warily. Although Whitebeard and Roger are considered acquainted, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Looking at the Whitebeard, he still looked at himself vigilantly. Roger also withdrew his smile and looked at Whitebeard seriously. I want to kill Rocks. He is too harmful to the world. Only when he dies, the world will calm down. And as long as Rocks dies, the Rocks pirates will automatically disband, which is not very good for you. Didn't you always plan to quit the Rocks pirates? As long as Rocks is killed by me, then it's over too. You can create your own pirate group and realize your dreams. Roger looked at the white beard and said seriously. Chapter 137 The Valley of the Gods, Persuasion. Roger's words can be said to have reached Whitebeard's heart. While thinking about his loyalty to Locks, Whitebeard thought of the children he had adopted. In the end, Whitebeard closed his eyes and stepped back, expressing his attitude. Roger was overjoyed when he saw it. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, you will be happy with the decision you made. After Roger finished speaking, he took Rayleigh and ran towards the center of the island. Cap, see you later. Damn. Roger, don't run. Garp rolled up his sleeves and chased after him. And Whitebeard stood aside and sighed as he watched the disappearing figures of the three. He didn't follow up immediately, he didn't know how to face Locks. Because his actions just now have betrayed Locks, and now he can't do anything to save him, so he can only go to the dark one way. After running for a while, Roger stopped immediately when he saw a golden figure in front of him. Look at the surroundings that have been almost plowed all around. Roger frowned. He saw the last person he wanted to see. Roger. The golden lion Shueisha watched three figures coming from a distance from a hilltop, and two of them surprised him. Ha 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 ha. Long time no see Shueisha. Even though Roger didn't want to see Shueisha again, he finally met him. Roger smiled and said hello to Shueisha. Roger. Why are you here? Shueisha is certainly no stranger to Roger. This Roger has been wandering around the New World for the past 2 years, and he always attacked the Rocks pirates. As a man with fluttering fruit ability, he is very mobile, and he is often sent by Rocks and Whitebeard to encircle Roger pirates. Just like that, the two got to know each other. Roger stood 10 meters in front of Ski, watching the destruction and the severed hand. Roger knew without thinking that Ski had dealt with his enemy. But seeing that Shueisha had been standing here without moving, he had an idea in an instant. Ski. I want to kill Rocks. You shouldn't stop it. Roger looked at it calmly and said it lightly. Only Roger can do it if he says he wants to kill the other party's captain in front of others. Laylee beside him helped his forehead very helplessly. So you really won't be beaten? Shueisha was taken aback by Roger's honesty, and remained silent for a long time. Just when Rayleigh thought he was going to fail. Jehahahaha. Jehahahaha. Roger. Is what you said true? Shueisha suddenly stood on the slope and looked at Roger with a big laugh, asking if he was joking. Ha 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 ha. How come? I'm here for Rocks D. Jebek. Roger said very resolutely, his eyes were very firm. This made the smile on Shueisha's face never stop. Then Shueisha suddenly turned sideways on the hillside. Of course, everyone knew what this meant. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Shiki. When Roger saw it, he laughed and led Ridley Carp past Ski's position. Bastard. Who wants you to thank us? We are enemies. Shueisha yelled at Roger after hearing it. Then he sat on the hillside with a smile on his face, waiting for the result. And Roger took the two of them quickly to the center of the Valley of Gods. And in the center of the Valley of the Gods. Wahahahaha. Fifth Elder Star. Is this what you are capable of? I'm afraid you will become a fourth Elder Star in the future. The domineering aura on Locke's body soared to the sky, and the domineering aura on his fists was very powerful, and there was a strong black aura exuding from his body. Lo. Rocks. If you want to go over, just step over me. Blood was all over Satonching's body, and his forehead was so swollen that he couldn't see its original shape. His clothes were all torn. But he is still holding on, but it can be seen that he can't hold on for long. Don't worry. I will step on your corpse and become the king of the world as you wish. Rocks pinched Satancheng, one of the 5 old stars who had no resistance. Lightly patted Satonching's face with his hands, which made Locks very happy. Think about how refreshing it is to see an unattainable big man fall into his hands without any resistance. Especially since this person is one of the 5 people with the most authority in the world. This made Rocks feel so refreshed that he couldn't express it in words. Pulling up Satancheng is like smashing towards the ground frantically. The corners of the people around watching it twitched. Charlotte stood in the distance and looked at Locks, who was crazily masturbating one of the 5 elder stars of the world government. For some reason, she felt a little envious of Locks. Only those who are really in this world of pirates know how crazy Locke's behavior is at this time. Charlotte had already dealt with the 3 celestial dragons at this time, and the celestial dragon in the form of Tyrannosaurus Rex was also easily killed by him. After all, the Tianlong man is at most between the lieutenant general and the alternate general. If it weren't for the boost from the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, he would only be at the level of a lieutenant general. Rocks abused Wu Laoxing for a long time. It was so long that Satan was dying, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Looking at Wu Laoxing, who was like a dead dog, Locks lost interest. It seems that you are not doing well. Then please die. When Locks said this, black lightning was wrapped around his pitch-black fist, and he was about to give Wu Laoxing a final blow. Charlotte watched this scene with a serious expression at this time. If his predictions are correct, Roger should come to the rescue at this time, saving the 5 old stars. Then Charlotte's expression changed, and an inexplicable expression appeared in her eyes. Rock's fist dropped quickly. God avoids. A loud roar sounded from behind Locks. What followed was a tyrannical slash. Rock's sense of crisis flashed through his mind instantly. Asshole. Locks could only withdraw his punch hastily, and turned around to hit this slash with a punch. Clang. The fist didn't touch the slash, but collided with the slash in the air. In the end, Locks raised his fist, and the slash was sent flying by Locks, changing the course. Rocks looked up. I saw a bearded man with a straw hat and a long knife in his hand coming out. Goldo Roger? Locks frowned when he saw this person, and recognized him. A newcomer who has been making waves in his own new world for the past 2 or 3 years. Rox D. Jibek. Roger also looked at Locks and called out his name. This should be the first time the two met. Did you come here to stop me? Rox looked at Roger and the two people behind Roger. Roger didn't answer, but raised the knife and pointed it at Locks. And Garp also stood side by side with Roger, and raised his fist. Chapter 138 God and Hashtag 039, S Valley, Betrayal. Seeing the actions of the two, Locks understood. In this case, then I can only kill you and then go get that thing. Rox looked at the two and said gloomily. As for the 5 old stars, he was rescued by Rayleigh next to Roger due to the accident just now. Roger and Garp did not speak, but quietly prepared for battle. Rox looked around. The Rox pirates killed that 5 old star for me. For the 5 old stars who escaped from him, Locks still has a grudge. After hearing Locks' words, Charlotte glanced at the other cadres, and the other cadres also looked at each other. Finally, Charlotte Lingling and John Wang Jianax all stood up. Charlotte also stood up when she saw it. He can't stand still, although he knew that Locks would die in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. What if something happened to him due to his time travel? As long as Locks doesn't die by then, he will be the one who dies. Thinking of this, Charlotte had to stand up. The 5 people immediately surrounded Rayleigh and the 5 old star Satan who had been holding on. When Rayleigh saw it, he put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist with a serious expression. Charlotte Lingling stood up. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Charlotte Lingling first launched a fierce offensive. Napoleon in his hand covered the flames of the sun Prometheus and slashed towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes froze and he immediately swung his knife to block. Clang. There was a sound of gold and iron delivery. The piercing sound of powerful force resounded throughout the audience. Charlotte Lingling's strength is not so simple, it is not a joke to be able to fall a giant at the age of 5. Rayleigh's body subconsciously squatted down, releasing all his strength. Seeing that Rayleigh was restrained, John Wang Jianax and others also moved forward one after another, killing Satan who had gradually recovered some strength. Seeing this, Charlotte had no choice but to bite the bullet and head towards Roger. Damn. The opponent is too slow to choose. Charlotte couldn't help cursing inwardly. This group of bastards, 3 people went to besiege 1 person, how dare they? He looked at a young man with a gloomy face standing in front of him. Rockefeller Charlotte, captain of the 8th Division of the Rox Pirates. A young great swordsman. Hello. First time meeting. My name is Roger. Roger didn't immediately fight with Charlotte, but greeted him first. Well. My name is Charlotte. Although Charlotte felt a little guilty, she still nodded and introduced herself. In fact, Charlotte underestimated himself. Even if his strength was only 1 step away from the top strength, he could not be afraid of Roger. It's just because he still subconsciously regards Roger as the later Pirate King Roger, and he feels a little stressed. We don't really need to fight. I'm here to destroy Locks, and I don't want to fight you. Roger tried to put the fight to rest with words. And Charlotte really meant it. I know. Charlotte nodded. Just when the two communicated. Other battles have already been fought. The most intense battle was undoubtedly between Rox and Garp. It was really a fist-to-hand battle. After that, there was a battle between Rayleigh and Charlotte Lingling, and Charlotte Lingling fought against Rayleigh, and Rayleigh could only rely on his speed advantage to deal with Charlotte Lingling. After that, there was the scene of Wang Ji and John Silver Axe, and the 3 of them fought each other. Wu Laoxing is still powerless to fight back. The cheek was also slashed severely by the Silver Axe, and it is estimated that it will be disfigured in the future. Because Roger was restrained by Charlotte, the winning rate on the battlefield was still close to that of Rox Pirates. Charlotte looked at the surrounding battlefield and understood. The point of inclination in this war lies with himself. If according to the original book, there is no self, then it is Roger who disabled Wang Zhiham with the silver axe first, and then went to cooperate with Garp to kill Rox. The rest of the Locke's pirates were watching. And because of the appearance of Charlotte, this time and space has added some changes. Thinking of this, the 7-star sword in Charlotte's hand disappeared, then turned and left. This made Roger slightly taken aback. A lot of words came to my mind but I couldn't speak them out. Charlotte. Just when Charlotte turned around, Rox yelled immediately after seeing it. Charlotte glanced at Locks, and then continued to move forward, out of the battlefield. Roger, don't let me down. Charlotte put all her hopes on Roger. And Charlotte's actions also startled the others. Charlotte Lingling, who was pressing down on Rayleigh, couldn't help but feel a little lighter when she saw it, and Rayleigh noticed it immediately. Then he also looked at that Charlotte. But the two of them still kept moving, but the movement was a little quieter, and it always made people feel like a child's play. But Wang Ji and John Silver Axe were stunned. They didn't expect Charlotte to betray Locks at this time. And in the next second, a tyrannical slash struck. God avoid. After seeing Charlotte leave, Roger immediately rushed between the three and launched a fierce attack on them. This made the three of them panic in an instant, and quickly cooperated with each other to deal with Roger. But Roger's strong strength is comparable to the three of them. In an instant, the one who was beaten by Roger spat out blood, and was sent flying tens of meters away. After saving Wuloxing, Roger immediately came to Garp's side and launched a fierce attack on Locks. Charlotte. Damn you. Rox looked at Roger's arrival, raised his eyes and roared. Shurji, who was coming with white beard, laughed when he heard it. Jia ha 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 ha. Rox. Your end is here. Hearing Shurji's laughter, Whitebeard just took a sip of his wine and glanced at Shurji lightly. And Charlotte looked at it with disdain after hearing it. Betray, he doesn't remember when he joined the Rox Pirates. It was just forced to join by Locke's wishful thinking. Charlotte ignored Locke's roar, and Charlotte believed that Roger and Garp would let Locke know how to write dead words. I looked around and was restrained. Isn't this a good time to make a fortune? Charlotte hurried to the ruins to look for the treasure brought by the Tianlong people. After such a fierce battle, not to mention the palace, even the surrounding mountains began to change beyond recognition. Where there is still a palace, it has already collapsed. Today's treasures are buried under the ruins, just to see who is lucky. Knowledge-colored domineering is always on. Immediately scanning the surroundings like a radar for good things. Charlotte is not looking for it without a clue. Finding the approximate location, he remembered that there seemed to be several large boxes placed here before. Maybe you can see it when you dig it up. I have to say that the timing of Charlotte's choice at this time is very good. Chapter 139 Valley of the Gods, Devil Fruit. All members of the Rox Pirates were absent. Wang Ji, John Silver Axe and the three were hacked by Roger and flew to some unknown place, and they will not come back for a while. The white-bearded golden lion must have been hiding and will not face Locks directly. It is estimated that they will not come until after the battle is almost over. Charlotte Lingling was still holding each other back with Rayleigh. There is a Kaido who is still on the sidelines. But just one Kaido, Charlotte gave him 10 guts to see if he dared to rob him. He is still a scumbag without getting the green dragon fruit, not worth mentioning. As for the world government, there is basically no one except Garp and the 5 old stars. Those Tianlong people either died or ran away, and more were buried in the ruins. Charlotte jumped onto the ruins and glanced over. Instantly saw something else. Hastily walked over to uncover those ruins. A box nearly half the height of a person was revealed. You don't need to guess, you know, there must be treasure hidden inside. Charlotte still likes this kind of blind box opening experience. God bless. A devil fruit. Charlotte rubbed her hands, as if she could see something good in this way. Reaching out to the lock, he pulled hard, and the lock was torn off. After Charlotte opened the treasure chest, a golden light flashed immediately, shaking Charlotte's eyes. Cut. It's all gold. Charlotte said with some disdain. This box of gold is estimated to be only -2 million, not as good as a devil fruit. But after thinking about it, I moved it out. At this time, Charlotte suddenly wanted to slap herself. She was patronizing only one person, and there was no younger brother to wait on her. How can I handle so many boxes by myself? It's not that I can't move them, it's that they are difficult to carry. What a misstep. After uncovering this area of ruins, there is more than one box. At this glance, there are still 4 or 5 boxes. Charlotte stepped forward one by one, tore off the locks, and opened them one after another. At this moment, the gold in the box dangled so much that people's eyes hurt. It is estimated that there are more than 30 billion Baileys, but it is really easy enough. Charlotte looked at these boxes with some difficulty. If you find so much treasure by yourself, you must share it with other people, otherwise, how could those people just let you take it away? Charlotte sighed. No matter what, find out first, and then talk about it. If you really want to divide it, you have to choose it yourself. It is estimated that this area is a place where treasures are buried. Charlotte didn't move much, but in this empty battlefield, and Charlotte is so important, there must be someone observing the surroundings from time to time. Among them, Charlotte Lingling first discovered that Charlotte was hunting for treasure. Treasure. Charlotte. Save some for me. Seeing so many treasures, Charlotte Lingling didn't have the heart to continue acting with Rayleigh. She also wanted to open the treasure chest. Then she took the initiative to withdraw her hand, and moved her huge body towards the ruins. Raleigh, on the other hand, looked at all this out of breath, and did not join in the treasure scramble. After all, he belongs to the Roger Pirates, and after joining, it is likely to cause the siege of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates. Although these people don't care much about locks, they will definitely fight desperately for the treasure. Even fighting for it is very possible. It happens to be possible to use some treasures to attract their attention. Although Rayleigh was jealous, he still held back. Brother Kaido. Come here. There are a lot of treasures here. Seeing that Charlotte had already found so many boxes, Charlotte Lingling was unwilling to lag behind, even if it was a little late. She immediately yelled at Kaido, who had been standing on the sidelines watching. After hearing this, Kaido glanced at the battle between Rocks and Roger Carp with unsatisfactory eyes. In the battle between them, Kaido gained a lot. But after hearing what Charlotte Lingling said, Kaido still went and joined the treasure collection. Charlotte has collected 7 large boxes. One of the boxes also contained a small box. Charlotte didn't take it out, but mixed it in the big box. You don't need to look at Charlotte to know that it must be the box used to hold the devil fruit. So far, Charlotte has only found this one devil fruit. Well. Kaido, look what I found. A devil fruit. Charlotte Lingling raised a devil fruit in her hand, with fish scale-shaped patterns on it, which made Charlotte's eyes shrink when she saw it. If he read it correctly, this devil fruit is in the form of animal, phantom beast, fish fruit, and blue dragon. In an instant, Charlotte's greed suddenly rose, and she wanted to snatch that devil fruit. And felt Charlotte's fiery gaze. Charlotte Lingling immediately took the devil fruit back and looked at Charlotte warily. Kaido also stood beside Charlotte Lingling with a look of vigilance. Seeing this situation, Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly, as if there was no hope. Charlotte could only suppress the unwillingness in her heart and continue to search for the treasure. He searched hard for so long before he found one, and he didn't know what type it was, but Charlotte Lingling found a phantom beast devil fruit just after arriving, which made Charlotte's mind burst. Is this life? Charlotte didn't want to believe it. The movements in Charlotte's hands also became faster. The 7-star sword was also summoned by Charlotte, and all the stones were picked up by Charlotte one by one. As more and more boxes were sought, the number also decreased a lot. Fortunately, 2 more devil fruits were found. One of them is white in color, in the shape of a melon, with mirror-like reflections on its surface. This made Charlotte know the name of this devil fruit in an instant. Superman Mirror Fruit. In the original book, it is the fruit of Charlotte Bray. After eating, the capable person can be called the mirror person. The user with the fruit ability can create a mirror between his hands, and the mirror in his hand can be used as a shield to defend against the enemy's attack and bounce back the enemy's attack. Ability users can also project mirrors onto animals or themselves, so as to imitate their appearance and movements. It is worth noting that the appearance transformed by the mirror fruit is not exactly the same, but symmetrical like a mirror image. The person with the fruit ability can open the channel to enter the mirror world by touching the mirror. The mirror world is a space that can exist stably, and all mirrors touched by capable people can be connected to the mirror world. Capable users can enter the mirror world by themselves, so they can teleport in the mirror world and appear in a specific place through the mirror. In addition, since other people cannot travel freely without the consent of the capable person or without touching the mirror, the enemy can be blocked through this. It is worth noting that the appearance in front of the mirror in the mirror world will be seen by the person opposite the mirror, and the mirror will not block the sound, so the same mirror can also be used for communication. Chapter 140 The Valley of the Gods, Dividing the Loot. The mirror fruit is a very powerful fruit with many uses. It will be of great help to form a pirate group in the future. After seeing this devil fruit, Charlotte carefully put it among the treasures so that no one would find it. As for the other green devil fruit, it is not clear. Go back and check the devil fruit illustration at that time. As for why Charlotte didn't memorize the devil fruit illustration. Nonsense, there are thousands of devil fruits in that illustrated book, how could he memorize them all? I only remembered a few natural devil fruits. Now Charlotte has found 3 devil fruits, only one is known to him, but it is also very good. However, Charlotte noticed that Charlotte Lingling also smiled from time to time, and it is estimated that she also got a lot of devil fruits. Even Charlotte was guessing whether all the devil fruits of his future dessert ministers were obtained here. Although there is such a guess, Charlotte can't do anything, otherwise the only one who suffers will be himself. Just when Charlotte was digging the treasure chest with Charlotte Lingling and Kaido, the battle between Rox and Cap Roger is in full swing. Why? You are a pirate. You actually teamed up with the Navy. As long as you help me. If you win the Navy and the world government, then the whole world will be ours. Rox looked at Roger with blood on the corner of his mouth and roared. He couldn't figure out that they were all pirates, but he actually dealt with him with the Navy. This made him puzzled, and what made him even more uncomfortable was that his cadres actually betrayed him at a critical moment. This made him even more angry. Your existence will only make this world more and more chaotic, and the new world needs stability. Roger looked at Locke seriously and said. At this time, he was not feeling well either, the fist marks on his body were black and purple, and his clothes were also tattered. The only good thing on his body is the straw hat on his head. If Charlotte saw it, she would think it was a straw hat. Wahahaha. We are pirates. Letting a pirate maintain the safety of a place, is this still a pirate? Rox couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and then he attacked more violently. This time Rox's attack was directed at Roger. For a moment, Roger had no choice but to resist. This gave Garp a chance to attack. Fist-bone conflict. The fist wrapped around armed-colored domineering and domineering-colored domineering tilted towards Locks crazily. Unprepared Rox took 3 steps back after being hit by Garp's punch. This made the white beard and the golden lion who had just arrived look slightly taken aback. By then Bearded was expressionless, while the golden lion was beaming. What does this mean? This shows that the combination of the two of them will have a chance to defeat and even kill Rox. Locks instantly sensed the arrival of Whitebeard and the golden lion. Looking at the slightly dirty clothes on the two of them, there was no trace of fighting at all. Thinking of Roger bringing Garp and the others over from the port. Have you betrayed me too? Rox suppressed his anger and said. Locke's words made Whitebeard bow his head in silence. And the golden lion said with a smile. Jia ha 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 ha. That's right. Betrayal is betrayal, there's nothing to say, labor and capital have already left the Rox pirates, and you are blocking my way. Golden Lion Shurji didn't look ashamed at all, and said it openly. Damn. While resisting Garp and Roger's joint efforts, Rox looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Then the boundless anger was vented on Garp and Roger, and the domineering look was swayed wantonly. The overwhelmed Garp and Roger couldn't lift their heads, they could only protect their vitals. And Whitebeard and Golden Lion turned their heads when they saw Locks who had gone mad. The Golden Lion also gave a shock, it was the first time he had seen Locks so furious, and Locks was stronger than he had imagined. Fortunately, these two people blocked him. Otherwise, if he followed his original plan, he and Whitebeard might not be able to kill Rox. Adding Charlotte, the possibility is still very high. The 3 top fighters still can't take Locks down, so Locks can go directly to the Navy headquarters. Shurko turned his eyes to look at it. It was discovered that Charlotte was actually digging stones in the pile of ruins with Charlotte Lingling, and the intern Kaido was also there. After seeing the treasure chest next to Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling, Ski understood instantly. Treasure. Leave some for me. Shurji floated over immediately, with a very eager look on his face. Looking at the dozen or so boxes of treasures around them, Shurji's eyes were red, seeing that Locks was about to be killed. He is going to form a pirate group, but there is no shortage of funds. Without money, where can you get a ship? How can you form a pirate group without a ship? How to recruit pirates without money, how to build his dream pirate fleet. How to ride the sky and the sea. With the addition of the Golden Lion Shurji. Shurji's fluttering fruit is activated instantly. The surrounding ruins floated in mid-air. The treasure chests immediately appeared. Damn. Asshole. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling cursed angrily. They searched for a long time and only found a dozen boxes of treasures, but the Golden Lion Shurji just waved his hand, and immediately more than 20 boxes of treasures floated up. How can they accept this? Jie ha 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 ha. I'm not polite. Shurji waved his hand, and those treasure boxes fell on his body and floated in the air. Elbaf's gun, the mighty country. Demon Sword Overlord. Empty shock. Charlotte Lingling and Charlotte made their moves one after another. Even Whitebeard couldn't sit still anymore, and punched him mercilessly. Lion Chikiri Valley. The Golden Lion was also merciless, and quickly swung the dead tree Sakura 10, and more than a dozen slashes flew out quickly, offsetting the incoming slashes and vibrations. But the Golden Lion Shurji was still blown away by the huge energy impact of the three of them. 10 boxes of treasure fell, and the direction of the fall was at Whitebeard's feet. Originally there were more than 20 boxes of treasures, but only, boxes of treasures were still in the air. Hateful. The Golden Lion Shurji quickly stabilized his figure and looked at everyone with a ferocious face. The four confronted each other for a while. Humph. Shurji snorted coldly, and then stopped. He also understands now that it is impossible to monopolize or occupy the majority. These people will never let him succeed. Thinking of this, Shurji slowly landed with 16 boxes of treasures, indicating that he was not robbing. After Golden Lion Shurji did this, basically all the treasures in the ruins were dug out. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling also stopped, each guarding in front of their own treasure chests. Chapter 141 The Valley of the Gods, Everyone and #039's Ambition. The Spoils Scene. The last 16 boxes of treasure that the Golden Lion took, no wonder he was able to pull out a large pirate fleet in just 1 year after leaving the Rocks Pirates. 16 chests of treasure, based on a box of 80 million Baileys, there are a full billion Baileys. What if there are devil fruits in it? Then came Charlotte Lingling, who had 14 boxes of treasures beside her, Prometheus, Zeus, Napoleon, and the help of Kaido. Even though she came later than Charlotte, she got a lot. Followed by Charlotte, a total of 13 treasure chests were found, and there were 5 devil fruits in them, and the harvest was also very good. The least was Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who forcibly snatched 10 treasure chests from Ski, which was not too small. In short, the battle for the treasure chest has also come to an end. Everyone took a lot of money. Very happy, especially Charlotte Lingling, the smile on her face never stopped. Charlotte estimated that the ones with the most devil fruits were taken by Charlotte Lingling. The animal type, phantom beast, fish fruit, and green dragon form alone are much more valuable than the 5 devil fruits in Charlotte's hand. Ku la 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 la. Are we just watching? Whitebeard took a sip of wine, looked at the person beside him who was still a companion and said. Jie ha 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 ha. Watch it. If they fail, we will go again. Anyway, it has already been torn apart, and Locks must die. The Golden Lion said in a low voice while biting his cigar. Hearing this, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and Charlotte all clenched their weapons tightly. He didn't say a word, but everyone knew that Shurki was telling the truth. If they really failed, then they really didn't want to fight. Jie ha 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 ha. What do you want to do after the Rocks Pirates are disbanded? The Golden Lion Shurji looked at Locks, who was still fighting bloody on the battlefield, and asked everyone. Hearing this, Whitebeard stopped drinking for one of them. My words. I will form my own pirate group and sail on the sea with my adopted children. I have already thought of the name Whitebeard Pirates. After hearing what Whitebeard said, everyone was not surprised. Then Ski looked at Charlotte Lingling again. Well. My words will go to the sea area of Totland. I want to form a kingdom there. I want all races in my kingdom to hold banquets together. I want to build a kingdom of all nations. Charlotte Lingling said with her heart in her hands. Forehead. Charlotte Lingling's ideal made many people around her look confused. You, a pirate, actually want to establish a country, what's the matter? After hearing this, Shurko directly looked at Charlotte, wanting to hear what Charlotte thought. Boy Charlotte. What about you? What are you going to do in the future? Asked Ski. After hearing Shurko's question, Charlotte thought for a while. But suddenly he seemed to be at a loss. He had been thinking about how to become stronger before, and then he had been thinking about what he should do in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Doesn't seem to have thought about what to do after leaving the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte lowered her head and thought. My words. I want to see this world, and then take my family and children to live in this world well, cultivate my offspring, and maybe go to the New World to go to the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Voyage to see. Charlotte speaks her mind. Huh? Do you also want to wander around like the Roger pirates? Shueisha frowned after hearing this. When Charlotte didn't say anything about Shueisha's words, Laylee, who was silently watching this group of people, was not happy. What are you talking about? The dream of our Roger pirates is to travel around the world. How can we say wandering? After listening to Laylee's words, no one spoke, and everyone just looked at Laylee quietly. Sorry. Sorry. You talk. I'm leaving. Under the gaze of the four people, Laylee immediately broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, wishing to slap himself. It's fine to eavesdrop by yourself, but he actually said it openly. When did he become as brainless as Roger? After watching Rayleigh slip away, other people's eyes were once again on Charlotte. Is this your plan? One wants to start a family and adopt sons everywhere, the other wants to become king in the Totland Sea area of Lashizi, and the other wants to take his wife and children to travel around the world. This is how you are pirates. Is it? Golden Lion Shueisha looked at the crowd, feeling angry for some reason. After hearing Shueisha's words, Whitebeard punched Shueisha with a punch. Shueisha drew his sword to resist. Well. You don't count what we want to do. Charlotte Lingling said with a smile. Pirate? I seem to be forced by rocks. Charlotte shrugged and didn't care what Ski said. Seeing the reactions of the three, Shueisha sat back and remained silent. Then what do you want to do? After taking a sip of wine, Whitebeard frowned and looked at Ski. Me? Jihahahaha. I want to form a powerful pirate fleet, and with my Piao Piao fruit, I will form a flying pirate group, and I will be the king of the world. When the Golden Lion said this, he was full of domineering aura, with blonde hair fluttering, and the domineering aura on his body made everyone's expressions freeze. Ski. Your ambitions are too great. Do you think you will succeed in something that even Locks has failed to accomplish? Whitebeard frowned and glanced at Locks, who was still fighting fiercely, then looked at Shueisha and said. What Rocks can't accomplish doesn't mean I can't accomplish it. I will make a detailed plan and let the world know the name of Golden Lion Shueisha. Shueisha looked at Locks fearlessly and said. And Rocks seemed to have a sense of it, and turned his head to take a look. His four cadres sat on a small hill and looked at him as if they wanted to watch a play. Damn it. You just wait for me, and I will kill you when labor and management finish solving them. Locks looked at the four with white beard covered in blood. But the four with white beards just glanced at them with disdain and continued the discussion. How about it? Do you want to help me? As long as I become the hegemon of the world, then I will share the world with you. Shueisha looked at everyone domineeringly. But to Shueisha's disappointment, everyone shook their heads. Impossible. Stop wishful thinking, I will not surrender to you. The three said in unison. After hearing this, Shueisha just shook his head and shrugged. He probably guessed the result. Charlotte. Come and help me. I'll let you be my deputy captain, so don't say silly things about sailing the world. Shueisha looked at Charlotte, who was the only one he could get along with in the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 142 The Valley of the Gods, Falling Apart. Impossible. Don't dream. It is impossible for me to surrender to anyone, I will build my own power. Charlotte said firmly. Then he couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart, could Shueisha be eyeing him? Shouldn't he be eyeing Roger? Have you changed your mind? Hearing Charlotte's merciless words. Charlotte. Have you forgotten? You still owe me a favor. Shueisha frowned and looked at Charlotte and said. But the actual words made both Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling look at Charlotte with great interest. I will pay back your favor, but this is definitely not a reason for you to blackmail me. I have my own way to go. Charlotte looked straight into the eyes of the Golden Lion Shueisha and said. Shueisha bit his cigar with a gloomy expression on his face. Charlotte is also always ready for Shueisha to get angry at any time. In the end, Shueisha gently soothed the breath in his heart, and the originally frozen atmosphere disappeared instantly. Okay. I hope that the favor you owe me will be returned to me soon. Shueisha said with a blank face. Charlotte also nodded lightly. Ahem. Are you all there? A weak voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was the three Wang Ji and John Silver Axe who were beaten into the air by Roger. Yo! You three trash are back. Shueisha, who had been at odds with the three of them, immediately mocked them after seeing them. You. Hearing this, John instantly pointed at Shueisha and wanted to say something. Wang Jie raised his long sword, while the silver axe raised his shield and big axe. What? You guys still want to fight me? Shueisha looked at the three with disdain, then stood up. In the past, I didn't do anything to you with the backing of Locks, but now. Humph. Shueisha glanced at Locks, who had already fallen into a disadvantage, and looked at the three of them with disdain. Shueisha's huge pressure instantly made the three of them frown nervously. Shiki. After all, we are also a pirate group. Is it necessary to make such an unpleasant scene? After being silent for a while, John stood up, ignored Ski's provocative words, and said with a smile. The weakest of the three of them is John. He is practicing swords and playing with guns. He has no strength at all. He doesn't want to have any conflicts with Shueisha at this time. After hearing this, Shueisha snorted coldly with disdain and no longer cared about them. Charlotte and the others didn't look at them either. The four of them faintly rejected the three of them. These three are all old subordinates of Locks. They have been following Locks since he went to sea. Not to mention how loyal they are to Locks, but they will not take the initiative to betray Locks. And in the Rocks pirates before, these three people were supported by Rocks, and they often went against them. Make them unhappy. Seeing that these four people ignored themselves and others, these people knew it well. Then when John was about to leave with the two of them, he suddenly saw the pile of treasure chests behind the four of them, and his eyes turned red instantly. He knew these treasure chests, they were all the treasures of the Tianlong people. He was almost able to get them before, but he couldn't get them because of the resistance of those old guys. Unexpectedly, in just a short while, all these treasure chests fell into their hands. This made his heart bleed. Seemingly noticing John's gaze, Wang Ji and Yin Fu also looked over, and were also instantly attracted and unable to walk. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? You are not here. Seeing the three of them standing still, Shueisha shouted immediately. This made the three of them walk away with gloomy faces. After losing sight of them. Damn. Bastard. Why don't they die? John's jealous expression was almost distorted, and he frantically waved his fist at the big tree beside him. The old man sees that the Rocks pirates are about to disband. We have to make plans early. Wang Ji looked at the two of them and said. After hearing Wang Ji's words, the two were thoughtful. The old man will form a pirate group, do you want to join? Wang Ji looked at the two and invited them. But as soon as the words came out. Are you kidding? If the Rocks pirates are really gone, then I will also form a pirates. The sound of the silver axe came from the armor. He ha ha. That's right. Although we are a group in the Locks pirate group, but Locks will be gone, so let's disband. But I suggest that I can form an alliance to deal with those four people, otherwise so none of us is an opponent of one of them. John suggested. Hearing this, Wang Ji and Yin Fu fell silent. Both of them are thinking about countermeasures. Because of Rocks, he didn't want the cadres to become a piece of steel, so he deliberately created conflicts and picked on both sides. In the end, he came out to be a peacemaker. This led to a very bad relationship between the three of them and the other four groups. Especially John, who didn't have a clue in his mouth, almost all four of them were offended by John. This made those four people and the two of them bear a grudge. Now that Locks is probably going to be gone, he has to do a little bit of testing for himself. Okay. The old man agrees. The old man also agrees. Both Wang Ji and Yin Fu nodded at the same time. Then let's not stay in the Valley of the Gods anymore, or I'm afraid that if Locks dies, those four people will attack us. John suggested. Wang Ji and Yin Fu nodded at the same time. If they were 15 or 16 years younger, they would never have fled in such a panic as they do today. The three quickly walked back to the port and saw that the port was in chaos. This is the Roger Pirates. After John saw the killings at the port, the dead were all pirates of the Rocks pirates, but it was the Roger Pirates who did it. This moment made him feel the shame he and others suffered just now. Kill. Kill those members of the Roger Pirates. John instantly pulled out the gun with his left hand and the western sword with his right hand, roaring at the Roger Pirates. Yes. It's Captain John. When the pirates of the Rocks pirates without a main force saw John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe as the three captains, they immediately launched a counterattack as if they had a backbone. Wang Ji and Silver Axe also took the lead and rushed to the Roger pirates to start fighting. They also hated Roger. Because of John King's direct Silver Axe joining, after the Silver Axe restrained Jabba, the Roger pirates couldn't hold on for an instant. They started to flee in defeat, and the direction of their breakthrough was the center of the Valley of Gods. Little ones, get on board, the Locks pirates have failed. There will be no Locks pirates and Captain Locks in the future, only the John pirates and Captain John. John immediately jumped to Locks' main ship and stood in the exclusive position of Locks, announcing to the many pirates below. But today's 1-2 pirates have been besieged by the Navy, the world government, the Roger pirates, and the three forces, and there are less than Chapter 143 God and hashtag 039 S Valley, evacuation. All the pirates were stunned by John's news. After they entered the island, they have been fighting. First, they fought against the defenders of the world government, and then a large number of navies joined in. When they finally defeated them, the monsters of the Roger pirates joined the battlefield one after another, and killing them was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. So much so that now, after hearing the news about John, I feel a little unreal. But after all, John saved the lives of these pirates, and they didn't believe that John dared to make fun of these things. In an instant, the pirates on the shore split into two groups. Some of them are the pirates directly under Locke's headquarters, and the original subordinates of John Wang Jianax. This part of the pirates accounted for a large part. Originally, there were less than pirates, but there were pirates following John. These people have chosen to join the command of the three of John. The rest of the pirates are basically the subordinates of the Golden Lion. After all, the Golden Lion has trained quite a few subordinates over the years, and some of them are Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling's subordinates. And those peripheral pirates summoned by Locks. The huge Rocks pirate group fell apart in an instant, and none of the pirates under his command survived. The forces under the command of the world government on the shore also suffered heavy casualties. Now it has been evacuated to the interior of the Valley of Gods, waiting for the next order. John boarded the main ship of Rocks, the Sword of Gibek, and stood at the bow of the ship looking at the many pirates, feeling very proud for a while. He hop ha 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 ha. I announce. The John pirates are formed, and I will be called Captain John in the future. John watched the crowd raise the wine bottle in their hands and announced to the crowd. The pirates below reacted differently, obviously they couldn't accept it so quickly. After all, it has not been 2 days since Locks brought them to the Valley of the Gods, and the overlord of the New World actually died in this unknown place. That's right, it's the nameless place. Many people don't know where it is. Only some captains and cadres who know the inside story know it. This place is an unknown place for them. John was not dissatisfied with the lack of response from the pirates below. John looked at a record pointer in his hand, his face full of greed. This is what he found in the cabin of Rocks, the Sword of Gibek. This is actually Locke's treasure trove. As the overlord of the sea, how amazing would Locks be, who has ruled the New World for several years? John doesn't know, but John can be sure that it is absolutely no less than what those people got in the Valley of Gods. Thinking of this, John looked aggrieved towards Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, Charlotte and others. Wait. I will trample you under my feet one day. John said with a grim face when everyone couldn't see. John took the pirates who followed him, sitting on the Sword of Gibek, and there were 7 or 8 pirate ships following him. Wang Ji and Yin Fu also followed John's fleet. A total of more than a dozen pirate ships slowly left the Valley of the Gods. Captain, what should we do? Port, there are also many people who are vassals of the pirates watching the fleet disappearing in front of everyone in the distance. Wait. I don't believe Captain Rocks will die here. The captain of the pirate group is obviously a die-hard loyalist of Locks, and he doesn't believe that Locks will die. But this is a minority after all. After hearing John's words, more vassals of the Rocks pirates also ran to their ships and began to return. In this operation, almost all the pirates suffered a devastating blow. The captains of some vassal pirate groups were all killed, and some pirate ships had only the captain left. Even if they return to the New World, they will not have a bright future. And inside the Valley of Gods, Charlotte, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, Longbread, and other pirate captains all stood in the distance watching the battle without blinking. Watching the fight. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Galaxy impact. God avoid. The domineering aura of the 3 people in the arena all soared into the sky, with flashes all over their bodies. With each blow the sky is clouded and the earth is torn apart. Not good. The Valley of Gods is about to crack. Feel the vibrations from the ground. Almost all the cadres raised their eyebrows and hurriedly withdrew from the periphery of the battle. Charlotte stepped a little hurriedly, Yuabu stepped a little in the air, and retreated like walking in the air. And Whitebeard also jumped out with his feet on the ground. Both the Golden Lion and Charlotte Lingling can fly, but they are not as embarrassed as Charlotte and Whitebeard. Boss Sky. Seeing that Shueisha was about to leave, some pirates under the command of the Golden Lion shouted immediately. After hearing this, Shueisha quickly stopped and glanced at them. Waste. Although he cursed, he still came to them, and the fruit ability was activated. Even a large piece of land was floated up by Shueisha. The pirates standing on it also flew up. Charlotte Lingling was not as comfortable as Ski. Well. Zeus. Charlotte Lingling yelled. Okay. Mom. Thundercloud Zeus immediately became bigger and flew to Charlotte Lingling's feet, and Charlotte Lingling stepped over. Kaido and Longbread also jumped up one after another. Quickly escaped from here. Charlotte stepped on the moon step in the air, very fast, no slower than Shueisha's fluttering fruit. He could still be faster, but carrying 13.5 tall treasure chests was obviously slower. As for how Charlotte won it. Of course, I found a carpet, tied it up, carried it on my back, and ran towards the port quickly. As for carpets, there are many Tianlong people's halls. Even Whitebeard was wrapped in a large piece of red cloth, and ran towards the port with a treasure chest on his back. Shueisha was the most relaxed, with a light tap of his finger on the treasure chest, all the treasure chests followed him and flew up. So is Charlotte Lingling. Come to port. Looking at the mess in the port, Charlotte frowned instantly. If there is anything that Charlotte is most dissatisfied with in the Valley of the Gods this time, it is that he didn't bring any of his subordinates. At the end of the day, there was no one available. This was Charlotte's most blundering point. The color of knowledge in knowledge was opened, and the color of knowledge in knowledge like a big net instantly enveloped the entire port. There are really too many ships. The ships brought by Locks, together with the ships of the world government, will stop 150 ships at the port. Can't see the end. Okay? Charlotte's knowledgeable domineering suddenly sensed something different. His gaze was fixed, and then, Charlotte turned around and ran towards a place full of draconian ships. There seemed to be some different people there, which made Charlotte a little interested. Chapter 144 God and #039, S Valley, Slave. Quick. Before the Tianlong people come back, we can escape in the chaos. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance and scars all over his body shouted. Who will steer the ship? Who will take the helm? Is there any navigator? Following the cries of the middle-aged man, a large number of ragged people walked quickly on the deck. Bastard. You are all slaves of Saint Rothschild, and you want to escape. Go to hell. The yelling of the middle-aged man was still seen by a group of agents with masks on their faces, and then they took out their weapons and aimed at the middle-aged man and other slaves. There are many slaves on this ship who want to escape while taking advantage of the chaos. After these people gather, the forces are quite powerful. This is why the pirates of the Rocks pirates did not see the slaves after the invasion. Most of them gathered and hid on the boat. After all, the Navy and pirates were all jealous of the situation at that time. The pirates looked at the treasures that had been brought down from the shore, but they ignored the poor slaves who only had one piece of clothing. This also gave the group of slaves a chance of survival. In the eyes of some smarter slaves, this fight gave them a glimmer of hope, and they gathered one after another to snatch the ships. Damn it. You want to stop me from going to freedom? I don't want to go back to that hell even if I die. The leading middle-aged man held a pirate's long knife in his hand and shouted at the lackeys of the Tianlong people. The voice of the middle-aged man fell, and the slaves with weapons in their hands forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts, and pointed their knives at these agents. In an instant, slaves with weapons surrounded these agents one after another, and these agents had experienced the fighting of pirates, and there were not many left. After being surrounded by these slaves, they suddenly felt a drum in their hearts. Bastard. Are you going to rebel? The leading agent said sternly. And when the agents of the world government spoke, a black shadow hung over these people in the sky. The agents of the world government raised their heads after sensing what seemed to be a dark shadow in the sky. I saw a huge package being thrown towards them quickly. Not good. Run. Seeing such a huge package smashed in, the agents in the head were frightened. In fact, none of these agents has much strength, and they can only show off behind the Tianlong people. But how could their reflexes be so great? Their movements couldn't keep up with the waste of their brains. Bang. A group of people were smashed into minced meat by the parcel dropped by Charlotte. You know, can the 13 boxes of gold treasure be light? These people who are not much better than ordinary people are crushed into blood foam in an instant when they are dropped from the sky. And Charlotte stood on the package and looked down at the crowd. Blood. Blood swordsman Charlotte? When the leading middle-aged man saw Charlotte standing on it, his jaw almost dropped in surprise. Charlotte frowned when she heard the man's surprise. Oh. You know me? No. That's right. I have read your relevant reports. You are a good man. The middle-aged man looked at Charlotte with excitement and said. Charlotte had a question mark on his forehead. Was he issued a good person card? He's still a man, a middle-aged uncle. Then Charlotte didn't say anything. The leading middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Thank you, Lord Charlotte, for saving my life. Please allow me to follow you. The middle-aged man knelt directly in front of Charlotte and said. Knock your head on the deck as you speak. Okay? Charlotte looked at the middle-aged man who was operating all the way, a little strange. What's going on here? Why do I have the kind of plot that others accept their heads and worship? Seeing that Charlotte did not respond for a long time, the middle-aged man quietly raised his head and glanced. Then I saw Charlotte frowning, and then there was a flash in my mind, and I understood it instantly. Master Charlotte. I am a slave you rescued 2 years ago. But I did not choose to join you at that time and return to my hometown, but because my hometown did not pay the heavenly gold, I was often targeted by slave traders, and I once again in an accident, I was caught by the slave arresting team again. Finally, I sold it to the Tianlongren, the gladiators of the Tianlongren. I didn't expect to meet you, Lord Charlotte, here again. Listen to this person's explanation. Only then did Charlotte realize that she had been rescued once by herself. No wonder I was so excited to see it. Get up. Charlotte reached out and helped him up. In fact, it was Charlotte who did it from time to time in order to probe into the other party's heart. The moment he touched his body. Charlotte has seen the clips of this person in recent years. After confirming that this person is not a spy or has bad intentions for herself, Charlotte accepts him. Okay. I agree with your joining. Charlotte nodded. Thank you, sir. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Are you leaving? Charlotte asked knowingly. Yes, Lord Charlotte. These are also hardworking people like me. They are all slaves of the Tianlong people. Said that this revealed the hoof tracks of the 9 heavens flying dragon on his arm. At the same time, other people also showed their slave marks one after another. Charlotte fell silent after seeing it. I'll take you out of here. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said. What Charlotte said made the middle-aged man overjoyed. Only those who have known Charlotte know how terrifying Charlotte is. With Charlotte's escort, they can be said to be very safe. Even if the world government comes to your door, you are not afraid. Thank you, Captain. The middle-aged man said gratefully to Charlotte. Charlotte shook his hand. He just did what he could. Are there any people who have not been rescued? Go and gather them all. Let's get out of here. This island is about to sink. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said, he doesn't suggest saving a few more people before leaving. But after Charlotte's voice fell, the boat that everyone was sitting on shook, obviously the rhythm of the island sinking. After hearing what Charlotte said, no one spoke, but there was a long silence. I saw a group of people being organized and brought over there. A little girl stood up, pointing in a direction with trembling hands. When Charlotte looked, it happened to be a small hillside. If there were people there, it could just hide people. You wait for me to go and see. Said that Charlotte ran over with moon steps, leaving behind the package and everyone. This makes other people look at each other in dismay. During this period, many people's eyes were flickering, and their faces did not seem to be slaves. Charlotte rushed over 1 month at a time. Without those treasure boxes, Charlotte's speed increased again. It didn't take a few seconds to come to the hillside. As soon as he came to the top of the hillside, Charlotte felt that there was a lot of breath here. Charlotte came to the back of the hillside, and instantly saw a group of world government agents in black suits. Who? After Charlotte fell, people immediately surrounded her. Chapter 145 God and hashtag 039, S Valley, Shurji and hashtag 039, S Invitation. Looking at the naval soldiers and world government agents surrounded by them. Charlotte frowned. How could it be these people? Summer. Charlotte. The people who surrounded him stammered and shouted immediately after seeing Charlotte's face. Charlotte ignored them and swiped the 7-star sword randomly, killing the naval soldiers and people from the world government who surrounded him. Run. Seeing this, the rest of the people scattered in all directions. They would not confront Charlotte head-on. These Navy soldiers and people from the world government who ran here to hide were basically greedy for life and fear of death, otherwise they would have fought to the death with the pirates brought by locks in the port. Charlotte didn't pay attention to their dispersal. From her knowledgeable and domineering perception, there were still many people down the hillside. After jumping down the hillside, sure enough, a group of ragged people huddled together and looked at Charlotte, who was walking step by step in horror. Charlotte looked at them and had no other thoughts in her mind. After all, I have seen this scene a lot. My heart is already numb. If you want to go, you can follow me. This island is going to sink. If you stay here, you will die. If you want to go, follow me. Charlotte looked at the nearly 500 people and said. Nor did he expect so many slaves. This group of Tianlong people really know how to play, and they brought so many people with them when they went out. Together with the more than 100 people on board, it is estimated that there are more than 600 slaves. And these Tianlong people don't seem to have many people here. As far as Charlotte saw, there seemed to be more than 40 Tianlong people. Among the more than 40 Tianlong people, there are more than 10 old Tianlong people. Actually brought more than 600 slaves. Charlotte didn't know that there were more than 40 celestial dragons before. After Charlotte finished speaking, Charlotte turned and left. And those who heard Charlotte's words looked at each other in blank dismay. But there were also some slaves who knew Charlotte's reputation, followed behind Charlotte. After seeing these people following, the other slaves also followed. And the slaves who were still vacillating after seeing so many people following that man followed suit one after another. As a result, the more than 500 people all followed behind Charlotte, walking mightily by the port, towards the ship. The vibrations under the feet became more and more frequent, and it was estimated that it would be this hour before the island sank. Then the countdown to Locke's death began. Jia ha 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 ha. Charlotte went to rescue the slaves again. Shueisha floated over from nowhere, and looked at Charlotte in midair and said. And behind him there are more than a dozen pirate ships flying in the air, with thousands of pirates on them. Yeah. I was saved without any hassle. Charlotte nodded. What's the matter with you, Ski? Seeing Shueisha coming over suddenly, Charlotte was puzzled. He wouldn't think that Ski came just to say hello. Jia ha 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 ha. I'm here to invite you, join me. Become the deputy captain of the flying pirates. Shueisha floated in midair and stretched out his hand towards Charlotte. Charlotte frowned when she heard that. Didn't I say that? I won't join anyone, I have my own way to go. Charlotte refused. Oh. Your way. Is it to travel around the world with your slaves? Don't be kidding, would you do such a boring thing with your strength? Become the deputy captain of the flying pirates, let us dominate this world together world, don't you hate slaves? I can abolish all slavery for you. Shueiji's hair fluttered, looked at Charlotte and said. After hearing this, Charlotte silently summoned the 7-star sword. I don't want to say it a second time. Charlotte looked at Ski. In an instant, the atmosphere on both sides froze. Shueiji floated in the air with his hands folded on his chest and looked at Charlotte blankly. The two sides did not speak. Ski stared intently into Charlotte's eyes. And Charlotte watched without showing any weakness. All the pirates behind Shiki had their hands on their weapons. Just waiting for Shueisha to speak. Jia ha 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 ha. Charlotte. I thought we were the most compatible. In the Locks Pirates, you were the only one I could chat with. I didn't expect that we would part ways here. Okay, since you with your dream, I will not force it anymore, but after today, I hope you will not block my way, otherwise I will not show mercy. Shueisha watched Charlotte wave his hand. Go. Shueiji turned around and flew back to the bow of his own ship, turning the fleet and flying towards the distance. Looking at the flying fleet that has gradually disappeared into the distance. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled wryly. She didn't expect Shueiji to have such thoughts about him. Will he not be entangled by Shueisha like Roger in the future? The thought of this gave Charlotte a headache. Go. Charlotte also waved to the people behind her and walked towards the Tianlong people's fleet. The captain is back. The captain is back. Seeing the mighty group of people in the distance led by Charlotte, the group of slaves waiting on the boat roared. Captain? Interesting. When Charlotte heard that he was actually called the captain, a strange expression appeared on his face. Although most of them look thin and thin, this is caused by malnutrition. In the case of malnutrition, he can still live under the hands of Tianlong people, and his physique is basically not bad. Moreover, there are many gladiators here, and these people are all strong, otherwise they would not become gladiators of the Tianlong people. And there are different races in it. For example, Charlotte saw 2 giant slaves. Charlotte looked at the 2 giants standing on a boat, who were 18 meters tall by visual estimation. Apparently a grown giant, just don't know why they were held as slaves. There are also murlocs, mermaids, snakeheads, long hands, and a few girls from the three-eyed tribe. There are so many types. There is obviously no room for so many people in one boat. But fortunately, there are boats parked on the shore. Charlotte picked naval warships to attack. Those who can sail, stand up. Charlotte jumped on board to watch the more than 500 people standing in the harbor. And after Charlotte's words spread, no fewer than 70 slaves stood up in an instant. Okay. Divide into groups of 10, board a nearby warship, steer the ship to follow behind this ship, and the rest of you board these ships one after another. Charlotte looked at everyone and ordered. Although Charlotte's order was spread and the arrangement was reasonable, the port was still in chaos for a while. Seeing Charlotte frowned for a while. Go down and maintain order. Each ship has 80 people on board. Don't be crowded in one place. Charlotte said to the middle-aged man beside him. These people can hold weapons in their hands and have a certain deterrent effect. It's the captain. When the middle-aged man heard Charlotte ordering him, he immediately walked down excitedly with more than 40 people under him, maintaining order. Chapter 146 Valley of the Gods, End. Really, after being maintained by these people, the chaos in the port also stopped, and the or so people in the port were arranged in 7 nearby naval warships. After seeing everyone on board, Charlotte waved his hand. Anchor. Following Charlotte's voice, the ships left the port one after another. The ship did not leave immediately after leaving port. Charlotte watched the explosions in the center of the Valley of the Gods, and her eyes were fixed. Then everyone watched the island of the Valley of Gods fluctuate violently. Many people began to panic. Then everyone saw that the island actually began to crack from the middle. That's right, it was cracked, and watching the cracks appear, the surroundings of the port collapsed into the sea one after another. It is gradually spreading to the center of the island. And Charlotte has already sensed that the fighting in the center of the island has stopped. It didn't take a second to think that rocks had failed. And inside the Valley of Gods. You should be called Brother D, Roger. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by 2 members of the D family. Wahahahaha. But even after I fail, there will still be the will of D to launch the attack on the world. Challenge. Wahahahaha. Rox stood in front of the abyss and said with a heroic smile, covering his chest that had been punched by a knife. But with the indescribable sense of loneliness and the slightest unwillingness in his laughter, he closed his eyes and fell down. Port. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling and Charlotte stood on their respective boats silently watching the center of the Valley of Gods. The end of an era. Roger and Garp stood together, looking at Lox who had been buried in the abyss and had lost his vitality. Both of them now had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, their clothes were torn, and their foreheads were covered with blood, but the 2 of them still stood forcefully together and gasped for each other. Roger. Go. The island is sinking. Rayleigh shouted anxiously at Roger standing on a hillside. Everyone in the Roger pirates stood beside him. After Roger saw it. Ha 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 ha. Garp. Thanks to you this time. Roger said with a smile to Garp beside him. Bastard. Who wants you to be a pirate? I'm a navy. After Garp heard Roger's laughter, he immediately yelled at Roger. And Roger just smiled slightly, holding the straw hat, and quickly jumped to his crew. Ha 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 ha. Carp, see you next time. Bastard Roger. I'll catch you. Garp looked at Roger and roared. Then, watching the increasingly violent islands shaking around, they also quickly ran towards the port. But when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Wooloxing who looked like a dead dog beside him. If it weren't for the knowledgeable and domineering perception that the other party is still breathing, he would have thought that the 5th old star would become the 4th old star in the future. Looking at the 5 old star, Garp became entangled, whether to save him or not. Then Garp looked around at the corpses, basically the corpses of Navy soldiers and world government agents. When I saw a rear admiral propped half kneeling on the ground, the code of justice behind him. Garp's expression froze, and he walked towards Satan. He carried him on his shoulders and ran towards the port, the moon steps collapsed in the air. And Roger and his group have already run back to the port, looking at the port surrounded by a sea of flames. Huh? Raleigh Jabba, whose 2 children are in your arms? Roger wondered when he suddenly saw a baby in front of Raleigh and Jabba. After hearing this, Raleigh and Jabba revealed the child in their arms. I saw these 2 children in the ruins. They were lying in the ruins and crying, and I rescued them. Looking at a child with red hair, I saw a child with a red nose. Roger was silent. Seeing Roger's silence, Rayleigh's heart tightened and he looked at Roger. Ha 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 ha. Then adopt them. They will be interns of Roger Pirates from now on. Roger suddenly looked at the 2 children and smiled. Then Roger stepped forward and picked up the 2 children, one in each arm. You'll be called Shanks from now on. And you'll be called Bucky. Roger just thought about naming the 2 pirates. After hearing Roger's words, Riley breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Roger wasn't the guy he thought he was. When Roger announced the names of the 2 children, all the crew members shouted, "Captain! Let's have a banquet for our 2 new companions." Hearing the cheers from the crew, Roger also laughed. Little ones, have a party. The Roger pirates left the port and quickly disappeared into the Valley of the Gods. After Garp brought Satan, one of the 5 old stars, to the port. There is not a single pirate in the port. It's Lieutenant General Garp. It's Lieutenant General Garp. A group of Navy soldiers who had exclaimed when they saw Garp coming. Then there was tears of joy. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, this group of naval soldiers witnessed the death of their companions, and they were on the verge of collapse. And the big pirates on the pirate side came one after another, but the senior generals of the Navy were not seen. Now everyone wept with joy after seeing Garp's appearance. Garp frowned as he watched the Navy soldiers approaching one after another. Looking at the Navy soldiers around him. Are you all left? Cap said in a low voice. Woo! Lieutenant General Garp, they're all dead. They're all dead. We're the only ones left. A naval captain looked at Cap and whimpered. Go. I'll take you home. Garp looked at the Navy soldiers who followed him and said softly. Then boarded the few naval warships that were still in good condition and sailed away from the Valley of the Gods. Wait until Garp leaves. An inexplicable roar sounded from the Valley of Gods, and a huge black shadow quickly flew into the sky and disappeared. The island of the Valley of the Gods has completely disappeared in this sea area. I am afraid that only a few people will still know that there is an island called the Valley of the Gods, where an overlord of the era was once buried. Whitebeard went off alone in a boat, just as he had gone to sea alone. He was alone again, but this time he was not unhappy, he just felt very happy in his heart, sitting on the bow of this small boat and recalling the children he had adopted. Those immature faces. He is free. Golden Lion flies in the air with more than 30 pirate ships, looking at a group of pirates under his command. His ambition suddenly rises, he wants to inherit the will of Lox, dominate the world, and these people will become his family property. Charlotte Lingling took Kaido and left the Valley of the Gods on Zeus, and her heart began to swell. Lingling. I know there is a sea area full of desserts. Longbread suddenly stood beside Charlotte Lingling and said. Really? Then let's take it down. Well. Chapter 147. The pirates are established one after another. Charlotte Lingling looked at the 2 and said. Then Charlotte Lingling stopped on a reef around the Valley of the Gods. Well. Brother, are you willing to help me? Charlotte Lingling sat on the reef and looked at Kaido and asked. After Kaido took a sip of his wine, he glanced at Charlotte Lingling and shook his head. I want to see the world. Kaido shook his head. Charlotte Lingling shook her head in disappointment after hearing this. Then Charlotte Lingling took out a devil fruit from the treasure chest. It was the unknown devil fruit she found from the Valley of the Gods. My dear brother, I gave you this devil fruit. You owe me a favor, and we will see you later. Charlotte Lingling said to Kaido. Because she knew that Kaido would not accept her kindness for no reason. For this younger brother, she really recognized it. Then Charlotte Lingling and Longbread left the reef area by Zeus. Kaido is left alone. Kaido looked at the scaled devil fruit in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Vomit. After swallowing the devil fruit, a feeling of nausea hit him instantly, but Kaido quickly covered his mouth and forcibly suppressed it. Then Kaido's figure suddenly swelled up, his body's limbs were covered with scales, and blue scales were all over his body. Then a huge blue figure suddenly appeared in the air. Kaido looked at his body. Whoa! Kaido's surprised laughter filled the sea, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. A sea of? Blue. Charlotte sat on the bow and looked at the endless sea, with the record pointer in her hand pointing in one direction. This is the record pointer of Kame Island. This is what he asked Carter for at the beginning, so that he can find his home after the war in the Valley of the Gods. It has been drifting at sea for half a month. In the past half month, the sea has been restless. Just because of the announcement of a piece of news. The Rocks pirates destroyed, Rocks is dead, naval hero Garp kills Lox D. Jebek. Looking at the headlines in the newspaper, Charlotte was very disdainful. This must be the means of the world government, covered up the facts again. After all, if it is reported that the heroes of the Navy join forces with the pirates, it will definitely slap the Navy and the world government in the face. Captain. Kame Island is almost here. Ronald Yale walked up to Charlotte and said respectfully. He is the middle-aged man who was saved twice by Charlotte. Well. You figure it out. Charlotte nodded without much reaction. This time Charlotte came back with a rewarding experience, 13 boxes of treasure, 5 devil fruits, and 7 ships' men. Moreover, many pirate ships and naval warships were dragged back by Charlotte. With so many fleets and many subordinates, as long as Charlotte raises the flag, it will be a huge sea force. It is enough to compete with the Golden Lion and White Beard. Of course, this is in terms of influence, but is it strength? Charlotte has no confidence, after all, he hasn't played against these people yet. It is also lucky, since Charlotte crossed over, she hasn't fought any real strong man except Steel Bone Kong. And when he was fighting with Cyborg Kong, he was the one who was abused. Well, the past is unbearable. Charlotte threw the newspaper aside and closed her eyes. The news in the newspaper made no waves on Charlotte's side. Similarly, other cadres of the Rocks pirates did not react too much. But people who saw this newspaper on the sea set off turbulent waves in their hearts. How is it possible? Captain Lox. How could he die? He is the overlord of the sea. How could he be killed by a little vice admiral? Many pirate groups and pirates under Rocks looked at the news and didn't believe it. Still immersed in the past and present glory of the Rocks pirates, poor man. West Sea. Yo ho 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 ho. Little ones. Let's go to the new world. The 5-meter-tall man with the awl on his head looked at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes were full of flames. A fire called ambition burned brightly in the eyes. North Sea. Bang la 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 la. Brother. Let's go to the new world. Bang la 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 la. The pirate with the croissant cap on his head read the newspaper carefully, looked at his short brother and asked. Okay. Walter, you will definitely become the next overlord of the new world. The short brother beside him said softly. All the places in the world see the flames burning in their eyes when they see Rock's dead. In the eyes of commoners, Rock's death was just the death of a vicious person. But Locke's death also inspired countless ambitious people to attack the high-hanging throne of the new world. Ku la 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 la. Children. Our Whitebeard pirates will be formed today. Let's cheer for it. Whitebeard stood in front of a huge ship, holding a newly painted flag in his hand, looked at the children in front of him and said with a smile. Father. Father. What a big ship. What's its name? The little ghosts beside Whitebeard looked at the big boat in front of them, their eyes were full of stars. Ku la 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 la. Let's call it the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at the boat in front of him, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. And in another sea area. Jihahahaha. Little ones. The flying pirates are established today, and from today onwards, all of you are under the command of my golden lion Shurji. Jihahahaha. Let us send out our voices to the world. Go hunting, kill it. In front of a huge banner, the golden lion Shurji looked at the many pirates under his command and laughed. Oh. Captain Ski. Captain Ski. Yo ha 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 ha. Oh lolo lolo. Countless sea sounds resounded on the sea, causing a large sound wave. And Kami. Ivan. Go hang our flag on this island and tell the world that the Rockefeller pirates, are coming. Charlotte handed the flag to Ivan, the housekeeper who had followed him for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. This island will be under the control of the Rockefeller family. Ivan jumped up quickly, it was the shaved man in the Navy. He quickly came to the port and tore off a flag, and hung a black flag forward. A skull flag with a long sword sticking out of the skull. This is the flag Charlotte made for their pirate group, and this flag will become his lifelong companion. At the same time. Beehive Island. Wang Ji and John Silver Axe established their own pirate groups on Hive Island one after another. Wang Ji Pirates. John Pirates. The Silver Axe Pirates. The three big pirate groups raised their flags one after another on Beehive Island. The three drank a bowl of wine one after another, which meant that the three had formed an alliance with each other. As long as one party is attacked, the other two parties will also come to support. Drink. John looked at Wang and said straight to the Silver Axe. Chapter 148 Discussion of the Navy Headquarters. Navy Headquarters. Bang. These damned rocks remnants. Cyborg Kong slapped the information on the table with his palm. Warring States, Zifa, Carp, and he all looked at the information on the table. The above reward order. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard Edward Newgate has a bounty of 22 Baileys. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki offers a bounty of 20 Baileys. Captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Lingling offers a bounty of 14 billion Baileys. Captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, Rockefeller Charlotte offers a bounty of 12 billion Baileys. Captain of the Wang Ji Pirates, Wang Ji offered a bounty of 9,000 million Baileys. Captain John Pirates, John offers a bounty of 1,000 million Baileys. Captain of the Silver Axe Pirates, Silver Axe offers a bounty of 1,000 million Baileys. Seeing the 7 great pirates forming their own pirate groups one after another, everyone also looked at Sara with serious expressions. Bastard. Why didn't these remnants of rocks die in the Valley of Gods? Warring States looked at the 7 big pirates, and every big pirate here was a headache for the Navy headquarters. Everyone is a threat to the safety of the world, which makes the Navy, which has always maintained justice, calm down. The anger of the Warring States period can also be understood by everyone. At this time, Crane suddenly took out a few more documents. Admiral Sky. This is the news from all the branches of the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route. After the newspaper announced the death of Lox, almost all the pirates in the sea area went to sea. For a time, countless pirates burned, killed, and looted. Without exception, they are all headed towards the New World. Among them, there are 2 pirate groups that need the most attention. Qingjiao, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, and Bundy Wald, the captain of the Walled Pirates. These 2 pirates are very powerful. Qingjiao, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, has 3 colors of domineering power, and his strength is unmatched in the West Sea. Moreover, his identity is not simple. Mainland. As the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, he is the commander of the Navy of the Kingdom of Flowers, and the Kingdom of Flowers is a member of the world government. Our Navy can only arrest, not kill. And the walled pirate ship, Bondi Wald, who has the ability of Momo Fruit, is proficient in 2-color domineering, and can also perform moon steps and shaved in the 6 naval styles. It can increase the speed of objects and the size of objects, up to 100 times. This ability can increase the size and speed of objects in contact with them, and enhance the destructive power of objects. The speed is increased to a higher level, but it cannot increase the size of creatures other than itself. And Bundy Wald's mantra is, destroy everything that stands in my way. Navy warships, powerful pirates, and innocent residents were all destroyed by him, so he was nicknamed World Destroyer. Crane put the 2 people's information in the first place, and said to everyone. After hearing his words, everyone frowned. He set his sights on the reward orders for the 2 of them. Cone of Green Pepper offers a reward of 400 Baileys. Worldbreaker Bundy Wald has a bounty of 600 million Baileys. The bounty offered by the 2 is of course worthless in a new world full of monsters, but it is indeed a tyrant in the world. Especially the introduction of Bundy Wald, who actually has the act of destroying the world. This is crazy. And Momo Fruit is also very dangerous. Garp. You are in charge of the Cone of Green Peppers, Sengoku. I will leave this world destroyer, Bundy Wald, to you. When he arrives at the Chambord Islands, you are responsible for solving him and throwing him into the City of Advancement. Sara looked at Garp and Sengoku and said. Yes. Sengoku nodded. But Garp didn't make any sound. Sara frowned and looked at Garp, then. Garp. Wake me up. This is a meeting. Seeing Garp actually sitting in the back and falling asleep with his head bowed, made Sara furious. I was exhaustingly processing the documents, but my subordinate fell asleep. What? Garp, who was hit by Kong's pen, woke up instantly. Al? Meeting over? Garp stood up immediately, and then walked towards the door. Garp. Come back to me. The meeting is not over yet. When Sora saw Garp and left directly, he became furious in an instant. Ah. But I've heard it all. I must arrest Roger. Carp said that he would walk out of the conference room and close the door. Cap. Sara roared in the conference room, but Garp was nowhere to be seen. Bastard. Bastard. Carp. Sara was trembling with anger. Warring States, Crane, and Zifa looked at each other in blank dismay, did not speak. This bastard. Bang. Sara punched the table with his fist. Ahem. General, don't be angry, Carp has that personality. Looking at the general's face, Zhang Guo said worriedly. Then he couldn't help cursing in his heart. General. Garp may be promoted because of the general. He told me many times that he would refuse to be promoted to the general. Crane looked at Sora and said. Bastard. What an honor to be promoted to general, why did he refuse? Sora sat down, not understanding Garp's intentions. Maybe he doesn't want to, well, you know. Warring States wants to say something, but it just gets stuck in his throat and he can't say it. Sora sighed. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to, I won't force it. But your application for admiral has been established. Wait for a few days, and our navy will have a blood change. Sora said with a smile. Congratulations to the general who is about to be promoted to marshal. Warring States, Crane, Zifa congratulated Cyborg Sora. Ha ha ha. Same joy, same joy. Cyborg Kong looked at everyone with a smile. The establishment of the 7 great pirates of the New World not only shook the Navy headquarters, but also set off turbulent waves in the New World. Locks died, the Locks pirates disbanded, and the remnants of the Locks pirates established their own pirates. This is big news. Morgans looked at the report from his subordinates and immediately arranged for the typesetting. This will be the headline tomorrow. Fly around the world with the newspapers of Morgans. What? Why is Locks dead, but why are his cadres still alive? After seeing the news on the news, countless civilians raised questions. This made them nervous again who just felt a sense of security. Especially those kingdoms and forces in the New World have become dignified. Speaking of which, the reason why Locks is so scary is because of his cadres. Locks rarely does it himself. Those destroyed kingdoms and islands were basically done by their cadres. They didn't know much about Locks, but they knew those cadres well. Chapter 149 The Great Promotion of the Navy Headquarters. Just when the world was panicking, the Navy Headquarters sent out a shocking news. The Navy Headquarters is about to usher in a big promotion. The former Admiral Steel Bone Kong was promoted to Admiral of the Navy. The former Vice Admiral of the Warring States of Buddha was promoted to Admiral of the Navy. The former Vice Admiral Black Arm Zifa was promoted to Admiral of the Navy. The former Vice Admiral he was promoted to the Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters. These 4 pieces of news shocked the whole world. How long has it been since the Navy Headquarters has not had the position of Admiral of the Navy? Moreover, there were 2 more generals at once. There were originally 3 generals, but they were shelved because the naval hero Garp refused to be promoted to general. The news shocked the whole world. What followed was that the 2 generals and their fleets frantically captured pirates in the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route. For a while, the pirates disappeared, either being captured or hiding, but there were also some pirate groups break through the encirclement and suppression of the Navy and run to the New World. Damn it. Let Qingjiao and Wald run away. Cyborg Kong, who had just been promoted to marshal, said angrily when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. But then he sighed. Send Garp a message. Cone Green Pepper and World Forcing Destroyer have come into the New World, tell him to stop chasing Roger and send them to Advanced City. Sara looked at the orderly and said. It's the marshal. The messenger immediately walked out of the office after hearing this and contacted Lieutenant General Garp. Moses. Vice Admiral Garp. This is the Navy Headquarters. The messenger's phone was connected, but the voice on the other side was very strange. Who? Garp subconsciously picked up the firebug, but fell asleep again after picking up the phone. Lieutenant General Garp. The adjutant next to him yelled immediately after seeing Garp falling asleep. Cap woke up instantly. Huh? What's the matter? See Roger? Garp rubbed his eyes and jumped up instantly. Lieutenant General Garp, the headquarters phone bug. The adjutant looked at Garp with a black line on his face and reminded. Garp immediately saw the phone bug in his hand after listening. Ale? Why is the phone bug in my hands? Moses. What's the matter? Garp continued. On the other side, The messenger listened to the movement from the opposite side, and his head was full of black lines. Why does the naval hero feel a little unscrupulous? Lieutenant General Garp, the marshal asked you to pay attention to Cone Green Pepper and World Breaker Bundy Wald in the New World. These two pirates escaped from the Warring States General and have now arrived in the New World. The marshal asked you arrest them all. The messenger said quickly. Oh. I know. I'll catch them when I meet them. I'm going to catch Roger now, and I will definitely catch Roger. After speaking, Garp hung up the phone and threw it to the adjutant. Call me after you see Roger. I'm going to sleep for a while. I'm going to challenge the record of eating donuts when I get enough energy. Ha 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 ha. Garp fell asleep in seconds after laughing. Seeing the bubbles on Lieutenant General Garp's nose, the adjutant was very speechless. But also listened to Garp's words. Have you found the location of the Roger pirates? The adjutant looked at the intelligence officer. The latest information. The Roger pirates seem to be looking for milk powder in a small town? The intelligence agent frowned at the latest news of disappearance. He couldn't believe that such a big pirate group was collecting milk powder all over the world. The adjutant even looked like you were teasing me. But after seeing the news that came up, he could only sigh helplessly. Go to the Roger pirates. With an order from the adjutant, the boat headed towards the small town. Kami. Charlotte has been back for half a month. For the past half-month, Charlotte has been busy making arrangements for her subordinates. Many people wanted to go home, and Charlotte also helped arrange it. Kame Island is an important transshipment point for Ocean King in the New World, and the ships here will be used all over the world. All the slaves who wanted to go home were given to Charlotte by the Sea King to transport them home by the way. This is a matter of convenience for the shipping king. He would do this kind of move that could lead to a relationship with Charlotte, even if it was a small amount of money. After solving the affairs of these people, Charlotte counted the remaining subordinates. There are also nearly 600 people. These are homeless people. They all volunteered to join the Rockefeller Pirates and became a member of the Rockefeller Pirates. This made Charlotte very happy. Although nearly half of them are women, whoever said women can't fight? This is the training of nearly 600 people, and Charlotte arranged them for Carter to train these people. He can't ignore them. It is difficult to survive as one's own subordinates without some strength. After Charlotte handed them over to his original team for training, these things were almost done. Arranged? Elena looked at Charlotte tenderly with a big belly and said, her eyes were full of love. Well. It's all arranged. I don't need to take care of the next thing. Charlotte hugged Elena and said. Master. Martha and the others also came over. Okay. Charlotte kissed everyone on the forehead. He looked at the child in their arms again. Estes? Has Charlotte seen Estes? Her. I guess I went to play with my friends on the island again. Jenny said after hearing what Charlotte said. Oh. You made new friends so quickly? Charlotte asked with interest. She. Just like you. First beat up those children, and then let those children call themselves big sisters. No matter if they are 10-year-old or 5-year-old children, they have been beaten by her, and now they are almost becoming the king of kids on the island. Jenny looked at Charlotte and told about Estetha's record on the island. Estetha had been living on Beehive Island before. Are there any children playing with Estetha there? This time, there are many children who can play with Estetha when they come to Kame Island. Charlotte smiled. A child who can beat a 10-year-old at the age of 4 is worthy of my Charlotte's daughter. Charlotte said with a smile, very satisfied with Estetha's actions. You just get used to her. Sooner or later something will happen. Jenny gave Charlotte a blank look. By the way. How is Estetha's fruit ability controlled? Can he control it freely? Charlotte suddenly thought that Estes was a fruit-capable person, and it would be bad if he accidentally froze those children. Let alone children, even adults can't resist the coldness of Estetha's cold fruit. Don't worry. We have been teaching Estetha how to use the fruit ability for this year, and told her not to use the devil fruit ability on others anyway, otherwise she will not be allowed to go out to play. Simply Estetha is also very sensible and has never been used in front of others. Chapter 150 Counting the Harvest. Jenny said that she was very happy about her daughter's sensibleness. That's good. Charlotte also smiled. Okay. I still have something to do. I'll be with you in the evening. Charlotte said with a smirk. Look at Martha, Jenny, and Alice who are not pregnant. The 3 girls snorted and walked away. Charlotte smiled. Charlotte returned to the villa she hadn't lived in for several years. I remember that this villa seemed to be the residence of the boss, and after being killed by himself, the dove took over the magpie's nest. Looking at the huge safe in his study. This is specially made by Charlotte, specially used to hold Charlotte's collection. Most of them are devil fruit and famous sword. After opening the safe, take out the 5 devil fruits you got from the Valley of the Gods. One of them has been confirmed to be a mirror fruit, but he hasn't had time to check the remaining 4. I have been delayed by trivial matters, this time I have to take a good look at it. None of the 5 devil fruits are banana-shaped, which shows that there are very few devil fruits in the animal department. That's right, will there be such rubbish devil fruits in the devil fruit collected by Tianlong people? Thinking of this, Charlotte rubbed her hands. Take out the other 4 devil fruits. He took out the devil fruit illustrated book again. Charlotte feels that the biggest gain she has gained from joining the Rock's Pirates is Rock's domineering training manual and this devil fruit illustration. One looks like a cantaloupe, but it is closer to an oval than a cantaloupe, with circles all over the body and purple skin. Hold it in your hand and start comparing with the devil fruit illustration. Charlotte first observed carefully in the Superman department and soon found it. Huh? It's Calipha's bubble fruit? Charlotte was a little surprised. I am still a little disappointed with this devil fruit, Charlotte. He remembered that there seemed to be only a few abilities and moves in it. Bubble defense, wrap yourself with bubbles to achieve the purpose of defense. The golden bubble makes the object or person it touches extremely smooth, loses its edges and corners, and becomes smooth all over. It can't even stand up, and its attack is halved. Bubble Master Soap Sheep wraps itself in bubbles, puts 2 hands into horns, and transforms into the shape of a sheep. Sheep Cloud Relaxing Bubble releases bubbles that can wash away power, and can be blown away when attached to the target. Yangyun Otsubo releases a wave-like relaxation bubble. I think it is the strongest move. It must be launched in the state of Soap Sheep, and its weakness is that it cannot move. There is no eye-catching ability, of course. It may be that Calipha has not exerted the full strength of this devil fruit. But overall Charlotte was a little disappointed. It's better to reward your subordinates. Charlotte took it out without putting it in the safe. Picking up another devil fruit, it also looks like a cantaloupe, with circles all over the body, but the skin is green, and it seems to have infinite vitality. This made Charlotte pay attention, hoping that this is a powerful devil fruit. Pick up the devil fruit and start looking at the devil fruit illustrated book. Found it. Superman-type lush fruit. Isn't this the fruit of Zifa's student? Charlotte looked at the lush fruit in her hand and said in surprise, this devil fruit is very good. When the fruit ability is activated, the body needs to dance, and the frequency of dancing and the amplitude of the swing will affect the operation of the ability. The maximum number of plants that can be manipulated is currently unknown, and it is estimated that there should be hundreds to thousands of plants. If the plant grows at an extremely fast speed and transforms it into a huge vine, it can be used to restrain the enemy or make the opponent breathless. It can also create several vines under the feet, which can be used to slide or move at high speed. The plants themselves are also very tough and can block ordinary bullets and rocket attacks, so they are also suitable for defense. It can be said that this devil fruit is very powerful, but it is a pity that Binz lost the battle with Sanji, and finally disappeared. Charlotte looked at this devil fruit, put it in the safe, and told her son or daughter after she drank it, it is better for her daughter to eat it, otherwise a boy would have to dance after eating it. This fruit is still suitable for girls. Charlotte thought in her heart. Then he picked up a devil fruit with white patterns all over the body to check the name of this devil fruit. The same is still looking for in the Superman department. After turning a few pages. Damn it. What kind of luck am I? It's actually a superhuman type door fruit? Charlotte looked at the door fruit in her hand and almost fell to the ground. It is actually one of the few devil fruits with space ability in one piece. Charlotte almost wanted to eat it directly. Thinking of her previous life, she had read a lot of fan fictions. They all chose to eat the door fruit, and then use the door fruit to develop various concepts. Even the Bayman Duanjia has been developed, which can't help but feel the imagination of those authors. However, Charlotte remembered that this door fruit seemed to be the ability of a member of the world government CP9, and he didn't remember the specific name. Unless those small characters were beauties that could impress Charlotte, they would not be impressed by others. But this devil fruit Charlotte is still impressive. The fruit ability, you can open the door freely in any place. The place where the door is opened includes the air, the flame, and the human body, etc. No matter how hard the place is or does not have the form of an object, such as flame or air, can create a door. It can create doors of different types, sizes, and shapes according to the user's wishes, such as sliding doors, and even revolving doors. The ability user can also become a door. The essence of this fruit's ability lies in being able to move freely in space. As long as a door is opened in the atmosphere, a green space can be created, and people other than those with abilities can also enter this space to move in space. It can also be used as a place for emergency evacuation. After the created door is closed, the part that was opened will return to its original state without leaving any traces. If you can't beat it during the battle, you can open the door to another space to avoid the enemy's attack. A very comprehensive devil fruit, which is why Charlotte wants to eat the devil fruit. And as long as he has this devil fruit, with his mobility, nothing in the whole world can trap him, except Luffy. Oh. It's so tangled. Charlotte looked at the door fruit in her hand, wondering whether she should eat it or not. Hey. Forget it. Keep it. Think about it later. The current devil fruit can only improve the auxiliary effect for yourself. It's not very useful. Charlotte placed the door fruit at the top with great attention, and put it together with the slow fruit and the mirror fruit. Chapter 151 Gas Fruit. Charlotte's devil fruits are all in the safe, and there are some devil fruits that were put in before. Nature Swamp Fruit, Superman Bomb Fruit, Superman Slow Fruit, Superman Scythe Fruit, these are all obtained in the Kingdom of Endless Wars before. Now we have added the Superman-type Mirror Fruit, the Superman-type Door Fruit, and the Superman-type Lush Fruit. Charlotte doesn't plan to put the bubble fruit in it anymore, and will reward it to the maid who behaves well at that time. Now there is the last devil fruit left. And this devil fruit was specially left by Charlotte to watch at the end. Because this devil fruit is in the shape of a pineapple, and the devil fruit in the shape of a pineapple is likely to be a natural devil fruit. Looking at the purple body all over, with patterns like air currents, Charlotte has probably guessed something. But in order to be sure, Charlotte still opened the page of the natural department of the devil fruit illustration book. Sure enough. Natural gas fruit, isn't this the devil fruit of Caesar Carant in the original book? It's actually here. Charlotte looked happily at the gas fruit in her hand. The gas fruit is not weak, or in other words, none of the natural devil fruits are weak. It is naturally elemental. As long as it is not armed with domineering, it is impossible to hurt it. Of course, if it is sea stone or sea water as it did not say. However, in the original book, Caesar Carant can be said to have ruined the gas fruit. After all, Caesar Carant is just a scientist and has no fighting talent. The ability of the fruit is to turn the body into gas and release gas from any part of the body. The range that gas can expand is proportional to the strength of the person with the ability. It can purify and compress the gas around the body and control the air within a certain range. It can manipulate all kinds of gas poisoning, or manipulate spontaneous combustion gas to detonate the target. It can purify the gas around itself or compress the nearby gas, and can also extract the oxygen in the atmosphere to extinguish the fire and suffocate the opponent, or operate the flame that completely burns oxygen to attack. Even if you inhale highly poisonous gas, you will be fine. You can also absorb different gases, such as murder gas, to enlarge your body and strengthen your attack power. The power of moves will vary according to the lethality of absorbed gas. It can also use burning gas as power to turn the body into a vehicle that looks like a hot air balloon, providing enough buoyancy to carry 3 other people. Although Caesar Carant's strength is not very good, the fruit development is still very good. Gas lasso, materialize the gas produced by oneself in the hand, form a gas-like gas rope, throw it out to trap the target, and form a cloud of gas around the opponent, making the opponent even want to escape. If you are not careful, inhaling the gas will cause you to pass out or die from poisoning. Gas castanets, store the gas produced by yourself in a specially made castanets in advance, and then throw it to the target to let the large amount of gas in the castanets be released, and then detonate the device in the castanets to let the gas just released. All the gas was detonated, and its power should not be underestimated. In an empty world, make fists with both hands and open your arms. This action will vacuum up the air within a certain range around you. All creatures except yourself will lack oxygen and cannot breathe. In severe cases, they will enter a state of shock or even die. Disadvantage is that it has a certain range. As long as the opponent leaves the range of the empty world, he can breathe air again. Caesar once used this trick to suffocate Luffy and others. Combustion-type Mihawk crossed his hands and took out 2 matches, ignited them instantly and expanded the flames to his fists. Since his body is composed of gas, the gas will detonate when it touches the flames, burning the opponent's body. The gas spray gun spits out a straight gas laser cannon, which is so powerful that it can even melt steel and produce a huge explosion. Because Luffy slapped Caesar's face crookedly, Caesar pronounced the name of the move as gas poo gun with his big tongue. Qingyan sword burning slash. After Kaiser first uses the empty world, he gathers the oxygen he just pumped out on his specially made hilt, and the straight flame emitted from the specially made triangular hilt will burn the oxygen. Produces a flame knife with blue flames. As long as you swing the knife, blue flames will emerge from the places where the sword wave cuts and burn the target, which is very powerful. The development of these abilities is very powerful. Charlotte still attaches great importance to this devil fruit. If this devil fruit is used by her own children, not to mention training a general, at least the level of a quasi-general is still possible. The 5 devil fruit Charlotte obtained by God's Valley is very satisfied. Especially the door fruit and the gas fruit are very powerful devil fruits. Although the mirror fruit is also very powerful, Charlotte only uses it as an auxiliary. After all, the mirror world is still very good, but once the mirror is broken, it will be bad, so the weakness of the mirror fruit is also obvious. There is nothing to say about the lush fruit. If it is used well, it will become a Buddha on the top. If it is not used well, it can only plant a few fruit trees on the boat, and you can eat ripe fruits every day. It's better to use men fruit and gas fruit. Charlotte stroked these 2 devil fruits just like her lover. As for bubble fruit. Bubble fruit, woohoo! I am also very strong. After watching all the devil fruits, Charlotte picked up a few famous knives found from the Valley of the Gods. There are 21 crafts of the big knife and 51 crafts of the good and fast swords, a samurai sword with a famous knife and 21 crafts of the big knife, and 6 good and fast knives with 51 crafts. Of the 6 good block knives 51, only 1 is in the shape of a samurai sword, 3 are Western swords, and 1 is a pair of Western swords, but it is much smaller than ordinary Western swords, and the blade is very thin. Long. Each sword is exceptionally gorgeous. Charlotte estimated that the Tianlong people collected these famous knives because of their gorgeous blades. In fact, Charlotte also has a Western sword with a large knife and 21 craftsmanship, the verdict of the Holy Land. It was seized from the opponent's hand after killing a pirate a few years ago. Because Charlotte uses a double-edged long sword, if she doesn't like Western swords, she puts them on the shelf, but thinking that Esther seems to like Western swords, it seems that it is time to give her. Just wait until her next birthday. She will be 5 years old by then, and she can practice swords. Training children starts from an early age, and Estesh obviously inherited Charlotte's kendo talent. He knew how to slash around with a wooden sword at a young age. Thinking of this, Charlotte took out the wooden box containing the Holy Land Judgment from the bottom of the safe. Chapter 152 The Rockefeller Family. Looking at the wooden box covered with a layer of dust, you can know how long Charlotte has not taken it out. Blowing away the dust on the wooden box, Charlotte opened the sword box. Looking at the golden hilt, the slender sword body, there are jewels embellished between the hilt and the sword body. It can be described as extremely gorgeous. I really don't know how that pirate got this sword, that pirate Charlotte can't remember. I only remember that it seemed that he was going to rob him at that time, but he killed him with a sword. Take out the Holy Land Judgment and hold it in your hand. The blade is very light and suitable for women to use. Charlotte was very pleased with this. Put this sword together with that katana sword of the same grade, both of which are large katana 21 workmanship, and both are of the same grade. But it is also strange to say, why do they not have any special abilities when they are also large knives of 21 workers? If Shalua remembers correctly, Kazuki Odin has a famous sword named Yen Mo that can absorb the domineering power of the weapon. So much for Charlotte now. But Xia Luo suddenly discovered that she had more background, but she hadn't had many children for a long time. The eldest daughter, Rockefeller Estes, is 4 years old. The eldest son Rockefeller Caesar was only 2 years old. The second son, Rockefeller Tesla, was only 3 months old. There are only 3 in total, plus Elena who is already pregnant, Hebrew Nell, and Janice Jillian, there are only 3. When will these details of my own be handed over to them? No, not going out this year, just making a baby at home. It seems to have to work hard for Bruce Martha, Kenneth Janney, and Louise Alice. Charlotte decided. This is not decided by Charlotte's forehead. The main reason is that the sea is too chaotic now. With the promotion of the Navy headquarters, great pirates were established one after another, and the position of the overlord of the New World was vacant, allowing countless ambitious people to come forward. This time is definitely the time for the Navy to fight hard, especially Zifa and Sengoku who have been promoted to generals. In order to ensure the prestige of their generals, they will definitely fight pirates frantically on the sea. And once Charlotte goes to sea, it is very likely that she will be regarded as a typical model and be taken care of. And those newcomers who want to become the overlord of the New World, who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, definitely don't mind stepping on Charlotte's name. You must know that Charlotte is the captain of the 8th team of the Rocks Pirates. It is easy to think that the weakest cadre is a soft persimmon. After all, he is so low in the ranking and so young. Although those on the island may be approached by them, Charlotte can only fight once. Charlotte is actually not worried about the pirates coming to the door. What is worried is that the admiral will come to the door with the scale of the demon-slaying order to clean up Charlotte, the pirate who threatens the sea. At that time, Charlotte will be paralyzed, and she must run, otherwise she can only wait for death. Fortunately, Kame Island is located in the center of the New World, and the admirals wanting to enter the New World unscrupulously will definitely arouse the vigilance of other pirates. Especially the idea of the Golden Lion located in the first half of the New World. Now the Golden Lion is entrenched in the first half of the New World, recruiting troops and erecting a banner. The main reason is that the second half of the New World is almost finished by rocks, and only by looting in the first half of the New World can some oil and water be blown up. Otherwise, how can the huge fleet of the Golden Lion be supported? Although the team of Golden Lions is not too big now, there are already more than 2,000 people from what Sia Luo, the Valley of Gods, has seen. Not too much. When the snowball rolls, tens of thousands of pirates will be recruited every minute. The only thing limiting him is money. At that time, Golden Lion Shurji will definitely plunder those kingdoms crazily, which will also attract the attention of the Navy headquarters. So as long as Charlotte doesn't get ahead, she won't be targeted by the Navy headquarters, which also gives Charlotte time to develop her background. The Golden Lion will draw fire for him. Charlotte was right. After Golden Lion Shurji came out of the Valley of the Gods, he immediately established the Flying Pirates. Then entrenched in the first half of the New World and crazily attacked the merchant ships and kingdoms coming and going. Countless islands were destroyed by pirates under the command of the Flying Pirates because they could not pay the protection fee. Bang! Damn ski! Cyborg Sara, who had just been promoted to Admiral of the Navy, said angrily. But in the end he endured it, but he didn't do nothing. Zifa is cleaning up the pirates all over the world, while Warring States is guarding the entrance of the Great Route on the upside-down mountain, cleaning up the pirates who want to enter the Great Route. And Garp continued to capture Roger in the New World. Garp did this first to give an explanation to the people of the world, and second to attract the attention of the pirates and prepare for an upcoming war. A big war is about to begin. Flash forward a year. It's gone. See calendar 1485 June. This year, Charlotte has never been out in Kame Island. If it weren't for the flag of Charlotte hanging on the island, they would have thought that Charlotte had thought of retiring. During this year, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger Pirates. These three forces are stirring up wind and rain in the New World. Today it wasn't Roger who destroyed the Navy's warship, but tomorrow Whitebeard knocked down the big pirate who came to challenge him. The most powerful thing is the existence of nearly pirates under the command of Golden Lion Shurji, known as the Pirate Admiral. Under Shurji's ambition, all the pirates became very aggressive, attacking cities everywhere in the New World, and their power expanded so much that the Navy headquarters had to recall Garp and let Garp stare at Shurji every day. But Shurji's Piao Piao fruit is not a joke. He ascends to the sky at every turn, making Garp furious below. It can be said that as long as Shurji doesn't kill himself, no one can catch him. No one dares to underestimate the mobility of Piao Piao Gua. In short, the New World is extremely lively, and there are big news every day. And Charlotte is nestled in Kame Island every day, either training in the back mountain or making children at home. 3 more children were successfully born within a year, and 3 more are waiting to be born. The third son, Rockefeller Robert, was born to Elena. The second daughter, Rockefeller Sif, was born to Elena. The fourth son, Rockefeller Didala, was born to Hebrew Nell. The third daughter is Rockefeller Eve and Janice Jillian. 4 new members have been added to the family. Among them, Elena is actually a twin, and Charlotte doesn't even know it. Charlotte then asked the ship doctor who took care of Irina, but the doctor said that Irina kept her secret. This surprised Charlotte very much. Although he wanted children very much and established a family belonging to him, he didn't want to use them as reproductive tools. Whether he could conceive or not was up to God's will. Simply, Charlotte's hit rate is still very high, which makes Charlotte relax with a sigh of relief. With 4 sons and 3 daughters, the Rockefeller family has been established. Chapter 153 The Prosperous Kame Island. Dad. Dad. When are we going to see? Charlotte, who was resting in the living room, was holding a cup of tea when she heard a bluffing sound at the door. Charlotte shook her head, knowing who it was without even thinking about it. Is Estes done with today's homework? Charlotte didn't answer Estes' words, but asked about her homework. It's done. It's been done a long time ago, Dad, when will we go to sea? Estes asked, lying on Charlotte's lap. You want to go to sea so much? Charlotte rubbed Estetha's small head with her hands and said softly. Dad. You are a pirate. As a pirate, there is no reason not to go to sea. I am going to fight. Esteth looked at Charlotte and rolled his eyes, then raised his small fist and waved a few punches in the air. Ha ha. Charlotte smiled after hearing Estetha's words, and then thought about whether to go to sea. Thinking of the movements in the sea, Charlotte was slightly in thought. Her own strength was not afraid of anyone, and she only had one thought to go to sea. Okay. Since you want to go to sea, Dad will take you to sea to gain knowledge. Charlotte touched Estes' head and looked at her and said. Good. Go out to sea and kill pirates. Estes waved his fist and said excitedly. Eh? Your father and I are also pirates. Charlotte was a little bit dumbfounded. Sure enough, no matter what the reason was, pirates were disgusting existences. In their subconscious, all pirates would be killed. Hey hey. After hearing this, Estes smiled on his small face, and then got off Charlotte's lap and ran towards the gate. I want to tell Uncle Paul the good news, they will be very happy. Estes said while running. Charlotte smiled slightly after hearing this, and sure enough, it was Paul and the others who couldn't bear it any longer. A year's rest is indeed a time to go out and shine, otherwise you will think that the great swordsman of blood is a man who has earned his reputation. During this year, the island where Charlotte was located was often attacked by pirates. It was only by a group of Charlotte's men that the oncoming enemy was repelled. These pirates were either staring at Charlotte's head because of the prosperity of the island. However, the Kame Island where Charlotte is located is indeed extremely prosperous. Previously in the Rocks era, the second half of the New World was overwhelmed by rocks, and they ran to the first half one after another. And Charlotte's Kame Island is located in the center of the New World. Many people have fled to this island, and those who can escape have savings, plus the location of the island and Charlotte's name. Many big businessmen, tourists, and people from the Dark World came to this island. In particular, the presence of the King of Shipping, the King of Usury, and the newly emerging Queen of the Joyful Festival, Stussy, and the King of Intelligence, Morgans, the four kings of the Dark World, has given the island a stronger business environment. Almost everyone who wants to enter the New World will pass through Kame Island in the first half or the second half. One is because of safety, after all, it is guarded by Charlotte, and the other is because of commercial freedom. Charlotte positioned the island as a free port with a very low tax rate. This makes the island more prosperous than imagined. Even because of the insufficient size of the island, Charlotte leveled the mountains by himself. That's right, it was flattened, and the domineering punch wrapped around the king's look was instantly blasted into pieces. No way, Kame Island is just a small island, only more than 2 square kilometers, equivalent to half a bay, 90% of which are mountains and mountains. Charlotte thought it was practicing boxing. With one punch, a mountain would collapse. This shocked many people who didn't know how powerful Charlotte was. This scene was seen by many people. Even Morgan's newspaper was featured, with photos and videos attached. It also made people all over the world intuitively feel how terrifying the strength of the big pirate with a bounty of 12 billion is. It can be said that this is a very powerful spread, which has made countless people terrified. After all, how powerful these big pirates were in the past was all described on paper, how many people were killed, and injured, and they were not intuitively realized. But Charlotte's demonstration this time caused an uproar in the world, which also let the Navy headquarters know the important role of propaganda. He also immediately organized experts, such as Garp, who was going to take a vacation, but was asked by Admiral Cyborg Kong to make a promotional video. In the video, Garp's dark red lightning rose all over his body, jumped in the air, and smashed an island with a punch. This let the whole world know how strong the naval hero Garp is and why he became a naval hero. The power of destroying the world with one punch made those who wanted to be pirates shrink back. Of course, the Golden Lion Shurji would not remain indifferent to such an early incident. One-handed swordsmanship is combined with fluttering fruit, and the destruction of a kingdom is added as the background. It was extremely arrogant, and it was made into a video and sent to Morgan's newspaper with a bullet attached. What that meant, Morgans figured out with his toes. Regardless of the opposition of the world government, it was sent out the next day and distributed to the whole world. Morgans was more afraid of bare feet than of a man in shoes. The world fell into panic once again, and the pirates went out to sea one after another, causing the navy, which had been suppressed, to be devastated. Wulaoxing even issued a death order to Gang Gukong, captured the Golden Lion Shurji, and publicly executed him. Of course, after this order was issued, the Navy did not see any action. It is true that the Golden Lion Shurji's fleet is in the air, and they have no way to start. It got into the windless zone by hitting it. At this time, the Navy has not yet developed a ship that can pass through the windless zone. This made the name of Golden Lion Shurji once again resound all over the world. The captain of the flying pirates, the pirate Admiral Shurji the Golden Lion. After allowing countless sea pirates to enter the New World, they joined the flying pirates one after another. If you want to say who is the most popular during this period, it must be Shurji. And the bounty of Golden Lion Shiki has also increased rapidly, reaching 23 billion Baileys, surpassing Whitebeard in one fell swoop, second only to Roger Pirates. It can be said that Charlotte has changed the Golden Lion Shurji and advanced his original power by several years. It can be said that Charlotte opened the short video era of One Piece world in one fell swoop. And this also increased the bounty of Charlotte, who never left home, to 15 billion. This also allowed Morgans to make a lot of money. After all, he was a media tycoon at this time, and in a world surrounded by oceans, selling newspapers was Morgan's unique method. No matter where you are, you can see a seagull flying in the sky, delivering the latest news to those who need a newspaper. Chapter 154 Planning to go to sea. After Charlotte decided to go to sea, she didn't go to sea blindly. He took out the phone bug and called a series of phone numbers in his memory. Moses. A suspicious female voice came from the opposite side. Siachi. Long time no see. Charlotte sat on the sofa and said. After Charlotte greeted her, there was no sound from the other side. But Charlotte was in no hurry. A few seconds passed. Long time no see, brother Charlotte. Siachi said slowly in the rip-off bar of Siachi, the number 13 island of Chambord Islands. Sister Siachi is still the same. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. I heard that you went to the Chambord Islands? Is that so? Charlotte said with a smile. But what Sia Luo said made Siachi's pupils shrink. Brother Charlotte is really well informed. Ever since the Locks pirates disbanded, I have come to the Chambord Islands, and I haven't told anyone else. Siachi took a deep breath. The cigarette in her hand was almost burning to the cigarette holder. Haha. It's just that a few friends just happened to meet you, Miss Siachi, in the Chambord Islands, otherwise I wouldn't have known that Siachi went to the Chambord Islands. This is under the nose of the Navy headquarters. Charlotte said meaningfully. Sia Luo's words made Siachi's heart tighten. Brother Charlotte. Do you have anything to do today? As long as my sister can do it, she will never be sloppy. Siachi said to Charlotte in the phone bug, but it can be seen from the bulging veins in her left hand that she is very restless at this time. Haha. I really want to trouble you with something, Sister Siachi, after all, you are a master of intelligence. Charlotte said with a smile. Oh. No problem. After all, we are colleagues, let's talk. What's the matter? Siachi said from the phone bug. Sleeping Ancient Town. There is an island in the New World called Sleeping Ancient Town. I want to know its exact location. Charlotte stated his purpose. No problem. If there is news, I will send it to you. Siachi replied without thinking. Then thank you, Miss Siachi. Charlotte actively hung up the phone. He didn't have any malice towards Siachi, he was just scaring her. During the year, Charlotte often wondered why the Roger pirates knew the location of the Valley of the Gods. Think about it, and then combine some information from later generations. Only one point was discovered by Charlotte, and that was Siachi. If Lox wants to obtain the map of the Valley of Gods, Siachi cannot be bypassed, because Siachi is in charge of all information about Lox. If Lox can know the location of the Valley of Gods, then Siachi will definitely know the location of the Valley of Gods. No. Thinking of the relationship between Siachi and Rayleigh in the Roger Pirates, Charlotte felt that she had guessed a lot. Coupled with the temptation just now, Charlotte has basically confirmed that he has nothing to say about Siachi's betrayal of Lox, and he has betrayed in the same way. Charlotte just wanted to beat Siachi and get news about Sleeping Ancient Town for free. For the next few days. After Charlotte announced the news that she was going to sea, all the crew members of Charlotte took action one after another. For several days in a row, all kinds of materials were moved onto Charlotte's big ship that took 5 years to build. This ship is definitely the largest of all the pirate ships. Charlotte is not the kind of person who can wrong herself. But the only dissatisfaction is that this is a sailing warship, neither a steamship nor a variety of high-tech ships. Looks like it's time for a trip to Punk Hazard. Charlotte couldn't help but plan in her heart. With the appearance of Stuttgart, Charlotte basically knew that Vegapunk had been recruited by the world government. For the power of the brain fruit, it has created a genius who is 500 years ahead of the world. It is too simple to build a ship without sails. Even adding wings to a boat should be a simple matter for Vegapunk. A flying ship? Charlotte suddenly thought that there seemed to be not only the thunder fruit on the empty island, but also a manufacturing blueprint called Arc Proverbs. The most important thing is that this ship can fly by electricity, which is quite explosive even in the world of pirates. What's more, there is a golden city on it. Okay? Go to Sleeping Ancient Town to get the vampire fruit first. Then Punk Hazard snatched Vegapunk. Then go to Dressrosa. He remembers that there are several devil fruits there, and some of them are in the Lilliputian Kingdom. He can take a look at the Lilliputian Kingdom. Then go to the first half of the Great Route through Murloc Island, and go to Sky Island to get the design drawings of the Thunder Fruit and Arc's Proverb. Then go to the Drum Kingdom and invite some doctors to the boat. I remember that there seem to be 2 devil fruits in the king's treasury of the Drum Kingdom, the Fungus Fruit and the Tunton Fruit, both of which are very good. Then feel the Upside Down Mountain, first go to the North Sea, and then to the West Sea. By the way, there is an iceberg in the West Sea, which is full of hundreds of years of savings from the 8 Treasures Navy. There is also the archaeological island of O'Hara, which needs to be seen. After all, this island will be destroyed in more than 10 years. If you don't know it now, you will have no chance in the future. Then go to the South China Sea, but Charlotte in the South China Sea doesn't know what there is worthy of Charlotte's attention, so it's a trip. Finally go to the East China Sea, it is called the Sea of Protagonists, and for the past few decades, almost all the great characters have revolved around that weakest sea. Return to the New World after a week of sailing. Charlotte roughly wrote down her voyage in a notebook. It is estimated that it will take at least 7 or 8 years to sail all over the world, plus the Great Route. When Charlotte returns to the New World, his wings are full. The only thing worth noting is that it may face naval encirclement and suppression. But Charlotte felt that the Navy should have little time for itself. After all, because of Charlotte, the Golden Lion Shurji was much more arrogant than usual, slapping the Navy in the face everywhere. According to his understanding, the current General Sengoku has been staring at the flying pirates all the time. And Garp is staring at the Roger pirates, as for the Whitebeard pirates. As long as Shurji is not defeated, the Navy's hand will not be able to reach the second half of the New World for the time being. In other words, Whitebeard is the safest. Although the place he occupies now has been harmed by the Rocks pirates, it is very easy to recover now. The only one in the Navy who can deal with him is the black-armed Zifa. Unexpectedly, in the end, this black-armed Zifa would deal with him. As for Steel Bone Kong, Charlotte didn't think about it. As long as Charlotte didn't kill the celestial dragons or savagely slaughtered the Navy, the Marshal Steel Bone Kong would not be attracted to go out in person. After all, being a marshal is still very busy. Charlotte looked very satisfied with the plan on the note. Chapter 155 Looking for Sleeping Ancient Town. After waiting for 5 days in a row, Charlotte patrolled the island while waiting for news from Xiachi. After the 5th day, finally got the news from Xiachi. Blue blue. Click. Moses, Moses. Brother Charlotte, I found out the news you wanted. How can you thank me? It's free. Chambord Islands, number 13 Island, Xiachi's rip-off bar, Xiachi said with a smile while holding a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. Haha. Sister Xiachi, you've worked hard. If there's anything I can do in the future, I'll be here anytime. Charlotte said while holding the phone. Ha 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 ha, let's do it. I'll transfer the location to you. Xiachi hung up the phone, and the fax machine sent the chart. Charlotte was overjoyed instantly when she saw the chart in her hand. Quickly walked towards the door. The Rockefeller pirates go to sea. Charlotte announced to everyone. Everyone who had already prepared was instantly overjoyed. Go to sea. Charlotte took her group of men and family members aboard the sea god Poseidon, which took 5 years. Poseidon means the god of the sea, and ships named after the god of the sea will be protected by the god of the sea. There are nearly 500 people on a pirate ship, which is considered a huge ship. Moreover, the firepower on board this ship is very high, with strong firepower on both sides, bow and tail. Charlotte can guarantee that no battleship has such a strong firepower. There are also 5 or 6 small boats guarding the surrounding area, and each ship has a cadre distributed on it, allowing them to control a pirate ship alone to escort the sea god Poseidon. Standing in Poseidon's captain's cabin and looking at the endless sea, Charlotte's pride was completely aroused. The ship sailed for half a month. During the past half month, Charlotte's ship wandered in the first half of the New World, heading towards sleeping ancient town. The news of Charlotte going to sea was also reported by Morgan stationed on Kame Island. Charlotte has no objection to this. He has been silent for a long time, and he is needed to add oil to the restless sea. If you want to say who is the happiest when Charlotte goes to sea, it must be the Golden Lion Shueisha. In the past few months, as the momentum of the flying pirates has grown, they have become a thorn in the side of the Navy headquarters, and they want to arrest him all the time. For this reason, Admiral Sengoku personally came to the New World to stare at Shueisha. This made Shueisha feel constrained no matter what he did, and now that Charlotte was going to sea, it was bound to draw the attention of part of the Navy headquarters. The opposite is the Navy headquarters. Marshal Steel Bone Kong hastily dispatched Admiral Zifa to maintain the stability of the Navy headquarters in the New World. Charlotte knew nothing about it. Now Charlotte is heading towards sleeping ancient town, and has been floating on the sea for half a month. When going out to sea, Estes was the most excited, but after sailing for more than half a month, Estes' excitement was gone. At this time, she was downcast and lying on the side of the boat looking at the endless sea, feeling terribly bored. In the past half month, Charlotte's ship has been avoiding all ships no matter where it is sailing. No ship dared to approach. Even the pirate ship, after seeing the pirate flag hanging on the huge ship, these pirates who have been entrenched in the New World all the year round know what it is. The Rockefeller Pirates, a big pirate with a bounty of 15 billion, the former captain of the 8th team of the Rocks Pirates, and the pirate group of Rockefeller Charlotte, the great swordsman of blood. These pirates who have been entrenched in the New World all year round certainly know what this means. Only some rookies who have just entered the New World will rashly attack Charlotte's fleet. But Charlotte hasn't encountered those pirate ships who don't know how to live or die. This made him a little bit disappointed. After all, sailing on the sea requires some spices. What's the matter? Are you in a bad mood? Elena came over with a cup of coffee. Charlotte took it and looked at Irina's smooth face. Charlotte gave Elena the bubble fruit a year ago, and now Elena has become a bubble person, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling, which makes Elena even more beautiful. It's nothing. It's just a bit boring after floating at sea for so long. Charlotte took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee and said, "You've been a pirate for 5 years, haven't you gotten used to this kind of boredom?" Elena looked at Charlotte and said with a smile, "It's different." Charlotte looked at Elena and said, then looked down at the deck below. Estes took Caesar to play on the deck. He said it was a game, but in fact, it was the elder sister of Estes who was bullying the little Caesar. He looked at Barrett, who was already 9 years old. In this year, Barrett's height has grown a lot, and he is already on the same level as Charlotte. Reached 2 meters 3. Charlotte didn't have any requirements for height, and he didn't want to be too tall, which would be inconvenient. The height of meters is almost the same. The main reason is that Charlotte already feels that she is no longer growing and has reached the peak. Although the height of One Piece world is generally very exaggerated, Charlotte's height of meters is regarded as a third-level disability among the people he knows. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is meters, Golden Lion Shueisha is meters, Charlotte Lingling is more than meters, and Kaido is nearly meters. In this calculation, Charlotte is the shortest. Similar to him are Garp and Roger. Not only has Barrett increased in height, but his strength has also skyrocketed. 9-year-old Barrett has no opponents on Charlotte's pirate ship except Carter and Ralph. Even Paul and Isaac, after using the combined fruit, Paul and Isaac couldn't touch him, but Barrett could knock them all away with one punch. It can be said that his strength has improved rapidly. No wonder he was able to tie with Cerbez Raleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates at the age of 15. You must know that he had already won the title of Hades at that time. The most important thing is that Barrett has the perseverance to become stronger, and he has been training his body unremittingly. Make him stronger. What made Charlotte even more surprised was that Barrett actually mastered the armed domineering not long after the training. He had armed domineering at the age of 9, which Charlotte had never heard of. Moreover, Barrett has a very high level of attainment in armed domineering, and quickly learned the cover of armed domineering that ordinary people can't learn in a lifetime. And with the combined fruit, let the armed color domineering cover the whole body. This had to make Charlotte feel worthy of being called the heir of the devil. I believe that in a few years, Barrett's strength will shock the world. And his Rockefeller Pirates will become even stronger because of Barrett. Chapter 156 Looking for the Vampire Fruit. Another day has passed. Captain, we're almost there. A girl dressed as a maid came over and said respectfully. This maid is a navigator who has been trained by Charlotte for more than 5 years. She is not alone, there are many girls rescued by Charlotte, who are arranged by Charlotte to receive training in various places. The navigator is an important member of these pirates who go to sea. Little did he know that in order to destroy the flying pirates pulled together by one hand because of a ridiculous storm, Golden Lion Shurji even put a ridiculous rudder on his head. It was later that Nami was kidnapped and was beaten by Luffy. So Charlotte attaches great importance to navigators, and he doesn't want to play himself off because of a ridiculous storm. Okay. Charlotte nodded, and he also saw a sleeping ancient town floating in the sea in the distance. There is an island made of countless boxes. Come on shore. Charlotte ordered. Yes. The maid went out. Under the command of the maid, all the ships docked. Charlotte led everyone out of the boat and looked around. Boss? What are we doing here? Paul was the first to come to Charlotte and asked while looking at the somewhat dilapidated island. This small island can be said to be very small, there are no people at all, it is a desert island. I received a message that there is a devil fruit here, come and look for it. Whether you can find it or not depends on your luck, it is considered a treasure hunt. Charlotte smiled and looked at the people around her. Devil fruit, treasure hunt? Charlotte's words made everyone around confused. I don't know what devil fruit actually made Charlotte come in person. Everyone was puzzled in their hearts, but some people were very happy. For example, a pair of children of Charlotte. Oh. Treasure hunt. Treasure hunt. Caesar jumped up and ran around quickly. Idiot. Come back. Estes saw Caesar running out and rushed up immediately. When I was 5 years old, I knew that I had to take care of my younger brother. This made Charlotte very happy. Let's spread out. Today, even if we overthrow this island, we must find that devil fruit. Charlotte waved to everyone and said. After hearing Charlotte's tone, everyone cheered up. Of the more than 500 people, except for dozens of people guarding the boat, the rest went out to look for the devil fruit on the island. This kind of clueless search is the slowest. Charlotte felt the same way. He remembered that there seemed to be a ruin on this island, and there was also a legend. But I can't remember. Charlotte had no choice but to search for it in the depths of the island. A group of people followed Charlotte to the depths of the island. When they came to a dense forest, the movement caused by the crowd startled a large number of bats around them. Charlotte looked at a dilapidated castle in front of her. The castle exudes a cold atmosphere, surrounded by vines. Go. Go in and see. Charlotte walked in with Barrett, several cadres, and a dozen of his subordinates. Pushing open the gate of the castle, a cloud of dust dispersed. Elena quickly used the fruit ability, a huge bubble blocked the dust. Charlotte smiled when she saw it. Walking into the castle, Charlotte saw a sarcophagus lying quietly in the center of the castle. Charlotte hurried over. With a flick of the 7-star sword in his hand, the sarcophagus was lifted open. Charlotte hastily stretched her head to look over. Only one mummy lay there quietly. No. Charlotte didn't see the vampire fruit, which means that the vampire fruit is not in the sarcophagus, so where is it? Charlotte stood still, recalling the original video, as if Patrick Redfield obtained a historical steal and needed a historian, Robin, to translate it. Does it not mean that he cannot find it without a historian? This. Charlotte was very unwilling. Captain? Seeing the captain froze in place suddenly, Paul cried softly. Look. See if there is any writing on a stone slab around you. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said. And Charlotte's expression was a little ferocious. Seeing Charlotte's expression, the others were all shocked. When had they seen Charlotte showing such an expression, they hurriedly looked around for the stone tablet with writing that Charlotte was looking for. Suddenly. Captain. Here's a slab. Carter's voice sounded, and Charlotte immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Even Dowcat ran to a throne above the stairs. Charlotte jumped up quickly, and saw a stone slab on the throne, with handwriting that Charlotte couldn't understand all over it. Look, see if anyone recognizes these handwritings. Charlotte walked down with the slate and asked everyone. After hearing what Charlotte said, almost everyone approached. The result was that they did not know each other. Charlotte is a little disappointed. Do I still have to go to O'Hara? Charlotte looked around. Suddenly Charlotte saw Barrett. There was a flash of inspiration in my mind. This vampire fruit is definitely hidden in a mechanism, otherwise it would be impossible to leave these writings. And this mechanism is very likely to be in this castle. Barrett. Can you fit this castle together? Charlotte looked at Barrett and asked. After Barrett heard about it, he glanced around. Let me try. Barrett can't guarantee it either. Upon hearing this, Charlotte hurriedly let everyone out of the castle and came to the periphery. Charlotte nodded to Barrett, indicating that Barrett could start. After Barrett received it, his hands with a pair of white gloves touched the wall. The ability was activated instantly, and the purple liquid crystals spread rapidly. Combined. Barrett growled. The surrounding walls surrounded by purple crystals quickly surrounded Barrett. Make Barrett a giant in an instant. Looking at the walls that were still covered by Barrett, the castle was slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Barrett's size is getting bigger and bigger, and many people have given up a large area for Barrett to perform. And Charlotte is staring at the castle. If there is any dark room in this castle, it should be discovered soon. Ah! Barrett started screaming, obviously reaching his limit. His physical strength couldn't support him for too long. Charlotte was also secretly anxious. Soon, half of the castle has disappeared a little bit, but there is no dark room in sight. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Where did Patrick Redfield find it? That's when Barrett's purple crystals covered the castle's bell tower. The huge ancient bronze clock was also quickly fused together by Barrett. And a stone chamber was immediately exposed on the back of the clock tower. This made Charlotte look at the stone room instantly. He had a general hunch that there would be what he was looking for. Chapter 157 Vampire Fruit. Barrett. You can stop. Charlotte said to Barrett, who had become a giant. And Barrett immediately released the fit state after hearing what Charlotte said. The giant like a hill collapsed with a bang. A large cloud of dust was splashed. Elena quickly released a bubble barrier in front of everyone, blocking the dust. After the dust was over, Charlotte looked at the stone room on the top of the castle. You all stay here and don't move, I'll go up and have a look. Charlotte said to everyone, and then jumped up with a stride. Everyone stayed in place, looking up at a stone chamber above. If it wasn't for Barrett, they might not have discovered this stone chamber. After all, who would have thought that there was a hidden stone chamber behind the clock tower? Charlotte looked at the stone room in front of him. It was very small. Taking out the lighting tools and looking at the hole made by Barrett, Charlotte could only bend down and walk in. The light shone in the stone chamber. Hi. Looking at the arrangement inside, Charlotte gasped. The house is full of gold and silver treasures. How rich the owner of this castle was before his life. Although not as much as Charlotte got in the Valley of the Gods, you must know that Charlotte got it after robbing Tianlong. Looking at the dusty treasures under the light, it is estimated that these treasures have not been born for hundreds of years. Charlotte glanced at these treasures, and then looked at other places. He didn't forget that his goal was the vampire fruit. He quickly walked towards the stone room, because he had already seen a purple-red devil fruit lying quietly on a tray. Charlotte knew without guessing that it was the vampire fruit he was thinking of. A few steps forward, he grabbed the devil fruit with one hand. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Zoology Phantasmal Beast Bat Fruit Vampire Form. Charlotte stood in the dark stone room laughing wildly. Outside, the people standing outside looked at each other listening to the laughter in the stone chamber in the clock tower above. Charlotte came out with the vampire fruit. I found the thing. And there is an unexpected joy. The treasure inside is called by the brothers to move on to the boat. Charlotte stood on the clock tower and looked at the people below and said, the happy look in her tone, she couldn't hide it no matter how hard she tried. After speaking, he jumped down and led Elena towards the port. He didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he found it in one day. The two cadres, Paul and Carter, looked at each other, and then Carter also jumped up. Through the weak sunlight, Carter saw the piles of gold, silver, and jewels in the stone room. It also captivated Carter. Subsequently. Quick. Call all the brothers up. Get rich. Get rich. A whole house of treasure. Carter rushed out of the stone room and said in surprise to the people below. After finishing speaking, he threw out the few strings of necklaces he had just grabbed. When the people below saw these necklaces, their eyes were full of stars. Get rich. I don't know who yelled, and in an instant everyone rushed towards the upper stone room. Bastard. Be careful. It will collapse. Paul looked at the people rushing up behind him and cursed angrily. And Paul's voice fell. Rumble. Only half of the building was left, and because it was an ancient building hundreds of years ago, it could no longer hold on and collapsed. Bastard. Who told you to come up with so many people? Carter lifted the stones on his body and yelled at the people around him. Now it's troublesome, the treasures are buried in the ruins, and the ruins have to be cleaned up if they want to get them out. Quick! Go and gather people and clean up the ruins. Carter said angrily. And Charlotte has already returned to the boat with Elena and the two little ones. Is this what you're looking for? Elena looked at the purple-red devil fruit in her hand and asked. That's right. This is a very powerful devil fruit. Animal type, phantom beast species, bat fruit, vampire form. Charlotte looked at the devil fruit in Elena's hand and said excitedly. After hearing what Charlotte said, Elena was also taken aback. She also learned a lot about the sea this year, and she was also very clear about the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. And she ate one too. Elena quickly exchanged the vampire fruit for Charlotte. Then put it away quickly. You can't leave such a valuable thing carelessly. Speaking, Elena also looked at Estes and Caesar. It's obvious what it means. Charlotte smiled and quickly took the fruit in her hand. Elena walked out with Estes and Caesar. Leave room for Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the devil fruit in her hand. Bat fruit, phantom beast species, vampire form. You can absorb the lifespan of others by absorbing other people's blood, so that you can return to your youthful appearance, and even your abilities can be restored to your youthful days. You can also create darkness at night, allowing yourself to hide in it so that your opponent can't find it. This fruit can make others age quickly by sucking blood from others, but it can restore the physical strength, and appearance of youth, so as to achieve a true state of immortality. It is very abnormal, and it can restore youth, which is not an ordinary ability. Especially for people like Charlotte who traveled too early, it will take more than 30 years for Luffy to go to sea, and he will be old by then, which is not acceptable. This is the devil fruit that Charlotte prepared for her future. For stealing Rick Redfield's devil fruit, although Charlotte feels a little guilty, she doesn't regret it. At worst, if he saves him when he fights Cyborg Kong in the future, it can be regarded as repaying the share. Guilt. However, in Charlotte's mind, regarding the battle between Rick Redfield and Cyborg Sky, it seemed that Rick Redfield won in the end, but Carp, who was rushed over, seemed to have missed it. It was only then that the Rick Redfield cup was seized and locked into the city. Put this devil fruit into the box prepared earlier, and put it together with other devil fruits. Now Charlotte has collected quite a few devil fruits. Natural system swamp fruit, natural system gas fruit. Superman bomb fruit, Superman slow fruit, Superman sickle fruit, Superman mirror fruit, Superman gate fruit, Superman flourishing fruit. Animals, phantom beasts, bat fruit, vampire form. With 9 devil fruits, his worth is also very high. But the only thing that bothered Charlotte was that her child hadn't grown up yet. Charlotte didn't plan to give them too early, and wanted to wait until they were 5 or 6 years old, or 7 or 8 years old, and then take it when they were older. Otherwise, like Estes, he couldn't control the devil fruit well when he was a child, and he didn't know how much trouble he caused. This is also what Elena and the others think. Chapter 158, The Awakening of the Overlord. Charlotte stayed in Sleeping Ancient Town for one night. Originally, they wanted to leave overnight, but they didn't expect that group of idiots to collapse the stone chamber. Most of the people spent the night cleaning up the ruins, looking for treasures buried under the ruins. Originally, Carter wanted to ask Barrett to make a move, but Charlotte directly refused. Obviously they caused the disaster, let them solve it by themselves. One night, hundreds of people were digging for treasure among the ruins of the castle. The next day, after digging for treasure all night, Carter and others set sail with black eyes open. Follow the instructions given by Charlotte. Goal, Punk Hazard. Charlotte is going to rob a scientist. Charlotte is really fed up with this sailing warship. Punk Hazard is still a bit far away. It is already quite close to the Red Earth continent. This is dangerous. But Charlotte felt that her strength was good, without any hesitation. A huge fleet is sailing on the sea. Boss. There is a very huge ship ahead. A minion in winter combat uniform ran up. I saw a huge figure sitting on a huge throne, squinting his eyes and looking at the ship in the distance with only outlines. Even if you just look at it from a distance, you can tell that it is a huge ship. Telescope. The huge figure stood up, nearly 5 meters tall, wearing a green cloak, looking at the ships in the distance. Look through the binoculars at the giant black skull flag above the ship. This is the Rockefeller Pirates. The 5-meter-tall figure instantly recognized his identity when he saw the flag on the ship. And his voice reached the ears of others. Rockefeller Pirates? Could it be the big pirate who was the captain of the 8th Division of the Rockefeller Pirates with a bounty of 15 billion Baileys? Many people exclaimed that they were very impressed with the Rock's pirates, and they were the pirates that ruled an era. Shut up. It's just a remnant of the Rock's pirates. Bring the boat over, I'm going to use Charlotte's head to make the world famous today. The huge figure roared at the crowd, and the domineering look on his body unknowingly radiated out, immediately calming down the panicked crowd. Yes. Chief. After hearing the leader's words, the huge fleet immediately turned around and moved towards Charlotte's sea god Poseidon. Captain. There is a fleet in front of them attacking them. It is the 8 Treasures Navy. Its captain is named Qingjiao, nicknamed Konzikingjiao. The reward is 5,000 million Baileys. Carter walked up quickly, looked at Charlotte and said, "Oh. Green Pepper. The one who has been very active in the New World recently?" Charlotte asked when she heard the familiar name. In the past few months, he is still very familiar with this name. Not to mention anything else, it is not easy to say that he was able to break out of the encirclement and come to the New World under the nose of Admiral Sengoku. But Charlotte noticed him, and if Charlotte didn't guess wrong, he seemed to have seen this green pepper when he was watching anime, but it's been a while and he can't remember it. Go. Go and see. What does he want to do? Charlotte became a little interested, dropped the towel and walked towards the deck. The alarm has been raised on the deck, and all the crew members have come to their combat positions and walked up with weapons. Even Estes walked out with the sanctuary sanction, a birthday gift Charlotte gave her when she was 5 years old, with an excited look on her little face. Barrett was also standing on the bow of the boat eager to fight. After Charlotte came out, she smiled slightly when she saw these excited subordinates. These days, as long as people who saw Charlotte's flag, almost all chose to go around far away, and no one dared to approach, so that Charlotte and everyone only felt a whole emptiness. I didn't expect that someone who is not afraid of death would dare to come over today. After knowing that it was not a pirate from the New World, everyone suddenly realized, no wonder they dared to rush up. It turns out that the newcomers don't know how to live or die. For those people who used to be slaves and are now pirates, fighting is already a routine. Charlotte walked to the bow, and everyone stepped aside to stand on both sides. Charlotte walked up the steps and looked around and could roughly see the people on the other side's boat. Drink, ha 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 ha. Rockefeller Charlotte, use your head to fulfill my reputation. A domineering arrogance suddenly rose from Qingjiao's body, and attacked the sea god Poseidon. Charlotte instantly felt the power of this domineering look, and just smiled slightly. Except for the cadres, all the crew members around them are shaky. But what Charlotte didn't expect the most were Barrett and Estes. Seeing that the two of them actually resisted Qingjiao's domineering look. It was within Charlotte's expectation that Barrett could block it, but Estes could also block it, she was only 5 years old. Barrett felt the impact of the opponent's domineering look, his expression was slightly distorted, as if something wanted to rush out of his body. Aha! Barrett's eyes widened suddenly, and a violent will broke through the barrier and radiated from his body. The blue-purple domineering arrogance struggled to resist the domineering aura released by the green pepper. Charlotte smiled watching the scene, and Barrett's domineering look was awakened. The green pepper across the sea seemed to sense something, and his face sank in an instant. The Overlord's domineering aura increased again, and the invisible white aura spread throughout the audience, even the crew on his own ship couldn't hold it back. Charlotte didn't make a move, but looked at Estes. He felt that Estes also had this qualification. Seeing the sudden increase of domineering arrogance, Charlotte didn't take it seriously. I saw that under the impact of this more violent domineering look, Estes stood on the deck with a painful face, and the holy sanction in his hand was inserted into the deck to support it. But under the impact of this powerful domineering look. Estes tried his best to raise his small head and look into the distance. An icy blue aura emanated from Estes. Again. Domineering and domineering. Carter was once again shocked when he saw Estes' figure like a lone boat in a storm. When did domineering look so cheap, and two of them suddenly awakened? Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Charlotte looked at Estes' stubborn figure and laughed very loudly. With the laughter, an unrivaled aura quickly rose from Charlotte. The domineering red and green domineering color enveloped the two ships, quickly defeating the domineering aura of the green pepper. And Charlotte's domineering look did not hurt anyone on her side. Chapter 159 Charlotte vs. Green Pepper. After not feeling the domineering look of the green pepper, all the crew members of Charlotte returned to normal. Barrett also withdrew his domineering look, but the smile on Barrett's face showed that he was very happy. He is often guided by Charlotte, of course he knows what it is, domineering, a talent that can only appear among millions of people, and it is the only one among the three-color domineering that cannot be obtained through cultivation. This made Barrett even more satisfied with his talent. And Esteth, who also awakened the domineering look, was not so good. After the domineering arrogance of Qingjiao was resisted by Charlotte, and after Esteth lost his opponent, the arrogance of the domineering color disappeared instantly. And Esteth's body suddenly fell limply on the deck as if he lost his strength. But she was hugged by Charlotte next to her. Looking at Estes in her arms, Charlotte's face was full of smiles. As his laughter grew louder, the domineering look on his body became more intense. At this time, except for some cadres and green peppers, the 8 treasures navy, which was shrouded in Charlotte's domineering look, all foamed at the mouth and fell on the boat. And Charlotte's domineering look is not only that. The strong domineering arrogance opened the cracks in Qingjiao's boat. Even Qingjiao's overbearing arrogance was instantly suppressed. Qingjiao looked at the figure younger than herself at the bow of the boat, probably holding his daughter in her arms. What kind of pirate ship is this? There are actually 3 domineering owners in a pirate ship. What annoyed him even more was that he was actually the one who helped Charlotte's daughter and a kid awaken their dominance. Charlotte handed Estes to Paul and asked Paul to take her back to the cabin. Charlotte turned to look at the green pepper. Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much, Qingjiao. Charlotte looked at the green pepper with a smile and said. At this time, Charlotte only felt that the top of the green pepper's all head was so interesting. Hateful. When Charlotte spoke, the domineering look on her body had disappeared. Qingjiao looked at Charlotte with a gloomy expression and growled. Charlotte is dead. Armed color domineering quickly covered the right fist. 8 punches. A powerful shock wave hit the bow where Charlotte was. Charlotte just smiled disdainfully after seeing it. Gorgeous. The 7-star sword in Charlotte's hand suddenly appeared in his hand. I saw Charlotte, who was standing at the bow, flick the 7-star sword slightly in his hand. A huge green slash was swiftly swung out. Bump. An unpretentious slash was swung out, without the look of arming, without the look of domineering, just an ordinary slash by a great swordsman. Without any pressure, he chopped Qingjiao's fist force to pieces. Even broke through the 8 punches and slashed at Qingjiao. Qingjiao's pupils shrank, he didn't expect his blow to be defeated so easily, and he was still attacking him with more force. Bachong fist martial head. Green pepper jumped in mid-air, the cone-shaped head quickly covered the armed domineering, and headed towards the chopping blow coming from Charlotte. Clang, clank. The sound of metal delivery resounded in the air. Qingjiao clenched her teeth tightly, mustering all her strength to resist the slash. Charlotte stood quietly at the bow of the boat watching Qingjiao's resistance. After the chop disappeared, Qingjiao returned to the boat. The huge body jumped back onto the boat with a loud noise. Qingjiao looked at Charlotte with a serious face, and he recognized that he was not Charlotte's opponent just after that blow. His head is iron, but it doesn't mean that other places are also iron. But it is impossible for him to just admit defeat like this. The green pepper didn't hesitate too much. 8-punch fist, Wudo roundabout. Qingjiao clasped his palms together and jumped into the air, rolled around in the air and then used his head as a support point to form a handstand and rushed towards Charlotte. Look at this massive offensive. Charlotte also raised a little interest. The 7-star sword in his hand was quickly covered with a green and black armed domineering color. It made the aura of the 7-star sword even more bewitching. Green pepper quickly rushed to Charlotte, but Charlotte only stepped onto the stage with his right hand. The tip of the long sword was pressed against the cone of green pepper, preventing him from making any further progress. Instead, he was injured by the tip of the 7-star sword while spinning at high speed. Seeing this, Qingjiao immediately jumped back. I saw that there was a wound on the top of his all head, which was caused by himself hitting the tip of the sword. The green pepper touched the head, only feeling a piece of softness, raised his hand to have a look. The all head that he was proud of actually broke. Charlotte himself didn't think of it, it should be considered that he broke through it himself. Damn. Qingjiao's 2 moves in a row didn't have any effect, but instead made himself embarrassed and made him furious. The beard around his mouth was raised up angrily. Is that all you can do? Charlotte withdrew her long sword and looked at Qingjiao with a smile. Rushing forward rashly turned out to be just this little skill, which is not enough. Hateful. Hearing Charlotte's disdainful words, Qingjiao's expression became more irritable. Don't underestimate people too much, Backhong Boxing Profound Truth Cone Dragon Taper Nail. The green pepper armed color domineering covered the top of the head, and the body rushed towards the clouds. Everyone in Charlotte looked up at the sky. Seeing Qingxiao's body falling down quickly, the All's head fell towards Charlotte's boat. Looking at this power, Charlotte also became a little interested. The corners of the mouth rise. The aura on his body burst out suddenly, and the seven-star sword was entwined with lightning. Demon Sword Batian. Charlotte squatted down, gathering her strength to swing her sword at the green pepper falling from the sky. Clang. Charlotte's fierce room was entwined with domineering aura, like a god and demon, and the all head of the green pepper was chopped off. The two intersect. Clang. The surrounding crew members who were close to Charlotte were caught by the huge momentum and stepped back, leaning forward to resist the aftermath. But everyone looked at the two of them intently. There are not many such scenes. Everyone is watching the battle between the two seriously, hoping to learn something from it. Lightning swam around Charlotte, and she showed her teeth with a smile and looked at the green pepper. Everyone knew that Charlotte didn't go all out at all. Green peppers are different. I saw Qingjiao resisting Charlotte's seven-star sword with a rather painful expression. On the surface, nothing happened to Qingjiao, only Qingjiao knew it, her internal organs were trembling violently. It is possible to lose resistance at any time. There is nothing wrong with the feeling of green peppers. After persisting for 2 or 3 seconds, the armed arrogance above Qingjiao's head was rapidly dissipating. Qingjiao also sensed this, and felt very anxious. In an instant, Charlotte found a flaw. The arm drew back the long sword, and the moment Qingjiao, who had no waypoint, lost his mind, Charlotte caught the opportunity. Qingjiao's pupils suddenly enlarged, and Charlotte swung the long sword again. Demon Slash. A sword pierced the sky. Chapter 160 Green Pepper Defeat. The sword light flashed. Blood flowed. Brothers. Go and bring up their treasure. Charlotte stood with her sword back, pointing at the many crew members behind her. In an instant, everyone cheered. Come on. Take back all their treasures. Carter took the lead and completed the animalization in an instant, turning into a half-zebra man. Wolf also turned into a half-elephant in an instant, and rushed towards the 8 treasure navy. The 2 major cadres went directly to those cadres who were still awake and started fighting. And Qingjiao had been severely injured by Charlotte's sword, and passed out on the deck of the 8 treasures navy. Leader! Leader! The countless minions around shouted in horror. It's a pity that they couldn't wake up no matter how they called. Qingjiao was seriously injured by Charlotte's sword, and a 3-meter-long sword mark was cut from the all head of Qingjiao to the abdomen. Charlotte estimated that the scar caused by this sword would stay on Qingjiao's body for a lifetime. Charlotte didn't intend to kill the green pepper. He wanted to see if the green pepper he let go would sink like in the original book, or would it rise up. Charlotte is looking forward to it. Charlotte lay on the bow of the ship and watched her crew happily grabbing the treasure they had looted. The smile on everyone's face never disappeared. Qingjiao brought not one ship, but a whole fleet, including 8 pirate ships. One can imagine how much treasure they looted. But it will all be yours. Captain. We found this in Qingjiao's captain's cabin. After finishing those cadres, Carter walked towards the captain's room, found some useful things and showed them to Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the 5 words above. 8 punch boxing mysteries. Charlotte glanced at a book of cultivation methods before throwing it to Carter. Pass it on, whoever wants to practice, can practice it, it's pretty good. It's not that Charlotte doesn't like it, but Charlotte knows all the above content, and now Charlotte basically understands things by analogy, and can understand them at a glance. Yes. Carter nodded. Then Carter took out another map. The captain also found this from the Qingjia boat. It seems to be a treasure map. Carter handed the map to Charlotte and guessed. After hearing this, Charlotte showed a hint of interest. He also knew that the 8 treasures navy had a hidden treasure. I took the map and looked at it. The distribution on it is not like the sea area in the New World, but a map of the kingdom of flowers leading to an iceberg. Charlotte glanced at it and knew without guessing that it was the treasure place of the 8 treasures navy. Charlotte put away the map, and then went to the West Sea to dig out the treasure. Okay. Let the crew bring up all the treasures, and let's go. Charlotte put away the treasure map and walked towards the cabin. Yes. Carter bowed slightly and said respectfully. Go back to the cabin. Young master. What's going on with Estes? Why did he faint? After returning to the cabin, Jenny asked immediately as Estesh's mother. There was a look of worry between the brows on his face. It's okay. Death just woke up to the domineering look, just because he was too young and didn't control it, and the consumption was too much, just sleep. Charlotte stroked Jenny's hair and said. Jenny, who was pregnant with the child, didn't loosen her brows after hearing what Charlotte said, and still looked at Death lying on the bed with her brows tightly furrowed. Seeing this, Charlotte accompanied Jenny to look after Estes. The ship continues to sail on the sea, heading towards Punkhazard, and will also disembark at some islands or purchase supplies. But the news that Charlotte defeated Green Pepper did not know how to spread out. Shock, pirate supernova cone Green Pepper was defeated by the sword of the Bloodsword hero Rockefeller Charlotte. A pattern with pictures appeared in the hands of everyone holding newspapers. This news can be said to be the biggest news in this period of time. The Green Pepper cone that slipped away from Admiral Sengoku was actually defeated by Charlotte, which shocked many people. As the pirate who became famous in Wire this year, many people have left their thoughts on Xingjiao, to see if they will deal with it in the future. Unexpectedly, after only 5 months, it was defeated by Charlotte. An entire fleet was plundered, all the treasures were taken away by the enemy, and the sword marks from the head to the belly of Xingjiao made everyone's hairs stand on end. A deserted island. The Green Pepper covered in bandages looked gloomy at the newspaper in his hand. He had been in a coma for 5 days, and when he woke up, he found himself brought here by the crew. Xingjiao is a little bit in disbelief that she is not dead. After all, the elegance of that sword is still deeply engraved in Xingjiao's mind. Xingjiao only felt that the feeling he gave himself at that time was, am I going to die too? Leader. The cadres of the 8 Treasures Navy tremblingly looked at Xingjiao and shouted. He was the one who handed Xingjiao this newspaper. If he had seen it with his eyes, he would never have given it to the leader of the Green Pepper. At this moment, he kept cursing in his heart the guy who handed him the newspaper. Ha 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 ha, I actually lost. I actually lost. Xingjiao suddenly raised her head and cried while holding the newspaper. It frightened the cadres around me very much, and I didn't understand how the leader could do this. Could it be that Charlotte's sword cut the leader stupid? The cadres couldn't help thinking. No. I was defeated, but the Green Pepper of the cone was not defeated, and my iron head skill was not defeated. Xingjiao suddenly roared, raised his hand and touched his all head and said. Although the smooth cone head is covered with sword crosses, it still stands there with perseverance and unyielding. Go to sea. I want to get back what I lost. I will never be defeated so easily. If there is no treasure, then we will go for it. If there is no boat, we will go for it. I will take my own. The name is famous all over the world, Charlotte, you wait, when I become stronger, I will continue to challenge you. Xingjiao stood up and pulled off the bandage on his body, revealing the all head covered with sword marks and the 3-meter-long sword marks. Coupled with Xingjiao's ferocious and distorted face, it looks so terrifying. Seeing that the leader seemed to cheer up, the 8 Treasures Navy under his command shouted excitedly. Follow the leader. Long live the leader. All the 8 Treasures sailors shouted one after another. Their 8 Treasures Navy suffered some damage to ships, and did not suffer any other major losses. As for money, those are things outside the body. The most important thing their 8 Treasures Navy lacks is money. Go to sea. Putting on his green cloak, he walked towards the boat on the shore. Sudden, Xingjiao shrank her pupils when she saw the slightest crack in the ship. He remembered that it was caused by Charlotte's domineering look. Charlotte. Wait. I will never let it go. Xingjiao boarded the boat and set off towards the sea with a big wave of his hand. Chapter 161 Punkhazard. Navy Headquarters. Look. What does this Rockefeller Pirates mean? Do they have any conspiracy? Marshal Steele Gukong sat in the marshal's office and asked, looking at the chief staff officer, Crane. After hearing this, Crane frowned and looked at Charlotte's route, but she didn't see anything. I can't see anything. And we don't have spies in the Rockefeller Pirates. The world government tried to put some CP0 in the Rockefeller Pirates several times but failed, even if they pretended to be slaves, as if I know the same. Suru frowned and looked at Sora and said. This time the Rockefeller Pirates' defeat of the 8 Treasures Navy had a great impact. The pirates that the Admiral did not solve were actually solved by the pirates. This has a very big impact on the Navy. We must come up with ideas as soon as possible. Looking at the picture of the pirate Charlotte with a bounty of more than 15 billion Baileys, Sora had a headache. Currently Garp is chasing the Roger pirates in the New World, Sengoku is also keeping an eye on the Golden Lion Shiki all the time, and the only combat power that can be used at the moment is Zifa. He is still cleaning up the pirates in the North Sea. He called back? Tsuru looked at Sora and asked. After hearing this, Kong frowned and then nodded again. Call him back. Let him monitor the pirate Charlotte. Sora decided. Will that cause the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route to be empty of combat power? Crane worried. Bump. Sora thumped the table hard. The strength of the Navy is still too small. Hearing this, Crane was silent. Crane, there is still a great route in the 4 seas, so I will trouble you. Sora really had no choice but to look at the Crane. She is also a combat force of the Navy. Crane nodded after drinking a cup of tea. Let's go after I have processed these documents. Thank you. Sora looked at the Crane and thanked him. He knew that as a civil servant, Crane was still willing to go to the front line to catch pirates, which was really hard for her. Crane smiled. A corner of the new world. A man in a crimson robe looked at the newspaper in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte, wait, I'll be back to find you soon. After the man finished speaking, the red umbrella in his hand was wrapped in lightning and attacked a pirate group. Run. It's the great swordsman. But it was useless, the huge red slash instantly covered the entire ship. Jia ha 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 ha. This green pepper is the one who snatched our goods before, right? The familiar sharp laughter sounded, and he stood vigorously in the empty hall and asked the subordinates on both sides of the split. He is the boss of Shurji, did you want to recruit him before? A 4-meter-tall man headed on the left said. Humph. What a waste. Why recruit him? The next time I see him, I will kill him directly and dare to snatch things from our flying pirates. What kind of thing is he? Shurko flicked the newspaper, biting a cigar in his mouth and said disdainfully. Yes yes yes. Seeing Shurkina's face changing speed like flipping through a book, the cadre couldn't help cursing inwardly. A few days ago, he said that it was worth recruiting to escape from the general warring states, but after being defeated by Charlotte, he felt that he was a waste. The banquet started instantly. The whole hall fell into a drunken environment again. The storm on the sea did not affect Charlotte at all. Charlotte lay on the beach chair, drank the lemonade made by the maid, and felt the hot sun in the sky. How come the small days are so comfortable? Captain, Punk Hazard is here. Carter came over and said. Charlotte pushed aside her sunglasses and looked at the small island in the distance, with the corners of her mouth raised, and she stood up. Get ready for battle, land on the island. The 7-star sword in Charlotte's hand appeared on the right hand and said lightly. When Carter saw Charlotte's expression, he immediately understood that there might be a big battle going on. And inside Punk Hazard. Sir. A huge ship appears on the sea. It's coming towards Punk Hazard. A Navy soldier ran up to a CP0 in white and said. And a huge knife mark on CP0's chest ran across his entire body. This is obviously the vice president of CP0 who escaped from Charlotte Lingling in the Valley of the Gods. Because of the failure of the Valley of the Gods, Wu Laoxing arranged for Punk Hazard to protect Vegapunk. To say that it is protection is actually surveillance. After hearing this, the CP0 deputy chief immediately took out his binoculars and looked at the huge ship on the sea. After seeing the skull flag, CP0's pupils shrank sharply. Not good. It's the Rockefeller Pirates. Although he was demoted to Punk Hazard to protect Vegapunk, because Punk Hazard is located in the New World, he still knows the famous big pirates in the New World. Isn't that flag the Rockefeller Pirates? Captain Rockefeller Charlotte, the great swordsman of blood, the big pirate with a bounty of 15 billion Baileys, how could he be here? But obviously CP0 doesn't have time to think about these anymore. Quick! Ask for help from the nearby naval branch. Ask the general for support. CP0 shouted at his men. Then immediately walked towards the depths of the island. He wants to inform Vegapunk to evacuate here, this island has been exposed. Quick! Shelling! Shelling! The naval soldiers stationed on the island said to their subordinates at the port. Cannonballs were fired one after another. The first time was just correction, and the second wave of shells came quickly. Charlotte looked at these shells with disdain. Then you guys try the trick I just learned. Charlotte rolled up her right sleeve. God fist. Charlotte slammed into the oncoming shells. One trick is to destroy a large number of shells, not a single shell fell on the ship. This looked silly to all the navies in the port. And Charlotte's ship also slowly approached the port. Brothers kill these navy and world government lackeys. Carter rushed forward immediately. followed by Wolf and Paul and Isaac. The four cadres rushed up together, leading hundreds of Charlotte's crew to attack the navy. Even Barrett rushed forward. And how could Estes hold back when he saw this kind of scene again? With the sanction of the Holy Realm, he wanted to rush forward. But was stopped by Charlotte. "My little ancestor. Can you participate in this battle? Wait until you grow up." Charlotte lifted Estes by the collar and threw it behind her. Caught by Elena. "Damn it. Damn it. How can it be repaired?" Estes, who was thrown back, stomped his feet unhappily, very angry. "Daddy bastard." Annoyed, Estes couldn't see, and walked back to the cabin. Ileana stood beside her with a wry smile, and hurriedly followed. After Charlotte saw Estes walk in, she focused her sights on the battlefield. Knowledgeable and domineering quickly enveloped the entire punk hazard. Chapter 162 Artificial Devil Fruit. Not good. I actually want to escape. Charlotte's knowledgeable arrogance instantly sensed that there were people gathering ships behind the island. Without even thinking about it, they knew they were going to escape. Navy headquarters. What? Charlotte has actually arrived in Punk Hazard. Why did she only find out now? Cyborg Kong stood up and questioned the moment he heard Charlotte attacking Punk Hazard. "Marshal. Call for reinforcements. Our men are dying." The other end of the phone bug didn't respond to Kong's questioning but asked for support. "Hold on, I'll send warring states to support immediately." Now the closest to Punk Hazard is Sengoku. He is in charge of staring at the Golden Lion Shurji in the first half of the New World. After hanging up the phone, Sara immediately called Sengoku. Moses. In the Warring States period, go to Punk Hazard quickly. The pirate Charlotte attacks Punk Hazard, and immediately rescue Vegapunk and other scientists. Kong didn't talk nonsense, but went straight to the point. What? Charlotte attacked Punk Hazard. I'm going there now. After hearing this, Sengoku, who was still searching for the fleet of Golden Lion Shurji, ordered to turn the bow and head towards Punk Hazard. Charlotte rushed into the interior of the hollowed-out island. There are documents scattered all over the place because of Charlotte's arrival. Charlotte picked up a piece of paper at random. The above is actually a record about human cloning. Pick up all these papers, Charlotte said to the people behind her. Yes. Although they didn't know why Charlotte did this, they still carried it out. Charlotte continued to walk towards the depths. All the gates in the island are now closed, and there is no way to get in without a key. Even if you break it, you have to pay a little price. Accidentally, Charlotte used too much strength, and the whole room was about to collapse, but fortunately, Barrett was there. Covered by the combined fruit, a big hole is immediately opened for people to enter, which is much more convenient. Charlotte went in and searched room by room. After entering this laboratory, Charlotte's sense of knowledge is useless. Blocked by walls, Charlotte can't find Vegapunk at all, so she can only use the old method to enter rooms one by one. After walking into a room, I saw a group of men in black nervously packing up various items. Charlotte smiled slightly after seeing it. Kill. After Charlotte gave an order, the 4 cadres behind him rushed out like tigers. The group of men in black didn't hold on for a few minutes and fell under the cadres' hands and were pushed in front of Charlotte. Where's Vegapunk? Charlotte came to a CP with a broken mask and asked. The result did not speak. Charlotte smiled. Put your hands on the man in black. All the secrets in his heart were learned by Charlotte. Kill it. Charlotte waved his hand and said. Then his face became weird. I didn't expect him to be there. Charlotte saw a familiar figure in the memory of the man in black. Go. Charlotte led the crowd towards one direction. One wall after another was broken by Barrett, and everyone walked in the corridor unimpeded. Then Charlotte stopped in front of a gate and signaled Barrett to do it. After Barrett saw it, he immediately walked forward and touched the door, which opened a big hole in an instant. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect to see you here. Kato. Charlotte walked into the room and said with a big laugh. I saw a big man with a build of 8 meters lying quietly on the cold operating table. Kaido, who had his eyes closed, opened them immediately, and turned his head to look at the person coming. It turned out to be you. Charlotte. Kaido also looked at the person in shock. How did you get caught? And you were sent here? Charlotte walked up to Kaido and asked with interest. But Kaido didn't mean to speak and closed his eyes again. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Charlotte didn't care about Kaido but looked in other directions in the room. Kaido is not the only one here, there is also a handsome man with wings inserted into his body by various devices. Huh? The Lunaria race, that race that is born with flames? Looking at the young Jin, Charlotte said lightly. Jin in the instrument opened his indifferent eyes and looked at Charlotte. There was some doubt in his eyes. Seeing the two being imprisoned inside, Charlotte didn't intend to do anything. Instead, he led everyone to other rooms. After Barrett melted the gate, he saw a young man in a white coat with two horns frantically collecting documents. Ha ha ha. It's all mine, and I will definitely become the smartest person in the world. Listening to the young man's words, Charlotte looked at those unique horns and instantly recognized his identity. Cough cough. Charlotte coughed, immediately startling the young man who was collecting the documents. He turned around tremblingly. Sorry. I got nothing. Looking at the young man who was madly apologizing, Charlotte was speechless. Are you a scientist? Charlotte asked knowingly. Caesar Courant immediately raised his head when he heard it, and looked at the person coming. I saw a large group of strange figures standing at the door blocking his way to escape. Yes. Caesar Courant stammered. That's all right. Tie him up. Charlotte waved his hand and said. After hearing this, Caesar Courant was instantly frightened, his hands and feet were cold, and he stood there at a loss. Wolf tied Caesar Courant with a rope. Charlotte walked up to the pair of papers and looked at the captions on them. Experimental records of artificial devil fruits. This is good stuff. Charlotte looked at the documents with bright eyes. Is this information true? Are there really man-made devil fruits? Charlotte took these documents and walked up to Caesar Courant and asked. Looking at the ferocious wolf next to him, Caesar Courant was so frightened that his legs were weak, and he stammered. Yes. It's true. These are the experimental data of Vegapunk. After listening to Caesar Courant's words, and then hearing Charlotte's question, everyone present was shocked. There are even man-made devil fruits. Charlotte ignored everyone but looked at the laboratory. Suddenly, I saw a glass box that was raised high, and there was a pink devil fruit in the box. Charlotte's pupils shrank when she saw it. Breathing also became rapid. If he's not mistaken, it's Momonosuke's devil fruit. Man-made devil fruit blue dragon form. A fruit with exactly the same ability as Kaido. Charlotte hurried to the glass cabinet, smashed the glass and took out the devil fruit inside. That, sir. This devil fruit is an artificial fruit, but it's a failed product and doesn't have any effect. Caesar Courant looked at the devil fruit in Charlotte's hand and said. Chapter 163 Scientists. Really? Charlotte said non-committally, and then put away the artificial fruit. Then the seven-star sword appeared in his hand, and he walked toward Caesar Courant in Wolf's hand. What's your name? Charlotte's sword was placed on Caesar Courant's neck and asked. K. Caesar Courant. Feeling the sharp sword light on his neck, Caesar Courant stammered. Then what is your value? If not, I will kill you. Charlotte continued to ask. Dede, my lord, I am a scientist. You, don't look at me because I am young, but my intelligence is not inferior to Vegapunk. I am definitely valuable. Caesar Courant's leg softened, and he knelt on the ground and looked at Charlotte in horror and said. Oh. What do you know? Charlotte retracted the sword and asked. Feeling the disappearance of the long sword around his neck, Caesar Courant breathed a sigh of relief. Me. When Caesar Courant wanted to say something, he suddenly got stuck, because he found that the things he knew seemed to be on paper, and he hadn't succeeded, which made his words stuck. Okay? Charlotte frowned. I can make a devil fruit, yes. I can make a devil fruit. Suddenly, Caesar Courant blurted out after watching the people around him collect the information on the experimental table. You didn't lie to me? Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and asked. In fact, he knew Caesar Courant, but after all, Caesar Courant in front of him was still too young. At the age of a teenager, it was hard for Charlotte to imagine that Caesar Courant could create an artificial devil fruit. Big, my lord, just give me time, it won't take 10 years, no, I can create artificial devil fruits in 5 years. Seeing Charlotte's intentional expression, Caesar Courant immediately assured. Charlotte looked directly into Caesar Courant's eyes for a long time. Welcome to the Rockefeller Pirates. Charlotte said with a sudden smile, and then signaled Wolf to untie. Call. Caesar Courant breathed a sigh of relief. The Rockefeller Pirates. Caesar Courant murmured something in his mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. Although he is a scientist and is responsible for helping Vegapunk, he also has time to read newspapers. He still has an impression of those big pirates at sea. Among them, he also knew the movement caused by the Rockefeller pirates not long ago. Thinking of this, Caesar Courant suddenly raised his head and looked at the face that had asked him before. I took a careful look. All thoughts were lost for a moment, and it turned out to be Rockefeller Charlotte, the great swordsman of blood. The thought of looking for a chance to escape was gone in an instant. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant looking at herself and smiled. Recognize me? Asked Charlotte. Okay. Caesar Courant nodded dully. Charlotte ignored his sluggishness, and found many scientists from other rooms after holding a bunch of documents. These scientists are not very famous, and Charlotte has never heard of them, but since they can be invited here by the world government, they must have their value. Charlotte is still very concerned about these high-tech talents. Before entering Punk Hazard, Charlotte had summoned his men to announce the next combat mission, one of which was to capture all the scientists. This is the main goal of Charlotte Punk Hazard. Okay? Just as Charlotte was inspecting the captured scientists, he saw another familiar figure. He has long blonde hair, wears a metal helmet, has long blonde hair, is tall and serious, with a pointed black beard slanting upwards, and a small beard on the protruding chin. With this familiar appearance, Charlotte immediately thought of someone. Vinsmoke Gage, the king of Germa Kingdom, the father of Sanji in the original book, is also a scientist, the founder of the scientific research team Neomads. He is a member of the research team Mads, and his dream is to let the Germa Kingdom dominate the North Sea again. He is here. But thinking about it is still very possible. After all, he is also a member of the Vegapunk team. At this time, Jiaji's pupils shrank when he saw Charlotte, and he obviously recognized Charlotte's identity. Charlotte smiled slightly upon seeing this. Did you find these people? Charlotte turned to look at Carter and asked. Yes, Captain, there are only these scientists in the surrounding rooms. These people obviously don't know what happened. After we broke in, they are still doing experiments one by one, and the person in my hand still wants to resist. He was caught by me, thinking of your order, Captain, I brought him here too. However, one person escaped, which was my carelessness. The other party was actually a fruit-capable person, and he was in the form of an animal, ancient Chinese, and Brachiosaurus. We accidentally let him escape. Carter explained. Brachiosaurus? Charlotte rubbed her chin. If Charlotte guessed correctly, it should be Quinn, Plague Quinn. Well, we'll all be on board in a while, and let them serve us. Charlotte waved her hand and said to everyone. Charlotte didn't think too much about Quinn's escape. Now that Caesar Courant and Vinsmoke Gage are in her own hands, Charlotte doesn't care about Quinn. After Charlotte's words were spoken, Gage's face sank, and his heart sank completely. At the moment when Carter broke in, Gage wanted to resist, but unfortunately he didn't hit Carter, but was easily subdued by Carter. Look at them. Let's continue to look for Vegapunk. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said. All crew members also nodded. They all knew that the captain came here to find the scientist Vegapunk. Today's Vegapunk already has some famous names handed down in the world. Anyone who wants to inquire will know that Vegapunk is a man with the world's largest brain. Charlotte walked on. Barrett led the way, and the person in charge of the base directly sealed off all the passages, and had to break through forcibly if he wanted to enter. This made Charlotte waste a lot of time on the road. After coming to the last laboratory, there was chaos in the laboratory, and there were many members of the world government and some scientists in white coats. After seeing Charlotte and the others who broke in, after the world government personnel looked at each other, they drew out the pistols around their waists and attacked Charlotte. Charlotte smiled when she saw it, but tilted her head slightly, and a few bullets grazed Charlotte's head and hit the wall behind her. In order to prevent the laboratory from being destroyed, Charlotte had to do it herself, cutting down all the government personnel with one sword, leaving only the scientists in white coats standing in place. Charlotte watched the corners of their mouths rise. Congratulations. You have been expropriated. Charlotte's smile is like a devil in the eyes of these people. Chapter 164 Beast Pirates. Charlotte ignored the reactions of these people and looked towards the laboratory. There are a large number of breeding warehouses around this laboratory, and Charlotte estimates that these are all human cloning experiments. It's just that the clones inside are gone. Where's Vegapunk? The 7-star sword appeared in Charlotte's hand and asked. Because he found that if he asked carefully, the other party would never tell the truth, but once the knife was lit, everyone would cooperate obediently. BB. Vegapunk was taken away by Ko-Zero 10 minutes ago, leaving us to follow after we have packed up the materials. Being pointed at by the sword, all the scientists said very sincerely. They also understood that they and others were already abandoned children, and they deliberately put them here to block the person in front of them. After hearing the news, Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Vegapunk ran away. How can it be so fast? Hey. Charlotte sighed. Never mind, run and run, it is enough that I have obtained so many scientists, and if I really hold Vegapunk hostage, then the world government will really fight him forever. Take back the 7-star sword in your hand. Look at the information behind them. The cloning mentioned above, do you know it? Charlotte looked at the information in her hand and asked. All the scientists looked at each other when they heard Charlotte's question. My lord. We are all just Vegapunk's assistants. The real core technology of Vegapunk is not open to us. We don't know how to clone people. After hearing the leading scientist, Charlotte sighed. He knew it. From now on, you will follow me and work for me, understand? Charlotte put down the documents in her hand and said, looking at the 9 scientists in front of her. After hearing what Charlotte said, these scientists didn't speak, but they didn't resist either. Let's go. We can't stay on this island anymore. It is estimated that the world government and the Navy headquarters have also reacted. We have to leave quickly. Charlotte turned and walked behind her. Now that Vegapunk is gone, there's no point in staying here any longer. All the crew members stepped aside after hearing this. Charlotte walked in front, followed by a large group of scientists. At the forefront are Caesar Courant and Vin Smoke Gauge. How about the harvest of this trip? Not getting Vegapunk, Charlotte felt a little depressed. After all, his goal from the beginning was Vegapunk. If he put Vegapunk in front of him, he wouldn't care if the world government would not die with him. What I said before is actually self-consolation. Vegapunk was not found, but 2 low-profile versions of Vegapunk were caught. A scientist of blood factor and a scientist of man-made devil fruit are not too bad. And there is that man-made devil fruit, which is in the form of a phantom beast blue dragon. This fruit Charlotte has already planned to eat for her eldest son Caesar. As for Momonosuke, if he has any opinions, he can come to him to see whether his head is tough or Charlotte's 7-star sword is tougher. This trip was quite rewarding. There are more than 40 scientists and boxes of paper documents. These are treasures. Maybe there will be a scientist who suddenly opens his head and realizes something from it. And when Charlotte sailed away from the island with his pirates, Quinn, who broke out from Carter's group before, came to a laboratory. Kaido. Quinn yelled as he looked at Kaido, who was tied to the test bench. Kaido opened his breathtaking eyes and turned his head to Quinn. Quinn, have you thought about it? Do you want to follow me? Kaido looked at Quinn and asked. Even though he was tied to the laboratory, the power of Kaido still made Quinn sweat a little. Me? I've decided, I want to follow you, Boss Kaido. Quinn said with a chubby body wearing a white coat. Then came to Kaido's side, and the laser in his hand cut open the shackles that bound Kaido in an instant. After Kaido felt his power return, he sat up and flexed his wrist. The fierce light in his eyes flashed away. Since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, when Kaido obtained the blue dragon fruit and flew aimlessly in the sky, he encountered Sengoku and Zifa, who came to support him. Not surprisingly, Kaido was beaten violently by the two together and was caught by him. He was supposed to be executed, but he suddenly received an order and sent Kaido here. Here, Kaido received unprecedented abuse and various experiments, but Kaido still silently felt the various equipment these scientists collected on his body. If he hadn't eaten the green dragon fruit himself, he didn't know if he could survive it. Just in this coming and going, Kaido knew the fat man in front of him, that is, Quinn. Seeing Kaido's astonishing physique, Quinn swallowed, not knowing if he was doing the right thing, but if he wanted to escape from here, he could only rely on the person in front of him. During this year, he saw with his own eyes that the man in front of him was expressionless in front of any instruments of torture and various injuries. That scene was deeply engraved in his mind, making him sincerely admire the man in front of him. After Kaido moved his wrists, he walked towards the nutrition cabin on the side. Inside was a man with wings. The man also looked at the oppressive man in front of him through the nutrition cabin. Kaido raised his right fist, and the dragon scales covered his arms. Bump! There was a sound of glass shattering. A large piece of solution flowed out, revealing the handsome face on the facade. Boy! Do you want to go to the sea with me and turn the sea upside down? Kaido looked at the handsome young man and asked with a smile. The handsome man looked at Kaido, moved his body, and walked out of the nutrition cabin. My name is Jin. Please take care of me in the future. Jin looked at Kaido and said respectfully as he bent slightly. For this tall man who appeared in the lab a year ago. He knew it, a man who never changed his face in front of all kinds of instruments of torture. Woohoo! Just call me Big Brother from now on. Kaido looked at Jin and Quinn and said. At this time, Kaido suddenly wanted to drink and didn't know why. Let's go. It's time for us to leave here. The Navy and the world government will send generals here soon after Charlotte made such a fuss. Kaido walked towards the door. Jin and Quinn followed closely behind. The two came out of the island, and Kaido, who hadn't seen the sun for a year, was still a little uncomfortable. Looking at the ships that have sailed away in the distance. Since we are going to sea, let's form a pirate group, Beast Pirates. My name is Kaido of Beasts. Kaido looked at the two and said. Then Kaido suddenly swelled up and turned into a giant dragon with a length of 1 kilometer in an instant. Chapter 165 Transforming Ships. Jin next to him was unwilling to lag behind when he saw it, and when he spread his wings behind him, he also instantly transformed into a beast. Animals dragon fruit ancient species pteranodon form. And because Jin belongs to the Lunaria tribe, he is born to control flames, and when flying, his wings are burning with flames and fly in the air. Seeing that both of them were already flying in the sky. Brother. I can't fly. Quinn stood there and said to Kaido in the sky. Whoa. Kaido smiled after hearing Quinn's words, shook his body, and grabbed Quinn. Quinn was caught in Kaido's hand like a chick. Damn it. How uncomfortable. I must install a jet. Quinn twisted wildly in Kaido's hand, trying to find a suitable position. Kaido smiled and flew towards the distance in one direction, while Jin followed behind. Charlotte is sitting on the deck of Poseidon. In front of them were more than 40 scientists who were kidnapped from Punk Hazard Island. I'm sure everyone knows that you are now on the main ship of the great Rockefeller pirates, the sea god Poseidon. Isn't it very huge? Charlotte looked at the scientists and said. After hearing this, these scientific researchers nodded subconsciously. Do you know why I invited you here? It's for this ship. Charlotte pointed to the boat under her feet. For such a large ship, it doesn't take a second to know that it's moving very slowly, which makes me very uncomfortable. Charlotte showed a trace of helplessness and a trace of irritability. This gave Vin Smoke Gauge and Caesar Courant a flash in their minds, and they probably knew something. I invited you here because you are one of the smartest people in this world, and the knowledge in everyone's mind is the top in this world, so I want to ask you to help me remodel this ship. Charlotte said as she looked at the more than 40 scientists in front of her. Everyone is wearing a white coat, and only Vin Smoke Gauge is a bit maverick, with a golden helmet on his head. Watch their reactions. Both Vin Smoke Gauge and Caesar Courant bowed their heads in thought. The other scientists still listened carefully to what Charlotte said next. I want a ship that can sail on the sea without wind, and I need you to help me solve these. Charlotte stated her purpose, and then looked at everyone. After hearing Charlotte's request, most of the scientists looked at Charlotte strangely. First. Sir. This is impossible. A ship must have power if it wants to sail on the sea, and wind power is the only way. An elderly man stood up tremblingly with a cane, as Charlotte explained. Charlotte waved her hand. I don't care. What I want is a boat that can run independently of the wind. You must give me a feasible design drawing within half a year, otherwise it will be useless for me to keep you. It's better to feed the fish. Charlotte, this is in the unreasonable range. This made the more than 40 scientists turn pale instantly. Isn't that embarrassing them? Big. My lord, this is impossible. Another old man also stood up and looked at Charlotte and said. I don't care about that. The reason for the power you mentioned, why does it have to be wind power, can't others? You solve this problem as soon as possible. When can it be solved, when will your life safety be guaranteed? Charlotte leaned back on the chair, tapped the armrest with one hand, and said. This makes these scientists sit on wax, and it will not work to reason with a pirate. However, after hearing what Charlotte said just now, many people's eyes lit up, and they seemed to have some thoughts in their hearts. I will arrange your laboratory for you, and I will give you half a year. If you can't solve the problem within half a year, then you can all feed the fish. Charlotte stood up, looked at all the scientists and said. Then he got up and walked towards the cabin. He still held the artificial green dragon fruit in his hand. After watching Charlotte leave, the remaining scientists looked at each other in blank dismay. Only Caesar Courant and Vin Smoke Gage stood there confidently with their heads held high. Charlotte brought the man-made devil fruit to the captain's cabin and put it in the safe, giving it to Caesar after his 8th birthday. This time the trip was successfully concluded, and Charlotte planned to go back. However, during this trip, Charlotte felt some shortcomings of the ship. The ship was too slow, and it would be easy to be overtaken, which made Charlotte's plan to go to the first half of the Great Voyage and the Four Seas temporarily put on hold. Once Charlotte goes there, I'm afraid it will be known to the Navy headquarters immediately. At that time, they will definitely send the highest combat power to hunt down Charlotte. After all, once Charlotte enters the first half of the Great Voyage in the Four Seas, the ghost knows what will happen to him. A Roger pirate group has already annoyed them so much that they even sent Garp to pursue it. If Charlotte enters, the Navy headquarters will definitely send 2 generals to pursue Charlotte in order to prevent the Roger pirates from happening again. It is still safe to deal with 1 Charlotte, but 2 Charlotte can only run away. At this time, a Clippers will show a different feeling. So Charlotte must prepare in advance. In other words, Charlotte will shrink back on Kame Island for a few more years. Just to lower the heat. After all, it has been less than 2 months since Charlotte went to sea, and the commotion is not small. First of all, he defeated the Green Pepper Cone, which is now hot with bare hands, and then attacked the secret stronghold of the world government. Even Charlotte estimated that the Navy headquarters had sent a general to hunt him down. I just don't know if it's Sengoku or Zifa. I don't even think about these things. There must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. No matter who he is, one's own strength is the most important reason for Charlotte to run rampant in the new world. Came to the training room. There are already a large number of people in the training room who have started to train their bodies. And Charlotte saw Barrett sweating in the training room at a glance. Charlotte walked beside him. Captain. Barrett stopped when he saw Charlotte. Come on. Let's compete. Charlotte sent an invitation to Barrett. Barrett will never refuse to discuss battles. Immediately put down the dumbbells in his hands, and walked to the ring with Charlotte. Both sides put on a posture. When the people around saw it, they gathered around and looked at the captain and the 9-year-old, 2-meter-high boy. There are all kinds of strange races in this world, and the height of some people has long been commonplace. So everyone didn't treat Barrett as an outsider. Chapter 166. No one would deliberately call Barrett a monster. At most they would just push Barrett up in terms of strength. Bring it on. Charlotte waved at Barrett and said. The two started fighting together. Charlotte didn't deliberately fight back, as if she was feeding a move. Every time Barrett attacks, he will block in advance, making Barrett's attack invalid. Just like that, the two fought against each other on stage for more than 2 hours, until Barrett collapsed from exhaustion. Charlotte came to Barrett to give him advice, and the best advice is to fight. I believe this battle should be of great help to Barrett. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed like this. Charlotte's boat was still floating in the sea, and it was still a long way from Kame Island. But today Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand with some surprise. Beast Pirates, Beast Kaido attacks Sengoku Admiral's fleet. Beast Kaido has a bounty of 7,000 million Baileys. Beast's Pirates fire Calamity Ember, offering a reward of 1,000 million Baileys. Plague Quinn, the 100 Beasts Pirates, has a bounty of 9,000 million Baileys. It seems that Kaido has come out. It should be Quinn who rescued him. Charlotte guessed. The last time I saw him in Punk Hazard's lab, Charlotte had no urge to kill him. I don't know why, but he still has a slight affection for Kaido, which should be the influence of his previous life. In the previous life, I always teased Kaido with 3 sticks and won 4 emperors, Supernova Collector, Teacher Kaido, and so on. Let Charlotte have no hostility towards Kaido. And in the future, Kaido will be needed to open the gate of Wano country. Is Kazuki Oden still alive? But Kazuki Oden can't die now. After all, without him, how can Roger find Ralph Drew? After Roger's death, that is, Kazuki Oden's death, of course there will be that disgusting Momonosuke. Come to Pirate World and not kill Momonosuke. Is it worthy of your identity as a time traveler? Do not. I want Momonosuke to not even have a chance to be born, and eliminate him from the source. Guan Yue sure seems to be very good, and the ability of Time Fruit is amazing. In recent years, Charlotte's mind has received a lot. Charlotte has never touched so many beauties on board, but it doesn't mean that Charlotte is a vegetarian, it's just that she has never thought about it. Just take advantage of this opportunity to transform the ship and communicate with a few more maids. Sow out your offspring as early as possible. Build an immortal family for thousands of years. Charlotte turned to another page of the newspaper. It's a message about yourself. The great swordsman Charlotte of the Rockefeller Pirates attacks the secret island of the world government. The bounty is 18 billion Bailey. Even the bounties of the pirate cadres under his command have increased a lot. Charlotte doesn't care too much about the bounty offered, as long as it is higher than the Red Earl. However, I haven't heard from him in the past 2 years, and I don't know where he is now and when he will challenge himself. He was looking forward to it. The last swordsmanship competition was forced to stop because his sword was broken. This is one of his few regrets. It has to be made up as soon as possible. And after the news of Beast Kaido spread across the sea, people all over the world immediately cursed. What is this group of Marines doing? Why is there another big pirate? Many people began to be disappointed with the Navy. After killing Locks, the Navy was extremely arrogant at that time, but after the pirate groups in the New World were established one after another, the naval advantage was reversed in an instant. Get overwhelmed by pirates popping up all over the sea. Even a big promotion from the Navy headquarters won't help much. On the contrary, there are more and more pirates, and pirates from all over the world have emerged to challenge the New World. An attack was launched towards the throne left by Nerox after his death. And Beast Kaido is also unlucky to say the least. While running with the 2 younger brothers who had just been accepted, encountered the oncoming Warring States again. Warring States was ordered to deal with Charlotte, but unexpectedly, Charlotte saw a giant dragon in the sky before he saw it. Big Buddha shockwave. Warring States didn't hesitate at all, just turned into a golden Buddha, and hit it with an impact palm. Kaido, who was flying in the sky, was caught in the face by a big golden palm in an instant without being able to prevent it. Let Kaido's entire dragon body bow up. Quinn in his hand was thrown out of his hand. If Jin hadn't caught it in time, Quinn might have fallen into the sea long ago. Warring States? Kaido looked at the people below in pain and wondered. Humph. Come down, pirate. The golden body of the great Buddha of the Warring States period spewed out 2 air masses, and his big palm slammed towards Kaido. Seeing Kaido floating in the air, his pupils shrank. Immediately it was a big dragon's mouth. Hot breath. As soon as Kaido spit out, a beam of flame light was sprayed out. The flames intersected with the giant golden palm. Kaido's flame lasted less than half a minute before being crushed horizontally by Sengoku's giant palm. Kaido opened his pupils when he saw it, and was instantly slapped on the face by a big golden palm. Ah! Kaido raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Kaido. Seeing this scene, Jin and Quinn were shocked. Leave me alone. Go. You go first. Kaido yelled at the 2 of them. Jin and Quinn were stunned after hearing this, and Jin also flapped his wings and did not move. What are you still doing here? Go away. I have a way to get out. Kaido yelled at the 2 of them. Yes. At the critical moment, Jin still chose to believe in Brother Kaido's decision, and flew in the opposite direction. Want to run? Did you ask me? Seeing that there were 2 little mice beside him, Zhongguo slapped him in the direction of Jin. Buddha palm impact. A big handprint rushed towards Jin. The boundless power made Jin unable to move. At the critical moment, Kaido gritted his teeth, and the huge dragon body rushed towards the palm print in front of Jin. He wanted to use his body to buy time for the 2 little brothers he had just accepted to escape. After seeing this scene, Jin instantly flew away with his wings. In a few flashes, it disappeared before the eyes of the Warring States. And Kaido also faced the big handprint of the Warring States period. Immediately, the blood scattered, the scales fell off, and a large area of seawater was stained with blood. But Kaido still held on. The recovery ability of the animal system is extremely powerful. When Sengoku saw Kaido blocking him, his expression sank. But don't forget that the purpose of the Warring States period is not Kaido but Charlotte. But now it is blocked by Kaido. In an instant, a golden shock erupted from Zhongguo's body. Overlord looked soaring into the sky. Since you are looking for death, then sink to the bottom of the sea for me. The Buddha's light shines. Golden light enveloped the entire sky. A huge shockwave came directly to Kaido. Chapter 167 Pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shurji instantly submerged Kaido's kilometer-long figure. The huge golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Wait until the light dissipates. The body of the Golden Buddha in the Warring States period stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the waves on the sea. Go. Hurry up to Punk Hazard. Sengoku looked at Kaido, who had disappeared, and said to the marine soldiers. He didn't have the slightest intention to check Kaido. Now his task is to go to Punk Hazard and stop Charlotte. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he was already late. Charlotte was gone long ago. Hateful. Warring States looked at the messy island and the empty port, and knew that he was late. Moses. I am. Warring States quickly reported to the other end of the phone bug, Admiral Steelbone Konghui. Sara at the Navy headquarters breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Vegapunk is fine there? You escort Vegapunk to Marie Joya, let's put Charlotte aside for now. Air said another order to Sengoku. Yes. Sengoku hung up the phone bug and stepped onto the warship. Above the warship was a man with a big head in white clothes and glasses. Dr. Vegapunk. We are going to escort you to Mary Joya, where we will have new arrangements for you. Sengoku stood in front of Vegapunk and said politely. The man in front of him is a friend of their Navy. I don't know how many inventions have been used on the Navy and how helpful they are. Woo ha 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 ha. Then let's go. We still have a lot of experiments that haven't been completed yet? Vegapunk said with a nonchalant smile. This made Sengoku breathe a sigh of relief. As a general, he still knows some inside information, and he is afraid that Vegapunk will embarrass him because of this. The warship quickly left Punk Hazard. A mess was left behind. And here a new reward order spread all over the world. It made Charlotte's reputation even louder. He is faintly hailed as the fourth legendary great pirate by the world. Jie ha 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 ha. What did this kid Charlotte do? He actually added a reward order. The Golden Lion Shurji sat on a throne made of gold and said while looking at the latest reward order. Boss Shurji, do you need to check? A discerning pirate immediately came up and asked. Go check it out. I don't believe that the Navy will continue to increase the bounty for Charlotte for no reason. According to this trend, I will soon catch up with Lao Tzu. Shirku is also a little curious about Charlotte's whereabouts in the recent period. During this period of time, the Warring States has been monitoring them, keeping them tied up. Now that the Warring States is gone, they can do a big job. Kami. Sailing to sea for more than 2 months, spend most of the time at sea. It took a day to sleep in the ancient town, and another day to fight with green peppers. Then the entire Punk Hazard was ransacked without any effort. It was so easy that Charlotte felt unreal. Since when is it so easy? At this moment, he just wanted to say something silently in his heart. I want to be chased by the general. Back to the island. Charlotte immediately asked Ivan, the housekeeper on the island, to leave a port easily, and he wanted to transform the ship. After a while of threats from Charlotte at sea, these scientists really came up with some plans. Charlotte glanced at it with some past life experience. After rejecting some proposals, 2 were finalized. One is to replace wind energy with electricity, which was proposed by Vin Smoke Gauge and Caesar Courant, and also designed the drawings, which satisfied Charlotte. Immediately hand over this matter to the 2 of them, and he can support whatever he wants. The other is actually manpower, similar to pedals, which can make the boat sail quickly with just a light step. Compared with other plans, after seeing Charlotte, this is still normal. Charlotte ordered the more than 40 people to start researching and transforming ships in these 2 directions. It's not like Charlotte didn't talk about the principle of using a steam engine, and even burned a hot water pot in front of them, using it as an example. But except for Vin Smoke Gauge and Caesar Courant, these scientists were all stunned. Only Gauge and Caesar looked thoughtful. But it's impossible for Charlotte to let the 2 of them study steamships. After all, the electric ship they proposed is much better than the steamship. And Charlotte has another plan, which is the Thunder Fruit of Sky Island. With the Thunder Fruit, he can have endless power. But all this is not in a hurry. The problem of the speed of the ship is still too serious. If Charlotte enters the first half of the Great Route, it will not be as easy as last time. He will definitely be chased by a general or even a general sent by the Navy headquarters. Without a fast ship, he is not going to go. It's too risky. After all, one careless move will imprison the city for decades. Charlotte doesn't want to gamble with her freedom. It is estimated that this is not a short time. During this period of time, Charlotte is planning to have a baby, and she wants to respond to the One Piece world by having more children and planting more trees. So Charlotte settled down on Kame Island. Zifa is the most depressed about Charlotte's settlement. Hastily rushed back from all over the world, chasing Charlotte. As a result, Charlotte plunged into her lair and let herself go for nothing. He also didn't dare to go deep into the depths of the new world. He can only catch some unlucky pirates who met him and go back to do business. Their navy and pirates now maintain a weird tacit understanding. It's okay to enter the new world, but at most it will be in the sea areas near the Red Earth continent. If they really enter the depths of the new world, those big pirates don't mind teaming up to hunt down the general. Locke's died, but the new world is still the new world of Locke's remnants. Whitebeard occupies the second half of the new world, and then Wang Jihun and Silver Axe occupy the vicinity of the Hive Island. These are pirate forces entrenched in the depths of the new world. Then there is Charlotte Lingling's Totland Sea area, and Kame Island where Charlotte is located are both located in the center of the new world. Charlotte Lingling's Totland was closer to the first half. In the first half of the new world, there is only the fierce man Shurji the Golden Lion. As soon as he went to sea, he took a fancy to the prosperous area in the first half, perfectly inherited Locke's will, and burned, killed and looted everywhere. They are frantically recruiting pirates from all over the world. Those pirates who enter the new world will die if they don't join after being targeted by Shurji. A man called the Pirate Admiral by pirates. A man who keeps an admiral on the lookout. The man who made all the kingdoms of the new world fear. He is flying pirates, Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. The bounty is 23 billion Bailey. Chapter 168 Acquaintances. Whoa, whoa. A huge figure reached out from the sea and climbed onto the shore. Cough cough. Kaido held his chest and couldn't help spitting out a big mouthful of blood. It hurts. Seeing the red patch on his chest, Kaido grinned. He was slapped into the sea by the warring states, and drifted with the current in the sea for 7 or 8 days before regaining some strength. Where is this place? Kaido looked up at the island. In the center of the island is actually a huge skull. It's like a huge head with a pair of huge horns. Kaido looked at the island and felt something in his heart, as if the island was destined to be with him in the dark. Kaido walked onto the island and looked around, as if someone had lived there, but he didn't see anyone on the island. I don't know where Jin and Quinn are. Hope they're okay? Kaido is worried about the safety of the 2 little brothers he just accepted. No, you have to find them. Kaido said, and then the figure changed, and immediately turned into a huge green dragon soaring in the air. Look for a direction and get ready to go. Sudden. Kaido sensed that there seemed to be movement below. The dragon's head is down, looking at a ship in the sea. Huh. It's actually a boat, and there are 2 acquaintances in it? Kaido rolled his eyes when he sensed it. Quickly flew in the direction of the ship. On the sea, a ship sails on the sea. The hateful Kazuki Sukiyaki actually declared us traitors, so we couldn't go back home. A wretched middle-aged man stood beside the boat and said with a fishing rod. Beside her was an old woman lying on a chair and wiping her lipstick with a small mirror. These 2 are exactly the siblings Heitan Muchan who betrayed Locks 2 years ago. They returned to Wano country in a hurry after getting the animal system, phantom beast species, snake fruit, and Yamata no Orochi form from rocks. I originally wanted to let the heirs of this generation of Heitan clan eat it so that they could become the daimyo of Wano country. It turned out that they were whimsical. If they hadn't escaped with their respective skills, they might have died in the hands of Kazuki Sukiyaki. Brother. Our mission to go to sea this time is to find foreign aid. Since the Guangyue clan is unreasonable, we don't have to be polite. There are many strong people on the sea. I can definitely find someone stronger than the Guangyue clan. Everything about us. Heitan Muchan looked at his younger brother Heitan Chanwan and said. It's my sister. But who are we looking for? The strong men we know are not easy. What if they get malicious and leave us? Heitan Chanwan said worriedly. Then we have to see who it is? At present, the only candidates I want are Charlotte Lingling and Charlotte. These 2 are not ambitious, and their strength is still very strong. If we want to find someone to cooperate with meet our requirements. Heitan Muchan analyzed. And Heitan Chanwan shrank his head immediately after hearing the word Charlotte. For Charlotte, he still had some shadows. He almost died that time. If Locks hadn't appeared to stop him, he might have died. Heitan Muchan glanced at his younger brother's terrified look and shook his head helplessly. Let's go to Charlotte Lingling's first. Tell her there are very delicious desserts here. As long as you help us take this island, we are willing to offer it to her every year. I believe she will not refuse. Heitan Muchan said confidently. Heitan Muchan had already figured out the thoughts of those cadres during the few years he stayed in the Rocks Pirates. Even if Whitebeard has interests, he will not help others to go against ruin. If the Golden Lion found out, they would definitely leave them behind and go directly to occupy them. If Charlotte Lingling gave her free desserts, she might still have a chance. As for Wang Ji and John Infu, Haiten and Muchan didn't even think about it. Greedy people will never be satisfied, and their strength is so poor. As for the last one, it was Charlotte. Based on her understanding of Charlotte and her usual style, she was not sure. She doesn't want to be as benevolent as Whitebeard, nor as ambitious as the Golden Lion, nor as greedy as Wang Jihan and Silver Axe. She doesn't know what Charlotte wants. So Haiten Muchan, who was uncertain, put him last. Just when the two siblings analyzed each other, a black shadow in the sky quickly enveloped their ships. Okay? What happened? The two were puzzled and looked up subconsciously. Dragon? Dragon. Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwen's eyes were about to pop out. Look at the dragon entrenched in the sky. Kaido looked down at the two, the corners of his mouth raised. The body fell down quickly. Not good. Hurry up. Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwan quickly slid the oars, but it was too late. The huge body fell down. But as the falling huge body slowly shrank in the air, until it turned into a human figure and fell on the deck. Bump. The whole ship was upside down. Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwan hugged the mast tightly. But don't forget that they are all capable. This endless sea, if you fall, you will not be able to get up. And there were only the two of them in the whole boat, and no one got off the boat. Kaido. A huge splash of water splashed, revealing the figure of the person who came. Long time no see Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwan. Kaido stood on the boat and looked down at the two of them. Kaido. Why are you here? Haiten Muchan breathed a sigh of relief, put down the mast and raised his head in doubt. Me? I fought with the warring states, failed, and ended up in this sea. Woo-woo. Kaido covered his eyes with his hands as he spoke, and big teardrops rolled down. Actually cry? Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwan looked at Kaido dumbfounded. When did Kaido become like this? Hasn't he been silent all the time? What happened to make such a stalwart man cry? Do you have any wine? Kaido suddenly stopped crying and looked at the two of them. Forehead. Suddenly being asked such a question, the two of them couldn't react. Huh? No? Then you don't need to exist. As he said that, his body swelled rapidly, scales emerged from his body, and his tail also stretched out from behind. The two siblings, Haiten Muchan and Haiten Chanwan who were watching, frowned. Yes. I'll give it to you right now. Haiten Chanwan immediately untied a hip flask from his waist and handed it to Kaido. That's right. Kaido immediately took the jug, and his body shrank rapidly. The jug is very small, and it doesn't work at all for Kaido, who is 8 or 9 meters tall. Haiten Muchan winked at Haiten Chanwan. Haiten Chanwan immediately understood and hurried into the cabin and brought out barrels of wine. Chapter 169 Alliance. Haiten Muchan sat on the boat and motioned for Kaido to sit too. Kaido also sat down. Kaido. I don't know if you are interested in doing something big. I have a plan here. Haiten Muchan poured Kaido a glass of wine and said. Kaido didn't speak directly, but just raised his head and drank the wine in the bowl, motioning for Haiten Chanwan to pour the wine. Speak. I listen. Kaido gulped down his drink. There is a country near here called Wano Country. This country is very special. It hardly communicates with the outside world, and the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The ruler is called the Kazuki family. Haiten Muchan opened the chatterbox and said in a tone full of temptation. There is a kind of ore in Wano Country. It is called Hylu stone. It is an extremely precious ore. You may not have heard of it, but its usefulness is beyond your imagination. It can invalidate the ability user. It is like falling into the lake in the sea. Haiten Muchan kept staring at Kaido's expression after saying this, wanting to see what Kaido's expression was. But after Kaido heard Haiten Muchan's words, he stopped drinking and looked at Haiten Muchan with wide eyes. Haiten Muchan was very satisfied with this reaction. Is Hylu stone really as magical as you say? Kaido stared at Haiten Muchan with his copper bell-like eyes. If she showed even a liar, he wouldn't mind killing their siblings. Of course. How could I lie to you with this? Think about it. If this thing gets out, it will be of great benefit. Haiten Muchan said casually. This made Kaido's breath stop suddenly. What's your purpose? Kaido doesn't believe that there will be a pie in the sky. My purpose? I'm from that Wano country. I want to cooperate with you, that is to help our heightened family win the control of Wano country and become the famous name of Wano country, and you will become Wano country. King Ming, the great general protecting the country, can get everything in Wano country. Heightened Muchan looked into Kaido's eyes and said, "Where is Wano country? Let's go now, I agree with your proposal." Kaido immediately stood up and said eagerly, "No hurry, no hurry. Wano country is not as simple as you think. Your strength is not enough to challenge Wano country." Heightened Muchan shook his head when he saw Kaido took the bait. "What do you mean?" Kaido asked with wide eyes. "Literally. Your strength is too weak, you can only die if you attack Wano country now. There are a lot of samurai in Wano country, oh. By the way, the name of samurai in the open sea is different, accurate it is said that there are many swordsmen in the Wano country, and there are even great swordsmen, are you sure that you alone are their opponents?" Heightened Muchan took a sip of the wine and asked indifferently. "Samurai? Swordsman? Great swordsman?" Kaido calmed down after hearing this. "I can understand your eagerness to get the Wano country, because I have been fighting for this dream all my life. After I found out that it would not work on my own, I planned to ask for foreign aid. Originally, my favorite object was Charlotte. Lingling, or Rockefeller Charlotte. But I didn't expect to meet you halfway. It made me change my mind." Heightened Muchan looked at Kaido and said, "You must at least have the strength of Charlotte Lingling and Rockefeller Charlotte to be able to challenge Wano country, and you also need very strong subordinates, otherwise you will not be able to rule Wano country alone." Heightened Muchan looked at Kaido and said. Kaido fell into deep thought after hearing this. He is quite clear about his own strength. His defensive power is strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. If the Sword Master and Great Sword Master are known for their attack power, their own defense may not be very strong. Counterkill is possible. Then why are you looking for me? Kaido picked up the jug and took a sip, and the excitement just now was gone. Why? Maybe we are destined? She didn't believe what Heightened Muchan said. Kaido just smiled too. Although we can't do it now, it doesn't mean in the future. If you want, I can wait. As long as the time is right, Wano country will be in my pocket. Heightened Muchan looked at Kaido and said. Kaido took a sip of his wine and mused in his head. There was a rare look of wisdom on his rough face. Okay. I agree. Kaido nodded, because he found that he seemed to have nothing to do, so he simply agreed, just look for something to do for himself. Hey ha 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 ha. Then let's drink this bowl of wine. Heightened Muchan raised the wine in his hand, and motioned for his younger brother Haitan Chanwen to also raise the wine. Kaido also raised his wine and drank it in one gulp. The alliance between the two came into effect. Kaido stood up after drinking the bowl of wine. I'm going to find my subordinates. There is an island in this area, which is very suitable as my base camp. If you find me in the future, you can go to that island. Kaido pointed to the island where he had been before and said. Heightened Muchan subconsciously looked over after hearing this. I saw a faint island in the sea, and there were 2 corners on the island. So it's that island? Yes. Heightened Muchan nodded. You know that island? Kaido asked Heightened Muchan as if he knew the island. Oni Island. It's also called Oni Island, and it's one of the few islands around Wano country. How could I, who came out of Wano country, not know about it? Heightened Muchan said with a smile. Onijima. Onijima. Woo-hoo-hoo. Kaido muttered, and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The body swelled violently. It quickly turned into a 1,000-meter-long green dragon entrenched in the air. Gudong. Heightened Muchan looked at Kaido in shock. This. Heightened Muchan was surprised and speechless. Before, I only saw the outline vaguely, but didn't see it clearly. Seeing it now is such a shock. If you find me in the future, go to Ghost Island. Kaido said in mid-air, swung his tail and flew towards the sky. Elder sister. After Kaido left, Heightened Muchan was still in shock. Heightened Shanmaru couldn't help shouting. Okay. Heightened Muchan came back to his senses. Sister. Is it really right for us to cooperate with Kaido? You must know that he is just an intern of the Rocks Pirates. In terms of status, he is not even as good as us. Heightened Chanwan is a little dissatisfied with his sister's cooperation with Kaido. Snapped. After hearing this, Heitan Muchan slapped Heitan Chanwan on the face. Sister. Why are you beating me? Heitan Chanwan looked at Heitan Muchan aggrievedly while covering his cheeks. Shut up your little thoughts. If Kaido really wants to kill us, it's easy. And what about the trainee? He's stronger than us and already qualified. Don't forget he's only in his 20s now, his future is still unknown. Chapter 170 Marco. Heitan Muchan's words were so sharp that Haitan Chanwan lowered his head. Let's go. We can't rely entirely on Kaido, we have to accumulate some strength. Heitan Muchan stood up and looked at the vast sea and said. Kaido wants to find his 2 little brothers. The fastest way is to raid several kingdoms and let the newspapers publish their positions. Kaido did the same. A kingdom was attacked, causing a large number of casualties. The kilometer-long dragon body razed a kingdom to the ground. A large number of casualties were caused, and even Kaido chose a kingdom that was a member of the world government in order to make the movement big enough. There was quite a lot of commotion. But he also managed to rendezvous with Jin and Quinn. But the price paid was that the world government was furious and issued a high bounty. From 700 million Baileys directly rose to the 7,000 million Baileys seen by Charlotte before. An increase of million Baileys. You must know that attacking a country that is a member of the world government is a matter of piercing the sky. For the safety of their own countries, the joining countries of the New World put pressure on the world government. And this time Kaido is not as simple as an attack. This is directly razed to the ground and completely destroyed the country. Let this country disappear into the vast ocean. In the past, pirates have attacked countries that are members of the world government, but they just grab one vote and leave. Who will kill the chicken to get the egg? Even the Golden Lion Shurji would not do such a thing. Don't look at Shurji going around to plunder the kingdom, but he didn't kill all of them, he only plundered property. If he took the initiative to hand over his wealth, Shurji would protect him. After all, he is the man who will be the king of the world. In short, the movement made by Kaido this time directly alarmed Wu Laoxing. Let the 5 old stars be furious, and then put pressure on Cyborg Kongqian to go to the New World to capture Kaido and execute him publicly. This gave Cyborg Kong a headache. Hastily gave Zifa a new name, went to chase Kaido, and brought him back. So Zifa has a new task. For Zifa, not being able to catch Charlotte was a pain in the ass. Since the last draw with Charlotte, he has been very unconvinced, always wanting to fight again, but he has never had a chance. I can only vent my anger on Kaido. Now the whole New World is in turmoil. Roger pirates wandered all over the world, so he wandered, but every time it would cause a lot of trouble, causing headaches for the Navy, the world government, and the kings. In the end, Garp could only be allowed to follow the Roger pirates, and now Garp is almost becoming the nanny of the Roger pirates. Every time the Roger pirates messed up, it was Garp who wiped their ass. Damn it. Roger. You still wait for me, I must push you into the city. Looking at the mess in the port, Garp stood on the port and yelled at Roger who had already run out to sea. And above Roger's head lay a red-haired child laughing. Carp. If you want to catch me, you are more than 10 years too early. Roger also laughed unceremoniously on the boat. Damn. Damn. Garp stood at the port, alive and kicking. Quick. Where's the boat? Get the boat out. Garp said to the adjutant. Vice Admiral Garp. Ship. The ship is on the island. The adjutant looked at Lieutenant General Garp with a black line on his head and said. Huh? Are you kidding me? Why is the boat on the island? Cap turned his head and said in a daze. Lieutenant General Cap, have you forgotten that you drove the boat to the island? Although the adjutant had a headache, he still said seriously. Al? Really? Garp was stunned and scratched his head with one hand. It seems that I really did it? Garp recalled. The people around me staggered. Naval hero. Naval hero. Naval hero. The surrounding shouts yelled around Garp. The people shouted excitedly. Because Garp's arrival drove away the Roger pirates, Garp is the hero of their entire island. Hearing the cheers from the people around him, Garp scratched his head and smiled again. Ha ha ha. Don't be like this, I will be proud. Garp's cheeks were flushed with a trace of shyness. Go. The old man will definitely catch Roger. Garp, who couldn't stand the cheers, ran away as if to flee. Lieutenant General Garp. The adjutant hurriedly followed after seeing it. With the cheers of the townspeople, Garp resisted the boat and continued to chase the Roger pirates. Just when Garp was chasing Roger all over the world like a mad dog. A big ship that looks like a white whale is sailing in the sea. Father. Look over there. There's a ship on fire at sea. One was lying on the side of the boat with a pineapple head pointing in one direction. Hula la 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 la. Marco falls into the sea carefully. Dad can't save you then? White-bearded Edward Newgate looked at Marco and said after hearing it. Then he walked to the side of the boat. Huh? Was this attacked by pirates? Whitebeard looked at the burning merchant ship ahead. Damn it. Dad, I can fly, how could I fall into the sea? Marco said with a displeased face after hearing what his father said. Hula la la la. There seems to be a child in that boat. Whitebeard smiled when he heard Marco's words, then seemed to perceive something, and frowned as he looked at the burning ship. Is anyone there? Then I'll go and see. When Marco heard that there was someone on board, he immediately spread his wings, and a pair of flaming wings appeared. Marco flapped his wings and flew towards the burning ship. Marco. Seeing that Marco flew over so recklessly, the others shouted. Even Whitebeard's face sank. Get the boat close. Cried Whitebeard. Yes. Dad. When the other crew members on the ship heard it, they immediately raised the sails and leaned over. After Marco flew over, the fire couldn't hurt him at all, and all the flames were extinguished after approaching Marco. Huh? It's actually a child. Marco murmured as he looked at a child in a tall hat who passed out on the deck. After that, without hesitation, he picked up the child and walked towards the deck. He picked up one child and another, but it was not so easy. Difficult to walk in this corridor full of flames. After seeing the deck again, Marco smiled. Hurry up. We'll be safe on deck. Marco hugged an 8 or 9-year-old child in his arms and walked outside with difficulty. Click. There was a noise in the hallway where Marco was, as if something had snapped. Marco looked up subconsciously. I saw that a horizontal bar on the ceiling of the corridor was actually broken. Not good. Marco instantly understood what had happened. If the crossbar is broken, both himself and this person will be buried in the boat, and they will surely die by then. Chapter 171 Whitebeard Pirates. Click. No. Marco looked at the falling crossbar in horror. Marco. The Moby Dick approached and saw this scene, and all the little devils looked at this scene in horror. Marco. Whitebeard also shrank his pupils, and hurriedly punched the ship. The huge impact was accompanied by the force of the vibration, which immediately extinguished the flames on the ship. The ship also disintegrated instantly. Of course, the crossbar on Marco's head was also blown away by the white beard. The tyrannical strength can be seen at a glance. What's more important is his ability to control. It didn't hurt Marco half a point. Marco closed his eyes subconsciously, but he didn't feel any pain. He only felt as if a gust of wind was blowing across his face. Dad. Marco opened his eyes, and saw the white-bearded father of the Moby Dick maintaining a punching motion. Hula la 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 la. Marco, come up. It's too dangerous there. Whitebeard looked at Marco's sluggish look and smiled. He didn't blame Marco for his rashness. After hearing this, Marco immediately threw the person in his hand onto the Moby Dick. Whitebeard immediately reached out to catch it, and caught the boy firmly. Marco also turned into a bird with flames and flew towards the ship. Marco, you are too reckless. Although Whitebeard didn't say anything, the other crew members on board did blame Marco. It really scared them all just now. Father. I'm sorry. Marco walked towards Whitebeard with his head down, and stood beside Whitebeard's legs with his head bowed, ready to be punished. Seeing this, Whitebeard put the child in his hand on the deck. A large hand is raised. Gently placed on Marco's back. Good boy. Don't apologize, it's Dad's fault. Didn't blow out the flames in the first place. Whitebeard hugged Marco's back and said softly. Dad. Marco looked at the gentle look of the white beard, and his eyes were filled with tears in an instant. No, Dad. You're too used to Marco. You can't do this. The crew members on the ship said dissatisfiedly that the old man had spared Marco again. Hula la 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 la. It's okay, I believe my little Marco will grow up and become sensible, and I believe you will forgive Marco, right? Whitebeard said with a smile without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Of course we are family. Said the surrounding crew. Hula la 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 la. Yes. We are family. Whitebeard also said with a smile. Dad. Everyone. Marco looked at everyone. Marco, aren't you moved to the point of crying? A group of people said with a smile when they saw Marco. Humph. I didn't. After Marco heard the ridicule from his companion, he immediately withdrew his previous emotion. Ha 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 ha. Everyone roared with laughter again. Eh. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, and saw the little boy who was unconscious before waking up. They almost forgot they had a baby. Ship doctor. Ship doctor. Come and see how the child is doing? Seeing the child in pain, Whitebeard immediately shouted. Here, Daddy. The ship's doctor immediately ran over with a medical kit. After checking for a while. Dad, he has absorbed too much smoke, he is choking, he will be fine soon. The ship doctor looked at Whitebeard and said. Row. Whitebeard smiled and nodded. Where is this place? Is there water? A hoarse voice sounded. Father. Does he seem to be awake? Said the child who looked after him. Really? Let me take a look. Whitebeard came over. What's your name, child? Why are you here? Whitebeard looked at the child and said gently. Father, you are too mean, aren't you? You always ask these questions. After hearing Whitebeard's question, the little kids around laughed. Hoo la 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 la. Do you want to ask me? Brat. Whitebeard didn't care about the children's ridicule. Is there water? On deck, the thin body spoke with difficulty. Daddy, he seems to want to drink water. Jaws brings him a bowl of water. Whitebeard said to the child who was looking after the little boy. Good old man. Xiaozi hurriedly untied the water bottle on his waist and put it into the little boy's mouth. And after the water entered the little boy's mouth. The little boy was like a long drought like rain, drinking water frantically, and after a while the water in the kettle was all gone. Belch. The little boy burped. What's your name, kid? Standing in front of the little boy, Baihu said softly. The little boy was a little dumbfounded looking at this giant-like figure. Me? My name is Vista. Little boy, no, said Vista. Vista? Good name. Why are you here, have you been attacked? Whitebeard asked with kindness in his eyes. Vista stared blankly at the giant. I was attacked by pirates, and a group of pirates suddenly appeared. My father was buried in the sea of fire to protect the merchant ship and fight with the pirates, leaving me alone, woohoo. Vista said this and cried sadly. His father was gone, and he was an orphan. After hearing what happened to Bistad, everyone shut their mouths, and no one was joking. Even Whitebeard put away his smile and revealed a look of pain. Seeing the crying of the child in front of him, Whitebeard's heart ached. What will my child do with me in the future? I will protect you. Forever. Baibeard looked at Vista, stretched out his hand and looked at Vista lovingly. Vista looked at Whitebeard with red and swollen eyes. Will you protect me? Vista looked at Whitebeard and said. Of course. I will protect it. All my family members, join our Whitebeard pirates. Be my son. From now on, I will carry my name and walk on the sea. Whitebeard stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Vista. Vista looked at the big hand in front of him. He timidly put his hand on Whitebeard's. Whitebeard pulled Vista up. You will be my son from now on. Whitebeard said with a smile. Old. Father. Vista is not used to it, the father just died, and another father came. Hoo-la la 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 la. The children are preparing for the banquet. Let's welcome Vista to join us. Whitebeard took Vista's hand and said to everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh. Welcome Vista. Have a banquet. All the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted excitedly. Everyone jumped up. Marco walks up to Vista. Hey. Brother. I saved you just now. Marco leaned on Vista's shoulder and said with a smile. Thank you. Vista looked at the pineapple head in front of him and subconsciously thanked him. Chapter 172 Flying Pirates. Marco. Stop bragging. Daddy saved you. Ha 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 ha. The crew on the side looked at Marco's appearance and ruthlessly dismantled him. What? If I hadn't rushed into the flames, Vista would have been buried in the flames. Marco looked at the man and retorted. Slightly. If you don't listen, you don't listen. The crew quickly ran away, heading for the banquet. Go. Let's go to the banquet too. Marco pulled Vista and said. The bonfire was raised, and all kinds of food were brought up. Everyone sat around the bonfire, talking and laughing while eating. Whitebeard sat in the middle of the crowd, and the smile on his face never stopped. The banquet continued into the evening. Everyone was lying on the deck full of food and drink. Whitebeard is also sitting on the deck with a jug of wine and looking at the stars in the sky. Dad. Vista came over. It's Vista. Is there anything you can do with Dad? Whitebeard asked with a smile after seeing that it was Vista. Father. I want revenge. The pirate group that ruined my family will be punished. Vista said that his eyes were full of hatred. Whitebeard looked at Vista silently after taking a sip of wine. Father. Will you help me? Vista stood in front of Whitebeard and said cautiously. Even if Whitebeard is sitting, he is much taller than Vista standing. The huge sense of oppression made Vista uneasy. Do you remember what that pirate looked like? Whitebeard suddenly spoke. This surprised Vista's restless heart in an instant. Father. Will you help me? Vista asked in surprise. Hula la 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 la. You are my son. There is no reason for a father not to help his son. Whitebeard said with a smile after taking a sip of wine. Father. I don't know what the pirates who killed my father looked like, but I know the pirate flag of that pirate, so I'll draw it for you. Vista was a little anxious, and quickly found something that could draw on the deck, and gave it to Whitebeard. Looking at the pirate flag above, Whitebeard fell silent. It turned out to be the pirate group under the command of Golden Lion Shueisha. But, since he dared to hurt his family, he must prepare for war. Hula la la la. Vista, don't worry. Dad will definitely bring this murderer to you. Whitebeard looked at Vista with a smile and said. Thank you, Daddy. Unbeknownst to Vista, a war will break out for his request. A ship sails on the sea. Wow, ha 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 ha. Captain. We caught a fat sheep today? I didn't expect that merchant ship to have so much cargo. The pirates on board are having a banquet around today's plunder. Woo ha 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 ha. I didn't expect this dilapidated second half of the merchant ship to be so fat. The captain smiled and picked up the wine glass and drank. Captain. If you say we do this, Boss Shueisha won't have any objections. You must know that this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Will something happen to our unscrupulous plunder? Just as everyone was having a banquet, an inappropriate word was uttered worryingly. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. They are no strangers to Whitebeard, he is a big man named after their captain. Everyone dared not speak when they heard this. Seeing a good atmosphere, it was lost like this. The captain yelled with alcohol. What are you afraid of? We are under the command of the flying pirates, will Whitebeard go to war with our flying pirates for a merchant ship? It seemed that this sentence gave him a little courage. Sooner or later, I will take the head of Whitebeard's neck. The captain stood on the deck and said loudly. Everyone was shocked by the captain's words. Ha 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 ha. That's right. What is the Whitebeard? A guy who only stays in the second half of the New World is not even as good as Charlotte. He doesn't deserve to be compared with Boss Shueisha. Drink. Keep drinking. Everyone raised their glasses with pride. A floating archipelago. The Golden Lion sat in the hall, unaware that his men had caused him a big trouble. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Not bad. During this period of time, the Navy was restrained by that kid Charlotte. Without the obstruction of the Navy, we made a lot of money this time. Shueisha was in the center of the hall, looking satisfied with the income reported by his subordinates. But then he clicked twice. It's a pity. This kid Charlotte has retracted again, and the good days of our flying pirates are coming to an end. Shueisha knew without thinking that the Navy would definitely stop after seeing Charlotte return to Kame Island, and their attention must be focused on him by then. Boss Shueisha. Now we have nearly, pirates, what is the Navy? This pirate was obviously drunk, or it might be because the past 2 months have gone too smoothly and become arrogant. Ha 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 ha. That's right. What is the Navy? The New World is the world of pirates. Shueisha laughed when he heard his younger brother's flattery. Prepare. Prepare. Shrink the team and deal with the possible revenge from the Navy. Although Shueisha said so, it doesn't mean that he really doesn't take the Navy seriously. I caused such a big movement by myself, threatening many countries that joined the world government. The Navy will never let itself go so easily. Even if you don't do anything, you have to put on a show, otherwise what will the world government do if you want to return the prestige of the Navy? It's the Admiral. The surrounding pirates shouted in unison. Then he continued to drink. Shirko looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the picture of Charlotte on the newspaper came into view. Charlotte. Why don't you want to help me? Shirji never gave up his desire for Charlotte, but as time went by and the team grew, he yearned for Charlotte even more. In his opinion, as long as Charlotte joins him, he will not be afraid even if it is besieged by the Navy. He can even do things that even Locks can't do, and completely drive the Navy out of the New World. Shirko's thoughts, Charlotte does not know. Now Charlotte is leisurely checking her territory, Kame Island. After several transformations by Charlotte, the original habitable area only occupied 90% of Kame Island, and the remaining % were either mountains or mountains. However, after Charlotte smashed the mountains before and filled the mountains, the usable area now reaches 30%. After a year of development, the 30% is gradually not enough. A large number of immigrants, as well as the settlement of various forces, successfully made the town of Charlotte, which had only more than 1,000 people before crossing, to nearly 30 now. And this number is increasing at a rate of every month. People from the first half of the New World frantically flocked to this island. Especially in the past 2 months, the number of people has increased exponentially. Chapter 173 Land Reclamation. The arrival of these people gave the island a lot of vitality and made it more prosperous. Now Charlotte will continue to go to the back mountain to start practicing boxing, and blow up one after another by the way. Bang! Armed color domineering covered her hands, domineering color domineering wrapped around her arms, and red and green lightning flickered all over Charlotte. With one punch, a 1,000-meter-high mountain collapsed with a bang. The whole island was trembling. Outer ports. A burst of violent fluctuations hit. Everyone fell to the ground in panic. What's going on? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? A group of foreign businessmen felt the vibration under their feet and shouted in panic. The surrounding townspeople glanced at it and continued lying on the ground without moving. Wait until the shock wave is over before standing up. Don't make a fuss. This is normal. It is estimated that Lord Charlotte is practicing boxing again. Just get used to it. The uncle at the side took out a cigarette and lit it, and said calmly after a few puffs. Charlotte? Are you talking about the pirate Charlotte? The merchants who had just arrived obviously didn't understand the rules very well, and they called Charlotte by name directly on Kame Island. Bastard. Who do you call a pirate? Lord Charlotte is a very good person. He is warm, gentle, and never fights with others. The so-called pirate is just imposed on him by the Navy. The people around immediately refuted the merchant. Forehead. Seeing the reaction of the people around him was so great, the merchant also closed his mouth wisely. You just said that your Lord Charlotte is practicing boxing. What are you doing? The merchant tactfully changed the subject. Practicing boxing, how else can I practice? Of course it is a punch that blows up the mountain. The uncle said contemptuously with a face like you have never seen the world. Break the mountain with one punch? The merchant looked at the uncle in bewilderment. Look there. The uncle knocked on the soot and pointed to the huge smoke rising deep in the island. Did you see that? That's where our Lord Charlotte practices boxing. At the back of the town, there was originally a big mountain standing upright behind it, but it suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Only large clouds of dust rise. Another mountain has been leveled. Yeah. This should be the 6th mountain that the island owner raised. He raised it faster than we can clear it. Yeah. Damn Charlotte. It's really disgusting to let the captain of the pirates dig stones here. A group of people in rags with ankle chains, holding shovels and chisels in their hands, shouted angrily. Shut up. Scumbags. Hurry up and get up and work for me, and clean up all these rubble. Shouted a young man with a whip in his hand. These people were all pirates caught by Charlotte on Kame Island this year. These pirates all came for Charlotte's head and the island's wealth. Charlotte will not be merciful to these people. After being caught, she will let them work as coolies to clean up this mountain for them. Today, there are nearly 2,000 pirates caught on the island. These people are guarded by members of the Wild Wolf Gang and let them work. The person in charge is Wolf, captain of the 2nd team. Every time Charlotte shatters a mountain, these people are responsible for cleaning up the gravel and filling it into some potholes in the island, or filling it into the sea before. Come to a reclamation project. Kame Island will definitely be Charlotte's base camp in the future, and Charlotte has great hopes for it on this island. The island must be built with care. Wolf stood aside watching Charlotte's figure descending from the sky. His eyes were full of fanaticism. Breaking a 1,000-meter mountain with one punch is not something anyone can do. Captain. Here. Like a housekeeper, Wolf handed Charlotte a towel. Charlotte didn't sweat, but a lot of dust stuck to her face. Charlotte wiped it carelessly and returned it to Wolf. Then he looked at the group of pirates doing coolies. These pirates didn't make trouble, did they? Charlotte looked at Wolf and asked. No. This group of people have long been intimidated by your power, Captain, and dare not make any resistance. Wolf shook his head and looked at the group of people with disdain. That's good. But don't take it lightly. No one who can go to sea to be a pirate can be quiet, so be careful. Charlotte asked, after all, there are nearly 2,000 pirates here. If they are allowed to escape, the loss to the island must be very great. Yes. I will tell the guards. Wolf nodded. Well. If you don't have enough manpower, you can talk to Carter and ask him to take the boat out to sea and give you some more manpower. What Charlotte said made Wolf's eyes light up. He is short of manpower, and with Charlotte's instructions, he can increase some manpower. The 2,000 people may seem like a lot, but the effect is still too little, and the cleaning is very slow. After all, it is conceivable that they all rely on the efficiency of primitive tools. Good Captain. Wolf returned. Well. I'll leave it to you here. I'm going back. Charlotte didn't smash the mountain too much, otherwise he was really afraid that if he was not careful, the island would be smashed to pieces by himself. I believe that Charlotte has this strength. Return to Charlotte's base camp. A very large camp appeared in front of Charlotte. Charlotte's men basically stay here. Even the scientists that Charlotte snatched are doing experiments here. When I came to the camp, I saw Barrett mixed with Caesar Courant. Hey. What are you doing? Charlotte came to the two and asked. The sudden sound startled both of them. Captain. Barrett yelled respectfully when he saw Charlotte. Mr. Charlotte. Caesar Courant also suppressed his panic and let out a cry. Charlotte nodded. What are you doing? Charlotte looked at a large piece of something that looked like a high-tech thing in front of her and asked. Captain. We are experimenting with submarines. Because of my fusion fruit, it can perfectly solve the problem of the sealing of submarines. I am cooperating with Mr. Courant in the experiment. Barrett said straightforwardly. Exactly. Caesar Courant also said hurriedly. Charlotte looked at the submarine and stroked her chin. Not bad. If you can really make it, I will definitely reward you a lot, do it well. Charlotte patted Caesar Courant on the shoulder and said. Yes, yes, yes. Caesar Courant still has a lot of interest in Charlotte, and he responded cautiously. Well. You are busy. I will continue to look. After saying something, Charlotte turned around and looked elsewhere. He first came to the place where the group of scientists walked. A group of people were discussing with their respective drawings. After knowing the knowledge of these people, Charlotte will not waste their talents. Chapter 174 Lack of Money. Charlotte proposed to let them design the blueprints by themselves. As long as Charlotte has a look and thinks it is feasible, he can fully support his experiment. After the announcement of this news, it immediately attracted a sensation from these scientists. As a scientist, what they want most is research funding. Why would they join the world government? It is true that there may be threatening factors here, but it is more about getting some research funding from the world government. I didn't expect to be treated like this in the hands of the pirates. This gave all scientists a new look, and many people broke out to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, studying things that they wanted to study before, but they had been suffering from lack of funds to study. A lot of blueprints were designed by them, and it can be said that they can be made as long as they follow the blueprints. But there are also some that only exist in theory. After reading the hundreds of submitted drawings and theories, Charlotte felt a headache. A lot of what Charlotte wanted. These more than 40 scientists include biology, mechanics, electronics, chemistry, and so on. Almost all mainstream science is what they are good at now. After thinking about it, Charlotte was right. If they can help Vegapunk, even if their knowledge is not as good as Vegapunk, they will still be better than average. How can ordinary scientists keep up with the brain that has surpassed the world for 500 years? So Charlotte may have really picked up the treasure this time. For my decision to go to Punk Hazard, I was really smart. Looking at the design drawings, Charlotte is painful and happy. The painful thing is that so many things need to be invented, and the funds for this will definitely not be small. I don't know how long I can last from the Valley of the Gods and my previous savings. It seems that the trip to the empty island is about to speed up. Thinking of this, Charlotte walked towards the ship. Charlotte's Poseidon was also lying in the ship. There are already a large number of boatmen dismantling the hull. Vin Smoke Gauge stood beside the ship with his helmet on, looking at the blueprint in his hand. Now the transformation of the ship, Charlotte, is handed over to Vin Smoke Gauge. Vin Smoke Gauge was very reluctant at first. Even with Charlotte's sword on his neck, although he agreed, he was still doing foreign work. This made Charlotte very dissatisfied. Knowing that threats may not work, a condition was put forward. The content of the condition is that Vin Smoke Gauge will build a ship for the Rockefeller pirates that does not need sail power, and this ship is faster than all ships on the sea, at least faster than the ships currently in service in the Navy. Just be fast. If only Vin Smoke Gauge could build such a ship, Charlotte would set him free. Just when Charlotte thought Vin Smoke Gauge would refuse. After all, this request is impossible in the eyes of many people. But Vin Smoke Gauge agreed without hesitation. Said that as long as he is given 3 to 5 years, he can build the fastest ship in the world for Charlotte. This made Charlotte put all her hopes on him. As long as he needs something, Charlotte will support him immediately. Now it's time to dismantle the ship. Gauge. Has the ship been designed with blueprints? Charlotte came to Gauge and asked. Mr. Charlotte. The general idea is already in place. Use electricity instead of wind power. Now the only limitation is the lack of electricity. But I have thought of another way, which is to use solar energy to convert electricity and store it to maintain the consumption of the ship's movement. Vin Smoke Gauge looked at Charlotte and said. Gauge's words made Charlotte's eyes brighten. Charlotte is not worried about electricity at all. If there is a thunderous fruit, he will lack electricity. But I didn't expect that Gauge had already considered him. That's great, knowing how to consider for the boss is the most basic requirement for an employee. A smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Okay. As long as you can make it well. I will agree to all your requests and set you free. Charlotte laughed. Then thank you, Mr. Charlotte. Vin Smoke Gauge, who was wearing a helmet, also bowed his head slightly, and made a noble salute. But the moment he bowed his head, the humiliation in his eyes flashed away. Not even Charlotte. Seeing the ship being dismantled little by little, Charlotte still felt a little distressed. What, 5 years wasted? You must know that it took Charlotte 5 years to build this big ship. Unexpectedly, the ship would be dismantled 2 months after it was completed, and the 5-year construction was wasted. No more, looking at it again, my heart hurts even more. Charlotte changed hands and left, leaving this sad place. Tons of stuff to research, these all need money. I don't know if Charlotte's tens of billions of funds can last until he builds the ship. Otherwise, they can only go to sea and continue to do their old jobs. But in today's new world, what oil and water is there to fish for? If you want to make a big profit, it is estimated that there is no one in the whole new world. And many more. Charlotte suddenly thought of someone. That is John, and John's treasure has caused quite a stir in later generations. After getting the treasure map of John in Luffy's hands, the 4 Emperor Bucky immediately set up a Bucky Express. One can imagine how huge it is compared to the treasure. Can I cut him off myself? Charlotte thought in her heart. Now John is entrenched in Locke's lair, which is Hive Island. Wang Ji and Yin Fu were also there, and the 3 of them obviously teamed up. Otherwise, we won't be together. It is not easy to hit their minds. Hey. So annoying. Charlotte sighed. Don't think that Charlotte thought of John and the others. Charlotte can guarantee that as long as she goes straight to John's silver axe, even if she kills them in the end. I can't swallow the treasure by myself. Do you think Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate the Whitebeard are fools, will let you steal the treasure? Moreover, although John's team is not as large as Shueisha's, there are still about people. But did John plunder frequently, and how did he feed these pirates? He must have obtained Locke's treasure. There must be countless people staring at this treasure, but no one jumped out. What if I accidentally become someone else's wedding dress? So that's why no one did it. It seems that we can only do business honestly. First, we can take out some things that can be realized in our minds, but we can't take them out now. Charlotte planned. In fact, if Charlotte does business, she definitely has inherent advantages. Kame Island is his biggest advantage. The bustling port holds merchant ships from all over the world. These merchant ships lead to the whole world, and it is very easy to dump goods. What's the best thing to sell? Charlotte thought. Suddenly there was a flash of inspiration in my mind. What business makes more money than a warmonger? Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 175 The Golden Lion's Sword points at Whitebeard. Weapons are always the best sellers. But if she wanted to sell some conventional weapons, Charlotte would definitely not be able to compete with local forces. Even if he is powerful, it won't work. It seems that it needs to involve some conventional weapons from the previous life. We have it. That's it. Charlotte suddenly remembered a weapon, the Mosin Nagant rifle, a very well-known rifle in her previous life. Almost every well-known war has his presence. A mercenary who has been a mercenary for so many years in his previous life can be regarded as a half-arms enthusiast. He has seen such old antiques before. The Mosin Nagant rifle is a manually operated rifle with a rotating back pull bolt action and integral magazine-style feeding. It is the first smokeless propellant burst rifle adopted by the Tsarist Russian army. The length of the gun is 1020 millimeters. It weighs 3.9 kilograms and has a magazine capacity of 5 bullets, 1 in the chamber. The gun has good shooting accuracy and stable performance. Charlotte chose him because this gun has a wide range of uses, and it shouldn't be too bad to sell. It's not that Charlotte didn't think about directly producing machine guns in one step, but after thinking about it, the advent of machine guns will definitely change the direction of war in this world. At that time, firepower is really king. Good decision. Charlotte picked up a pen and paper to draw a sketch. Then leave it to Caesar Courant to solve it. Although Caesar Courant is young, Charlotte has already seen his essence clearly. He is a weapon enthusiast who likes to invent weapons of mass destruction. This pleased Charlotte. As a pirate, his future will definitely be synonymous with war. Having a powerful weapon as a reliance is also his future plan. Even a dynamite rock can shock the world government and the Navy 3 times, and Charlotte still has countless weapons that are more powerful than the dynamite rock in her mind. Although he doesn't know the specific production method, some principles are still clear. Charlotte believed that Caesar Courant would not let him down. The blueprint was handed over to Caesar Courant, and Charlotte was relieved after getting the guarantee that it could be made in 3 days. Today's Charlotte is quite boring, strolling around the island every day. Having a baby with my own woman at night is very busy. Pain and joy. Captain. Something big happened. Captain. Something big happened outside. Carter came back from the sea, holding a newspaper in his hand and shouting. Before entering the villa, Charlotte ran out from the villa. What happened? Charlotte came to the yard and asked. That's bad, Captain. The Golden Lion Sky is going to war with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Carter said out of breath. What? Charlotte immediately picked up the newspaper in Carter's hand and took a closer look. Flying pirates' swords at Whitebeard pirates. Look at the headlines in this newspaper. Is Shueisha crazy? He dares to provoke the Whitebeard pirates after being stared at by the admiral. Charlotte looked at the report and said in shock and anger. If you want to say that the last thing you want to break the situation is Charlotte. With the Golden Lion Shueisha standing in front of him, Charlotte's little life is unbelievably beautiful. Now this peaceful situation is broken, and this new world is about to be turbulent again. Prepare a boat. Go to sea. Charlotte immediately made up her mind. He had to go, he wanted to prevent the Navy from getting into trouble. Navy headquarters. Call all senior naval officers to the Marshal's office for a meeting. Admiral Steelbone Kong looked at the newspaper in his hand and said immediately. After Kong's order spread, the high-level generals who were still in the Navy headquarters walked into the Marshal's office one after another. Admiral Zifa, Navy Chief of Staff Crane, and 8 elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters. You've all read the latest newspapers. This time, the conflict between the Golden Lion Shueisha and the Whitebeard Edward Newgate is the best opportunity for our Navy to intervene in the New World, and it is also the best opportunity for us to regain the initiative in the New World. Steel Gu Kong clenched his fists and looked at the crowd, his face flushed. Whether Rox took the New World from the Navy, or during his tenure in Cyborg Sara, was a stain on his life. Kong has been thinking about how to take back the New World from the pirates all the time, and now the opportunity is in front of him. The 2 largest pirate groups in the New World are launching a war. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? Marshal, please order. Many senior Navy generals straightened their backs and said. I command. The team led by Sengoku Zifa, supplemented by 8 of your elite lieutenant generals from the Navy headquarters, will lead 10 warships into the New World, and let me wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates in one fell swoop. Fly the flag of the Navy. Marshal Kong ordered. Yes. Everyone who was called stood up and replied loudly. Crane. Let Carp come back. He has been on leave for 2 months. Let him come back to take charge of the first half of the Great Route. Don't let anyone with a heart take advantage of it. As the basic board, the Four Seas also has the first half of the Great Route. Kong will not let there be troubles here. The name of a naval hero is enough to calm most pirates. Yes. Crane nodded. Go down and get ready. Remember that you must wait until the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates fight together and lose both sides before you can attack. Sara looked at Zifa and warned. Yes. Zifa replied with a serious expression. Warring States is now sitting in the New World. Garp has gone back to the East China Sea to see his son, and now the only one who can fight in the Navy headquarters is Zifa. As for Empty, the headquarters of the Navy must have a high-level combat force in charge. He cannot leave the Navy headquarters at will. Immediately after the meeting, Crane took out his phone bug and called Carp. Blue blue. Click. Moses. Carp, your vacation is over, hurry back to the Navy headquarters, something big has happened in the New World. He said anxiously. Go at Kingdom Windmill Village. Cap was lying on a beach chair in a floral shirt, drinking coconut juice and eating donuts. It's so uncomfortable. But beside Carp, there was a hard-working figure practicing boxing by the sea. Dorag, use your strength. Use your strength. You are the strongest sailor in the future. You are too weak, but no one will be convinced. Cap urges over and over the donut. Damn old man. Drago gritted his teeth and swung his fists towards the big rocks by the beach. With every punch, traces of blood will be left on the stone. But Garp still didn't let him stop. Suddenly the phone that was placed aside rang, and Carp picked it up. Moses. Carp, your vacation is over, hurry back to the Navy headquarters, something big has happened in the New World. Crane's voice came from the phone bug. What? The vacation is over, isn't there still 5 days left? Garp's first reaction when he heard about the accident in the New World was not what happened to the New World, but his own vacation. Crane, who was sitting in the office, raised his forehead speechlessly after hearing Carp's indiscriminate words. Chapter 176. Never mind if it's been 5 days. I've already notified the nearby naval branch. Their ships have already set off. You should hurry back to the naval headquarters. I'm not kidding anymore. Click. After Crane finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Garp looked at the phone bug in his hand, dumbfounded. His vacation ended so early? Garp only felt a bolt of lightning strike from above his head. The donut in his hand was no longer fragrant, and he immediately lay down on the beach chair without love. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. A newspaper was stuck to Cap's face. Garp picked it up subconsciously and looked at it. Flying Pirates swords at Whitebeard pirates. Bastard. Why did these pirates make trouble when I was on vacation? Garp immediately went crazy when he saw the news above. And Drago stood aside secretly laughing in his heart. The devil is finally leaving, marvelous. Drago has already begun to fantasize about his happy life after his father left. Dorag. Who told you to stop? A shoe sole was thrown towards Drago, who was fantasizing. Ah. It hurts. A slipper stuck to his face, and the painful Dorag burst into tears. Humph. You know how to be lazy at such a young age. No, you have to go to the Navy headquarters with me, and I want to personally watch you become the strongest sailor. Garp stood up and grabbed Drago, who was trying to escape. Ha. This old man must train you to be the strongest sea soldier. Garp smiled and grabbed Drago and walked towards the port. A warship with a dog's head is docked on the shore in the port. Cap jumped on it. Let's go. Let's go to the Navy headquarters. Garp said to the crew on the ship. Then throw Dorag on the deck. Drago looked dumbfounded at the small village that was getting farther and farther away from him. New World. Bista. Do it. Avenge your father. Whitebeard stood on the Moby Dick, looked at the group of pirates below and said. No. Don't. I am a member of the Flying Pirates, you can't kill me, do you want to cause a battle between the two pirates? The pirate captain was trembling crazily, shouting all the time. Vista glanced at Whitebeard. After seeing it, Whitebeard certainly understood what it meant. Let's do it, Bista. Dad will take care of something for you. Whitebeard looked at Bistam with a smile and said. Vista turned his head to look at these pirates after hearing this, and no one could hide the ferocity in his eyes. It was because of him that his family was ruined, if it wasn't for the father to take him in. Vista glanced at Whitebeard gratefully, and then raised the western sword in his hand high. The captain of the pirate group who was beaten and disabled had no power to resist. Watching the long sword fall helplessly. Whoosh. Puff. The sound of the long sword piercing into the flesh sounded. The pirate captain murmured in pain and wanted to say something but couldn't say it. A lot of blood spurted out from the wound. Vista drew out his long sword silently, and stabbed at the remaining few people one by one. Every sword is brought out by a bloodflower. All the crew members around were silently watching a teenager's revenge. After killing everyone, Vista dropped the sword. Turning around and looking at Whitebeard, he knelt down on both knees. Dad. Vista knelt in front of Whitebeard and shouted. The eyes are 3 parts sad, 3 parts relieved, and 4 parts grateful. Vista was convinced by the old man's call. Kula la 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 la. Silly boy, what are you doing? Is there anything wrong with Daddy helping his own child? Whitebeard looked at Vista and said with a smile in his eyes as he helped Vista up. Thank you, Dad. Vista looked at Whitebeard with tears in his eyes, and his gratitude in his heart was beyond words. Kula la la la. Children. Let's have a party. Celebrate the revenge of Vesta. Whitebeard looked at everyone with a smile and said. Oh. Have a party. Everyone jumped up. Father. I think you brought it up because you wanted to drink? Marco stood up and said. Kula la 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 la. How can you say anything about your father? Am I such a person, father? Whitebeard hurriedly nodded. Suddenly. Blue. A phone rings. Everyone was silent, and everyone looked at the corpses. Bista reacted quickly, immediately found the ringing phone bug from its captain. Everyone held their breath after seeing the phone bug. Bring me Vista. Whitebeard Bista beckoned. Dad? Bista looked at his father and said. The meaning in the eyes is obvious, don't let the old man pick it up. No ink stains. To be a man, you have to be brave, don't be afraid. Dad will protect you. Whitebeard takes the phone bug from Vista. Click. Moses. Whitebeard answered. On the other side, he was stunned when he heard the unfamiliar voice. Where's O'Neill? A calm voice sounded. Dead. Killed by me. Whitebeard said bluntly. What? Who are you? Report the person who dares to kill my flying pirates. After hearing what Whitebeard said, the person opposite was obviously taken aback, and then said angrily. No one has ever dared to provoke the flying pirates. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. If you want to go to war, let Ski clean your neck and come here. Whitebeard hung up the phone after finishing speaking. And the other side of the phone bug. Which newcomer is Edward Newgate Whitebeard? The steady voice was a little puzzled, as if he had never heard of a newcomer named Edward Newgate with white beard. Halfway through the thought, a flash of inspiration flashed, and he reacted instantly. Isn't Whitebeard Edward Newgate the same name as his own captain? It's not good. Something is wrong with the captain. The little boy quickly ran towards the hall with the phone bug. Bang. A sword light cut out. Wiping my younger brother's scalp and passing by. Asshole. I'm fine with you, Captain. The Golden Lion cursed loudly. No. Something is wrong with the captain. The Whitebeard pirates killed a pirate group under our flying pirates, and their tone was very arrogant, telling the captain to wash your neck and wait for death. The younger brother raised the phone bug and shouted at Shueisha. What? Are you sure you're not joking? Shueisha looked at his younger brother in disbelief. He was very suspicious that his younger brother was trying to sow discord, if he didn't give a plausible reason. He was absolutely going to kill him as a spy. Captain. I just followed your instructions and called the captains of the various fleets. When I called O'Neill, it was not O'Neill who answered the phone, but Whitebeard was answering the phone. He said arrogantly that O'Neill was killed by him. If you have an opinion, wash your neck and come to him. The younger brother explained in a straightforward manner, not seeing Shueisha's increasingly gloomy face at all. Chapter 177 The Restlessness of the New World. Shueisha snatched the phone bug from his younger brother's hand and dialed back. Blue blue. The phone bug rang 3 times. Click. Moses Moses. Newgate. What do you mean? The man who killed me? Shueisha called and immediately went to question him. The long golden hair fluttered behind his head, and the expression on his face was extremely cruel. Shueisha. Your hand is too long. The second half of the New World is Lao Tzu's territory. How dare your subordinates reach out and hurt my family? He will definitely die. Click. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he hung up the phone again, crushing the phone bug in an instant. Listening to the busy tone in the phone bug, Shueisha's face was very calm. It was this kind of calm that made everyone in the hall dare not take a deep breath. Anyone who knows Shueisha knows that this is the prelude to a volcanic eruption. Jia ha 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 ha. Jia ha 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 ha. The flying pirates gather. The target Whitebeard pirates. The domineering look soared into the sky, his beard and hair flamboyantly floated in the air, he pulled out the dead cherry tree in his hand, and crossed his swords and shouted loudly. It was the first time for all the flying pirates to hear such an angry tone from Boss Shueisha. Even in the face of the siege of the Admiral, he was not very angry. Whitebeard trampled Shueisha's face under his feet. If Shueisha, the Golden Lion, hasn't explained what he did, is he still the Admiral of the pirates? All the pirates of the Flying Pirates took action. Although their admirals are usually not serious, but if they are really serious, they will let the world know how terrible the King of the Sea is. The ships took off one after another and flew towards the depths of the New World. All the spies placed under the command of the Golden Lion Shueisha received the news one after another. But the first to receive the news was the News King Morgans. Ahahaha. Big news. Big news, the friction between the 2 largest forces in the New World is really big news, hurry up. Let this news fly to the whole world, and let people all over the world look forward to this a grand war. Yahahahaha. Morgans looked at the information in his hand and gave instructions to his subordinates around him. Yes, President. Following Morgan's order, newspapers were reprinted one after another, and newspaper-selling gulls flew out of the newspaper office and flew towards the world. Newspapers spread very quickly. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, even though he was prepared in his heart, he was a little caught off guard. But he is not afraid. Kula la 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 la. Children. That nasty guy, Ski, is coming. Are you scared? Whitebeard was still in the mood to look at his sons and joked. But his sons are not as big-hearted as Whitebeard. I'm sorry, Dad. Vista stood up and bowed his head. He felt that he was causing trouble for his father. Kula la 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 la. You are my son. Why do you have to apologize? Whitebeard hugged Vista and said with a smile. But Whitebeard's words didn't make Vista feel better, on the contrary, he became even more ashamed. Whitebeard puts down Vista. Pick up from Cloud Cut. Kula la 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 la. I'm Whitebeard. Ski wants to come. Then let him come. Whitebeard's heroic voice spread throughout the ship. The confident voice made everyone look up. That's right. Dad is Whitebeard. Dad will win, we will win. Countless crew members raised their right fists to encourage them. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard laughed even louder. Kula la 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 la. After the newsletter from Morgans was sent out, the air pirates had all set off. 30 pirates fly in the sky on more than pirate ships. There are 4 floating islands in the center of these more than 30 boats. Passing by the heads of all the islands mightily. The size of the platoon shocked everyone. When Charlotte received the news and wanted to stop it, Shueisha had already come to the second half of the New World. And Whitebeard is already waiting for the Golden Lion Shueisha at the entrance of the second half of the New World. Charlotte could only hurriedly get on a fast boat, and under the control of a dozen crew members, rushed out to sea. The purpose is to prevent the Navy from suddenly intervening. What a bastard! Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand and couldn't help cursing. He wanted to live a peaceful life for a few days, but he didn't expect that God would not let him. The end of the year is approaching, and he actually has to go to sea. When he thinks that he can't hug his wife, Charlotte has nowhere to vent his anger. Roger pirates. Roger. There seems to be a big commotion in the New World. Raleigh came over with a newspaper. Roger was sitting at the bar counter drinking wine and chatting with a beautiful woman about some interesting things in the sea. After hearing what Rayleigh said, he turned around and looked at Rayleigh. Raleigh handed Roger the newspaper, and then sat at the counter and ordered a glass of wine. "Can I have a glass of rum, pretty lady?" Rayleigh said to the beauty at the counter. The beauty smiled, turned around and poured a glass of wine. And Roger frowned, looking at the news from the newspaper. Is there any conflict between Ski and Newgate? Why are they at war? Roger wondered. I heard that it was because Whitebeard killed the Golden Lion's younger brother and made the Golden Lion lose face that the Golden Lion started a war. Rayleigh said this was the news he heard from Siachina. Oh. That's right. That Charlotte who came back to Kame Island hurriedly went to sea after seeing Shurji going to fight with Whitebeard. The purpose is unknown. Raleigh said after taking a sip of rum. Roger frowned when he heard Raleigh's news. Hey. Now that we are in the South China Sea, we can't immediately enter the New World. We can't control this matter. Roger put the newspaper on the counter inside. Raleigh nodded, he already knew the answer. Suddenly, two small figures walked towards Roger and Rayleigh with short legs. Lying on their calves, she raised her head cutely and looked at Roger and Rayleigh. Roger looked at Shanks and Bucky with a smile. He stretched his hands down and picked up the two children. Ms. Lugio, take 2 glasses of milk. Roger said to the woman who had freckles in front of her eyes but still couldn't hide her beauty. Good Mr. Roger. Lugio also looked at Shanks and Bucky's faces full of love, turned around and poured 2 glasses of milk. When Shanks and Bucky saw it, they immediately stretched out their hands to pick up the cup and drank it in big gulps. Roger just hugged Shanks and Bucky sitting at the counter drinking wine. From time to time, he secretly looked at the proprietress of the bar, that is, Lugio. As Roger's good brother, Raleigh immediately reacted. The captain of his own family is tempted. However, he didn't care too much. Instead, he walked towards the other crew members and began to drink loudly, leaving room for Roger. For a while, the atmosphere in the tavern was very pleasant. Chapter 178 Golden Lion vs. Whitebeard. The battle between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion touched the nerves of countless people and caught everyone by surprise. The world government, the navy, the Roger pirates, Charlotte, and those from the dark forces associated with both forces. Some of these people took action one after another, while others sat and watched the wind and rain, waiting for the final result. On a magnificent sea. A ship landed on the sea. The Golden Lion Shurji's hair fluttered, and he held the dead cherry tree in his hand. Jia ha 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 ha. Whitebeard. We haven't seen each other for a year or two, have we? I didn't expect to meet again under such circumstances. Shurji, the Golden Lion, floated in mid-air, looking at the leader Whitebeard on the white whale ship ahead and said. The two didn't do it at first, but chatted about homework. Kula la 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 la. Yeah. Shiki. You're still the same. Whitebeard looked at Shurji with Song Yunxia in his hand and said. Shurji ignored Whitebeard's words, but looked at the group of pirates behind Whitebeard. It's more like a group of children than pirates. This is the force you have built in the past 2 years? Shurka pointed at a group of little kids behind Whitebeard with his sword and asked. Bang. Whitebeard punched Shurji with a punch. Don't point your sword at my son. The space is broken, like a chain reaction, the layers are broken. Seeing this, Shurji crossed his swords. Chopping. A sword chi came out and collided with the vibrating force, and a huge wave of air broke out between the two. Jia ha 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 ha. You are still the same. The power is really big enough. Golden Lion Shurji looked at Whitebeard and said. Whitebeard, I need an explanation. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Golden Lion immediately looked serious, and looked at Whitebeard angrily. Sky. Want an explanation? You go to hell and ask? Whitebeard pulled out from Yunxia, and slashed at Shurji with all his might. White shocking light waves wrapped around Song Yunxi's knife. A huge white slash shot into the sky. Jia ha 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 ha. You are looking for death. Then come and fight. Golden Lion Shurji has been giving Whitebeard a step down. As long as Whitebeard bows his head, then this battle is completely unnecessary. Because he has already sensed that many forces are approaching, including the Navy's surveillance ship. But Whitebeard's actions made him completely angry. After so many years, no one dared to lose face to him. Lion Chikiri Valley. Shurji quickly waved the 2 swords in his hand. More than a dozen golden slashes swung out quickly, flying towards Whitebeard's slash. The powerful slash quickly dispelled Whitebeard's flying slash, and continued to kill Whitebeard without losing power. When Whitebeard saw it, he held Song Yunche horizontally in his hand and swept towards these slashes. The terrifying vibration of the huge power carrier wiped out all the slashes effortlessly. Jia ha 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 ha. Shueisha's body was domineering, and golden lightning flashed all over his body. When Whitebeard saw it, he also had a domineering look on his body, and the white lightning was also walking above the cloud. Death. Shueisha's eyes widened, and his figure rushed towards Whitebeard like lightning. And the Whitebeard clenched his hand and raised Song Yunche high. Clang. Shueisha's crossed swords pierced Whitebeard like scissors. And the Whitebeard's Song Yun cut into the two swords. The strong domineering colors twine and collide. The weapons of the two struck together in the air. God. The sky is cracked. The group of pirates behind Whitebeard who had never seen the scene of domineering cracked the sky looked at the sky in surprise. Many people even sat down on the deck. The strong fluctuations turned the originally clear sky into dark clouds. The two attacks continued. Here. Captain. Shall we go there? Watching the scene of the battle between Boss Shueisha and Whitebeard, those pirate groups brought by Shueisha were blocked from the battle, and it was impossible to intervene. Bastard. I don't want to die so early. Hearing such idiotic words, the captain slapped him across the face. Then look at both sides intently. The fight never stops. This was almost a battle between Whitebeard and Golden Lion. The others couldn't intervene and could only watch from the outside. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates hides behind Whitebeard. And Whitebeard stands at the forefront. As long as he doesn't fall, no one can hurt the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. Die. 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 The Golden Lion Shueisha slashed frantically with sword chi, and then slashed with a sword entwined with domineering aura. Whitebeard was also standing at the bow of the ship with a dignified expression. He kept waving Song Yunche in his hand, and from time to time he raised his fist and threw it at the Golden Lion. The battle between the two was so deadlocked. And this doesn't lasted 4 days and 3 nights. Tens of nautical miles away, 10 warships are ready to set off at any time. Both Sengoku and Zifa are wearing the Navy Justice Coat. It's almost time. It's been 4 days and 3 nights, and the battle is probably coming to an end soon. Warring states looked at the aftermath of the battle that came from time to time ahead and said, It is estimated that their domineering can hardly hold on, and in the end they can only rely on physical strength to fight. Zifa added. The whole navy launches an attack. Warring states took out a communicator and shouted into it. Then the voice of the Warring States period sounded in the surrounding 10 naval warships. All the warships, including the Warring States and the warship under Zifa's feet, also acted one after another. Go toward the battleground of both sides. The change of the navy was immediately discovered by the pirates who had been monitoring the navy warships. It's not good, Captain. The navy is dispatched, and I saw Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zifa on it. The watchman reported loudly to everyone. What? You actually launched an attack at this time, bastard. Come with me, little ones. Block the navy and buy time for the admiral. All the captains of the flying pirates turned their bows one after another, launched their cannons, and headed towards the navy. They want to use their lives to delay time for the Golden Lion. They believe that the Golden Lion will surely win, and then lead them to defeat the navy's roundup. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. All the pirate ships of the squadron launched an attack on the 10 warships of the navy. More than 30 pirate regiments fired hundreds of shells towards the navy warship. A large expanse of seawater was stirred up. The first shot is just correction, and the second shot is the real offense. Fire. Fire. The captains of all the pirate ships commanded their gunners to launch the shelling. In an instant, hundreds of shells were fired towards the naval warship overwhelmingly. Big Buddha shockwave. A bright golden Buddha light rose up. Chapter 179 vs Warring States Zifa. Warring States looked at the oncoming shells, and his body swelled instantly. The golden Buddha exudes radiance. A big handprint hit the group of shells. The strong shockwave caused these shells to detonate one after another in midair. Okay? 2 voices of doubt sounded. Whitebeard and Golden Lion stopped their hands at the same time and set their eyes on the warship in the distance. Jia ha 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 ha. This group of lingering navy. The Golden Lion looked at the warship in the distance with blood on his face. At this time, his clothes were in tatters, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard's shaking fist made him hard to guard against. And Whitebeard didn't have that easy either. The blonde hair hangs over his shoulders, the hat on his head has long been missing, and there are several sword marks on his chest, crossing and scratching his chest. Both of them stopped and looked at the naval warship in the distance and the two familiar figures on the warship. Sengoku and Zifa. Isn't Garp here? Whitebeard was puzzled, and then looked around carefully to see if there were Garp hiding in the dark. But on the rough sea, apart from the naval warships there were only spies sent by a few forces, and there were no people there. Kula la 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 la. Leave the warring states to me. Zifa, come here. Whitebeard also laughed when he saw that there was no Garp. Kids, pull the boat over. Let them know that the new world is dominated by pirates. Standing on the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard raised Song Yunche and pointed at the navy warship and said loudly. Ho 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 ho. Dad. Come on. Many little devils took up weapons one after another to cheer for the old man. Shurji also flew back to his own air fleet. Admiral. Seeing Shurji, all the pirates surrounded him. Even though Shurji looked a little scary at this time, he still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of these people. Maybe this is Shurku's charm? Every legendary pirate has its own charm. Whether it's Roger, Whitebeard, or the Golden Lion, they all have their own charm. Even Charlotte has her own personal charm. Jia ha 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 ha. Little ones. Go. Leave this group of Marines here. Shurji lit a cigar and held it in his mouth, and instantly felt that he was revived with full blood, floating in the air and commanding all the pirates. Oh who? Kill. Put the navy here. Come on. Long live the flying pirates. Countless pirates seemed to be on a stimulant, frantically commanding the crew to head towards the navy. Kula la 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 la. Children, we must not let the flying pirates steal the limelight from our Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat, his cloak rattling, and his voice was very heroic. Long live the Whitebeard pirates. Daddy is the strongest. Bastard flying pirates. Many little ghosts shouted one after another, and everyone looked at death as if they were going to kill the navy warship. Only the Whitebeard was smiling, but there was still a trace of unbearable expression in his eyes. He knew that his sons would definitely die and wound a lot in this battle. It was impossible. In this battle, he couldn't protect all his sons. Think about it, Whitebeard felt ruthless. Since he couldn't protect all his sons, he would kill a few more Marines to create a safe battlefield for his sons. Approaching, the Whitebeard raised Song Yunchi high, the purple-red armed color domineeringly covered the blade, and there was lightning entangled on the blade. Knife shock. A blow of armed domineering, shaking fruit, and Whitebeard's full strength flew out. A purple-red shockwave was sent out suddenly. The huge energy impact violently impacted everything. The seawater was torn apart by it, the wind was strong, the space was shattered, and it attacked the naval warship. The Golden Lion Shurji also crossed his swords without any hesitation, and the cherry 10 dead wood was covered with its extremely rich black-armed domineering color, and golden-red lightning was wrapped around the sword. Chopping. Two-sword chi swung out from Shurji's sword. Two-sword chi pierced the sea, split the sea in half and cut towards the warship. Coiled with armed domineering, overlord-like domineering, and the slash of a great swordsman. All obstacles in front of the destructive destroyer. Sengoku and Zifa tensed their whole bodies as they watched the two tyrannical attacks. It must be blocked. Justice must prevail. Warring States watched the two attacks, his pupils shrank, and he tore off the cloak of justice behind him with one hand. Immediately, the strong muscles of the upper body were exposed, and the huge figure of Buddha appeared on the boat. The overlord-colored arrogance soared into the sky, and the golden light radiated everywhere. The armed-colored arrogance on his arm quickly covered his right palm, and golden lightning appeared all over his body. Big Buddha shockwave. Following the roar of the Warring States period, a shockwave rushed towards Whitebeard's shockwave. The sharp palm force distorted the surrounding space. At the same time, Zifa's face froze when he saw the two slashes. In an instant, the muscles in Zifa's arm swelled, the veins bulged, and the extremely rich and domineering armed color wrapped around his arm. 6 types of mysteries, the largest will 6 king spears. Armed with domineering arms, the muscles all over his body swelled, he jumped in the air and blasted towards the slash. The huge shock wave separated the seawater and blasted towards Shurji's slash without any reduction. Bang! Bang! The confrontation of the 4 people immediately touched, and there was a loud noise in mid-air. The violent energy made the surrounding sea choppy. Kill! Shurji crossed his swords and fought with Zifa, and the crew members under his command jumped to help and attacked the soldiers and generals of the Navy. Ku la 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 la. Children, be careful. Whitebeard jumped from the Moby Dick to the Sengoku ship, facing each other. Ku la 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 la. It's been a long time since we fought against each other during the Warring States period. Let me see if your strength has declined after becoming an admiral. The Whitebeard raised his head from Konjiunki and slashed towards the Warring States period. The fully animalized Sengoku was as tall as Whitebeard, and his armed domineering wrist covered his wrists, blocking Whitebeard's knife. Whitebeard. Your strength has decreased a lot. Are you running out of strength? Warring States also taunted Whitebeard without giving up any opportunity to find an opportunity. Ku la 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 la. The strength is not small. You will know it when you catch me. Whitebeard smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashed red, and his domineering arrogance wrapped around the blade. He slashed Huashan Mountain towards the top of Zhongguo's head with a powerful force. Warring States is also surrounded by golden lightning flashes. He raised his palm and slapped Whitebeard's blade. The domineering entanglement of domineering color made the attacks of the two of them not touch the road. Click. Click. The energy touched together and made a tooth-piercing click. Neither of them was defeated by the attacks of the two. Chapter 180 Whitebeard and #039's Rage. The battle between Golden Lion Shurji and Hei Wanzifa was a fist-to-body fight. What a strong wrist. As expected of an admiral. Sure enough, he has two brushes. Shurji took half a step back, looking at Zifa with fear. Ski raised his swords and looked at Zifa crossed. But strength alone can't beat me. Lion Chikiria. Shurji was in the air, turning his body continuously, and slashing from different angles one after another. Completely blocked Zifa's escape route. Shurji's kendo shadow is fast and sharp. Extremely fast, more than a dozen slashes were swung out in an instant, and each slash was extremely sharp. After Zifa saw it, he immediately covered his arms with armed domineering colors, protecting his whole body. Zifa didn't choose to dodge, but punched and punched towards the slashing blows one after another. Every time you swing a punch, a slash will be smashed. Gradually, Shurji stopped swinging the sword. Continuously swinging the sword consumes a lot of physical strength. Shurji dare not compete with Zifa to consume it. He had been fighting for 4 days and 3 nights, and it was exhausted after fighting with Zifa. He couldn't do such a stupid thing with his head in the rudder. The two sides fought hand to hand again. You strike me with a sword, and no one holds back. The captains of both sides fought back and forth with the general on the opposite side, but the crew members under their command were beaten so hard that they couldn't hold their heads up. In particular, there are 8 vice admirals here. These are the elites of the Navy headquarters, not the parallel imports of the branch. Each of them is very strong, and they beat all the cadres under Shurji's command until they couldn't lift their heads, and even if they were not careful, they would die in the opponent's hands. The subordinates of the Whitebeard pirates were even more unsightly, surrounded by a group of rear admirals, colonels and soldiers and huddled together. Marco burst out with flames all over his body, constantly burning the approaching naval soldiers with his wings, protecting all the crew members on board. Although he was a child himself, he already knew his obligations as an older brother. It's actually the ability of a precious phantom beast. Looking at the pineapple-headed boy in front of him, the eyes of the rear admiral holding a long knife were almost red with jealousy. You must know that phantom beasts are rarer fruits than natural ones, and their navy is only available in the Warring States period. Warring States with phantom beasts are now promoted to generals. If he also has a phantom beast, then he can be a general in the future. Jealousy makes people crazy. A pirate actually ate one of the most precious phantom beasts, which made this major general a little crazy. The domineering armed color covered the blade and slashed towards Marco. What? Marco was slashed, but the wound was quickly covered in flames and healed. But the pain from the knife cutting on the body is still not so easy. Hearing the scream, Whitebeard immediately turned around. Marco. Whitebeard bared his eyes and shouted. Song Yunxie in his hand slashed towards Zhongguo fiercely, actually wanting to exchange injuries for injuries. Seeing this, Zhongguo stepped back quickly, but he was still half a step too late, and Song Yunxie slammed on Zhongguo's lower abdomen fiercely, bringing up a large amount of blood. Court death. Whitebeard jumped up and went towards Marco in an instant, pinching the head of the major general who hurt Marco. Dare to hurt my family? Die for me. The shock in his hand hit the major general's head and he fell hard towards the deck. Bang. The major general's eyes were white and his face was covered with blood, lying motionless on the ground, and he knew he was dead at a glance. And the pirates or navy around watching this scene became terrified. Even the outside spies who inquired about the news were all terrified. If Whitebeard does not die this time, then there will be an additional prohibition in this sea, that is, not to hurt Whitebeard's crew. Otherwise, waiting for you will be a king's wrath. Asshole. Zhang Guo, who had been slashed, quickly stabilized his body and slapped Whitebeard. Whitebeard also turned around and punched the person carrying the vibration force. Marco. Take your brothers back to the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked down at Marco and said. Father. What about you? Marco asked subconsciously. Don't worry about me. I'm a Whitebeard. Song Yunxia and Whitebeard's hand flipped around, forcing the warring states back. Go. I will not die. Whitebeard slashed towards Sengoku, but he kept thinking about Marco. Dad. Marco silently shed tears and looked at his father who was still fighting, then quickly turned up and walked towards the Moby Dick with a group of younger brothers behind him. But how could their actions be so easy? After seeing Whitebeard being restrained by the general of the warring states period, a vice admiral walked over immediately. Being a pirate at such a young age. It really is a serious crime. A straight and tall figure stood up, the long knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. Marco looked at the vice admiral with a tight heart. Run. Marco shouted to the people behind him, and then Marco turned into a phoenix and flew towards the vice admiral. He will use his life to resist the vice admiral. Humph. Courting death. The body of the knife is surrounded by a dark-armed domineering color, and the tip of the knife exudes a sharp light. Whoosh. A split hit the phoenix. Marco was instantly beaten back to his original form. Is that all you can do? Little pirate. The lieutenant general stepped on Marco's back, looked at him and asked. Hateful. Marco was spitting out blood, and his face was full of unwillingness. Die, pirate. The lieutenant general raised his long knife high. Do not want. Marco. The Whitebeard pirates shouted. Whitebeard's complexion also changed suddenly. Not good, Marco. Whitebeard wanted to turn around, but was firmly restrained by the warring states period. Go to hell. The lieutenant general's long knife fell. Whoosh. A bright green sword light flew away. Bang. Clang. What? The lieutenant general who was about to kill Marco screamed. Yo yo yo. So intense. I can't let you kill these young people in their cradles, their era has just begun. A voice quickly cut through the sky. Charlotte's figure came to Marco as quickly as a flash, and the 7-star sword in his hand was emitting a green light. Ha 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 ha. I'm not late, am I? Everyone? Charlotte stood in front of Marco, looked at everyone and said with a smile. Charlotte? Shurji, Zifa, Newgate, and Sengoku cried out in surprise. The voices of Shurji and Newgate were mixed with surprise, while Zifa and Sengoku were shocked. But then he looked at the sudden Charlotte with a gloomy expression. Behind Charlotte, a pirate ship slowly approached, and the flag on it was the Rockefeller Pirates. Chapter 181. Give me a face. In front of Marco, a straight figure stood in front of Marco and all the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. If the fight continues like this, it will only increase the losses of the two armies without limit. If there are still guys who are not enough, then how about I join in? Xia Luo looked at the warring states with a very serious face, and the 7-star sword in her hand wrapped around the domineering look and came to the front of many marines. Tread, tread, tread. Footsteps sounded on the deck. All the navy looked at the sudden Rockefeller Charlotte in astonishment, and retreated one after another. The lieutenant general who was knocked out lay in the ruins of the cabin, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Great swordsman of blood, former captain of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates, possessing the world's most powerful swordsmanship, he is vaguely known as the world's #1 swordsman. How is it? Sengoku. No. It's Admiral Buddha's warring states. With a flick of Charlotte's 7-star sword, the sword pointed down and said solemnly. Charlotte. Zhang Guo looked at the man in front of him and frowned, thinking about the next arrangement between his brows. Everyone stopped, even the white beard in front of Zhang Guo retracted Song Yunxia, looking at Zhang Guo with blood on the corner of his mouth. The golden lion was biting a cigar and floating in mid-air. Jia ha 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 ha. More and more masculine. Charlotte. Shurko looked at Charlotte and smiled. Everyone took up arms and guarded the surrounding navy. The armed domineering color on Zifa's fists has been covered, waiting for the order of Sengoku. The golden body of the great Buddha in the Warring States period gradually shrunk. Restored. After Charlotte looked at it, the 7-star sword in her hand also disappeared. Everyone. Give me a face and stop. Charlotte looked at Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. He wants Whitebeard and the Golden Lion to stop fighting each other. Whitebeard glanced at Charlotte, then at Marco and his sons who were covered in wounds. Silently closed his eyes. Whitebeard's heart is undoubtedly heavy. Many of his sons died in this battle, and the faces full of smiles disappeared into this world. Only Marco and others are left. It is estimated that the Whitebeard pirates will stop for a few years. Jiahahahahaha. No problem. Give you face. Golden Lion Shurji also knows the truth of accepting as soon as it is good. His crew has almost no losses. Even those dead pirates are dispensable. His cadres are not much except for some injuries. Loss. Shiki's twin swords were inserted back into his waist. It's too early to fight with you, little ones, go back. Let's go. Jihahahaha. Shirko laughed and flew towards the fleet. All the flying pirates withdrew one after another. All navies are ready to evacuate. Warring States shouted while holding the communicator. This time the siege failed completely the moment Charlotte appeared. Even though Whitebeard and Golden Lion had been fighting for 4 days and 3 nights, they couldn't arrest them with the cooperation of Charlotte, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and they might even fall into it. You must know that there are more than 1 naval soldiers who came out this time, 2 generals, 8 vice-admirals, several major generals and brigadier generals. Although Charlotte is only 1 person, but who can stop Charlotte except the general? It is estimated that these people will not last a day under Charlotte's hands. The lieutenant general who was knocked into the air before hasn't gotten up yet, so it can be seen that Charlotte's strength is definitely not that simple. Although he was attacked carelessly, but he can also see his strength, and it is estimated that he has reached that level. This is why the Warring States did not dare to make another move. The winning rate is less than %, even if they win, it is probably a miserable victory. If the war gets serious, it is estimated that other great pirates in the New World will join forces to fight against the Navy. You must know that the New World is the territory of pirates. Not all navies would understand the orders of the Warring States period. They looked at Zifa one after another, knowing that Zifa was also the commander of this operation. But it is a pity that Zifa also nodded and agreed to retreat. This made the rest of the unwilling navies withdraw their weapons and began to withdraw in dejection. Whitebeard returned to the Moby Dick with his sons and the bodies of the dead sons. The huge white whale ship was also affected by the war just now, and the bow of the ship was damaged in a large area. Charlotte looked at the downcast Whitebeard pirates and didn't say anything. Charlotte. How about a drink? Whitebeard stepped onto the Moby Dick, turned suddenly and shouted at Charlotte who was still in a small boat. Charlotte looked up at the Whitebeard standing at the bow and nodded. With a flash of his body, he jumped to the Moby Dick in an instant. Just looking at the speed made Whitebeard narrow his eyes slightly, and looked at Charlotte carefully. At this moment, he really put Charlotte on the same level as himself. Navy ships retreated. Whitebeard and Charlotte stood at the bow of the ship and watched the Navy fleet leave. In this battle, apart from the loss of some low-level crew members, the flying pirates did not suffer much, and the foundation is still there. The same is true for the Navy. After killing a large number of pirates, there are still nearly troops. And the only one who suffered heavy losses this time was Whitebeard. The crew on Whitebeard's ship are not the ones who can do a lot of tricks like Shirko. These are all the sons he adopted in the past few years, and now they have died one by one, leaving only the dozen or so little ghosts exist. This made Whitebeard's eyes look sad. Newgate. Are you all right? Charlotte looked at the sad-faced Whitebeard and asked with concern. Wouldn't this battle take away Whitebeard's self-confidence? With so many sons dead, he probably felt bad too. Whitebeard opened his eyes and looked down at Charlotte lightly. Hey. I saved your son anyway, what does your expression mean? Charlotte looked at the indifferent eyes of the Whitebeard and was speechless for a while. You are the one who invited yourself up, it's you who don't give me a good face. Riding on a horse, I really think that I am easy to bully. Charlotte. Thank you for your help. I will thank you personally when I bury these sons of mine. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte and said, and then the broken Moby Dick started sailing slowly. Charlotte is also on the Moby Dick, and there is a small boat behind her, which is Charlotte's ship, and Carter and others are on board. When she learned that Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were going to have a conflict, Charlotte didn't believe it at first, because it wasn't in the original book after all. But when the Navy fleet set off, even if Charlotte didn't believe it, he didn't dare to gamble, so he had to take Carter and dozens of people to the sea in a hurry. Although it was a few days late, no major losses occurred. As long as Whitebeard and Golden Lion are fine, everything will be fine. Chapter 182 The World and #039, S number 1 Swordsman. When the Whitebeard pirates left, the battle was truly over. Spies from countless dark forces made phone calls or sent out battle scenes. For a while, the major forces were restless. Big news. Big news. This news must be climbed to the headlines of tomorrow's front page. The News King Morgans was very excited to see the latest news. For that battle, he paid attention to it from the very beginning, but he didn't expect the ending to be so anticlimactic. Shock, the reason why the Navy fleet came out was because of that man. Shock, Whitebeard and Golden Lion stopped fighting because of a man. Shock, the man who can stop the Navy and pirates is actually him. Countless pieces of news flew out from Morgan's newspaper and spread throughout the world. What does this mean? The Navy has lost to the pirates again. Countless people shouted angrily after reading today's newspaper. There were smashes everywhere in the tavern, and the sound of wine glasses and bottles being smashed was endless. Almost all forces on the sea have received this news. Cake Island. After being separated from the Valley of the Gods, Charlotte Lingling came to the sea area of Totland and successfully occupied this island full of delicious food. At this time, Charlotte Lingling's figure was obviously bloated, and her stomach was also swollen. She was obviously pregnant. Well. Why does this kid Charlotte intervene in the battle between the white-bearded Golden Lion and the Navy? Let them both lose, and the new world is ours, isn't it? After Charlotte Lingling saw the news in front of her, she was obviously not very happy. When she is unhappy, she likes to eat. Are you going to be eaten? Home Eyes, the cake held in Charlotte Lingling's hand, cried out happily when she saw the bloody mouth. Lingling can't think so. If Whitebeard and Golden Lion are wiped out by the Navy, wouldn't the Navy have to re-enter the new world? Longbread read the newspaper but comforted Charlotte Lingling. If the Navy appears in the new world again, then Lingling won't be able to eat delicious cakes in the future. Longbread looked at Lingling and said, Well. That's right. You can let the Navy appear in the new world, and if the Navy appears in the new world in the future, you have to tell me. You can't let that kid Charlotte stand alone. Charlotte Lingling said, and then the newspaper in her hand flew out. Several children around Charlotte Lingling looked at the newspaper in their hands. The world's greatest swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. A boy wrapped in a scarf looked at a man holding a long sword in the newspaper with a cold face and said, Brother. What is the world's #1 swordsman? The long-nosed girl looked at the newspaper and asked. It's the best swordsmanship in the world, the kind that no one can beat. The man with the scarf, Charlotte Katakuri, explained with his own understanding. Oh. It looks like this. The girl with the long nose, that is, Charlotte Bryant, nodded half understanding. At the same time, Kaido, who just moved into Onishima, also received the latest issue of the newspaper. Woo! The world's #1 swordsman. Woo! What a resounding title. Woohoo! Kaido cried and laughed looking at the island being built. Albert, that is, Jin, looked at brother Kaido sitting on a high place silently, and then looked at the newspaper in his hand. He is the guy who invaded the laboratory last time, the world's #1 swordsman. No wonder he dared to invade the laboratory of the world government. Jin murmured softly, and then the flame rose in his palm, and the newspaper in his hand instantly turned to ashes. Continue to supervise the construction of the palace by these craftsmen, and this will be the base camp of their beast pirates in the future. This news was also seen by the two siblings, Heitan and Muchan. Sister, can we find Kaido? You see, Charlotte has become the world's #1 swordsman now. How about we find him? Heitan Chanwan, who watched a group of craftsmen build the island all day, read the latest newspaper and suggested. Snapped. Bastard. He is already the #1 swordsman in the world. If we go to him now, will he still take care of us two scumbags? Heitan Muchan slapped him across the face. Then he looked around vigilantly, made sure no one was there, and pulled Heitan Chanwan. Now that we are bound to Kaido, it is useless even if we want to find Charlotte. Now we are begging Kaido, not Kaido needs us. Heitan Muchan said in a low voice. Sister. Kaido recently asked us about the stone tablet of the historical text, and he keeps asking me about Joey Boy, how should I answer? Heitan Chanwan carefully looked at Heitan Muchan. It's all because of something he said unintentionally while drinking with Kaido once. As a result, Kido missed him. Heitan Muchan glared at him viciously after hearing this. Just say that the main text of the history is now in Wano country. If you want to know, you have to grab it from Wano country. Heitan Muchan looked into Heitan Chanwan's eyes and said. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Heitan Muchan warned. Yes. Heitan Chanwan nodded quickly. South China Sea. Roger. The battle between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion was beyond our expectations? Raleigh looked at Roger with the newspaper and said. Roger sat in the tavern and frowned at the newspaper in his hand. I didn't expect that either. I thought that both sides would suffer in the end, but I didn't expect Charlotte to intervene. Roger frowned as he looked at the title of the world's #1 swordsman in the newspaper. Yeah. I didn't think of it either. But the title of the world's #1 swordsman is interesting. Raleigh sighed after taking a sip of his drink. Charlotte's strength is worthy of the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Roger said after hearing what Raleigh said. Huh? Roger, do you recognize Charlotte's strength? Raleigh looked at Roger suspiciously. I only met Charlotte briefly once in the Valley of the Gods, but at that time Charlotte gave me a very mysterious feeling, as if she had all kinds of calculations in her heart, and she was also very strong. Roger said that he frowned at this time, he couldn't see through Charlotte's mind, and didn't know what his purpose was. For example, in this battle, he still couldn't understand what Charlotte was thinking. Oh. I often hear Xiaoqi mention Charlotte, but most of his evaluations are mysterious. I don't know what he wants. Such a person is the most dangerous and unstable. Raleigh looked at Roger and said. Roger didn't speak after hearing this, but looked at the beautiful figure in the bar. Raleigh followed Roger's gaze. Then came a slap on the forehead. It seems that the captain of my family is obsessed with that lady. I really don't know how bad luck this lady has to be taken by Roger. Chapter 183 Conversation with Whitebeard. Nanny? The world's #1 swordsman? What is Morgan's thinking? Charlotte was sitting on a large white whaleboat, and shouted out in surprise as she read the latest newspaper. Ku-la-la-la-la-la-la. Charlotte, congratulations on becoming the world's #1 swordsman. Whitebeard's laughter came over. No way. Newgate, you believe what the newspaper says? This is probably another conspiracy by the Navy or the world government. Charlotte couldn't accept the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Ku-la-la-la-la-la. Charlotte boy, don't underestimate your own strength. Your swordsmanship is not weak in my opinion. At least Roger's swordsmanship is not as good as yours. Whitebeard praised with a smile after taking a sip of wine. Roger? No. If you say that the #1 swordsman in the world should be Roger. Charlotte knows that Roger's swordsmanship is not weak, feels stronger than him. Ku-la-la-la-la-la-la. You are underestimating yourself. Roger's sword skills are just like that. His strongest is his domineering power. That's how sword skills are. There aren't many sword skills, I feel that his sword skills should be inferior to yours. Whitebeard slapped Charlotte on the back. His palm was almost as big as Charlotte's back. If it weren't for Charlotte's tyrannical body, an ordinary person would probably fall apart. Is it? Charlotte herself didn't know when she became so awesome. His swordsmanship was actually figured out by himself. It's very complicated. At the beginning, I thought about Sauron's swordsmanship practice, supplemented by the state of mind of some swordsmen in the martial arts dramas I watched before, and the indomitable momentum. Aren't the specific moves the same as those few moves? Prick, hack, tease, hang, cloud, point, collapse, cut. The essentials of these 8 basic moves are: the stabbing sword, the standing sword or the flat sword is straightforward as the stabbing sword. Therefore, the name means from top to bottom to split the sword. From the bottom to the top is the teasing, the force reaches the front of the sword body. Hanging the sword, the action is that the tip of the sword moves from the front up, backwards, or downwards, the backward is hanging, and the force reaches the front of the sword body. The cloud sword is mainly on the top of the head or in front of the head, and the flat circle is surrounded by clouds. Point the sword, raise the wrist after standing up the sword, make the tip of the sword move forward and down sharply as a point, and the force reaches the tip of the sword. Bangjian means to sink the wrist and make the tip of the sword move forward sharply, which is bang. Cutting the sword, the main action is to cut the sword body obliquely upward or downward. Charlotte just keeps practicing these 8 moves, others have not practiced. The main thing is to cultivate the state of mind. Charlotte's state of mind is to cut everything. As long as her sword swings harder, the stronger the attack power, and the faster the speed, the opponent will not be able to react. Supplemented by the slashes of the great swordsman, the slashes like a storm are powerful and heavy, and finally reach the realm of basic attacks and big moves. This is the swordsmanship that Charlotte seeks most. Speaking of which, Charlotte seldom fought with strong swordsmen, and most of them were strong in physical skills and those with devil fruit abilities. It is true that there are still too few strong swordsmen in the sea, especially those who have reached Charlotte's level. Only Roger, Rayleigh, Patrick Redfield, and Golden Lion Shiki can fight Charlotte. These four are rare swordsmen. As for Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling, Charlotte doesn't think they are really strong swordsmen, they are just reckless men wielding knives. The huge power drives the airflow and produces a slash, anyone with great strength can do it. They have no emotional achievement. Okay. The reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is quite good. It is estimated that there will be many strong swordsmen to challenge you in the future. You will not be so idle in the future. Kula la la la. The Whitebeard looked at Charlotte's puzzled face and burst into laughter. He also knew Charlotte a little bit. Nothing, Charlotte basically likes to stay on his boat and hold her own woman without coming out. When he was in the Rocks Pirates, Rocks often held banquets, and Charlotte didn't show up several times. This person is more homely, I like to work behind closed doors alone. But he will also look for one thing and will find ways to complete it, and he is also very hardworking, and has a fanatical attachment to strength. They have all become pirates, and a few people will train on their own, and enjoy themselves if they can. Even his white beard is the same, his strength is not obtained from training, but from fighting step by step on the battlefield. When he was young, he died several times at the hands of his opponents, but in the end he survived with superior skills. Even Shurji is average, swordsmanship, his swordsmanship is more about killing skills, how to kill quickly, how come. So his swordsmanship is extremely sharp, extremely fast, and his moves are deadly. If one is not paying attention, even he can't guard against it. The sword mark on his chest was left by Shurji. For the great swordsman, whether it is a strong physique or a strong domineering, it is a headache. That can leave a deep imprint on you. Charlotte shrugged when she heard what Whitebeard said. The conversation between the two was overheard by a figure with a ponytail at the side. This person is Bista. A great swordsman? I want to be a great swordsman to protect my father. Bista came to look for Whitebeard. After the battle, Bistad felt very guilty in his heart. For his own reasons, the two pirate groups turned against each other. The brothers on board suffered heavy casualties, and Marco almost died. If it wasn't for the man in front of him who shot Marco suddenly, he wouldn't know if he would have the face to live. I wanted to come over to say thanks, but I heard the conversation between the two, which gave Bista a goal in his young mind. That is to become a great swordsman to protect the father's many family members. Vista? You're here. After Whitebeard heard Vista's murmur, he turned to look at Vista. Charlotte has discovered Vista a long time ago, and Charlotte's knowledge is always open, and any movement around her is presented in Charlotte's mind in a three-dimensional way. It can be said that the troubles around can't be hidden from Charlotte's eyes. Father. And this guest. I'm here to thank you. Speaking of Vista, he knelt down and looked at Papa Whitebeard and Charlotte. Charlotte turned sideways slightly, avoiding the other parties kneeling. Then he looked at this kid named Bista. Single ponytail, tattered body, with an unyielding expression on his face. This is Bista, the famous foil Bista in later generations, seems to be a great swordsman. Get up, Bista. Didn't I say it? It shouldn't be like this between family members. I'm your father, and you're my son. Song Yunxie and Whitebeard's hand lightly knocked on the deck and shouted, then stretched out his hand gently. Chapter 184 Whitebeard and #039's hometown. Looking at the Whitebeard, Charlotte next to him felt a chill. This reminded Charlotte of that dead memory. Be my son. Whitebeard gently pulled up Vista, which made Vista even more ashamed, and lowered his head, not daring to look at Whitebeard. This time the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, but I will not blame you. I will only blame me, my incompetent father. It is my father who did not protect me well, which caused your brother to suffer heavy casualties. But this hatred I'll get it back from the Navy sooner or later. Speaking of this, the fierce light in the Whitebeard's eyes flashed away. His anger made Charlotte next to him a little frightened. It is estimated that the next Navy will have a hard time in the New World, but it suits him. In the next period of time, Charlotte will get up, quietly accumulate power, and let the white beard and the golden lion stand outside first. Charlotte Lingling does this very well. Charlotte Lingling, who had been giving birth at home in a low-key manner, became the Emperor of the Sea and White Beard on an equal footing to dominate the New World within 2 years after Roger's death. At this point, Charlotte must study hard like Charlotte Lingling, a senior, and work hard to have children and build a family that belongs to him. Let the Rockefeller family become famous all over the world. Whitebeard and Vista are still arguing over whose fault it is. Charlotte walked back to her boat. "Captain. What are we doing now?" Carter came over and asked. "Go to the funeral that Whitebeard prepared for his son first, and then go back to Kame Island." Charlotte looked at Carter and said. Whitebeard took the initiative to invite Charlotte to the funeral, but Charlotte still wanted to save face. After all, he also gave Charlotte face before, and face is only given to each other. "Okay. I'll inform the other brothers on Kame Island, so they don't worry." Carter walked back to the cabin after speaking. Charlotte is very satisfied with this team captain. Knowing how to share worries for the captain is the best subordinate. Carter is now in his 30s, and he doesn't have much potential in the future. It is estimated that he will be stuck at the lieutenant general level in the future, but Charlotte doesn't have much hope for him. After all, Carter was already 25 and 6 years old when he was with him. In addition, his talent is really not good, and the lieutenant general has reached his peak. After all, not everyone belongs to Zifa. Zifa is one of those late bloomers. In his 30s, he showed his amazing talent. Charlotte suddenly found that the captains under her seemed to be much older than herself. The biggest one seems to be that crazy man Wolf. This guy was a captain before he was arrested. He was rescued by Charlotte and stayed under Charlotte's command in order to repay his kindness. He is now in his 40s. The oldest person in the team. Like Paul and Isaac, they are almost 30 years old. On the contrary, he is the youngest, but this is also good. When they are old, their children will also grow up, and they can take their place. At that time, I will also form a group similar to 3 generals, 3 disasters and the like. The Emperor's deputy must be Barrett. Time passed quickly. Charlotte followed Whitebeard and drifted on the sea for 3 days before seeing an island. Mainly because more than half of Whitebeard's bow was destroyed, causing the ship to sail very slowly. It will fall apart too soon. The island appeared in front of Charlotte. An island full of grass appeared in Charlotte's eyes. The island exudes vitality, the green grass and the quiet town give Charlotte a very unreal feeling. Is there such a paradise in the second half of the New World? But soon Charlotte understood. This is probably the hometown of Whitebeard. Looking at the trace of reminiscence in Whitebeard's eyes, he knew that this island was not easy for Whitebeard. The only thing Charlotte can guess is that this is Whitebeard's hometown. The island was protected by Whitebeard all his life, and all the money from looting was used on this island. It's Newgate. Newgate is back. At the port, a boat suddenly appeared and everyone got off, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the familiar flag on it. Is Newgate back? When the old man at the port heard that it was Newgate, he quickly raised his cloudy eyes to look. A tall figure stood at the bow of the ship. Newgate boy. I don't know what he brought. The old man's cloudy eyes saw Newgate muttering with a smile behind him. Ship docked. Whitebeard didn't get off the boat, but looked behind him at the wrapped corpses. Go. Send your brothers home. Whitebeard held Songyunxia and said, looking at the children standing beside the corpse. Go home. Everyone said in unison. In an instant, a sense of sadness spread throughout the entire ship. Everyone raised the corpse with sad faces and walked off the boat behind Whitebeard. And when everyone at the port saw the layers of white cloth again, they immediately understood what happened. Everyone stood on both sides and looked at the team with serious eyes. Charlotte also led the crowd to the port with heavy faces, and followed behind the team. Crossing the street, everyone looked at the leader, Whitebeard, with gratitude in their eyes, but then it was covered by pain. Charlotte stopped when she led the crowd past a flower shop. Charlotte went in and bought some flowers, and everyone held a bouquet in their hands. When they came to a place where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, surrounded by mountains and rivers, everyone stopped. Charlotte stood in the distance, looked intently, and there were white tombstones lying there quietly. At a glance, there are no less than 100 tombstones. Charlotte estimated that these were the tombstones of Whitebeard's son. It is impossible for all the children he adopted over the years to protect well. That's right, there's no reason for a person not to be stabbed while floating in the sea. These dead sons were all buried here by Whitebeard. Charlotte just watched quietly from a distance, their busy figures. Big pits were dug out. Finally, Whitebeard put the bodies of these sons in one by one. The sadness in his eyes lingered for a long time. No one spoke during the whole process, and those children were crying one by one, trying not to cry out. Buried. After delivering the last corpse, Whitebeard stood in front of all the graves, closed his eyes and said 2 words slowly. These 2 words seemed to drain all of Whitebeard's strength. Whitebeard lowered his head, and silently shed a tear when no one could see. And after hearing what Whitebeard said, those people standing in front of the grave took a shovel and swung soil under the grave. The atmosphere suddenly froze to the extreme. After all the tombs were filled, Whitebeard led the remaining people to worship in front of the curtain. Chapter 185 Funeral. After waiting for all the members of the Whitebeard pirates to worship, Charlotte brought a bunch of flowers to these tombstones, and placed the flowers in front of their tombstones. For the dead, Charlotte has always been more traditional. Respecting the dead and allowing the dead to rest in peace is a tacit agreement among all the people. No one wants someone to desecrate a person after he dies. When you are desecrating other people's corpses, then you probably don't want to worry about your own corpse after you die. Charlotte led everyone to pay a simple obeisance. He left the cemetery. The people of the Whitebeard pirates did not stay too long. After a brief obeisance to Whitebeard, he led the rest of the children out. Boy Charlotte. How about a drink? Whitebeard looked at Charlotte and invited with a smile. No problem. Anytime. Charlotte looked at the Whitebeard with a slight smile. He could feel the sadness in Whitebeard's heart at this moment, and wanted to drink to dispel the grief in his heart. Charlotte is willing to be a listener. Night. The bonfire is burning. Whitebeard and Charlotte are sitting on the shore watching the sea and drinking wine. I still remember the first time I went to sea. I went out to sea so recklessly in a simple boat. And I have been going to sea for decades. This island is where I was born, except for my sons, he was the first one to be invited by me. Whitebeard held the big bowl and looked at Charlotte sideways. Ha 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 ha. Then I am very honored. I am the first to come to this island as an outsider. Charlotte was drinking, her face had already turned red. No. You are not an outsider. You are my son's benefactor. You are also my friend with Whitebeard. You saved the life of Marco, and I will remember this forever. Whitebeard held out the wine bowl and had a drink with Charlotte. Ha 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 ha. You, Whitebeard, will remember you forever. It's not easy. But I just happened to see it when I saved Marco. You don't need to remember it. Charlotte smiled, waved her hand and refused. He understood what Whitebeard meant in exchange for Charlotte's favor. Kula la 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 la. You are the first person to refuse my kindness. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte and smiled. Then he turned his head slightly to look at Marco, who was drinking with other brothers in the distance, and there was a trace of warmth in his eyes. Marco is my first adopted son. He means a lot to me. He is the first one who let me find what I want most, family. Whitebeard looked at Marco in the distance and said quietly. Charlotte sat aside and listened quietly. I still remember that year, we were still on a ship, and I was ordered to encircle Roger's pirate group, but I met Marco on an island. Marco at that time was not as energetic as he is now. Whitebeard recalls the first time he met Marco. With ragged clothes, holding an iron rod in his hand, he looked fiercely at all the people who came to bully him. After seeing that scene, Whitebeard was so similar, just like when he was a child. This made Whitebeard feel a little interest in this little boy. After quietly following him, he saw that the food that the little boy was desperately guarding was not for himself but for sharing with other companions. At that time, Whitebeard was stunned. These partners are all beggars, beings detested by the world, they can only hug each other to keep warm. With just one glance, Whitebeard fell in love with this child deeply. Then Whitebeard took the initiative to show up and adopt the group of children. Since then, Whitebeard has understood his most pursuit and goal in life. Charlotte listened quietly to Whitebeard's story. Time passed slowly. The next day, Charlotte was woken up by the chirping of birds in the morning. Holding his forehead aching from drunkenness, he looked around. The Whitebeard pirates and the Rockefeller pirates all slept on the lawn. But Charlotte didn't see Whitebeard. Huh? Where's Nougat? Charlotte leaned on her forehead and looked around but found no Whitebeard. Yesterday, I seemed to fall asleep in the narration of Whitebeard, like listening to a story. It really shouldn't be. Charlotte shook her head, let go of physical discomfort. Then walk in one direction. After a quick glance, he saw Whitebeard. At this time, the Whitebeard sat in front of the tombstone, sipping wine, with a very silent expression. There you are. Newgate. Charlotte came to Whitebeard and said hello. Whitebeard glanced at Charlotte. You are still the same. You don't know how to drink. Once you drink, you pour it. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte and said lightly. In an instant, Charlotte's face flushed red. Bastard. I was drinking yesterday and you were talking. Can I not fall asleep? Charlotte retorted. No drinking, how can this be? I am not drunk for 1,000 cups, none of the Rockefeller pirates ever drank their own. Seeing Charlotte's flushed face, Whitebeard smiled. Kula la 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 la. You'd better go home and drink your milk. Stop drinking. You don't deserve it. Whitebeard sneered. Bastard. Do you want to fight? The 7-star sword appeared in Charlotte's hand and pointed at Whitebeard. And Whitebeard unceremoniously pulled out Song Yunche, who was beside him. Clang. Song Yunche collided with the 7-star sword, and there was a dull and loud noise. Charlotte and Whitebeard stood facing each other holding weapons. Kola la 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 la. Ha 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 ha. The two smiled at each other. Each took back their weapons. The 7-star sword in Charlotte's hand disappeared. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte with interest when he saw this scene. You got this sword in the first half of the Great Rout? Whitebeard asked. This is a demon sword called 7-star sword. It's a very good sword. It's no worse than the supreme big sword. Charlotte said that the 7-star sword in this hand appeared again. Whitebeard squinted slightly at the green light exuding a strange aura on the sword. It is indeed a good sword. Whitebeard praised. Charlotte was very satisfied after hearing Whitebeard's praise. He took the sword back again. Then his face shook. I came here this time to say goodbye, and I've been out for a long time. Those women who don't go back home will start to make trouble again. Charlotte looked at the Whitebeard and said. Kula la la la. I didn't expect Charlotte to be a strict wife. Kula la la la. Whitebeard sneered. In an instant, Charlotte's face turned black. Then. Cut. It's not like someone is still a bachelor all his life. Charlotte glanced at Whitebeard with her arms crossed. Boy. Get out of here. Don't let me see you. Whitebeard was furious instantly, his eyes widened, and Song Yunche in his hand knocked on the ground forcefully. The ground shook for 3 minutes. Cut. See you at sea. Charlotte turned around, waved her hand, and walked towards Carter's crew. Chapter 186 4 Legendary Pirates. Watching Charlotte walk away. Charlotte, it would be great if you were my son. This kid seems to be in his early 20s. Do you want to ask? Looking at Charlotte's back, the Whitebeard couldn't help muttering. If Charlotte knew, because of attending a funeral, Whitebeard would miss him and want to adopt him as his son. He must draw his sword and fight Whitebeard. After waking Carter up and giving orders to go back, Charlotte returned to the boat. Not long, the crew loaded some supplies, lowered the sails and sailed away from the port. Whitebeard and everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates stood at the port and watched Charlotte go away. Whitebeard looked at these sons. Sons. Remember. We owe the Rockefeller Pirates a kindness, a great kindness. If the Rockefeller Pirates need our help any time, our Whitebeard Pirates will definitely go forward. Whitebeard looked at all the sons loudly and said. Yes. Dad. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted. Charlotte on the boat smiled when she heard the voice from afar. Back to the cabin. This time, although he got Whitebeard's favor, he also completely offended the Navy. I'm afraid I won't have a good life in the future. Charlotte was right. Navy Headquarters. General Sengoku, General Zifa. The two got off the boat. Behind them are all the generals of the Navy. These people are the generals who participated in the previous Whitebeard vs. Golden Lion War. Everyone has a gloomy look on their faces. Cyborg Air Station welcomes all the navies withdrawn from the New World in front of the port. After seeing Marshal Kong, Sengoku and Zifa hurried over. Sorry, Marshal. I failed. Immediately after the warring states came to the sky, he bowed down and apologized. All the Marines behind him bowed together, and Zifa, who was standing next to Sengoku, also bowed slightly. Kong looked at the two expressionlessly and did not speak. The specific content was transmitted back to the Navy headquarters as early as the first time they retreated. Just come back. I was careless this time. I didn't expect Charlotte to intervene suddenly. Kong looked at the two and sighed, then clenched his fists. His hatred for Charlotte was almost uncontrollable. After Charlotte went to sea, nothing went well for him. First, the Navy retreated from the second half of the Great Route, and the second half of the Great Route was renamed the New World, becoming the World of Pirates. And he, Cyborg Kong, is the first naval admiral who lost his territory in the 800 years since the establishment of the world government. Not only that, but also let Charlotte slip away from him when he didn't rise. Entering the Valley of the Gods, they wantonly killed the Tianlongren and their navy soldiers. As far as he knew, there were not a few Tianlongren killed by Charlotte in the Valley of the Gods. They even blatantly attacked the laboratories of the world government and plundered all scientific research results and scientists. Now it has stopped the encirclement and suppression of the two big pirates, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, in the Navy. Every pile, every piece, has Charlotte's shadow. This made Cyborg Sora's hatred for Charlotte reach zero. He didn't want to kill Charlotte all the time to boost the Navy's momentum. Click. Click. Just when the empty stomach was full of anger, the sound of eating behind him kept ringing in his ears. Bastard Garp. Cyborg Nanta. The anger of the empty stomach was vented on Garp. Countless fist shadows hit Garp. Garp was too busy eating senbei, but he didn't know that the marshal would beat him suddenly. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Call. Sara took a deep breath, feeling instantly refreshed. And Garp was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, and the senbei in his hand were scattered all over the floor. Sengoku and Zifa glanced at Garp and immediately looked away. They knew that Marshal Kong was on the verge of breaking out. If he didn't want to be beaten in vain, it's better not to be so conspicuous. Go. Let's go back to the office. Sara said something to several people, turned and walked towards the office. Crane looked at Garp and reached out to help Garp up. Crane. You are still gentle at critical times. Garp looked at the crane with his forehead bruised and swollen and said. Bang. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. Let's go to the marshal's office. Crane punched Garp on the head, pulled Garp by the collar and walked towards the marshal's office. Followed by 8 vice admirals. A meeting ends with Cap grunting. The content of the meeting is unknown. All I know is that the bounties of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte have increased again. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, has a bounty of 24 billion, life or death. Golden Lion Shiki, the captain of the Flying Pirates, the admiral of the pirates, the great flying pirate, the reward is 25 billion, life or death. The world's #1 swordsman Rockefeller Charlotte, the captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, great swordsman of blood, a bounty of 20 billion is offered, regardless of life or death. The new bounty was spread across the seas and the Great Sea Route. Even the bounty of the Roger Pirates has increased a little this time. Brother D, Roger, the captain of the Roger Pirates, Golden Roger, offers a bounty of 24 billion, regardless of life or death. Sirbaz Raleigh, deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Raleigh the Hades, a bounty of 15 billion is offered, live or die. Even the bounties of the cadres under these pirate groups have increased a lot. It can be said that this time the naval meeting is setting bounties for pirates. This battle has made all interested people feel the powerlessness of the Navy to the New World. It also made all the ambitious people in the world see the strength of the New World. Today's New World takes the 4 great pirate groups as the apex. They are the Whitebeard Pirates, sitting in the second half of the New World. The Flying Pirates sit in the first half of the New World. The Rockefeller Pirates sit in the center of the New World. The Roger Pirates have no fixed place. Among them, the Flying Pirates are the strongest, followed by the Whitebeard Pirates, and finally the Rockefeller Pirates. Although the Roger Pirates have no territory in the New World, no one dares to underestimate him. These 4 big pirate groups are called by the world the 4 legendary pirates. It is the pinnacle for pirates. Charlotte smiled when she saw the tabloids talking about their pirate title. You don't need to think about it to know that this must be the handiwork of the Navy. I want to use this ranking to stir up internal strife in the New World. It was probably the idea of the Naval Chief of Staff, Crane. After seeing this ranking, it is estimated that those pirates who have ambitions for the New World may be the first to target themselves. It is the consensus of all that the persimmons are soft. I will be lively in the future. There was a red light in Charlotte's eyes. Then let me see if you can challenge my strength. At the same time. Brother. This Golden Lion is too crazy. Let's go to the middle of the New World, which is not his territory. Chapter 187 Walled Pirates. On a dilapidated pirate ship, 7 or 8 pirates were sitting on the deck, and one of them, a thin man who looked like a sick man, said. The pirate in the horn hat was silent for a moment after hearing this. They are the walled pirates. After they entered the New World, they thought that the sky was high enough for birds to fly and the sea for fish to leap over. As a result, reality gave them a severe slap in the face. When plundering a kingdom. It's normal for pirates to plunder kingdoms. But what is not normal is that this kingdom is protected by the Golden Lion Shueisha. In today's first half of the New World, the flags of the flying pirates are planted in every kingdom in the first half of the New World. This means that it is the territory of the flying pirates, and plundering the territory of the flying pirates will bear the wrath of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shueisha. Bundy Wald, who had just entered the New World, didn't take the pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shueisha seriously. None of the pirates who entered the New World from the Four Seas was willing to stay behind. All of them were rebellious. If you want to make them surrender, you have to fight. After experiencing the encirclement and suppression of the Warring States period and narrowly escaping from the Warring States period, the enraged Bundy Wald stared at a nearby island and launched an attack on that island. With the blessing of Momo Fruit, that island was destroyed into ruins. The members of the flying pirates stationed on the island died in the hands of Bundy Wald. This completely angered Golden Lion Shueisha. But because Shirku was so busy that he couldn't get away, he always asked his cadres to chase Bundy Wald. But those cadres under him were no match for Bundy Wald, and they suffered heavy casualties after several fights. After returning to the flying pirates, he was scolded bloody by the Golden Lion Shueisha. But this also succeeded in making Shueisha interested in Bundy Wald, and sent an invitation letter for him to join the flying pirates. Become a member of the flying pirates. But some of these pirates who can break into the New World can easily surrender to others. Bundy Wald shot and killed the invited pirate without hesitation. This move completely angered the Golden Lion Shueisha. No pirate has ever dared to humiliate him like this. His title of Pirate Admiral was not given by others, but by him alone. The angry Golden Lion Shueisha is not easy to deal with. After the walled pirates were discovered by the flying pirates every time in the next long time. Shueisha will lead his large fleet towards the Bundy pirates. It made the walled pirates very passive. If it weren't for the speeding up of Captain Bundy Wald's Momo Fruit, they probably wouldn't even have a chance of escaping. Thinking of Shueisha the Golden Lion's swordsmanship, Bundy Wald's left eye ached. At this time, Bundy Wald had a straight wound on his left eye, which was cut by the Golden Lion Shueisha. At the same time, one of the horns of the horn hat on his head was also cut off. This allowed Bundy Wald to fully see the strength of the Golden Lion Shueisha, and he did not dare to be blatant every time he came out to rob. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of Shueisha. Even if he can't beat him, he can still run. Momo Fruit's fold growth rate, even if the Golden Lion Shueisha went into battle lightly, he couldn't catch up. This is the capital for him to sail for a year in the first half of the New World, the territory of the flying pirates. But as the Golden Lion Shueisha paid more and more attention to this walled pirates who had been wandering in their own territory. The living space of walled pirates is getting smaller and smaller. Now it is forced to the middle of the New World. The middle of the New World. That's the territory of the Rockefeller pirates, the guy who is as famous as the Golden Lion Shueisha, can we? After hearing Binjak's plan, Bundy Wald, who was sitting silently by the side, spoke. The central part of the New World is not what you imagined. Although the Rockefeller pirates are in the central part, he didn't want to fight for the territory like the Golden Lion Shueisha. The Rockefeller pirates only guard one island now, and the other places are not occupied. We can recover our vitality there. Binjak said at this moment. Okay? Bundy Wald hesitated after hearing this. Binjak, as the think tank and intelligence officer of the walled pirates, has great credibility. Okay. Let's go to the middle of the New World and get rid of the mad dog Golden Lion Shueisha. Bundy Wald said with determination. At this time, the walled pirates suffered heavy losses. There are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens on this dilapidated pirate ship. One is Captain Bundy Wald, a Momo Fruit-capable man, and a 2-color domineering powerhouse. One is the Vice Captain Binjak, Bundy Wald's brother, who is very thin and often sits on Wald's shoulders during battles. He is the think tank and intelligence officer of the walled pirates. Combatant Guy Ram, who has the ability to cube fruit, is very powerful. Combatant Sebastian, the fish giant of the squid, is a hybrid of murlocs and giants, and is very powerful. These 5 people are the only 5 remaining members of walled pirates, and it can be seen how much the Golden Lion Shueisha has done to them. Wait until the middle of the new world. I must recruit more subordinates, and sooner or later I will avenge today," said Bundy Wald, eyes burning with rage. The other crew members also looked at Bundy Wald firmly, and they believed that their captain would be able to do it. The ship slowly moved towards the middle of the new world. They don't know what's next for them. Sailing on the sea for more than half a month, Charlotte finally returned to Kame Island. A large group of people greeted Charlotte's arrival at the port of Kame Island. "Oh. What are you doing here? Don't freeze the baby in such a cold day." It is now January 1486 in the lunar calendar. It is the coldest time. Charlotte's 6 wives are waiting for Charlotte on the snow. Among them were 3 women with bulging bellies. Apparently it's about to go into production. And this time, 3 new lives will be born. The Rockefeller family will also add 3 new members. "You. This time I went to sea in a hurry again. If I hadn't seen you in the newspaper. I didn't even know you were going to such a dangerous place." Elena looked at Charlotte and blamed. Alone with a dozen of his subordinates, he hurriedly went to the Navy to save face. He is really not afraid of death. Hearing Elena's blame, Charlotte smiled. "What is this? Your husband is very capable." Charlotte smiled. With a big wave of his hand, he led everyone towards the island. After Charlotte walked into the island with a large group of people. An inconspicuous place. By law. Moses. This is CP5, and Rockefeller Charlotte has returned to the island. A boatman in winter clothes hides in the shadows and reports to the world government. Chapter 188 Giant House and Will. After Charlotte opened Kame Island, not only major forces entered, but also spies from the world government and the Navy headquarters entered and hid themselves. Charlotte knew this but could do nothing about it. Even if one batch is cleaned up, the next batch will come. The only way is to keep an eye on these spies and let them spread the news that Charlotte wants them to spread. This was the only way Charlotte could think of after watching so many spy movies in her previous life. Charlotte's arrogance is withdrawn. Charlotte already knew where they were after the group of them said Charlotte's name. Today's knowledge color, as the age grows, the color of knowledge in knowledge is also constantly getting stronger. From the very beginning of anticipating danger, then touching the body to read the mind, then perceiving emotions, which will be affected by emotions, and then there is a sudden change in knowledge and color. In the shroud of knowledge and domineering, from Charlotte's perspective, it is like opening the perspective of God, and the whole world is clearly printed in Charlotte's mind like a 3-dimensional. In the subsequent 3-dimensional shroud, Charlotte could clearly perceive everything related to him. As long as someone calls out his name within the scope of his knowledgeable domineering, he can clearly lock on to his target. Charlotte's knowledgeable color became more and more abnormal. Charlotte is also very helpless about her knowledge. This is completely out of control. He thought it would be the color of knowledge to predict the future, but he still has no idea. Predicting danger is not the same as predicting the future. But Charlotte is not worried anyway, his knowledge and arrogance will grow with age. Even at this moment, Charlotte could feel her knowledge growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scope becomes larger and larger. Originally, Charlotte's knowledge range was very wide, but because of that mutation, it was reduced a lot. Although I was a little flustered at the time, I later discovered that the godlike perspective seems to be more powerful. Charlotte is no longer entangled. Today's 3-dimensional perspective can clearly cover half of Kame Island. That is, square kilometers, and this range is still rising. This is good news for Charlotte. Charlotte led the crowd to the center of Kame Island. Charlotte deliberately opened up a camp here. All the Rockefellers live here. "Captain. Come closer," 2 loud voices sounded. Charlotte looked up, and saw giants like a hill standing on both sides of the gate of the camp, standing upright like guards. These 2 are the giants Charlotte rescued from the Valley of the Gods. One is called House, one named Will. They are all giants who came out of the giant village of Elbaf. Going to sea as a pirate, after being caught by the Navy, he was originally going to be sent to the City of Advancement, but the Tianlong people needed it, so he was sent to Marie Joya, and became a slave of the Tianlong people. For this reason, the Navy also received a large amount of military expenditure. Although the military expenditure made some righteous Navy feel humiliated, they still bowed their heads in the face of this huge bailee. "Thanks for your hard work." Charlotte smiled and nodded. "The captain is not hard. You are hard," Will on the side said with a naive smile after hearing what Charlotte said. "Ha ha ha." Charlotte looked at Will's silly smile and smiled. "You guys watched carefully. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I promise to make arrangements for you properly. Charlotte patted her chest and said. That's how Charlotte recruited these two giants back then. After these two giants were brought out of the Valley of the Gods by Charlotte, they turned around and wanted to leave. How could Charlotte want to? Immediately, he took the initiative to come out and use food and various benefits to solicit another intimidation with the actions of the Navy and the world government. Finally got into a fight with both of them again. Really, there is nothing that can't be solved with a fist, and if there is, then another punch. After a punch, the two giants were honest. Charlotte brought them into Kame Island and made them the guards of the island, mainly defending against the invading pirates. The power of two adult giants is not so easy. It's really a competition of strength. No one on this island can compete with these two giants except Charlotte. Charlotte equipped the two with weapons, a big knife and a giant axe. With the addition of these two giants, the Rockefeller pirates are equivalent to having two ordinary lieutenant generals. But it made Charlotte very happy. The current Rockefeller pirates are all supported by Charlotte himself. Except for Charlotte, who has made a name for herself in the New World. Not even one. And after these two giants joined, with Charlotte's unlimited offerings, these two giants fell in love with this place instantly. Now it's Charlotte who lets them go, but they don't go. A place with food and lodging included, where will they find it after they leave? I'm afraid I'm going to become a pirate again and eat a full meal on the sea. Moreover, there are two giants under their command, so they will save face when they go out to fight. Thinking of how much Charlotte Lingling paid in the second half of her life to have an extra giant in the 10,000 kingdoms, she didn't get it in the end. And he just turned around in the Valley of the Gods, and he abducted two loyal giant thugs. Yes. Captain. Cried the two giants, laughing. Boss. You don't know that these two giants are like idiots. They have to eat 100 people's worth of food every day. Our finances will collapse sooner or later. Charlotte's butler Ivan suddenly said. Huh? Are we short of money? Charlotte frowned and looked at Ivan and asked. Oh. My boss. Our Rockefeller pirates spend an astonishing 1 billion Baileys per month, of which almost, million Baileys are paid for wages alone, and, million Baileys are used to build ships. It is the experimental expenses of those scientists. These scientists spend money one by one without blinking an eye, make a list and get reimbursed from me, especially those two people, Caesar Courant and Vin Smoke Gauge. Because of your boss, I have met almost all the experimental funds, which caused our expenses to be very high. Ivan wailed with a bitter face. As Charlotte's big housekeeper, every time he sees the money that can't be withdrawn, he feels anxious for a while. Most of the income of today's Rockefeller pirates comes from Kame Island's taxes. After returning to Kame Island from Charlotte, he officially took over the island. At the request of Charlotte, the original mayor, Mr. Chamberlain, had no choice but to let go of his rights and run back to Amit. From then on, everything on Kame Island was arranged by Charlotte. But Charlotte only stipulates taxes, in other words, as long as you pay taxes, don't make trouble, the other Charlottes don't care. Ships and merchant ships that come and go every month, as well as some local shops, and Charlotte has opened up the real estate industry. Chapter 189 Firearms. Let Charlotte earn 4 to 5 billion a month. But still far from the cost. But Charlotte already has a plan. You don't have to worry about money. I'll take care of it. Charlotte looked at Ivan with a bitter face and said. Ivan, the butler, has been with him for 10 years, and Charlotte is still very satisfied with his work. Charlotte originally wanted to go to Caesar Courant's place, but seeing so many people around, she had to postpone the matter. Attended a banquet. The 4 sons and 3 daughters were carried out by their respective maids. All the cadres gathered in the lobby. Charlotte ordered the kitchen to prepare food and wine early, and they were served to the banquet. Hundreds of people gather at a banquet, which can be regarded as a large-scale gathering of the Rockefeller pirates. Speaking of it, Charlotte herself is out of tune. Charlotte also felt that she didn't seem to be very good at managing this huge pirate group. All things are basically done by his subordinates. The internal affairs of the island are managed by Ivan, the big housekeeper, and the pirate group is managed by Carter. As for the family, it is basically managed by Ileana and the 5 daughters, but most of them are managed by Ileana. And the maids are managed by Monica Harrington. It is the head maid in the form of the animal, bugfruit, and dragonfly. Size is almost everything. Charlotte seldom participates, but that's okay, save Charlotte worrying about that. And this is a world that respects strength. As long as Charlotte is strong enough, no one dares to betray easily. Even if it is betrayal, one must be prepared to bear Charlotte's anger. A banquet is over. Charlotte was drunk again by his subordinates. He was helped back to the room by a few girls. What follows is not much to describe. The next day, Charlotte walked out of the room with her waist supported. Came to the balcony and looked at the big sun in the sky, and stretched. The weather is so nice today. The weather in winter and the sun is the best. Looking at the scenery outside, Charlotte jumped off the balcony. Charlotte's house has been moved from that villa. Now Charlotte lives in a castle, and the outside of the castle is a large lawn. Estes and Caesar were playing on the lawn outside the castle. Dad. 2 crisp calls sounded. Charlotte looked at the pair of children and smiled. Good morning. Estes and little Caesar. Charlotte looked at even a child and said hello. Cut. Dad is a big slob. It's already noon now. Estes curled his lips after hearing what Charlotte said. Charlotte's smile froze instantly, then I looked at the sky, it seems like it's really noon. Ha ha ha. Dad was drunk yesterday. You got up late today, you continue to play. I'll go out for a while. I won't eat lunch, tell your mother. Goodbye. Charlotte looked at the 2 little ones and said quickly, and then disappeared in a flash. Estes and Caesar all curled their lips when they saw their father running away. I don't know who to learn from. Charlotte walked out of the range of the castle and came into the camp. He came here today to see Caesar Courant. Before, Charlotte roughly designed a drawing of a firearm, and asked Caesar Courant to see if he could make it. But because of the conflict between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, he hurried out to sea, and now a month has passed, and he doesn't know what happened. Caesar. Did the thing I asked you to make according to the drawing I gave you last time come true? Charlotte kicked open the door and asked Caesar Courant inside. Bang. The sudden movement frightened the test tube in Caesar Courant's hand, and the unknown liquid fell to the ground. Instantly corroded the floor. The floor creaked. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant, and the atmosphere froze instantly. Caesar Courant, what are you doing? What is this thing? Charlotte pointed to the floor and asked. He suspected that Caesar Courant was using his funds to make something more of what he wanted to make. Charlotte was right, Caesar Courant did embezzle part of the funds Charlotte gave him for his own experiments. Mr. Charlotte. Why are you here? Caesar Courant seems to be deliberately changing the subject. Charlotte ignored Caesar Courant's words, but quickly came to Caesar Courant's side and grabbed his wrist. Are you actually studying poison gas? Charlotte knew the answer from Caesar Courant in an instant. Caesar Courant was shocked instantly. How did Charlotte recognize it? I'm sorry. I won't dare again. Caesar Courant knelt down very spinelessly, hugged Charlotte's thigh and howled. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant with black lines. When did I say I'm going to blame you? Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant at her feet and said. You don't blame me for embezzling public funds? Caesar Courant suddenly raised his head and asked blankly, and then he wanted to give himself a slap in the face, that he really didn't open any pot and carried which pot. Did you do what I told you? Charlotte didn't answer Caesar Courant's question, but asked about other things. What did you order? Caesar was puzzled. Suddenly. A flash in my mind. It's done. The gun design blueprint you gave me has opened up my weapon talent, and the weapon can be designed like this. Mr. Charlotte, you are a genius. Caesar Courant looked at Charlotte adoringly after talking about the drawing Charlotte gave him. He couldn't imagine that firearms could still be designed like this. So did you make it? Charlotte asked again. Charlotte found it difficult to communicate with Caesar Courant. It's done. Wait a minute, I'll get it for you now. Caesar Courant instantly heard the impatience in Charlotte's tone, got up instantly, and walked towards a cabinet. Then Charlotte saw Caesar Courant pull out a 1-meter-long gun from the cabinet. Exactly the same as the one on his drawing. Then under Charlotte's surprised eyes, Caesar Courant took out guns of other shapes. Mr. Charlotte. You made this drawing for me, and I made these out of a sudden inspiration from this drawing. What do you think? Does it meet your requirements? Caesar Courant put the 5 firearms in his arms in front of Charlotte like offering a treasure. Although Charlotte has traveled here for 10 years, she can still recognize these firearms at a glance. Charlotte skillfully picked up the spear and pulled the bolt. There is an endless stream of clicking sounds. This familiar sound and touch, it reminded Charlotte of the scene of killing Xiao Haizi in the rainforest. I really miss it so much. It's a pity that I can't go back, so I came here. Chapter 190. See you on calendar 1487. Good. Not bad. Really good. Caesar, you did a very good job. Charlotte said yes 3 times in a row, and it could be seen that Charlotte was happy. Hey hey. Seeing Charlotte's expression, Caesar's heart was relieved. After playing with it for a while, Charlotte put it down. Then look at Caesar Courant. This made Caesar Courant's heart tighten. At this time, he was still in his teens, and according to his age, he was still a child. Being praised by Charlotte filled his little heart with vanity. But being watched by Charlotte suddenly made him like a child, waiting for the next reprimand. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and thought. If you want to make poisonous gas, I have no objection, and even if you want to make other large-scale weapons, I have no objection, but you must focus on my affairs and put my requirements first. As long as you can do it, you need to I can support you with everything. Charlotte looked into Caesar Courant's eyes and said. The tone is very serious. Caesar Courant, who was listening, was in a cold sweat. Charlotte's power is getting bigger and bigger with his age, even if the power of his body flows out unconsciously, it can make people with low strength tremble. The domineering look of the king has penetrated into Charlotte's aura. It made Charlotte look more and more domineering. It makes the timid people tremble uncontrollably. Ming. Ming. Understood. Caesar Courant stammered. Well. That's good. Don't worry. Do things for me well, you can use those things in your heart, I believe that no force will fully support you like me. Maybe it will surpass Vegapunk in the future. Charlotte drew a pie to Caesar Courant. A boss who can't draw big cakes is not a good boss. Charlotte worked for those bosses as a wage earner in her previous life, but she has a deep understanding. Yes. As soon as Caesar Courant heard that he would surpass Vegapunk, he instantly lifted his spirits, and said with firm eyes. Ha 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 ha. If you manufacture the production line of this gun, your experimental funding will depend on this gun in the future. How much it can sell means how much your funding will be. Charlotte picked up the Mosin Nagant rifle and said. He ha ha ha. I promised to complete the mission, but I need Barrett's assistance. Caesar Courant said with a smile. Charlotte nodded. For Barrett to come to assist, Charlotte will still agree. And Barrett's combined fruit also needs a little science to assist. Charlotte said a few more words to Caesar Courant and left. Check out other labs. All the scientists were working day and night, so Charlotte didn't bother. After a few laps at the camp, we headed back. In the following days, Charlotte returned to her previous calm. During the day, he was either training or instructing his subordinates, especially Barrett and Estes. They were guided by Charlotte to fight. Barrett mainly trains in gymnastics, while Estes trains in swordsmanship. These 2 kinds of training are what Charlotte is best at. Charlotte handed it over to them almost without reservation. Time passed between Charlotte training during the day and making babies at night. The year 1487 of the sea calendar. Another year has passed. Charlotte hasn't been out of the island much this year. But there are still legends about him in the sea. The name of the world's #1 swordsman is very resounding. After the title was spread, Charlotte's life was very peaceful in the first few months. But after the swordsman and swordsman of the 4 seas and the great route came to the New World, Charlotte's peaceful life was broken. One after another, swordsman and swordsman came to Kame Island to challenge Rockefeller Charlotte, the world's #1 swordsman, by name. At the beginning, Charlotte didn't care about it. It happened that she was a little bored on the island, and she could take the opportunity to make up for her own shortcomings with the strengths of hundreds of schools. Fighting against them is just a pure swordsmanship competition. By the way, he guided these swordsmen and swordsmen who came to challenge. But after this move was spread. Fight against the world's #1 swordsman, and you can also get advice from the world's #1 swordsman. In particular, a few swordsmen were stuck at the peak of the swordsman for several years, and after Charlotte's guidance, they immediately broke through the realm of the swordsman. In an instant, the eyes of those swordsmen who were still in the realm of swordsmen turned red. There are many swordsmen in this sea, but there are not many swordsmen in the realm of swordsmen, almost all of them are rare in the sea. Otherwise, Charlotte would not have been invited by Lox to become the captain of the 8th Squadron of the Lox Pirates in the realm of the swordsman. The gold content of Jianhao is still very high. When the news spread, all the swordsmen in the swordsman's circle couldn't bear it any longer and went to sea one after another. This group of swordsmen who rely on their excellent swordsmanship will not pay attention to the navy and pirates. A swordsman who dares to go to sea and needs the way of the sword will not be afraid of anyone. For a time, in the second half of 1486 in the Hyuan calendar, countless swordsmen were wanted by the navy as pirates. Let the navy have a headache. This not only caused the navy's reputation to plummet, but also made Charlotte's reputation even louder. The recognition of the world's #1 swordsman is getting higher and higher. All the swordsmen and swordsmen who challenged Charlotte were speechless after being shocked by Charlotte's swordsmanship, and everyone was convinced. Not only that, but Charlotte would give pointers from time to time, allowing those swordsmen to see another side of Charlotte. Selfless dedication, no private possession. You must know that every sentence of Charlotte's swordsmanship instruction will drive countless people crazy. As Charlotte's reputation traveled farther and farther, and his character was learned by these swordsmen. Unknown swordsmen on the sea went to sea one after another, only to join the Rockefeller pirates. This can also be regarded as Charlotte's unintentional planting of willows, and it is also Charlotte's own unique charm. Anyway, the swordsman circle now only praises Charlotte. Even the swordsmen in the Navy headquarters have great admiration for Charlotte. Especially when he knew that Charlotte was forced to become a pirate by rocks, he wanted to rehabilitate Charlotte immediately. If it weren't for their soft words, maybe they would have succeeded. Most people who practice swords are pure in mind. If the mind is complicated, how to become a real swordsman? This irritated the Navy's top brass for a few days. A flurry of complaints about the world government followed. Is the name of the world's #1 swordsman so easily spread? It's good now, swordsmen all over the world are extolling the virtues of Charlotte. In fact, when Charlotte's world's swordsman first started, it was only filled in by Morgans for the sake of newspaper sales. But then the 5 old stars of the world government saw it and felt that the title of the world's #1 swordsman would definitely be dissatisfied. Like Roger Golden Lion or something. These are all good swordsmen, and they will definitely fight to the death for the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Their world government can benefit from it, but who can imagine that things are completely out of their control? Chapter 191 The Influence of the World and #039, #1 Swordsman. After Charlotte became known as the world's #1 swordsman, all the sword masters remained indifferent. What is this doing? Isn't this telling everyone in the world that they recognize Charlotte as the world's #1 swordsman? This nasty pirate. Wulooxing was furious after learning about this. Then he slammed Morgans hard. Could the title of world's greatest swordsman be given so easily? When the time comes, it will be difficult to get it back after giving it away. That's all, the confused name of the world's #1 swordsman on Charlotte's head was completely implemented. Now as long as someone says the name of the world's #1 swordsman, they will definitely say yes, Rockefeller Charlotte. The captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, one of the 4 legendary pirates of the New World, sits in the center of the New World. This has made countless pirates who practice swords or not practice swords want to join the Rockefeller Pirates. This made Charlotte worry badly. In Charlotte's plan, the Rockefeller Pirates did not recruit pirates like the Golden Lion Shurji. As long as they were pirates, they could join them. The pirate group that Charlotte wants to build is a pirate group with her own bond and cronies as the hub. This is why Charlotte was indifferent to Albert Jin when she was in Punk Hazard. What he established is the family pirate group, and he does not want to recruit some crew members from outside the family. Even those cadres that Charlotte recruited now are all SOSO in strength, not particularly strong. The only one who was treated with care by Charlotte was Barrett. That's because Barrett is young, and living in the Rockefeller Pirates since he was a child will definitely have a certain affection for this family. That's why Charlotte made an exception and accepted Barrett as a member of the family. Such a pirate group based on pure blood is what Charlotte pursues. It is also in line with the psychology developed by Charlotte. Watching my children grow up step by step under my own training until they become famous all over the world. This is what Charlotte is after. Charlotte now, in terms of strength, it has reached a ceiling, and it is not so easy to become stronger. In other words, Charlotte's mind has changed now, and she no longer focuses on strength, but she will not let her strength go backwards. This is something that Charlotte will never allow. In this world where strength is paramount, Charlotte will never show her weakness. That's why Charlotte doesn't eat devil fruits. Today, he has reached the peak of physical swordsmanship and domineering. As long as he doesn't mess around, for example, if he singles out the Navy headquarters, he has no weaknesses. But after eating the devil fruit, there will be an obvious weakness, that is seawater and sea floor stones. Charlotte is now in her youth, and she can completely rely on her own strength to become a strong person. As for the devil fruit, only the vampire fruit can be put in Charlotte's heart. After all, it can keep itself youthful and never grow old. As for the other devil fruits, they are just icing on the scene. Their abilities are fancy, but their power is just that. He can still use domineering to create the power of the devil fruit. Teacher Kaido has a good saying. Domineering above all. Today's Charlotte does not want to limit herself because of the weakness of seawater. In addition, Charlotte still likes swimming, especially when playing in the water with his wife. So Charlotte won't think about the fruit ability in a short time. It was very embarrassing for Charlotte to seek refuge with those swordsmen. But after what Elena said, Charlotte finally made up her mind. Without him. Today, he is no longer the little transparent person he used to be. The 4 legendary pirates of the New World. Sitting in the middle of the New World. Although it is only a Kame island. But in everyone's eyes, the middle of the New World is his territory, depending on when Charlotte planted the flag. As for Charlotte, who possesses such a great name, the forces under her command are pitifully lacking. It is the least of the 4 legendary pirate groups, which will attract the attention of many people. You must learn to arm yourself. With Elena's analysis, and the treacherous world situation. Let Charlotte make up his mind. A ring was erected on the west side of Kame Island. All those who want to challenge Charlotte will have a showdown in the ring. Only the winner is eligible to challenge Charlotte. And Charlotte will not let them down. The 1-month competition, the one who successfully persisted until the end, will accept his challenge in the ring on the last day of each month. And Charlotte will also point out the opponent's swordsmanship after victory. This made all the swordsmen and swordsmen flock to the sea. One is to find someone to prove their swordsmanship level, and the other is to challenge the world's #1 swordsman, and then let him guide their own swordsmanship. During this period, countless swordsmen were overwhelmed by Charlotte's personality charm and joined under Charlotte's command. After half a year of fermentation. Today's Charlotte is also full of talents. Especially with so many swordsmen, the eyeballs of all the pirates turned red. Especially Golden Lion Shurji, as a great swordsman, he was the one who single-handedly sent Charlotte to the realm of the great swordsman. Seeing the abundance of talents under Charlotte's hands, envious eyeballs almost dropped. Why they didn't take refuge in themselves but went to take refuge in Charlotte, this is why Shurji, the Golden Lion, couldn't figure it out. Could it be because of the title of the world's #1 swordsman? Every time Shurji heard that some swordsman entered the New World and made a name for himself, and then joined the Rockefeller Pirates. Shurko's eyes were hot for a while. In the process of going out to sea again, I met several swordsmen who went out to sea with their swords in hand. Shurku immediately knew what they were doing. Immediately, it fell from a high altitude and came to these people. Boy! Are you going to challenge the world's #1 swordsman? Seeing that Shurji had no malice, these swordsmen said tremblingly. No. That's right. Sir, is there anything for us to bring over there? These swordsmen who went to sea were not stupid. How could they not know such a star figure as Golden Lion Shurji, a big pirate who appeared in newspapers every day, and a guy who was as famous as the world's #1 swordsman? Tell me. Do you know why so many swordsmen want to join Charlotte? Shurji looked at the sky with some melancholy, a cigar in his mouth. After hearing Shuriko's question, these swordsmen looked at each other. But he still had the courage to bite the bullet and stepped forward and said. Because Lord Charlotte is the #1 swordsman in the world. And she is willing to guide the weak without hesitation, dare to swing the sword at the strong, and treat the weak very fairly, and she is also very pregnant. The swordsman looked at Shurji and said the evaluation of Charlotte he had read in the newspaper, and there were also evaluations among the swordsman's circle. Chapter 192 Abundant Talents. Don't be stingy, dare to swing a sword at the strong, fair. Shurji listened to these 3 evaluations, and one was taller than the other. This made Shuriko's mouth twitch. Don't be stingy, what's the matter? I have known Charlotte for 7 years. This kid has never invited him to drink a glass of wine. He invited him. Dare to swing the sword against the strong, I'm afraid you haven't seen the way he looked at Locks. The Golden Lion Shurji still can't forget the scene when Locks threatened Charlotte, and Charlotte agreed in seconds. Fair, is there still justice in this world? Hearing these people's compliments, Shurko curled his cigar-smoking mouth. He finally knew why so many swordsmen went to him. This person is really good at packaging, making people all over the world think that Charlotte is a good person. Special. Shurji felt aggrieved for a while, then soared into the sky and disappeared. Only these few swordsmen were left in a daze. Let's go. Why are you still in a daze? The swordsman beside him reacted quickly, and shouted at his companion. Then several people left here quickly. Shueisha, who was flying in the air, became more and more wrong as he thought about it. His own reputation is obviously so much greater than Charlotte's, but those who rely on him are all rubbish. Either a careerist, or a guy who wants to use his own name. Shueisha, who was full of anger, returned to his floating island and roared for a while. The sword energy flew across the air, scaring all the pirates to lie on the ground with their heads in their hands and dare not move. It's over. It's over. Boss Shueisha has gone crazy again. The cadre on the side muttered softly after seeing it. Shirko's question reached Charlotte's ears half a month later. Looking at the three who survived Shirko's hands, Charlotte smiled. Welcome to the Rockefeller Pirates. For these swordsmen who wanted to join, Charlotte no longer rejected it, after sensing that they were not spies sent by the world government or other forces. Charlotte accepted them. Now there are more than 200 swordsmen who have joined Xia Luo's command in the past 6 months. One of them is from the realm of swordsmen. It is a swordsman who can issue flying slashes. It's just a rare talent, although this talent is almost 2 rounds older than Charlotte, he is almost 60 years old. After feeling that there is no hope for him to break through the great swordsman, he still wants to feel the power of the great swordsman. After coming to Kame Island, without any accident, he managed to fight Charlotte until the end of the month. Without any accident, she was easily defeated by Charlotte. Feeling the power of the great swordsman, he was satisfied and offered to stay. Nearly 60 years old, Charlotte dare not let him go to sea like a young man. He was given a teaching position, responsible for teaching those swordsmen so that they could become sword masters as soon as possible. The swordsmen did not hesitate in Charlotte's arrangement. Thanks to the captain for being considerate of this old man is very grateful, and will definitely use all his energy to cultivate a swordsman. The old man, that is, Stanley Atchison, bowed slightly to Charlotte respectfully. Charlotte also quickly helped the old Mr. Stanley. This is the only swordsman under Charlotte's command, it can be regarded as his #1 combat force. Although it is a bit old, it still has the strength it should have. Speaking of Jianhao, Charlotte just had a headache, not for anything else, but for the 2 swordsmen under him, Paul and Isaac. These 2 have been with me for 4 or 5 years. From the beginning of the swordsman's realm to now is still the swordsman's realm. It made Charlotte doubt her teaching level. Why is it so difficult for a great swordsman himself to train 2 swordsmen? Is it because I can't teach them well, or because their talents are too poor? With the joining of a swordsman, the swordsmen under Charlotte's command became even more excited. Especially when Charlotte asked them what kind of swordsmanship or that question they don't understand can be asked. It completely excited these swordsmen. Although they want Charlotte to guide them more. But it is impossible to think about it. As the captain of this huge pirate group, Charlotte must have a lot of things, how can she have time to guide them? This point, they still know it in their hearts. The addition of more than 200 swordsmen instantly swelled the Rockefeller Pirates. It also changed the cadres under Charlotte's command. Rodney Carter, captain of the first Rockefeller team, animals horse fruit zebra form, proficient in 2-color domineering, iron blocks in the 6 naval styles, shaved, moon steps, hazy feet, finger guns, with the strength of a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. With a bounty of 3,000 million Baileys, he leads 100 people under his command, owns 2 pirate groups, and is responsible for plundering at sea. The captain of Rockefeller's 2nd Division, Bunal Ralph, is in the form of animal, elephant fruit, and white elephant. He is proficient in 2-color domineering, iron, shaved, and finger gun in the 6 naval styles. He has the strength of a lieutenant general in the Navy headquarters. A bounty of 9,000 million Baileys is offered, leading more than 100 people under his command, without ships, and the main task is to be stationed on Kame Island, to protect the safety of Kame Island, and to guard the prisoners of Kame Island. The captain of Rockefeller's 3rd team, Paul Bunyan, is proficient in armed domineering, knowledgeable and domineering, and proficient in swordsmanship. A bounty of 2,000 million Baileys was offered, and all the new swordsmen under his command formed a team of swordsmen with members. 2 ships often went to sea. Isaac Marlowe, the captain of the 4th Rockefeller team, is proficient in armed forces, knowledgeable, and swordsmanship. His strength is not weaker than that of the Rear Admiral of the Navy. A bounty of 1,000 million Baileys was offered, and the subordinates were all swordsmen like Paul. They formed a team of swordsmen and often went to sea to plunder. These are Charlotte's main team captains now. These people, Charlotte, are in a state of stalking for them, let them gallop on the sea, and they will sail on the sea under the name of Charlotte. And there are not many people in the Charlotte headquarters team. The captain of the scientific team was Caesar Courant, and Charlotte was very satisfied with Caesar Courant's performance this year. Put all the scientists under his command under Caesar Courant, and Vin Smoke Gauge builds ships exclusively for himself. The head maid of the maid team, Monica Harrington, is in the form of animal, insect fruit, and dragonfly, and her combat power is just like that. It is more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but it is still a bit reluctant to deal with some experts. Those who serve Charlotte don't have much time for training. Charlotte doesn't force them either, they can do whatever they like. There are nearly 300 maids under the command of the head maid Monica, which is the largest team in the Rockefeller Pirates. All of them are big beauties, and these 300 people are all serving Charlotte. But with such a large number of people, Monica must not be able to handle it alone, so she also has 3 helpers. Amy Powell, Karina Carey, and Wendy Mohm. Chapter 193 Abundant Talents. Amy Powell, Animal Department Bird Fruit Goshawk form, the strength is very powerful, just being able to fly made Charlotte pay more attention to her. Her combat power is also the strongest among the many maids, stronger than the head maid, Monica. The finger gun and longiao in the Navy 6 style are used by her like a raging fire. She is the only combat maid among the many maids who has a good fighting power. Karina Golly, Animal Department Rat Fruit Hamster form, he doesn't have much fighting power, but is responsible for taking care of Charlotte's daily life and being cute. By the way, help Monica manage many maids. Wendy Mom, in the form of animal, cat fruit, raccoon cat, has no combat effectiveness, and is also responsible for taking care of Charlotte's daily life and for her to pet the cat. These 2 maids are purely acting as vases. Charlotte was still a little puzzled after learning that Monica gave them the 2 devil fruits. But after seeing the 2 of them, I understood. These 2 maids look so cute. After the devil fruit of the sea animal department turns into a beast, it is equivalent to 2 beast ears. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat in an instant, recalling those nights when they were stroking their hair while sleeping. Charlotte is a little excited right now, and she has to try it tonight. These 4 maids are just management. Charlotte also specially trained hundreds of maids. Learn all kinds of navigation knowledge, as well as medical skills and cooking skills. These 3 kinds of knowledge are necessary for the sea, and they are also the most useful, and now they are all graduates. Only these 3 kinds are not enough, Charlotte is very good at enjoying it. In his words, I have worked so hard for nearly 10 years and still can't enjoy it. These maids of Charlotte were all rescued by Charlotte from various slave ships. Except for some relatives who are still alive, most of them are willing to stay in the Rockefeller Pirates. The female slaves among them are all extremely beautiful, and each of them was a schoolgirl in the previous life. There are countless princesses of a country, daughters of nobles, daughters of merchants, singers, and dancers. In short, the women on Charlotte's ship have various identities. Charlotte gave full play to their strengths and asked them to choose a skill to learn. In addition to some learning sailing, medicine, cooks. There are countless singing, dancing, rap, musical instruments, and so on. At every banquet, these maids would shine brightly, and Charlotte felt the joy of body and mind. So Charlotte's more than 300 maids are not raised in vain, everyone has their own strengths. And Charlotte just needs to dig it out slowly. This makes Charlotte's little life beautiful, which is unnecessary. Otherwise, how could Charlotte be able to endure a year or even 2 years without leaving the island? During these days, apart from teaching Barrett and Esther's every day, Charlotte just lay at home and looked at many seductive maids. I lost myself in the voice of the master. But Charlotte still has the stopping power that Charlotte should have. These are the main forces under Charlotte, with nearly 400 combat members and more than logistics members. These more than 500 combatants are not comparable to those little pirates. All of them are swordsmen who have practiced for at least 2.5 years, and most of them are swordsmen who have practiced for 5 years. No matter how poor these swordsmen's talents are, they are still much better than those sea minions. One does not say to fight 10, but 5 are also possible. 1 is worth 5, and these 500 people can be used as 500 people. And today's most powerful force on the sea is the Golden Lion Shurji, who has more than 3 people, followed by the most inconspicuous Captain John. Pirates in China have nearly 1 people. In addition to Wang Ji and Yin Fu, after all, these 2 people teamed up with John. Although it has not been announced, everyone knows. That adds up to 5,000 people. Next is Charlotte. Charlotte's power has also increased a lot this year. Instead, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was the weakest. His pirate group is based on family ties, and the pirates he recruits are basically children. On the contrary, they are not very powerful, relying entirely on Whitebeard's own reputation. If it weren't for Whitebeard's strength, the second half of the new world would probably already belong to John. But to say that the least powerful and strongest pirate group is definitely the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates have no fixed sphere of influence at all, nor have they planted a flag, they just sit and wander aimlessly around the world with the pirates. Didn't look for Ralph Drew either. I don't know when to look for it. Charlotte looked at her own power in her hand and compared it with the power of other pirates. Hey. We still have to wait for them to grow up. Charlotte's hopes now rest on those children. Barrett, Estes, Caesar, Tesla, Robert, Sif, Deidara, Eve. The oldest of the 8 children is 11 years old. The youngest is 2 years old. Barrett is 11 years old, and his height has completely let go of Zhang. He is already, meters tall, and he grows really fast. Estes is also 7 years old, and he is much more mature than before. He has gorgeous silver blue long hair, deep ice blue eyes, fair skin, and a face like a porcelain doll. He often wears pure the officer's uniform is white, and he knows that he learned from Barrett. Since awakening the domineering look, Estes didn't want to be as reckless as before, and added Charlotte's intentional training. The character also began to slowly become reticent, often holding a Western sword, which is the sanction of the Holy Land, with cold fruit in one hand, and swordsmanship training in the other. The strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds, and the knowledge color has inherited Charlotte's talent, and awakened the knowledge color domineering early. The 5 senses are very sharp, can easily find the abnormality of the other party. This made Charlotte a little confused. Is this a special sense of domineering? No mind reading, no predicting the future, no foreseeing danger, let alone listening to everything, is there a new special color of knowledge? Charlotte was puzzled. The successful awakening of knowledge color makes Charlotte very happy, but the domineering color has never appeared since the first awakening. Even if Charlotte used her domineering look to overwhelm her, it didn't inspire Estetha's domineering aura. This can only make Charlotte give up and train Estetha's swordsmanship. With the guidance of Charlotte, the world's #1 swordsman, and the talent of Estes on the sea, and her swordsmanship combined with her cold fruit, even the swordsman on Charlotte's ship did not dare to parry easily. The invincible posture has been revealed since Estes was 8 years old. Chapter 194 Abundant Talents. Except Estes. As Caesar grew older, Charlotte had already arranged all the lessons for him at the age of 5. But for some reason, Charlotte always felt that Caesar seemed a little lazy. He doesn't pay much attention to everything, and he likes to sleep on the table during class. This pissed Charlotte off. Although Charlotte liked to sleep on the table when he was young, he never allowed his son to learn from himself. Every time Caesar dozed off, Charlotte asked him to stand up and run around the castle, when he would wake up and come back. Charlotte's castle is not small. 1 lap is at least 5,000 meters. If everyone in the world of pirates is not physically strong, no one can complete it. And Caesar was only 5 years old. At that time, when Charlotte let Caesar run away, she was just saying something angry, and she didn't think Caesar would finish running. But after the run, Charlotte looked at Caesar in surprise. Can't tell that this lazy kid is actually a physical genius. He can run 5,000 meters at the age of 5. Although he can't compare with those real monsters, he is still much better than ordinary people. But the only thing that bothers Charlotte is that Caesar is too lazy and likes to sleep. Caesar wouldn't even want to move if he wasn't staring right in front of his eyes. This is not good, he is like this at a young age, he must get rid of his bad habits. Basically, Caesar would be called by the maid arranged by Charlotte every day to run around the castle before dawn, without stopping twice. Once there is any lazy move, after hearing the maid's report, Charlotte will personally carry the whip to Caesar, and then hang it on the tree to whip. Every time Caesar would be drawn into tears, saying that he would never do it again. Martha looked distressed in the back, but Charlotte would not spoil Caesar. But the result was that the next day, he sneaked out while the maid was not paying attention. As a result, Charlotte was hung from a tree and smoked for another day. Day by day, Caesar's memory is not very long, but his physical body is indeed getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes, if Charlotte doesn't use any effort, Caesar can't feel the pain. But Charlotte didn't have time to take care of Caesar every day, and then simply threw Caesar to Barrett. And tell Barrett, Caesar will practice whatever you practice in the future, as long as you can't die from practicing, practice to death, and completely let Caesar end his childhood early. If so, it's just a miserable childhood. Apart from these 2 children, Tesla was over 3 years old and had just learned to walk. Charlotte didn't pay much attention to him except to see him every few days. Robert, Sif, Didera, and Eve are still too young, only 2 years old, and still babbling. Charlotte also took time to visit. Except for these 7 children, Charlotte 3 more children were added this year. 2 men and 1 woman. They were born to Martha, Jenny, and Alice. The 5th son, Rockefeller Logan, was born to Martha. The 4th daughter, Rockefeller Jolie, was born to Jenny. The 6th son, Rockefeller Philip, was born to Alice. Today's Rockefeller family has 10 members. 6 sons, 4 daughters. Except for his death, there is no one that can be used. Even as death, Charlotte will not let her do any tasks, she is still too young. But Charlotte was not in a hurry. Where is this? There are still more than 10 years before the most chaotic era of great voyages, and Charlotte is not in a hurry at all. Although the sea at this time has already had a little chaos, it is still within a limited range. Those top players are still growing. And he has become a peak existence, fully capable of protecting his homeland. The sun shone brightly on the castle. With her upper body naked, Charlotte opened the curtains, letting the bright sunshine in. What are you doing? Pull the curtains so early. A coquettish voice sounded, as if blaming Charlotte for opening the curtains. It's okay. You continue to sleep. I have something to do today and need to go early. Charlotte looked at Irina, who was lying on the bed with disheveled hair, and a large piece of spring light was exposed outside, and smiled, then put on her clothes and walked towards the door. A click. Charlotte went out. Elena, who was lying on the bed, opened her slightly squinted eyes, but it could be seen from her actions that she was trying to pull herself together. Today the sun really came out from the west. Ileana muttered something, didn't go back to sleep, got up and got dressed. In the past, Charlotte would sleep until after 10 o'clock, how could she wake up at 8 o'clock like today? Charlotte walked out of the castle and walked towards the camp of the Rockefeller pirates. The expansion of the camp is getting bigger and bigger, and there are nearly 1,000 people living in it. As Charlotte leveled the peaks one after another, the habitable area of the island became larger and larger. Charlotte's camp is located in the northwest of Kame Island. As for why? Because there happens to be a deep water port here where ships can be docked. There is no need to go to the port of Kame Island to squeeze there. In the past, it was surrounded by mountains, but after being blown away by Charlotte, it became a flat land, just right for the camp to be built here. And it is far away from the town, so it doesn't need to affect the people in the town. No one will come here on purpose. After all, one is the northwest corner and the other is the southeast corner. All the towns are in the southeast corner, which is conveniently facing the ships coming from the first half of the New World. Captain. Giant House sitting at the door, and Will stood up after seeing Charlotte. Charlotte smiled slightly after seeing it, and walked in. Captain. Captain. Charlotte walked in and met more and more people. After seeing Charlotte, many crew members bent down and said hello. Then there was a burst of surprise. When did the captain come to the camp so early? It was really uncommon. But I didn't think too much about it. When does the captain want to take care of himself? If you have time to worry about this, it is better to think about what to eat at noon. Charlotte came inside through many checkpoints. But when Charlotte walked inside and saw a person, she immediately became furious. Caesar. Wake me up. Charlotte originally wanted to see the results of the science team, and then came to see his death and Caesar's by the way, but as soon as she came, she saw Caesar lying in a hammock and sleeping soundly, with a hazel in his mouth. Obviously dreamed something. After waking up so early in the morning, I saw that this little beast was still sleeping. Caesar was startled by Charlotte's loud roar. Fell off the hammock. Ouch. It hurts. Dad? Why are you here? Caesar fell off the bed, rubbed his ass, wailed, and then stared at Charlotte with wide eyes. Chapter 195 The Sea King and #039's request. Humph. If I don't come, I don't even know you sleep so well. The sun is on your ass and you are still sleeping. Charlotte snorted coldly after seeing Caesar's appearance. This kid knows how to be lazy every day. He obviously has such a good physical talent, but he uses it to sleep every day. He is really a deadwood. But no matter how angry he is still his own son. Jade is not perfect. If you don't deal with him severely, you will never know how to have a long memory. Bump. Love's iron fist was hammered on Caesar's forehead. In an instant, Caesar's forehead bulged into a big bag. Asshole. Get up and run around the camp. Charlotte hammered Caesar's forehead with his right fist and yelled at Caesar. Yes, yes, yes. Caesar hurriedly stood up and ran towards the camp. It seemed to him that he would rather run than face Charlotte's fist. Seeing Caesar's embarrassment, Charlotte's mood improved a lot. Then the people in the camp saw a small figure, about 1.3 meters long, crying and running around the camp. Those who knew looked at Caesar and laughed. "Caesar kid. I was taught a lesson by your unscrupulous father again." A group of big men looked at Caesar and laughed. "Daddy bastard." Seeing that everyone around him was laughing at him, Caesar blushed and cursed his father inwardly while waving his fists. If Charlotte knows what her son thinks, she will definitely give Caesar 2 more punches to let him know what a father's love is like a mountain. Charlotte walked to Barrett's camp. Seeing that Barrett was still training his body every day, Charlotte just smiled at this, and looked at it quietly for a while before stopping. "Boss." Seeing Charlotte Ivan, he immediately walked over. Seeing the ledger in Ivan's hand, I knew that Ivan was counting revenue. "How is it? Is this month's revenue okay?" Ever since Charlotte decided to start with weapons, she has been using her connections in the dark world to start with the Usury King and use his influence to find buyers for her weapons. A year's time also let Charlotte's Mozingana, but this world is not called this name. Charlotte added her own surname to it. Rockefeller 1486. That's right, Charlotte shamelessly wrote her name on it. As for Caesar Courant, let him stay where he is cool. After selling the arms, Charlotte discovered that the guns in the arms business in Quan Lai are not at all important, but ammunition is what really accounts for the majority. These ammunition are the real bulk. Boss. This month, our foreign trade business profit has reached million Baileys, and it is still expanding. Now our guns are sold very quickly in all the kingdoms of the New World, and all the kingdoms are changing our guns. Weapons, if it is not manufactured cannot keep up, can definitely be doubled. Ivan immediately became excited when he heard that Charlotte asked about this month's revenue. 300 million? Charlotte frowned after hearing this number, a little short of what she had expected. Boss. Million is already a lot. Our guns are basically sold with a hammer. Most of them are ammunition, and the materials and manufacturing costs required for the guns, so our profit is not big. Those raw materials need to be purchased from outside the island. Procurement is only possible, thanks to the help of the Sea King. Ivan looked at Charlotte and said, "Sea Freight King?" Charlotte was surprised again. All these Charlottes were handed over to Ivan, and he was not very clear about the details. Why did he get involved with the King of Shipping again? Boss. The Sea King wanted to meet with the boss several times, but it has been delayed by trivial matters. Recently, I have more time to meet with you and get closer. Ivan suddenly looked at Charlotte and said. After hearing this, Charlotte was silent. He was thinking about what the King of Sea Transport was doing. Seeing that the boss is silent, Ivan understands what Charlotte is thinking as an old man who has been with Charlotte for 10 years. Boss. I heard that Charlotte Lingling of the Totland Sea area holds a tea party every year, and invites many people from the dark world. Ivan looked at Charlotte and said suddenly. What does it matter to Charlotte Lingling? Of course, Charlotte knew that Charlotte Lingling had a good relationship with those emperors of the dark world. Every year at the tea party, those emperors of the dark world would prepare generous gifts for Charlotte Lingling. Boss, you don't know. There are also disputes among the dark world, and not all the emperors have a good relationship. There are always some contradictions in it. I guess the Sea King actually wants to cooperate with you, boss, to resist the pressure from other dark emperors. Ivan analyzed it as a dog-headed military strategist. But his analysis does make sense. In the past year, I have often made friends in the dark world and learned a lot about the situation. Is that so? All right. I'm free anytime, so I can let him come here. Isn't this just an important transit point for him? We are also old acquaintances. Charlotte nodded and said to Ivan. But what Charlotte said was right. She had already dealt with the Sea King indirectly before Charlotte went to sea. Remember that the other party wanted to use him at that time? But the kind of use of Charlotte does not resist mutual benefit. The former Mayor Chamberlain took the initiative to withdraw his position after seeing him coming back and return to the King of the Sea, which saved Charlotte a lot of trouble, although it was not a trouble for Charlotte. Okay. I will convey your meaning, boss. Ivan nodded, and then Yifun continued to report other things with his notebook. Charlotte came here today just to look at the camp and find out what's going on this month. You can't really be a hands-off shopkeeper. Then he was deceived and didn't even know it. Although Charlotte had some Buddhist beliefs, that was only a little bit. Charlotte was never careless in matters related to him. Ivan reported a lot, in all aspects, and Charlotte observed Ivan's expression from time to time to see if he was lying to herself. Even if she has been with herself for 10 years, it is impossible for Charlotte to completely trust a person. It's best to be vigilant. By the way, boss. In the past year, a group of pirates came to the middle of the New World and made a lot of noise, stealing a lot of kingdoms and our goods. After Ivan finished his report, he suddenly remembered something and said to Charlotte. Oh. Who else in the New World dares to rob my goods? Charlotte frowned and put down the teacup in her hand, looked at Ivan and said. It's the Wald pirates who were hunted down by the Golden Lion Shiki before, that is, the world destroyer Wald. Ivan took out an old newspaper from his arms and read it, then handed it to Charlotte. Chapter 196 The Movement of the Wald Pirates. This guy is unscrupulous. After being maimed by the Golden Lion Shurji, he came to the middle of the New World. The flying pirates stopped paying attention. I suspect that this is a plan for the flying pirates to kill with a knife. Ivan reports in Charlotte while reading the newspaper. The newspapers in Charlotte's hands are all about the deeds that Wald has done in the past year. They are all burning, killing and looting, which is very in line with the world's approach to pirates. Seeing that Charlotte didn't speak, Ivan continued to talk about the Wald pirates. After entering the middle of the New World, Wald was silent for half a month, and then began to expand his power unscrupulously. Every country was overthrown by him, and many of them had joined the world government. If it weren't for the Navy's advance without the New World, I guess he was arrested by the Navy long ago, but I heard that Admiral Zifa seems to have sneaked people into the New World recently. Ivan told all the news he had heard. When Ivan mentioned Zifa, Charlotte raised her eyelids. Obviously, Charlotte paid more attention to Zifa than this Wald. Zifa is coming to the New World. He is really brave. Charlotte murmured. Seeing that the boss was interested in Zifa, Ivan said immediately. Boss. This Zifa is also very interesting. As a general. It should be normal to kill pirates, but he just doesn't kill them. All the pirates he encounters are knocked out or beaten into the city. I heard that the advanced city is fully closed, which makes many people and the personnel of the world government very dissatisfied with Zifa, and even some generals of the Navy headquarters often say that Zifa does not kill the general. When Charlotte heard it, all the generals came out without killing him. Isn't that the beginning of the change for Zifa? He remembered that Zifa's family should have been killed by pirates during this time. Charlotte is quite powerless about all this, and he can't do anything. Could it be possible to stare at Zifa's family members and wait to save them, then gain Zifa's favor? All this is impossible. However, after Zifa's family was killed, Zifa seemed to have offered to resign, but was retained by his superiors, retained the rank of general and became an instructor in the boot camp. That also means that the Navy's general-level combat power will be reduced by one person, and this will cause waves to the New World that has calmed down. During this year, all the big pirates in the New World kept calm, even the Golden Lion Shurji knew it. Because of the battle a year ago, Shurji understood a truth. That is, you can't start a big war with the other three at will, otherwise it is very likely that the Navy will take advantage of the loopholes. But when the Navy's combat power is reduced by one, then Shurji's actions will not stop. It is estimated that the next few years will set off a bloody storm in the New World. It is difficult to support the only general in the Warring States period alone. As for Carp, it is estimated that in which sea area he followed Roger and ran around. Looks like it's getting ready for what's to come. The lack of high-end combat power of the Navy will definitely not dare to enter the New World easily, then the New World will definitely kill each other. Charlotte began to worry. He is not afraid of fighting, but he is afraid that once the fighting starts, he will not be able to take care of his family. Edward Newgate with the white beard from a year ago is an example. Only a few little ghosts were left killed by the Navy. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates managed to recover a bit of vitality after taking their sons everywhere this year. Charlotte didn't want to make the Whitebeard's mistake. She had to wait until her children grew up, and it was up to them to be able to protect themselves. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes fell on Caesar, who had already completed a lap. Keep running. One more lap. Caesar had just stopped to catch his breath when he heard the devil's voice coming from the abyss. Seeing his father sitting on a big chair, he shouted with staring eyes. Caesar was shocked, but he didn't dare to say anything and continued to run around the camp. Charlotte is not that sadistic either. Charlotte could clearly feel the vitality in Caesar's body. Although this kind of running was tiring, it did not kill him. As long as you can't practice to death, practice to death. This is what Charlotte has always believed in. Compared with the other eldest sons, his daughter Estes made him feel much more at ease. Practice swords by the sea every day before dawn. Sword practice in the morning and devil fruit training in the afternoon. He is very self-disciplined, but he doesn't want Caesar to fish for 3 days and spend 2 days drying the net. Where did you just say? Charlotte recovered and looked at Ivan and asked. Speaking of World Breaker Bundiwald and unkillable General Zifa. After hearing what Charlotte said, Ivan possessed himself and said. Yeah. Go on. Charlotte signaled Ivan to continue. Ivan pondered for a while. This walled pirate group, after invading several kingdoms, got a lot of treasures, and expanded its pirate group and the number of pirates in the middle of the New World, and now it has reached 7 pirate ships. The number of pirates has also reached more than 400, waiting for their prey on the sea every day, and they even rob the goods of the Rockefeller pirates. Several cadres from Carter went to sea several times, and they all made room. The other party seemed not to want to have a confrontation with us. Every time Carter and the others went to sea, the other party avoided them. It should be that the other party did not want to completely offend us. Ivan continued to report on the recent movements of the walled pirates. The walled pirates can do it. Such a large force has gathered in just 1 year. This force has been wandering around our force. It seems that the plot is not small. Charlotte listened to Ivan's words, and then read the news in the newspaper. She always felt that Bundiwald seemed to be following her. He always acts within his own sphere of influence, so he tells himself clearly, is he eyeing this place? It seems that some preparations have to be made, and I can't wait for them to attack before reacting. Ivan stood quietly and listened, without interrupting Charlotte's thinking. Order, keep an eye on the walled pirates, and tell me if there is any trouble. This pirate must be wiped out. Staying here is a disaster. Charlotte looked up into Ivan's eyes and said. The chill in his eyes flickered away. Bundiwald was already a dead man in Charlotte's heart. Regardless of whether he took Charlotte's idea or not, he was already on Charlotte's blacklist just because he dared to rob his own goods. Charlotte must let everyone know the fate of provoking him. Whitebeard is not the only one who protects his shortcomings, and so does Charlotte. Although Whitebeard suffered heavy losses in the war a year ago, a word spread. Don't mess with anyone, don't mess with Whitebeard's family. Chapter 197. Brother. Recently, the Rockefeller pirates have been patrolling the sea area more and more closely. Do we want to avoid his edge? Vinjak said, looking at Bundiwald. Anyone could see the worry on his face. Although this year, their walled pirates had a great time here, but they faced the world's #1 swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte, who was as famous as the Golden Lion Shurji. He was still a little guilty. Goo goo goo. Bundiwald sat on the deck, looking at his brother who looked a little exhausted. What are you afraid of? I haven't stagnated for a year. My strength has grown a lot in this year. Even if I can't deal with Charlotte, I can easily get away. There is nothing terrible. Bundiwald said nonchalantly while drinking. With his character, unless he really suffered, he would not put anyone in his eyes. Even if it is the Golden Lion Shurji, Bundiwald still looks down on him from the bottom of his heart. He touched a sword mark on his left eye. If the sword mark was 1 millimeter deeper, his left eye would be blind. He will remember this revenge for a lifetime, and sooner or later he will find the Golden Lion Shurji to avenge this sword. Bundiwald always kept in mind the shame of this sword. The ox horn hat with a broken horn on his head has not been changed, just to let him always remember this revenge of the sword. The current Bundiwald would remember even in his dreams. Before he saw that figure, laughter had already passed from the sky, followed by more than a dozen fierce slashes. Just like that, without even seeing anyone, his Bundiwald pirates were severely beaten, causing him to flee in a hurry. He will remember the humiliation of that time for a lifetime. Hearing what Bundy said, Binjak couldn't say anything more. He knows his younger brother, and he can't bring back 10 cows for the decision. Very assertive, hard to listen to persuade. Binjak can only silently bless in his heart not to conflict with the Rockefeller pirates. But his blessing did not take effect. As the undisputed overlord of this sea area. After Charlotte ordered to go down and pay attention to the walled pirates. Information came the next day. Hee hee. How courageous. It's actually near Kame Island. Looks like he's after me. Charlotte picked up the information sent up, and sneered at the news of the walled pirates. Captain. Do you want me to kill him? Wolf came out, looked at Charlotte and asked. Charlotte glanced at Wolf and rolled her eyes. If you can kill Bundiwald, my Rockefeller pirates will let you be the mate. Although she was secretly slandering her in her heart, Charlotte still said calmly. This Bundiwald can run away from the Golden Lion Shurji, which shows that his strength is absolutely extraordinary. I will do it myself. Charlotte looked at Walder and said. It didn't hurt Wald's face to say that. Can't just say you can't beat Bundywald, let me do it. Although I am the captain, I should also take into account the feelings of my subordinates. Hearing what Charlotte said, Wolf understood and stepped back without mentioning it. But even though Charlotte said so, she didn't take the initiative to deal with Bondywald. But busy with other things. He is about to give birth to another child, and the labor period is only half a month away, and Charlotte has no mind to care about other things in this half month. After a few days, Charlotte stood outside the room. With a crisp cry, Charlotte's number 11 child was born. Born to Jillian, a boy. Charlotte had already thought of a name. His name will be called from now on Rockefeller Trunks. How? Charlotte held the baby in her arms, teasing him, and said, looking at Jillian, who was lying pale on the bed. Young master. Everything is up to you, Trunks is a very nice name. Jillian showed a motherly smile and looked kindly at Trunks in Charlotte's arms. This is her second child. Charlotte shook Trunks in her arms. Time passed quietly again. 2 more children were born into the Rockefeller family. Also 2 boys. This made Charlotte want a daughter a little bit. But Charlotte didn't neglect them either. Charlotte had named them the moment they were born. The 8th son was named Rockefeller Cockroach. The 9th son was named Rockefeller Gebetta. Plus the previous 7th son, Rockefeller Trunks. In 1487, 3 more children were born in the Rockefeller family. It also raised the number of members of the Rockefeller family from 10 to 13. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Rockefeller family had 3 newborn babies every year. This made the Rockefeller family more and more members. Charlotte believes that after waiting for more than 10 years, their Rockefeller family will definitely become the strongest family in this sea. February 1488 in the lunar calendar. A piece of news shocked everyone in the world. Admiral Zifa's family was brutally murdered by pirates. This news made the General Zifa, who was sitting in the New World, instantly unsteady. General. General. Seeing General Zifa, the naval soldiers around him stepped forward and shouted while supporting him. Zifa did not faint, but knelt on the spot with tears in his eyes, holding the newspaper tightly in his hand and reading the news on it. Impossible. It's impossible. Zifa knelt on the ground and yelled helplessly. Can't believe the news in the newspaper. My condolences to the general. The generals around saw Zifa's appearance and closed their eyes in pain, comforting Zifa. No. I don't believe it. I want to go back to the Navy headquarters. Zifa stood up again and walked towards the port step by step, without anyone blocking him. They all followed Zifa silently. Navy headquarters. You have seen the news. The pirates openly attacked the family members of the high-level Navy, and this incident has also been investigated. It was the pirates who slipped away from Zifa's hands before taking revenge. They must be caught and Zifa will give an explanation. Admiral Steelbone Sara sat in the marshal's office, looked at the crowd and said. Warring States, Garp, he and several other major generals sat motionless in their positions. Even Garp, who has always been out of tune, sat on his seat with a gloomy face and said nothing. As old partners for decades, their relationship with Zifa is also very deep. I will catch these pirates and let Zifa execute them himself. Garp put his hands on his thighs, the muscles in his hands were swollen, and the veins on his forehead were also bulging, and he said through gritted teeth. Kong didn't say anything after listening. Report. Admiral Zifa has requested to return to the Navy headquarters, and he is already on his way. Suddenly a messenger hurried over and reported loudly. Chapter 198 The Sword Points at the Walled Pirates. After hearing the orderer's words, everyone fell silent. At last. Agreed for him to come back. Marshal Kong was silent for a long time, nodded and sighed. He knew that Zifa would come back even if he disagreed, and Zifa's notification was because of his responsibility as an admiral. Bang. Garp punched the table, and the whole table was smashed into pieces in an instant. I can't take it anymore. The marshal told me where the gang of pirates went, I want to catch them with my own hands. Garp stood up and asked Marshal Kong. He could already see Zifa's expression of pain from the loss of a loved one. This made him very uncomfortable. As a teammate who fought side by side, Garp knew Zifa's character very well. Sara looked at Garp's angry expression and didn't mean to blame him. This group of pirates has entered the New World through Murloc Island. Sara took out the latest news and handed it to Garp. I'll go now. Garp picked up the cloak and walked out the door. Then stood outside the door and paused. When Zifa comes back, I want you to stop him from doing something stupid. After Garp finished speaking, he walked towards the naval port. A dog-headed warship is parked in the port. Marshal Kong, General Waring States, and Chief Staff Crane all lowered their heads and remained silent. This kind of thing is not good for anyone. News of the killing of Zifa's family quickly spread. The big pirates in the New World behaved differently after watching it. After seeing the news, Golden Lion Shuji's eyes lit up. Jia ha 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 ha. Navy. Let me see what you can do to stop me. Skeet was laughing on the floating island. In the past 2 years, the flying pirates have not moved at all. It was very quiet, nothing happened. It made people feel that the Golden Lion Shuji was seriously injured by that battle, and he was licking his wounds there. Only Shirku himself knows. He was not licking his wounds, but he was stared at by the 2 generals of the Navy and couldn't let go. Once he is entangled, his flying pirates will not be able to think about it, so Shuji has been very calm in the past 2 years, and he will not do things he is not sure about. But this time the news made Shuji immediately understand a possibility. Not to mention the wild laughter of Shuji the Golden Lion. Whitebeard Edward Newgate fell silent after seeing the news. Whitebeard has experienced the death of his family members. This practice of killing other people's family members disgusted Whitebeard. Find out which group of pirates did it. If it appears on our territory, kill it and send it to a nearby naval base. Whitebeard looked at the people of the Whitebeard pirates who had slowly gathered and said, "Yes, Dad." All the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates said in unison. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, they also hate the existence of this kind of pirate very much. Kami. Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand. Sure enough. It still appeared. Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand and sighed softly. Oh. Zifa. You are miserable enough. You lost your wife and children in middle age, and your students were killed in your old age. In the end, you died at the hands of the students you taught. The rest of your life is really miserable. Charlotte recalled Zifa's life, it was really miserable. But Charlotte can't do anything, not to mention the confrontation between the 2 camps, but Charlotte has no idea what she wants to do. There is still quite a period of entanglement between Charlotte and Zifa. When Charlotte was still a swordsman, Zifa chased her all over the world in the New World. It lasted for more than a year. In the end, after Charlotte felt that her strength had greatly increased, she blasted 4 mountains in a row, and she should be able to compete with Zifa. Choose to challenge Zifa. That battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and it was also the battle Charlotte had the most fun fighting. Until the 2 passed out. And it was that battle that made Charlotte famous. Every time I think of that battle, Charlotte has the momentum of his youth. But now as she gets older, Charlotte only feels that she is becoming more and more Buddhist. I don't have the drive I had before the age of 20. It seems that I need a battle to motivate myself. Charlotte felt the power brought to him by his fists. At this moment, he really wanted to find someone to fight with. Who to look for? The Red Earl still owes himself a battle, but there is no news so far. This guy is so unpredictable that it is not easy to find him. Whitebeard. Forget it, fight him, I'm afraid it will come under the name of the Navy. The same goes for the Golden Lion. Roger, thinking of Roger, recently, I seem to hear that Roger has been staying in the South China Sea. I don't know why. Could it be that Port Gasti Aluja was fascinated by finding it? Charlotte doesn't know, but Charlotte knew that Roger was looking for Ralph Drew around 1495 in the Hyuan calendar. At that time, Kazuki Odin would be on Roger's pirate ship, and it's still early. Hey. There is no one who wants to compete. Forget it, let's deal with the guy at the door first. Charlotte found that there was no suitable target in the surrounding area at all, so she could only target the walled pirates, which were very noisy recently. Bundy Walled. This guy has been operating around Kami Island. At the beginning, he would be careful about Charlotte's possible revenge. But as time went by, Bundy Walled discovered that Charlotte had no intention of making a move at all. Gradually, he became more and more presumptuous. He even wandered around Kame Island from time to time, trying to test Charlotte's reaction. But how could Charlotte have time to care about him, let him do whatever he wants? It was too much, and several cadres under Charlotte took Barrett to surround him. This frightened Bundy Walled. Thinking that Charlotte was about to make a move and wanted to surround him, Bundy didn't dare to be surrounded just like that. Before the siege net was opened, Bundy ran out with the walled pirates. This made the cadres of the Rockefeller pirates explode with anger. After confirming that Charlotte had no intention of attacking, The walled pirates also gradually planted a flag on a nearby island. The flag was planted at the door of Charlotte's house, but Charlotte didn't do anything. This made other forces in the New World start to despise Charlotte. But no one dared to ignore Charlotte blatantly. But Charlotte's patience is also limited. Go. Prepare a fast boat. Destroy the walled pirates. Charlotte came to the camp and said to Carter. Carter's eyes lit up as soon as he heard it. He couldn't stand the walled pirates for a long time. If it wasn't for Charlotte not wanting to do anything, he would have rushed up by himself. By the way, pay attention to the group of pirates who killed Zifa's family. If they appear on our territory, kill them as well, and then throw them to the nearby naval branch. Charlotte thought of something and told Carter. Chapter 199 Galaxy Shock. Navy Headquarters. Before the port. Admiral Steel Bone Kong, Admiral Buddha's Warring States, Chief of Staff of the Navy Crane. Several major generals gathered at the port of the Navy headquarters. Other generals who were still in the Navy headquarters also came to the port of the Navy headquarters one after another, standing behind several high-level officials. The atmosphere in the port is very dignified. Everyone stood in front of the port with serious expressions and looked at the ships sailing in the distance. I saw Admiral Zifa standing on the bow of the ship, looking sadly at the naval headquarters in the distance. At this time, Zifa looked haggard and looked very haggard, but his figure was still standing tall and straight on the bow. Seeing this scene, Marshal Kong and General Warring States shrank their pupils. They had never seen Zifa at this time, and it was as if someone had taken his soul out. I can't see the spirit at all, the previous self-confidence is gone, and there is only sadness and the hatred deep in my heart. Creak. Ship docked. Zifa walked down in a daze, like a walking dead. Marshal Kong came up, just when he was about to open his mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat just as he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just spit out 2 words silently. Sorry. After Kong Zai said these 2 words, as if draining all his strength, he silently lowered his head. Zifa raised his head and looked at Marshal Kong, who blamed himself, without any fluctuation in his eyes. At this time, the Warring States also came up. Zifa. We are sorry for you. The Navy is ashamed of you. We failed to protect your family. Speaking of which, Warring States also lowered his head, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Zifa looked at Warring States again, still expressionless. He wanted to cry, but in the past few days, he had drained all his tears and couldn't cry no matter what. The Crane also came up. We have found the pirates who killed your family. Garp has already caught them and will give you an explanation. Crane looked at Zifa and said, then turned his head unbearably. After Zifa heard it, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Killing intent erupted. A long time. I want to see them one last time. Zifa finally spoke, speaking the first words these days. After listening, Kong turned around silently, waiting for everyone to walk towards the back of the Navy. A group of hundreds of people silently followed Marshal Kong, General Zhang Gua, General Zifa, and Chief Staff Officer He towards an open space. Came to an open space. I saw 2 coffins, one large and one small, lying quietly in the open space. The lid of the coffin was not closed, just to let Zifa see them for the last time. After seeing these 2 coffins, Zifa, who was following behind the marshal, could no longer hold back his emotions. Aha! The shrill cries and roars resounded throughout Marin Fando. Really sad to hear, smell tears. After seeing this scene, all the Navy couldn't bear to turn their heads. Zifa's wailing continued for a long time, even though he could no longer shed tears, he was still distraught. Seeing this scene, Sara also sighed. Let's go. Let him stay here alone. Sara raised his hand and waved at the crowd behind him, and took the lead to leave here. Zifa was left alone, holding the coffin and weeping quietly. The figure of Zifa sat quietly in the open space of the training ground for a long time. His wife and 3-year-old child all died in the hands of the pirates. At this time, he has no pain for pirates. Snapped is snapped is snapped. Why? Why? Why is this treating me? Don't kill the general. Don't kill the general. Ha 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 ha. What kind of shit don't kill the general? Kill. 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 Zephyr raised his head and roared angrily. Kong looked at Zifa in the training ground through the glass and felt a slight pain in his heart. Zifa will be completely changed in this accident. The old Zifa was no more. New world. Garp stood on the prow of the Kobold warship. Have you found out? That group of pirates is on this island? Garp looked at a deserted island in the distance with a serious expression. That's right, Lieutenant General. This group of pirates also knew that they killed the relatives of the Admiral, so they dared not enter the island with people all the way. According to the latest information, the probability of this group of pirates hiding on this island is 80% probability. The adjutant looked at the island and said with a serious brow. Garp's knowledge turned on, and the entire island was engulfed in a moment. In an instant, he noticed several figures in the island. Right here. Garp flicked the coat of justice on his back. The muscles all over his body immediately swelled up. Shave. Garp jumped from the boat in an instant, and the huge force stepped on a hole in the deck. The body came to the sky above the deserted island like a flash. Galaxy impact. The domineering look soared into the sky, wrapping around his fists. Red and black lightning appeared around Garp. The huge fist shadow smashed towards the center of the deserted island. Center of the island. Several figures stared blankly at the strong shock wave in the sky. Boom. The island was shattered by Garp's punch, and the land rose and fell like waves. The warships in the distance were also affected by this wave, and the ships were unstable, as if the situation was in a storm. Save. The pirate who saw this scene just wanted to cry out for help, but the next moment he passed out unconsciously. Garp jumped down, looked at the 5 or 6 pirates lying in the gravel, lifted them up expressionlessly, and quickly ran towards the warship using moon steps. If he hadn't wanted to hand over these pirates to Zifa, Garp wouldn't have kept them alive. Garp returned to the warship. Lock it up, and hand it over to Zifa later at the Navy headquarters, and let him handle it. Garp threw the 6 pirates to the adjutant, and then walked back to his recliner expressionlessly. After Garp lay down, the original island rumbled. All the Navy looked over subconsciously. I saw that the island that was fine at first suddenly sank into the sea in the next moment. The huge waves changed the faces of all the navies, and the ships were quickly controlled to leave the sea. The blow just now was Garp's angry blow. He knew he couldn't kill those pirates, so he vented his anger towards the island. With a full blow, the island suddenly sank into the sea. Disappeared forever in this sea area. Fortunately, this is just a deserted island, and there is no one else on it except the gang of pirates. However, Garp's punch still made the Navy look solemn when it was the first time he saw Garp's shot. No one dared to underestimate the naval hero lying on the couch anymore. If you want to be a hero without strength, you can't do it, especially in this world. Without strength, nothing can be done. Chapter 200 Demon Slash. Just when Garp captured the pirates who killed Zifa's family. A fierce battle is also taking place on an island in the middle of the New World. Charlotte. There is no conflict between us. What do you mean? Bundywald looked at Charlotte on the bow of the 5 or 6 pirate ships in front of the port and asked. Well, water doesn't violate river water? Haha. I only know how to allow others to snore on the side of the couch. The green light in Charlotte's eyes flashed away, and the 7-star sword quietly appeared in Charlotte's hand. On the other hand, Bundywald's heart trembled after hearing this. The look in his eyes just now made Bundy's back shudder, but then he immediately became vigilant. Since you won't let me have a good time, then don't think about it too, Momo 100 times the gun. Bundywald raised the gun in his hand, and the bullets shot out immediately. When the bullet is fired, the volume immediately expands to 100 times the size, and the speed is also increased by 100 times. Quickly hit Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the bullet in front of her eyes and narrowed her eyes slightly. The 7-star sword in his hand quickly slashed towards the bullet head-on. A green slash with a length of meters slashed at the same speed. Clang. Bang. The slash and the bullet collided, producing a crisp sound of metal delivery, followed by a violent explosion. Charlotte's slash easily cut through the bullet, causing the bullet to explode in the air. But the impact of the explosion also offset Charlotte's slash. Not bad? It's not easy to be able to catch a slash from me. Charlotte frowned and looked at Bondywald. You must know that in the New World, it is absolutely no more than 2 hands to catch his great swordsman's slash. This alone is enough for Bondywald to be proud of. Hateful. Bundy cursed angrily, but looked at Charlotte with deep fear in his heart. Although the attack just now did not carry any armed color, it was also the most powerful one of his many moves. But it was barely able to catch Charlotte's ordinary blow. Are all the great swordsmen so strong? Recalling that time 2 years ago, he was defeated by more than a dozen slashes without even seeing the face of the Golden Lion, and fled in despair. Is it still not enough after 2 years of hard work? No, he is a world destroyer. Bondewald regained his confidence and ran towards a fort in the port. Charlotte saw the figure of Bondewald flashing, and he used the shaving in the Navy 6 style like a raging fire. But she still couldn't escape Charlotte's domineering arrogance. Charlotte's eyes followed Bondewald's actions, and after seeing Bondewald coming to a fort, he instantly understood what he was going to do. But Charlotte was in no hurry. After finally going out to sea to find some fun, he didn't want to lose all the fun so easily. Now he understands why those strong people behaved like this after facing some weak people. Just like Kaido, who stood to give way to Luffy, but didn't make a move. Isn't it the same with Charlotte today? He finally understood Kaido's psychology at the time. Being invincible for too long will also make you lonely. Momo 100 times the gun. Bondewald didn't know what Charlotte was thinking at this time. Seeing that Charlotte seemed to be in a daze, he immediately shot at Charlotte with all his strength. After the shell left the muzzle, its volume instantly expanded to 100 times its size, and its speed also increased by 100 times. And this time, the surface is covered with a layer of domineering black armed color. Obviously, this blow was his best blow. The shadow of the cannonball appeared in Charlotte's serious pupils. The 7-star sword in his hand was instantly surrounded by green-red lightning around the 7-star sword. Demon Slash. A bright green slash, like a half-moon-shaped slash, quickly escaped from the blade of the sword. Its trajectory was unpredictable, and it quickly slashed on the cannonball. This trick is the latest research by Charlotte. Because he found that his slashes were all straight. Although this looked magnificent, it was easy for people with quick movements to dodge. As for this demon slashing move, after the sword energy leaves the body, the trajectory of the action will be unpredictable, and it will be difficult for people to detect where it will fall in the next second, which is unpredictable. The principle is the principle of the boomerang, and the inspiration came to mind when I was playing boomerang with my son and daughter in the garden again. This is also the first time Demon Slash has appeared. Bang! The domineering slash pierced through the cannonball fired by Bondewald like chopping melons and vegetables, and struck towards Bondewald. Bondewald's pupils shrank, watching the crescent-shaped slash. But his reaction was not slow either. The sickle at his waist was quickly pulled out, and the sickle was quickly covered with a layer of armed color. Momo slashed 100 times. Bondewald swung his sickle quickly, trying to hit this slash. But this is not so easy to cut. After swiping a few times quickly, the semicircular slash seemed to have eyes, and it would dodge and continue to attack Bondewald. Bondewald watched helplessly as the slash hit his face. Bang! The crescent-shaped green slash entangled with the domineering look and slashed towards Bondewald, making a huge explosion. Cough cough. The smoke is gone. A cough came from the smoke. Charlotte saw the figure of Bondewald appearing, the sickle in his hand appeared in front of her, the crossbar was on her chest, and the armed color domineering covered it, resisting Charlotte's slash. But he was still wounded by Charlotte's slash. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, the fort in front of him was destroyed, and his clothes were covered with dust. Not bad, not bad. Are you quite capable? You actually caught my move. But I still have one move, I don't know if you can catch it. Charlotte looked at Bondewald's embarrassed look, smiled slightly, and then the green-red lightning on the 7-star sword in his hand wrapped around the 7-star sword again, and the 7-star sword was covered with an extremely black domineering armed color. After seeing this scene, Bondewald's mind suddenly tightened, and his intuition told him that he couldn't catch Charlotte's move. Run. An idea appeared in Bondewald's mind. Then don't hesitate. Momo 100 times faster. Seeing Bondewald's actions, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Demon sword? Badian. A terrifying shockwave slashed towards the fleeing Bondewald. The huge slash quickly slashed towards Bondewald in the form of a shockwave. Bondi felt the extremely fierce Jianjian chi behind him, his hairs stood on end, and the shadow of death shrouded his heart. If you can't stop it, you will die. Momo 100 times liberation. Bondewald immediately used his strongest blow, and the Momo fruit ability was activated. Bondewald's muscles swelled with unending power pumped from his chest.